Once hailed by the entire school as the most beautiful ice queen since the school's founding, she now blushed, knelt before Lin Yuan, and pleaded softly, "Tonight, can you spend the night with me?" The stunningly beautiful and influential Walmart CEO, hailed as the most beautiful woman in the business world, was now humbling herself, desperate to have a child with Lin Yuan. To please him, she even offered to reveal the coordinates and password to the world's largest supply warehouse. Outside Lin Yuan's residence, a line stretching for 10 kilometers had already formed. Noble ladies, heiresses, royal princesses, and international actresses all dressed to the nines, hoping to catch a glimpse of his favor. Even if it was just for an hour, they were willing to give their all. The cause of all this was a sudden global catastrophe. Strange white snow began to fall from the sky, and all humans who came into contact with the snowflakes were afflicted with a frost curse, their body temperature dropping daily until they eventually turned into ice sculptures in agony. The plants and animals that came into contact with the snowflakes also mutated wildly, becoming monsters that hunted humans. The apocalypse arrived, order collapsed, and civilization crumbled. But amidst this catastrophe, Lin Yuan became the only lucky one. He was bound to the infinite resources system. As long as he collects a goddess-level woman, the system will automatically unlock the unlimited production permission of a key resource. At this moment, however, Lin Yuan stared silently at the system interface. The system, though powerful, had a fatal flaw. He needed to collect goddesses first. But what about him? He was just living in a dilapidated shack in an urban village, paying 700 yuan a month for a tiny 25 square meter single room. Where was he supposed to find goddesses who met the system's standards? This isn't a novel. Where does this incredible luck of having neighbors who are all goddesses come from? System, what are the criteria for a goddess? Lin Yuan asked, clinging to his last hope. Goddess criteria are as follows. 1. Appearance score of 90 or above, automatically assessed by the system. 2. You must gain the goddess's sincere approval to unlock a random resource. Lin Yuan fell silent. It's over. Completely barbecue. What does a 90-point or higher beauty score mean? That's a guaranteed campus beauty queen. Most women over 80 points are already considered great beauties, and with a little makeup, they could be goddesses. And you need to gain genuine approval to activate the system. Genuine approval. Doesn't that mean starting on hell difficulty? Lin Yuan paced back and forth in the room, his mind racing. The place he lived in was one of the most dilapidated urban villages in Jiangxing. Although the old, third-floor single room was run down, it did have an electronic lock on the door, the only high-end feature in the entire building. The neighborhood is full of working-class people, delivery drivers, and couriers. There isn't a single decent-looking girl, let alone a goddess. Even if there were, why would they genuinely accept a socially awkward, introverted guy? Who would be that stupid? So, I have a cheat code, but I can't use it at all. Lin Yuan smiled wryly. It would be better to give him a spatial ability or a strength ability. At least he could use it to protect himself. Now he has a system, but the activation conditions are ridiculously difficult. However, he suddenly calmed down. Since the system had predicted the apocalypse, the most urgent task was to prepare for the worst. Regardless of whether the system would work, he had to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Lin Yuan walked to the computer, opened the memo app, and began to inventory his resources. Existing resource list: instant noodles, 5 packs. Bottled water, 3 bottles, 1.5 L. Cash, 2,000 yuan. Bank card balance, 10,000 yuan. Mobile phone, computer, power bank. A fruit knife. Looking at the list, Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. If the apocalypse really came, how many days could these resources last? A week? 2 weeks? Wait a minute. Lin Yuan suddenly realized something and abruptly looked at his phone. 3:15 p.m. Only 1 minute left until the apocalypse, as predicted by the system. Damn it. He rushed to the window, pushed it open, and looked at the street. Everything outside was calm. The shopkeeper downstairs was still dozing off. Several children were playing and frolicking in the alley, and someone was hanging clothes to dry in the distance. It didn't look like the end of the world was about to arrive at all. Lin Yuan knew he couldn't let his guard down. He acted swiftly, closing the windows and locking the door. Then he stood by the window, staring intently at the sky, his palms sweating. 30 seconds, 20 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 3:16. The sky suddenly brightened. It wasn't the slow, gradual light of sunrise, but rather, in an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in an eerie aurora. 7 colored rays flowed across the horizon, a beauty as beautiful as a dream. Lin Yuan's eyes widened. Through the third-floor window, he saw people on the street also looking up at the sky, exclaiming in amazement. Holy crap! Look, that's the aurora? Wow, it's so beautiful. Quick, take a picture. Post it on WeChat Moments. Lin Yuan knew this wasn't a beautiful scene. It was a harbinger of impending disaster. Ding! The white frost era has officially begun. Countdown complete. Host, please note, strange white snow has begun to fall globally. Good luck, host. A system notification sounded in his mind. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Good luck. Good luck, my ass. He turned around and looked at his small room. 25 square meters, a bed, a table, a computer, a few pieces of old furniture. That was all he had before the apocalypse. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Then, his gaze hardened. Even if I only have a few days left to live, I have to give it my all. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside, pulled out the baseball bat he had never used before from under the bed, and gripped it tightly. He began checking each door and window to make sure they were securely locked. Then he sat back down, turned on his computer, and quickly searched for information about post-apocalyptic survival. He knew he might not need it, but it was better than being completely unprepared. At this very moment, the aurora borealis was still swirling outside the window. The entire city was awestruck. Countless people raised their phones to take pictures and watch short videos, marveling at this dreamlike, celestial phenomenon. But no one realized that this was the very beginning of the disaster. Lin Yuan glanced at the screen, full of gleeful comments, and sneered. Idiots! He turned off his phone and took a deep breath. The most pressing problem now was how to find his goddess. The system had just clearly indicated that there were no goddesses meeting the criteria within a 500-meter radius. In other words, activating the system's function was virtually impossible. So, I still have to rely on myself, Lin Yuan said with a cold smile, gazing at the eerie aurora borealis in the sky. Since the apocalypse has arrived, bring it on. He will fight with all his might to survive. After all, haven't he always survived on his own? To be the last one standing is victory. As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the sky outside the window suddenly changed. The aurora flashed violently, and a dazzling light rushed towards them, followed by pure white. Snowflakes began to fall from the sky, drifting down. But Lin Yuan immediately sensed something was wrong. He opened his eyes wide and looked. The snowflakes were no ordinary things. Through the window, he could clearly see that the snowflakes were crystal clear, emitting a faint glow, and were so beautiful they seemed otherworldly. Each one was almost perfectly symmetrical, like a meticulously crafted work of art. The more beautiful it was, the more dangerous it was. That eerie aura made him instinctively clench his fists and stare intently out the window. Downstairs on the street, many people had also noticed this unusual snow. Wow, it's snowing. How beautiful. It's already May. How can it be snowing? Never mind. Let's take pictures first. Several young people excitedly ran outside and reached out to catch the snowflakes. Don't touch it. Lin Yuan instinctively wanted to shout, but swallowed his words back. They couldn't hear him, and even if they did, they wouldn't believe a stranger's warning. Sure enough, the moment the snowflakes touched those people, something strange happened. It's so cold. My hands, what's wrong? Why are they so cold? The scream echoed through the street. Lin Yuan saw it clearly. A boy in a white t-shirt jerked his hand away as soon as a snowflake landed, his expression terrified. No, I can't feel my hands. It's so cold. I can't stand it. The boy was pale, desperately rubbing his hands to warm them, but it was no use. His lips began to turn purple, and his body trembled violently. Help! It's so cold. Help! At first, the people around didn't react and reached out to catch the snowflakes. Soon, more screams rang out. It's so cold. This snow is poisonous. Don't touch it. My body temperature is dropping. Someone save me. Cries, screams, and pleas for help mingled together, and the street fell into chaos. The crowd began to scatter and flee, scrambling for shelter indoors. However, the snowflakes fell more heavily and faster. Some people were a step too slow and were grazed by the snowflakes, immediately feeling the biting cold. Others hid under the eaves, thinking they were safe, but when the wind blew and snowflakes drifted in, they were still hit. Within a minute, Lin Yuan saw at least dozens of people on the street come into contact with the snowflakes, all shivering violently and pale-faced. His expression was grim, and he gritted his teeth. Is this the apocalypse? Too real, too cruel. Yet it also stirred his blood, a faint excitement rising within him. These people, though still alive, had already been poisoned by the snow poison. Lin Yuan knew that if they couldn't awaken their abilities, their body temperature would drop day by day, eventually turning them into ice sculptures within a month. This was far more cruel than direct death. They would watch helplessly as they walked towards death, powerless to resist. Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Don't panic. I'm still indoors. The doors and windows are closed. The snow can't get in. As long as I don't go out, I'm safe for now. He turned and went to his computer, quickly opening his browser. The internet was still connected. Weibo, Douyin, and WeChat moments were already buzzing. The bizarre global snowfall had become the #1 trending topic. Comments flooded in. Damn, it's snowing in Shanghai too. Snowing in Beijing too. In May, what the hell? Does anyone know what's going on? My cousin just got caught in the snow and is now frozen solid, his life hanging in the balance. Help! Help! What about the authorities? Any explanation? Lin Yuan quickly scanned the information. Sure enough, this wasn't just an anomaly in Jiangcheng. It was happening globally. Everyone who came into contact with the snowflakes felt an icy chill, their body temperature plummeting. He clicked on the official news. Urgent notice. Large-scale, abnormal snowfall has occurred across the country. Preliminary investigations indicate that the snowflakes are extremely dangerous. All citizens are urged to immediately comply with the following regulations. 1. Do not go outside. 2. Do not touch the snowflakes. 3. Close doors and windows. 4. Keep communication channels open. 5. Await further instructions. Repeated. Do not go outside. Do not touch the snowflakes. Lin Yuan sneered after reading it. Even the officials are panicking. This notice was hastily written, completely lacking the usual rigorous style of official documents. Clearly, they were either completely unaware or simply had no time to prepare. Lin Yuan continued scrolling through his phone. Rumors of all kinds were flooding the internet. Some said it was an alien invasion. Others said it was nuclear contamination in some country causing mutations. Still others said it was a biological weapon leak. And some even said it was the end of the world. Lin Yuan felt that the last one was the most reliable, because the system had already clearly told him this was the white frost era. He put down his phone, walked back to the window, and looked outside through the gap in the curtains. The streets were deserted. Those exposed to the snow poison had either fled into houses or lay trembling in corners. Snow was still falling, covering the ground with a thin layer. But this snow didn't accumulate. Instead, it seeped into the ground immediately upon landing, as if absorbed by the earth. Lin Yuan frowned. The system had said that plants and animals would evolve once they came into contact with the white frost. Did that mean the outside would soon be teeming with mutated creatures? A sense of unease rose in his heart. Was this room really safe? What if mutated rats, cockroaches, or even a stray dog from downstairs rushed in? No, we need to reinforce the defenses. Lin Yuan immediately took action. He piled all the movable furniture at the doorway. Tables, chairs, bedside tables, all were placed behind the door. He checked the windows again, making sure every gap was sealed, and taped the edges shut. After finishing, he sat down, panting, feeling a little more at ease. Now, all we can do is wait. Lin Yuan sat on the bed, staring at his phone screen. The online information was becoming increasingly chaotic. Some people were live-streaming their own situations. Some were asking for help because they had no food, and some were searching for missing relatives. Some had even started writing their wills online. He watched all this expressionlessly. He knew this was just the beginning. The real apocalypse was yet to come. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help came from downstairs. Help! Is anyone there? Help me. I've been poisoned by snow. It's so cold. Please. Lin Yuan walked to the window and looked down from the 3rd floor. Below, a man lay collapsed in front of the electronic door, pounding on the glass. He must have gone out to buy something, been hit by the snow poison, and was now unable to return to the building. I'm from 302. Please, open the door. His voice grew increasingly desperate. Lin Yuan watched coldly. Save him? On what grounds? He didn't know the man. Besides, opening the door would mean exposing himself to the snow. Too risky. Moreover, the man was poisoned by the snow. Even if he were brought in, he'd just be a ticking time bomb. Lin Yuan drew the curtains. Bang, bang, bang. The banging continued. Open the door. Open the door now. You cold-blooded bastards. I curse you all to die a horrible death. Lin Yuan remained calm. A curse? Let be. His only concern now was how long he could live. He didn't care about others. 5 minutes later, silence fell outside the door. Then, a desperate scream pierced the air. So cold my body no, help, help. The voice grew weaker and weaker until it vanished completely. Lin Yuan knew that the man was completely poisoned by the snow. He was slowly losing body temperature. Even if he survived, he wouldn't live much longer. In the apocalypse, kindness would only lead to one's death. Just then, ding, the system notification sounded. Lin Yuan was taken aback. A goddess matching the criteria has been detected within 500 meters. Number of goddesses, 2. Appearance rating, 93, 91. Current distance, 450 meters. His eyes widened instantly. What? Goddesses? At a time like this? And 2 of them? And they were getting closer to him. What's going on? He hurriedly ran to the window. Snow continued to fall on the distant street. He could vaguely see 2 figures running wildly through the snow. Although he couldn't make out their faces, he could tell they were 2 girls with excellent figures. Behind them, a tall, dark figure was hot on their heels. Goddess's current distance, 400 meters, 350 meters, 300 meters. The system notifications kept updating. Lin Yuan's heart pounded. This was his only chance to activate the system. If he missed it, he might never meet a goddess who met his criteria again. But the problem was how to get them in. He couldn't leave himself. And would the 2 girls trust him? Lin Yuan's mind raced. Goddess's current distance, 200 meters, 150 meters, 100 meters. Closer and closer. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. I'll take the gamble. He quickly moved the furniture piled up by the door. He had to be fast and timed precisely. He couldn't let the snow drift in, nor could he let anyone escape. Goddess's current distance, 50 meters, approaching this building. Lin Yuan rushed to the window, his gaze sweeping downstairs. He saw it. 2 girls were running frantically with a burly man in black hot on their heels. Closer and closer. But the next second, he realized a serious problem. The downstairs door was electronically locked, and they couldn't get in. Damn it! Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, decisively rushed out of the room, and ran downstairs. Rewind to 30 minutes earlier. 2:45 p.m., Jiangxing City, Yunfeng Villa District. A white Maserati Quattroporte slowly drove out in front of a detached villa covering nearly 1,000 square meters. In the driver's seat was a young woman in her early 20s. She had delicate features with eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn water, a high nose, pale pink lips, and skin as white as porcelain, as if it would break at the slightest touch. Her long, jet black hair was casually tied into a high ponytail, revealing her swan-like, slender neck. She wore a white silk shirt, layered with a beige trench coat, and paired with black slim-fit trousers that accentuated her straight, long, and beautiful legs. Her entire demeanor was aloof and cold, as proud as a flower on a high mountain, making her seem unapproachable. She was Yi Qingxue, the campus belle of Jiangxing University, 22 years old, a senior finance student, and the heiress of the Yi group. In the passenger seat sat her younger sister, Yi Qingyue. Compared to her sister's aloofness, Qingyue was more gentle and charming. She also had delicate features, but with a touch of youthful innocence and gentleness. Her face still had a hint of baby fat. Her large eyes were bright and expressive, and her long eyelashes were like a doll's. Her waist-length black hair fell naturally, with slightly curled and swaying gently in the wind. She wore a pink sweater paired with a denim miniskirt, revealing her slender, fair legs and white sneakers, looking like a sweet girl from Manga. She was 19 years old, a freshman, and one of the most beautiful girls at Jiangxing University. Sis, do we really have to go to school now? She looked out the window, a little uneasy. I feel like the weather's weird today. Yi Qingxue glanced at her sideways, her tone indifferent. Didn't you leave your lab report in the lab? How are you going to hand it in if you don't get it back? But it's not due until next Monday, Qingyue muttered softly. You have other plans next week, so hurry up and go while you still have time, Yi Qingxue said calmly. Yi Qinggyue pouted, not daring to argue further. She had been afraid of this older sister since she was little. Although her sister had never scolded her, her innate authority and composure always made her dare not disobey. The car drove out of the villa area and onto the main road of Jiangxing. The traffic flowed as usual, and everything seemed normal. But less than 10 minutes later, the sky suddenly brightened. What? Yi Qingxue slammed on the brakes. The car came to a stop in the middle of the road. Surrounding vehicles also stopped, and everyone looked up at the sky. There, the seven-colored aurora borealis danced in the daytime sky, an unreal beauty. Sister, what is this? Yi Qingyue's eyes widened. Yi Qingxue frowned, a strong sense of unease rising in her heart. As a top student in the finance department, her intuition was always sharp. At this moment, the feeling brought by this aurora was unusually unfamiliar, extremely unusual. Tingwell, let's go back. Yi Qingxue made a quick decision, turning the steering wheel to turn around. But just then, a blanket of white snow fell from the sky. The swirling snowflakes were particularly striking in Jiangxing in May. It's snowing. Ye Vingyu éclamet in surprise. How can it snow in May? Yi Qingyue's face turned deathly pale instantly, and alarm bells rang in her heart. This snow was definitely not normal. Don't touch it, she shouted sharply. Qingyue was startled and quickly withdrew her hand that was about to be stretched out the window. Meanwhile, everyone else was already reaching out to catch the snow. Wow, snow in May. So beautiful. Take a picture. What a spectacle. The next second, screams suddenly rang out. Ah, my hands are so cold. What happened? Why am I so cold? Yi Qingxue saw that those who had come into contact with the snowflakes began to clutch their bodies and wail in pain. Some had purple fingers, some had blue lips, and some had collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. This is... Yi Qingxue was terrified, her face turning deathly pale. Yi Qingxue immediately took out her phone and dialed her father's number. The phone rang 3 times before being answered. Qingxue, her father's voice was serious on the other end. Dad, it's snowing outside. This snow is strange. Everyone who touches it. I know. Ye's father interrupted her. Where are you now? On the main road, 5 kilometers from the school. Turn back immediately. Don't get caught in the snow. Ye's father's tone was heavier than ever before. This snow is the beginning of a disaster. Yi Qingxue's heart skipped a beat. Dad, you mean the apocalypse? The words came from Ye's father's mouth. The family security team has been dispatched, but the roads are chaotic right now, and we may not be able to get there in time. You must protect yourself and Qingwei. Find a safe place to hide as soon as possible, and wait for us to come and pick you up. I understand. Yi Qingxue forced herself to calm down. Remember, never touch the snow and... Ye's father paused. If you encounter danger, survival comes first. Nothing is more important than life. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. Sister, what do we do? Yi Qingyue's voice trembled. Let's get out of here first. Yi Qingxue started the car. But at that moment, a snowflake drifted in through the half-open car window and landed on the back of her hand. The bone-chilling cold instantly spread. Yi Qingxue jerked her hand away, but it was too late. The chills seeped through her skin, penetrating her entire body along her blood vessels. Sister, Qingwei exclaimed. I'm fine, she gritted her teeth. Close the window. Close the window quickly. Qingwei immediately slammed the window shut. However, a few snowflakes drifted in through the air conditioner vent and landed on Qingyue's arm. Ah, she gasped softly, her face instantly turning pale. So cold. Sister, I'm so cold. Yi Qingxue's heart sank. They had both been infected. It's all right. It's all right. Yi Qingxue said, forcing herself to remain calm. We'll find somewhere to hide. Dad will come to pick us up. She stepped on the gas, but the road ahead was blocked. Chaos erupted. Some abandoned their cars and fled. Others collapsed and groaned. The scene was utter chaos. Get out. Yi Qingxue decided decisively. Since they were already in contact with the snowflakes, it was safer to just drive out. The two opened the car door and rushed into the snowstorm. The snowfall hadn't subsided, and Yi Qingxue held Qingyue's hand tightly as they ran towards the roadside shopping mall. Perhaps they could be safe once they were indoors. But they had only run a few steps when a figure slowly emerged from the alleyway and blocked their way. It was a tall, muscular man wearing a black hoodie with the hood pulled low, obscuring his face. This man's eyes were like those of a wild beast, full of aggression and greed. "Where are you two beauties in such a hurry?" the man asked in a low, husky voice, his gaze sweeping over them before finally settling on their faces and figures, a lewd glint in his eyes. "Get out of the way," Yi Qingxue said coldly. The man licked his lips. "I was just getting bored with these days of being wanted, and then heaven sent me two beautiful sisters. I'm in luck tonight." Yi Qingxue's expression changed drastically. Wang Hu. She recognized him at a glance. It was a name that had appeared on wanted posters, a fugitive suspected of multiple heinous crimes. She never expected to encounter him at the very beginning of this disaster. "Qingwei, run." Yi Qingxue grabbed her sister and turned to flee. Wang Hu grinned maliciously, giving chase. Although he too had been poisoned by the snow and his body temperature had dropped, his physique, honed by years of criminal activity, remained formidable. Seeing the two stunningly beautiful sisters, his bestial nature was fully unleashed. "You can't escape," he laughed. While pulling her younger sister along, Yi Qingxue dialed the police. "Hello, police. Wanted criminal Wang, who is chasing us. I'll send you our location. Come quick." After hanging up, she tried calling home, but the line was constantly busy. Her father was clearly also dealing with an emergency. Her temperature continued to drop, and her limbs gradually stiffened. Her younger sister was in even worse shape. Her face was deathly pale, and she couldn't even run anymore. "Sister, I can't run anymore," Qingwei cried. "Just a little longer." Ye vingu guritit hertit. She saw the shopping mall ahead and quickly pulled her sister along as they rushed towards it. The sheer number of people might have made Wang Hu more cautious. But the mall was already in complete chaos. People infected with the snow poison were wailing everywhere, and some were even looting supplies. Wang Hu relentlessly pursued them, and seemed to always anticipate their route, blocking their path. Damn it, Ye vingu jursit inyardli. This man was not only strong, but also intelligent. She could only keep changing routes with Qingwei, stalling for time, and waiting for the police or family to arrive. The two rushed out of the mall and turned into a small alley. They ran further and further astray, finally arriving at an old residential area in an urban village. Yi Qingxue was utterly exhausted, and her younger sister was almost collapsed. "Sister, I can't go on," Qingwei cried, her voice trembling. Ye vingu gritit hertit, her eyesredinin. She had always been the calmest one, but now, pursuers were closing in, her body temperature was dropping, and reinforcements hadn't arrived. Were they really going to die here? Suddenly, she saw a 6-story residential building with an electronic lock at the entrance. "Go in," she decided through gritted teeth. The two stumbled to the door. Yi Qingxue frantically rang the doorbell. "Is anyone home? Help, please, open the door." No one answered. Wang Hu's figure appeared at the alley entrance, slowly approaching, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. "Run. Why aren't you running anymore? No one will save you in this godforsaken place." Yi Qingxue stared desperately at the ever-closer figure. "It's over. It's really over." Lin Yuan rushed down from the 3rd floor, his steps quick. Reaching the 1st floor, he saw the electronically locked door right in front of him. Through the glass door, he could clearly see 2 girls frantically ringing the doorbell. His heart was pounding, almost bursting. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and quickly analyze the situation. Outside the door were 2 girls and a burly man chasing them. If he opened the door, the other man would likely rush in, putting his own safety in danger. But if he chose not to open the door, he would only be able to survive in this apocalypse with those 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water, eventually dying alone. Lin Yuan's brain raced, and in just a fraction of a second, he made up his mind. "Let's take a gamble. If we don't open the door, we're doomed. If we do, there might be a glimmer of hope. Besides, he lives on the 3rd floor. Even if the strong man breaks in, he can retreat back to his room in time. That door might not be able to be broken open. More importantly, now that these 2 goddesses had appeared before him, how could fate allow him to die like this? This was his only chance. Lin Yuan gripped the key and decisively unlocked the electronic door. "Come in quickly," he shouted to the 2 girls outside. Yi Qingxue turned around abruptly. In that instant, Lin Yuan saw her face clearly. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was simply an absolute beauty. A high ponytail, delicate features, a cold and elegant demeanor, and a slender figure. Even top actresses in the entertainment industry might not have her looks. The system score of 93 was ridiculously conservative. The girl beside her was just as stunning. A pink sweater with a denim miniskirt, waist-length hair, and a chubby baby face. She was as sweet as a doll. These two sisters seemed to have stepped right out of a manga. And at that very moment, ding, a goddess matching the collection criteria has been detected. Goddess information: name, Yi Qingxue, age, 22, identity, campus belle of Jiangxing University, heiress of the Yi group, appearance, 93 points, peerless beauty, figure, 91-62-94, golden ratio, special trait, unaccustomed to romantic relationships. Name, Yi Qingwei, age, 20, identity, campus belle of Jiangxing University, heiress of the Yi group, appearance, 92, sweet and cute. Body, 90-60-88, youthful. Characteristic, unsuccessful. Hint, collecting this goddess will unlock system functions. Lin Yuan's heart pounded even harder. Sure enough, the system confirmed it. These two sisters were indeed goddesses who met the collection criteria, and they were virgins. But before he could even get a good look, the burly man had already sped up and rushed towards the gate. Hurry, Lin Yuan urged again. Yi Qingxue did not hesitate. Although the man in front of her was also a stranger, he looked thin and honest, much safer than the wanted criminal with a fierce face behind them. Besides, there was no way out now. Qinjue, Gomein. She grabbed her sister and rushed into the stairwell. Lin Yuan quickly closed the door. But just as the door was about to close, a large hand suddenly grabbed the doorframe. Trying to close the door? Too late. Wang Hu grinned maliciously and pushed the door open forcefully. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. This guy was incredibly strong. He couldn't stop him at all. Help! Lin Yuan shouted urgently. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and quickly stepped forward to help him push the door open. But Wang, who had trained for many years, and even though he was poisoned by the snow, his strength was still far beyond that of an ordinary person. The door was slowly pushed open. Damn it! Lin Yuan roared in frustration. A sudden idea struck him. Grab the door! He shouted to Yi Qingxue, then abruptly let go and kicked Wang, whose hand gripping the doorframe. Ah! Wang, who cried out in pain, his hand instinctively loosening its grip. Yi Qingxue immediately pushed the door shut with all her might. Bang! The glass door finally slammed shut. Lin Yuan immediately pressed the electronic lock button. Click! The door locked. Huff! He gasped for breath, his heart still pounding. That was close. They almost broke in. Outside the door, Wang, who was furious. You brat! You dare ruin my plans! Bang! 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 He pounded on the glass door. But although the door looked unremarkable, it was sturdy enough that it couldn't be broken open by manpower alone. You wait. I'll be in here sooner or later. After uttering those harsh words, Wang, who finally turned and left. He knew that the patrolling police would likely arrive soon, and he needed to hide for a while. As for the two sisters, he was certain they wouldn't escape his grasp. He would deal with them slowly once the heat died down. Lin Yuan watched Wang, whose departing figure, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the two girls behind him. At this moment, the two girls were leaning against the wall, their faces pale and their bodies trembling. Especially the younger girl in the pink sweater, whose eyes were red-rimmed, was clearly terrified. Although equally nervous, Yi Qingxue, the older sister, forced herself to remain calm, her gaze still wary. She looked at Lin Yuan, maintaining a certain distance, her tone icy yet polite. Thank you. My name is Yi Qingxue, and this is my younger sister, Yi Qingwei. It's nothing, Lin Yuan said honestly. My name is Lin Yuan, and I live on the third floor. He couldn't help but take another look at the two sisters in front of him. Up close, they were even more stunning. Yi Qingxue's face was almost flawless, with a high nose bridge, pink lips, and a naturally elegant and aloof demeanor. Even though her face was pale at the moment, it couldn't hide her innate nobility. Yi Qingwei, on the other hand, possessed a completely different style, sweet, lovely, and captivating. Her large, watery eyes still held tears, evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. One cool, one warm, perfectly complementing each other. These sisters were simply the kind of women every man could dream of. The system hadn't lied to him, after all. What should we do now? Yi Qingwei asked timidly, her voice trembling. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and said, Let's go upstairs and find a safe place. She looked at Lin Yuan. You live on the third floor? Would it be convenient for us to hide there temporarily? Lin Yuan's heart leaped with joy. His chance had arrived, but outwardly, he feigned hesitation. My room isn't big, only 25 square meters, and we can pay. Yi Qingxue immediately interjected. 50,000. Let us stay until our family comes to pick us up. Lin Yuan feigned shock. 50,000? Yes. Ye Vinggu nodded. Don't worry. Our Yi family isn't short of money. Lin Yuan was already overjoyed inside. 50,000? Money was practically useless in this apocalypse. But of course, he wouldn't point it out, since he had planned to let them in anyway. Okay, all right, he said, feigning reluctance. Then come upstairs with me. Lin Yuan then led the two sisters upstairs. The stairwell was dimly lit, with large patches of peeling paint on the walls, making it look dilapidated. Yi Qingwen muttered softly, Sister, this place is so run down. Yi Qingxue immediately glared at her. Shut up. Lin Yuan pretended not to hear. He knew very well that these two young ladies had never been to a place like this before. But this was the apocalypse, and there was no room for complaint. Third floor. Lin Yuan opened the door. Come in. The two sisters were stunned the moment they stepped into the room. It really was only 25 square meters. A bed, a computer desk, a small wardrobe, and a small refrigerator. The smell of instant noodles still lingered in the air. Several game posters were pasted on the wall. This was a typical single otaku's room. Ye Vingyu fronet subconsciously. Yi Qingxue also felt the room was too simple, but still maintained the proper politeness. Excuse me. Lin Yuan closed the door and locked it from the inside. Then he offered the only chair in the room to Yi Qingxue. Please sit down. Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment, then sat down. Yi Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed, moving very carefully, as if afraid of touching something unclean. Lin Yuan sat on the floor, leaning against the wall. The room fell silent for a moment. All three were breathing heavily. The escape they had just made had been incredibly dangerous. Lin Yuan discreetly observed the two sisters. Now that they were closer, his vision was much clearer. He could see Yi Qingxue's long, fair neck beneath her high ponytail. He could see the curves faintly visible beneath her silk shirt. He could also see her taut, long legs. And Yi Qingxue, the girlish figure beneath her pink sweater. Her fair legs peeking out from her denim miniskirt. In those large eyes, tears hadn't completely dried. Lin Yuan felt his heart race again. Not from nervousness, but from excitement. Although these two women were indeed exceptional, Lin Yuan wasn't the kind of lust-driven, fantasizing shut-in. At this moment, he was more concerned with the system's functions. And now, these two goddesses were in his room. If he could subdue them, he could activate the system, gain unlimited resources, and truly rise to power in the apocalypse. But now is not the time. We must take it slow. Are you cold? Lin Yuan asked, feigning concern. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingxue exchanged a glance. A little. Ye Vingyu answered it softly. Both of them had been poisoned by the snow, and their body temperatures were still dropping. They could already clearly feel the chill. I have an electric blanket here. Lin Yuan pointed to the bed. Why don't you lie down for a while and warm up? Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up slightly, but Yi Qingxue immediately became wary. Lying in a strange man's bed, it didn't seem appropriate at all. But seeing her younger sister shivering slightly from the cold, she felt a pang of pity. We could just sit here, Yi Qingxue said coldly. Lin Yuan shrugged. Whatever. He got up, opened the refrigerator, and took out 2 bottles of water, handing them to her. Have some water. Thank you. Yi Qingxue took the water and sipped it slowly. Yi Qingxue also took the water, but didn't drink it immediately. Instead, she carefully checked the bottle cap to make sure it hadn't been opened before unscrewing it and taking a sip. Lin Yuan observed this and chuckled inwardly. As expected of a highly intelligent woman, her vigilance was indeed very strong. But thinking about it, it made sense. If he were in a stranger's room, he wouldn't be able to relax so easily either. Why? Why were you being chased by that person? Lin Yuan asked casually. Yi Qingxue was silent for a moment before speaking. We met by Shui. Our car broke down, and then we met him. I see. Lin Yuan nodded. Did you call the police? Yes, Yi Qingxue said, but we don't know when the police will arrive. It's too chaotic outside right now. Yes, Lin Yuan agreed. The apocalypse has arrived, and the whole city is in chaos. The apocalypse? Yi Qingxue's eyes widened. How do you know this is the apocalypse? Lin Yuan pointed to himself. Actually, I'm a reincarnated person. I was reborn and returned to the present 10 years after the apocalypse. Yi Qingxue immediately frowned. Your joke is not funny at all. If she believed in these post-apocalyptic rebirth tropes from novels, she wouldn't be Yi Qingxue. Besides, in her opinion, Lin Yuan was clearly joking. However, Yi Qingxue quickly sensed a strange chill spreading through her body. She knew in her heart that they had no way to leave this place now. While fleeing outside, they discovered that the cold was rapidly intensifying. Clearly, if they remained outside, they would likely freeze to death. Yi Qingxue dared not gamble, much less take her sister with her. They could only proceed cautiously, taking things one step at a time. So she looked at Lin Yuan and asked, "What are you planning to do?" "Just survive." Lin Yuan shrugged. "I only have 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water. I'll live for as many days as I can." Yi Qingxue turned pale with fright. Then what do we do?" "Qingxue." Yi Qingxue glared at her immediately. Then she looked at Lin Yuan again, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Lin Yuan, I have a suggestion." "Speak." "You saved us, and we are very grateful." Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. 50,000 isn't enough. I'll add another 50,000, making it 100,000 in total. The condition is that you protect us until our family comes to pick us up. Our Yi family will not treat you unfairly. We can give you even more reward after the snow stops. Lin Yuan chuckled inwardly. He wasn't some sycophant protecting them. He had no time for that right now. At this moment, Lin Yuan's mind was consumed with how to make one of them willingly submit. Only then could he obtain the system's first unlimited reward in the shortest time. He hadn't entirely ruled out using force. But this method is not feasible. Not only because Lin Yuan still harbors some reservations about these pre-apocalyptic goddesses, but more importantly, given Yi Qingxue's personality. If he were to actually do that, the only outcome would be killing Yi Qingxue. Otherwise, he would only face Yi Qingxue's betrayal. Time passed quietly, and the sky outside the window gradually darkened. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yuan glanced at his phone and saw that the temperature had dropped to -10 degrees Celsius and was still falling. He looked up at the window. The snowflakes were falling even more heavily than in the afternoon, and the city was already covered in white snow, deathly silent. Not a soul could be seen on the street, except for the occasional sharp scream, particularly piercing in the cold wind. Lin Yuan couldn't help but shrink his neck. Although his small 25-square-meter single room was a little warmer than outside, it wasn't much better. There was no air conditioning, no heating. The only source of warmth was the electric blanket on the bed. Now, the bed became the focal point between the three of them. Yi Qingxue finally spoke, her voice still indifferent. "It's getting dark, we need a rest." Lin Yuan nodded. "Then you guys rest first." "But there's only one bed here." Yi Qingxue stared at him, hesitant to speak. Lin Yuan knew that the other party was finally going to negotiate, and this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. "I'll offer 50,000 yuan, and you give up your bed tonight." Lin Yuan shook his head without changing his expression. "No, it's too cold outside. I'll die if I go out. This room isn't yours anyway." Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and raised the price to 100,000, 150,000, or even 200,000. Lin Yuan refused them all, his reason remaining consistent. The weather was too cold, and it wasn't safe to go out. Besides, the room was originally his, so why should he give it up? Yi Qingxue's tone grew increasingly urgent, immediately offering 500,000 and then 1 million. 1 million was no small sum, even for a young lady from the Yi family like her. Yet Lin Yuan simply said, "I'm not going." His unwavering stance completely extinguished Yi Qingxue's patience. "What exactly do you want?" She finally couldn't contain her emotions, her voice rising. Lin Yuan got up and walked to the bedside, replying calmly, "I just want to sleep in my own bed." After saying that, he turned around, picked up a fruit knife from the computer desk, returned to the bedside, and placed the knife under his pillow. Lin Yuan was extremely wary, and even though he had gained the upper hand, he dared not let his guard down. After all, Yi Qingxue on the other side was no ordinary person. She possessed high intelligence and a strong aura, and was not to be underestimated. He wasn't worried about the present, but he feared they might suddenly attack in the dead of night. The door was locked from the inside, the key was in his pocket, and the windows were sealed shut. He only went to bed after confirming everything was safe, but remained vigilant throughout. His eyes were closed, but his ears were constantly listening for any movement around him. He could react instantly to the slightest rustling or rustling in the corner. This had always been his way of surviving, a cautious, even ruthless survival strategy. At this moment, Yi Qingyue broke down, crying and throwing herself into her sister's arms. "Sister, this person went too far." Her voice trembled with sobs, her emotions completely shattered. Yi Qingyue gritted her teeth, her eyes reddening. She had never been humiliated like this in her entire life. She was once the school beauty, adored by everyone, and the beloved eldest daughter of the Yi family. She had never experienced such cold treatment. But Lin Yuan was completely unmoved by her charms, utterly indifferent to their beauty and money. He even guarded against her, treating her like an enemy. Yi Qingyue caught a glimpse of the fruit knife he had hidden under his pillow, and a chill ran through her. She knew that Lin Yuan was a man who remained calm and collected, yet extremely difficult to shake. In this life-or-death situation, every step he took was meticulously planned, leaving them virtually no room for maneuver. Money is useless here. Their physical condition is terrible. They're utterly powerless to fight back. There's no heating in the room, and the cold has made their limbs stiff. They can barely stand, let alone move. "Sister, what should we do?" Yi Qingyue asked, crying. Yi Qingyue remained silent for a long time, her eyes filled with struggle and humiliation. Finally, she sighed and looked at the cramped space in the corner. "Let's sleep over there." Yi Qingyue followed her sister's gaze, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. The corner they were in was less than a meter wide, the floor a cold tile, making it impossible to sleep. But they had no other choice but to huddle there and endure the long, cold night. Yi Qingyue pulled her younger sister slowly towards the corner of the wall. The moment they sat down, a chill instantly seeped through their clothes. She shivered. The cold was more piercing and despairing than she had anticipated. "Qingyue, lean on me, don't move." Yi Qingyue opened her arms and hugged her younger sister tightly, the two leaning on each other for warmth. Yi Qingyue's tears fell uncontrollably, her voice weak and trembling. "Sister, I'm so cold. I know, just hang in there. Dad's people will come to pick us up when it's light." She comforted them softly, but her voice lacked any confidence. Since the afternoon, Yi Qingyue had called home more than once, and each time her father said he would send someone. But the reality was that it was already dark, and the person hadn't appeared. This made her realize that the situation outside might be more serious than she had imagined. Even a top-tier family like the Yi family was already in dire straits and unable to save themselves. She began to doubt whether she and her sister could really make it to tomorrow. Time passed slowly, the night grew darker, and the temperature inside the room continued to drop. Yi Qingyue could clearly feel her body temperature rapidly decreasing. Her limbs were already numb, and she could barely move. The younger sister huddled in her arms, shivering, and pleaded softly, "Sister, I'm so cold. I feel so uncomfortable." She could only hug her tighter, using the little warmth she had left to ease the chill. But the snow poison in their bodies was already causing their body temperature to drop continuously, so this kind of warmth was just a drop in the ocean. Her gaze turned towards the bed. Lin Yuan lay there, covered with thick blankets, and even had an electric blanket, seemingly completely unaffected by the outside world. An indescribable hatred surged within her. This man, who clearly had the means to keep warm, remained indifferent, watching the sisters huddle in the corner, freezing. So cold-blooded, so cruel. She even secretly resolved that if she ever got to leave this hellish place, she would make him pay. But at this moment, there was nothing she could do but hold her sister motionless, enduring the long night. Lin Yuan, however, was not truly asleep. He merely closed his eyes to rest, remaining in a light sleep state, with one hand always under his pillow, gripping the knife he always carried. About half an hour later, he cautiously opened his eyes a crack, observing the movement in the corner through the dim light. The two girls were still tightly embracing each other, as if holding onto each other's only hope. Yi Qingyue used all her strength to hold her younger sister in her arms, as if trying to melt her into her body for warmth. Yi Qingyue huddled in her sister's arms, trembling incessantly, her face as pale as paper. Their original identities were that of a cool and aloof school beauty and a sweet and lovely girl. But now, they have long since shed all their glamorous appearances, leaving only two helpless girls. The scene was poignant yet breathtaking, like the most fragile ray of light in the dead of winter. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Pity, guilt, but mostly a cold, rational indifference. He knew exactly what he was doing. He used coldness and despair to shatter the two girls' pride and defenses, bit by bit. This was his gamble. In the apocalypse, no one can survive on kindness alone. So-called selflessness and warmth are nothing but a joke. He'd always had a strong personality, never trying to please anyone, especially women. His former online girlfriend always made demands, which he flatly refused and immediately blocked. He knew that the nicest women were to him, the more likely they were to look down on him. In this world, kindness is weakness, and weakness means death. Now, he wants to completely break these two sisters. Only when they can no longer hold on will they bow their heads and accept reality. This is the end times, not paradise. Here, it's either the victor or the vanquished. Lin Yuan gently closed his eyes, but the hand gripping the knife remained firmly in his grasp. He couldn't afford to be careless, even though the two girls before him were almost completely exhausted. Only their low sobs remained in the room, mingling with the howling wind outside. The snow continued to fall, as if trying to freeze the entire world. This was the first night after the apocalypse, a tremendous test for everyone. Yi Qingxue persevered until late into the night before finally drifting off to sleep. Even in her dreams, she was trembling. She dreamt that she had become an ice sculpture, frozen at the end of time along with her younger sister in her arms. A chilling sensation permeated her entire body. The dream had no end, only endless darkness and despair. Lin Yuan remained in a semi-conscious state throughout the night, his ears alertly picking up every sound. His hand gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, never daring to relax. This was his way of survival. It was his means of staying alive. And this was only the first true night of the apocalypse. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yuan was abruptly awakened by a bone-chilling cold. He opened his eyes abruptly and subconsciously looked out the window. It was already daylight, but the scene that met his eyes was even more oppressive than the night before, and even made him feel cold. Outside the window, snow blanketed the city, as if someone had buried the entire city in a freezer. The snow was already more than half a meter deep, completely obscuring the street outlines. The parked cars were now just white mounds, indistinguishable from their original form. The sky remained a grayish white, somber rather than like a dawn, more like an endless dusk. The snow not only didn't stop, but it fell even harder and was clearly piling up, a fact that made Lin Yuan's heart sink. The snow was indeed accumulating, meaning that once outside the house, survivors would have virtually no chance of escaping the blizzard. This apocalypse seemed to have calculated the limits of humanity, pushing people step by step toward death, leaving them no room to breathe. Lin Yuan picked up his phone and glanced at the numbers on the screen, which made him gasp. The outdoor temperature was minus 20 degrees Celsius. Last night, it was minus 10 degrees Celsius. It had dropped another 10 degrees overnight. This change was completely beyond reason. The silence outside the window was eerily profound. There were no cars, no people, and even the sound of the wind was swallowed up by the heavy snow. The entire city seemed to have been forcibly put on pause, turning into a lifeless ghost town that made one's heart clench at the mere sight of it. He turned to look at the corner, where the two sisters were still huddled together, clinging to each other for warmth. But their condition was clearly worse than the night before. They were almost at their limit and might collapse at any moment. Yi Qingyue's lips were purple, her face was frighteningly pale, and she was curled up in a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Yi Qingxue was in no better shape. Her limbs were stiff, her breathing was weak, but she was still gritting her teeth and holding on to her younger sister tightly. "Sister, I'm so cold." Yi Qingyue's voice was almost inaudible, like a breath squeezed out her throat. Yi Qingxue tried to respond, but she barely had the strength to speak. Lin Yuan frowned. He had originally planned to slowly force the sisters to submit, but if they were to freeze to death, his entire plan would be ruined. He couldn't let them die now. He had to at least give them some hope of survival. He got up and walked to the refrigerator, where only 5 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water remained. Supplies were running low. Lin Yuan took out 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water, then went to the small counter in the corner, which was less than 1 square meter in size. In this cramped single room, the bed, computer desk, wardrobe, and refrigerator already filled the space. The so-called kitchen is nothing more than an induction cooker and a few bowls, but it is the only place that can save lives right now. The induction cooker was plugged in, and the water slowly boiled. The only thing to be thankful for was that the power was still on. 10 minutes later, 2 steaming bowls of instant noodles were placed on the counter, the heat feeling especially precious in the cold room. Lin Yuan carried the instant noodles to the corner and placed the bowl in front of them. The 2 sisters were stunned at the same time, clearly not expecting that this cold and ruthless man from last night would take out food at this time. Yi Qingyue managed a weak thank you, but her hands trembled so badly she could barely hold the bowl. Yi Qingyue gritted her teeth, took the instant noodles, and carefully fed them to her younger sister, watching her drink the hot soup little by little. The warmth finally warmed her up a bit. Yi Qingyue looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with complex and wary emotions. Lin Yuan, however, spoke calmly, saying that there were only 3 packs of instant noodles left, and once they were gone, they would all be waiting to die together. He turned back to the bedside to eat his own bowl, not out of pity, but to deliberately lower their guard. Only by letting them relax for a while could he have room to carry out his later plans. Just as the room fell into a brief silence, a piercing scream suddenly came from outside the window. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately went to the window. The scene he saw the next second sent chills down his spine. In the snowy streets, a huge wild dog was running wildly, 3 times the size of an ordinary wild dog. Its body was covered in ice crystals, its eyes glowed with an eerie blue light, and its fangs were exposed, clearly indicating that it had mutated. Even more terrifying, the plants in the green belt below were also undergoing a crazy mutation. Vines wrapped in frost spread rapidly, dragging the vehicles buried in snow into them and devouring everything like living things. Just then, the mutated stray dog suddenly stopped, sniffed the air, and pounced on a man hiding behind a wrecked car. The scream was cut short as blood stained the snow, a gruesome scene too painful to watch. Yi Qingyue collapsed on the spot, covering her mouth and retching uncontrollably. Yi Qingyue's face was ashen, and the acid churning in her throat was causing her immense pain. Although she was calmer than her sister, she couldn't hold it in any longer and bent over to vomit. She spat out almost all of the instant noodle soup she had just drunk. Yi Qingyue, standing nearby, was already sprawled on the floor, vomiting and tears streaming down her face. Her stomach was empty, yet she continued to dry heave. The scene outside the window was far too gruesome. Lin Yuan stood to the side, his face equally ashen. Although he had seen many graphic videos online, from war footage to accident scenes, and even gore content was familiar to him. No matter how realistic these things seemed through a screen, they couldn't compare to the shock of seeing it with his own eyes. Before his eyes was a living being cruelly torn apart. The scene almost shattered his nerves. The blood-soaked ground, the broken bones, the ripped organs, and the faint, lingering smell of blood all made his stomach churn. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the urge to vomit. He couldn't afford to vomit now. In this apocalypse, calmness was the only way to survive. He gritted his teeth and drew the curtains. "Don't look," he said in a low voice. The room fell silent instantly, save for the intermittent sounds of the 2 sisters vomiting. Yi Qingyue slumped to the floor, her face streaked with tears and snot, utterly exhausted. Yi Qingyue leaned against the wall, panting heavily, her face deathly pale, her eyes filled with a dazed look. That scene nearly shattered their last illusions about the world. This was the true apocalypse, not just the torrential snow and freezing temperatures, but even more terrifying were the mutated creatures. They finally realized that this wasn't a disaster, but utter collapse. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed and took out his phone to check the latest news. News articles were constantly updating on the screen. Abnormal snowfall has occurred in many parts of the country. Residents are advised to stay home. The Meteorological Bureau says it is investigating the cause of the snowfall and urges everyone to remain calm. Some citizens are experiencing hypothermia syndrome. The medical system has been fully activated. Local governments are allocating resources and rescue operations are underway. It all seemed positive, as if everything was under control. But Lin Yuan continued scrolling down and saw a large number of posts from ordinary people. Those were just the tip of the iceberg of the truth. I just saw someone freeze into an ice sculpture on the spot. A giant wild dog tore a person to pieces alive. It's not a normal creature. My parents' body temperature keeps dropping after they contracted snow poisoning, and the hospital is overflowing with patients. We can't get an appointment at all. Don't believe the news. More than a dozen people have died in our neighborhood, and we haven't seen a single rescue team. This is the end of the world. Run if you can. Lin Yuan's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. On the surface, things seemed calm, but in reality, chaos had descended upon various places. Although the government was still maintaining order, the panic emanating from their statements was impossible to conceal. If things really came to that, who could save them? At that moment, Yi Qingyue choked back tears and asked, "Sister, when is Dad coming to pick us up?" Yi Qingxue's fingers trembled as she picked up her phone and dialed her father's number. The call connected slowly, and a weary voice came from the other end. "Qingxue, Dad, I know your situation," her father interrupted her directly, "but we can't get out now either." Yi Qingxue's expression changed, and her heart sank. Mutant creatures have appeared outside, severely hindering the rescue team. Moreover, the Yi family is facing its own internal troubles. Her voice choked with emotion. "Then what do we do?" "Hold on." After a few seconds of silence, the father left only these words. "No matter what, hold on. Once the situation stabilizes, I will definitely send someone to pick you up." The phone hung up as soon as he finished speaking. Yi Qingxue stared at her phone screen, tears finally streaming down her face. Even her father, her only support, was powerless to help her. The apocalypse had indeed driven everyone to their doom. "Sister." Yi Qingyue leaned against her sister's chest, crying her heart out. Lin Yuan stood aside, saying nothing. At this moment, comforting her was meaningless. Anything he said would just be empty words. He silently walked to the refrigerator and began to inventory the food. 3 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of mineral water. This was all they had. At the rate at which 3 people consumed the food, it would last them at most 2 days. If they didn't find new resources within 2 days, they would simply wait to die. Lin Yuan leaned back on the bed, lost in thought. He had to activate the system. Only the system could provide unlimited resources and the possibility of survival. But to activate the system, he first needed to subdue a goddess. And how to subdue her? Lin Yuan glanced at the 2 sisters in the corner. They were on the verge of collapse. Yi Qingyue was pale, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Yi Qingxue, though barely managing to maintain her composure, was also nearing her limit. In just 1 or 2 more days, their mental defenses would completely crumble. That would be the perfect opportunity for him to strike. Suddenly, Ye Vingu spoke softly. Lin Yuan. Thank you for the food. Her voice was weak, but it held a hint of warmth. Lin Yuan simply replied, "No need." His tone was calm, without any emotional fluctuation. Yi Qingxue lowered her head in silence, but a slight softening appeared in her heart. At least, this man hadn't coldly watched them live or die. He was willing to share his food. In this apocalyptic world where people ate each other, that was a rare thing. Perhaps he wasn't as bad as she imagined. The snow continued to fall outside the window. In the distance, the howls of wild beasts echoed, the sounds of a pack of mutated dogs. Vines spread and grew throughout the city, the cold vegetation covering everything. The second day of the apocalypse, even more desperate than the first. The 3 of them sat in this tiny room of less than 25 square meters. No one knew if tomorrow would come. Time seemed to freeze, and Lin Yuan spent the entire day in agony. Until 6 in the evening, he glanced at his phone screen. The outdoor temperature had dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. He couldn't help but gasp. Last night, it was only minus 20, and now it had dropped another 10 degrees. Worse still, the interior began to freeze, turning the room into an icebox. A thin layer of frost covered the walls, and the windows were covered with thick frost flowers. The floor became slippery, cold, and hard to the touch, making the soles of my feet go numb. Lin Yuan exhaled, the white mist lingering in the air, chilling him to the bone. Even with his normal constitution and lack of snow poison, this level of cold made him shiver. One could only imagine how unbearable it must have been for the 2 sisters tormented by the snow poison. He turned to look at the corner of the room, and his heart sank. Yi Qingyue was curled up in a ball, her lips black, her face deathly pale, like someone about to breathe. Her breathing was so weak it was almost inaudible, and her body was convulsing, as if she might die at any moment. Yi Qingxue cried as she hugged her younger sister, repeatedly calling out, "Don't sleep, don't sleep." She shook her sister desperately, but Yi Qingyue's eyes were already glazed over, half open and half closed. "Sister, I'm so cold. Am I going to die?" Her voice was so soft it seemed as if it would dissipate into the air at any moment. No, no, Dad will be here soon. Yi Qingshue's voice trembled, but even she didn't believe it. Since morning, she had made more than 10 phone calls. Some were unanswerable, while others brought her father's weary voice. Wait a little longer. But no rescue came. They were trapped in this tiny 25-square-meter room, waiting to die. She held her younger sister, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with helplessness for the first time. She had always been intelligent and calm, and had always been the most resourceful person since childhood. But now, she was at her wit's end. Supplies were running out. Hope was extinguished. Her younger sister's life hung by a thread, and she herself was about to collapse. She felt her body temperature continue to drop, her hands and feet were numb, and her body felt like a block of ice. She looked at Lin Yuan on the bed, who was leaning against the headboard, covered with a blanket, playing on his phone. The electric blanket was on, and he looked calm. They were frozen in a corner, on the verge of death. Yi Qingxue finally understood what this man was waiting for. He was waiting for them to completely break down, waiting for her to abandon her pride and beg him. Now, her sister's life hung by a thread, and she had no choice. Lin Yuan. Her voice was hoarse as she forced out the words. Lin Yuan looked up. Please, let my sister sleep with me. She really can't take it anymore. For her, saying these words was harder than kneeling down. Lin Yuan glanced at her, put down his phone, walked to a corner, and crouched down to check on Yi Qingwei. Her lips were black, and her body temperature was extremely low. If she had arrived an hour later, she might not have survived. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded, and a glimmer of hope flashed in Yi Qingshue's eyes. But then Lin Yuan added, but you have to come up too. What? Yi Qingxue was stunned. She won't warm up if she lies there alone. She'll still die. Lin Yuan pointed to the narrow single bed. If we squeeze in, with 3 people close together, we can share some body heat and save her. These words instantly changed Yi Qingshue's expression. She understood Lin Yuan's meaning, of course. If the 3 of them lay together, she and her sister would have to sleep right next to him. I won't do it, she instinctively refused. Then don't come up. Lin Yuan shrugged, turned, and got into bed. Anyway, your sister won't survive coming up alone. Tears welled up in Yi Qingshue's eyes as she gritted her teeth. I can give you money, lots of money. What use is money now? Lin Yuan replied calmly, lying down and closing his eyes, but his hand remained on the fruit knife under the pillow. Yi Qingxue looked at him, then at her almost cold younger sister in her arms. She cried out in despair. Qingwei, you can't die. Yi Qingxue's breathing grew weaker and weaker. Life was slowly slipping away. She finally made up her mind. Okay, I promise you, but you can't touch us. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Fine, I promise, it'll just be sleeping. Yi Qingxue fought back tears, picked up her younger sister, and stood up tremblingly. Her body was stiff as ice, and every step was incredibly difficult. Lin Yuan moved further into the bed and instructed, Sister, you sleep in the middle, and I'll sleep on the outside. Yi Qingxue did as she was told, placing her younger sister on the bed, then lying down on her side in the middle. Her back was to Lin Yuan, her body tense as a board. The 3 of them squeezed together on the small bed, the blankets covering them, the warmth of the electric blanket slowly spreading. Yi Qingxue's breathing seemed to have calmed down a little. But Yi Qingxue had stayed awake all night, not daring to relax for a moment. She could feel Lin Yuan's breath on her neck, making her whole body tingle. Although he said he wouldn't touch her, she didn't believe a man's words. The more desperate she felt, the more vigilant she had to be. Lin Yuan hadn't slept either, his hand still gripping the knife. He knew now wasn't the time to act. Although Yi Qingxue had agreed, her defenses hadn't crumbled. A hasty approach would only cause the situation to collapse. He had to wait, hold on for another day or 2, until they realized he was their only hope. Night deepened, and the room was deathly silent. Snowflakes swirled outside the window, and the distant howls of mutated wild dogs echoed. The second night of the apocalypse was longer and colder than the first. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister, tears silently streaming down her face, unable to sleep all night. Lin Yuan also stayed awake until dawn. That night, no one dared to relax. No one could sleep peacefully. This was the apocalypse. Ruthless, indifferent, cruel. Only scheming and the instinct for survival mattered. As dawn broke and the sky began to lighten, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and immediately checked his phone. The outside temperature was minus 40 degrees Celsius. He cursed under his breath, thinking, how can anyone survive in this awful weather? Even more frightening, ice began to form inside the room. Although the electric blanket was running continuously, the cold still seeped in everywhere. The frost on the walls grew thicker, the windows were almost completely sealed off, and the floor began to freeze. Lin Yuan finally felt the real cold. His hands and feet were numb, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He looked to his side and saw Yi Qingxue still in the same position as last night, tightly hugging her younger sister. Yi Qingyue's body was almost cold. If it weren't for her faint breathing, he would have thought she was already dead. These two sisters wouldn't last much longer. Lin Yuan got up and went to the refrigerator where there was only a packet of instant noodles and half a bottle of water left. Their last food supplies. After eating these, they would have nothing left. He took out instant noodles and water, went to the small stove in the corner, and boiled water on the induction cooker. 10 minutes later, the steaming hot instant noodles were served. He walked to the bedside and gently nudged Yi Qingxue. Wake up! Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes bloodshot and her face frighteningly pale, clearly indicating that she hadn't slept a wink all night. A chill crept into her bones, and she was so weak that even lifting her hand was difficult, her breathing unusually rapid. Lin Yuan placed the prepared instant noodles by the bedside, his tone gentle but direct, telling her to eat something. Yi Qingxue looked down at the bowl of noodles, which was almost completely steamed, then subconsciously glanced at her younger sister in her arms, her eyes filled with worry. She called her sister's name softly and gently shook her. Yi Qingyue opened her eyes with difficulty. Her lips were already purple from the cold, and she couldn't even utter a complete sentence, only managing to move her eyelids slightly. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and fed the soup little by little to her younger sister. Yi Qingyue forced down a few sips, her throat moved, and she soon fell into a deep sleep again, barely responding. She took a few sips herself, then handed the rest to Lin Yuan, her voice so weak it was almost inaudible, urging him to eat something as well. Lin Yuan didn't refuse, took the bowl, drank a few sips of soup, and picked up a few noodles. A bowl of instant noodles was shared and finished by the three of them. No one spoke because they all knew that this was their last food. Lin Yuan went to the refrigerator, took out the half-empty bottle of water, and carefully poured it into 3 cups, one for each person. After the water was finished, the bottle was empty, and the refrigerator was completely empty as well. He sat back down on the edge of the bed, staring at the empty refrigerator, his heart sinking. No food, no water. If this continued, the 3 of them wouldn't last another day. Yi Qingxue also realized the seriousness of the situation. She forced herself to sit up, picked up her phone, and dialed her father's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally answered. As soon as she spoke, her voice was hoarse. On the other end of the line, her father's voice was equally exhausted. It was clear he hadn't rested in a long time. Yi Qingxue explained the situation haltingly, saying that there was no food or water left at home, and asked when they could come to pick her up. Before she could finish speaking, the other end fell silent. After a long silence, Yi's father finally responded in a low voice, saying that the Yi family was also in crisis. The number of mutated creatures outside the city was increasing, and the rescue teams had suffered heavy losses, making it impossible for them to leave. He didn't give any promises about a time frame, only telling her that she must hold on and survive no matter what. His tone on the other end of the phone was clearly one of helplessness and pain. Tears streamed down Yi Qingxue's face as she said her younger sister was dying. Yi's father could only repeat, "I know," but could offer no further help. The call was finally disconnected, and the room fell silent again. Yi Qingxue stared blankly at her phone, tears streaming down her face, but she didn't even have the strength to cry out loud. Undeterred, she dialed the police number again. The dial tone rang repeatedly, but no one answered. She tried a different number, but the result was the same. Her phone slipped onto the bed, and she slumped down, feeling utterly drained. They couldn't rely on their family, and they couldn't contact the outside world. They were truly trapped here. Lin Yuan didn't comfort her. He simply walked to the window, drew back the curtains, and looked outside. The blizzard continued, even heavier than the previous 2 days, the entire world completely swallowed by white. The streets are teeming with mutated creatures. Giant mutant wild dogs run rampant in the snow, and twisted plant vines crawl all over the roads. The city is no longer recognizable as it once was. At the street corner, a frozen figure, as if in a fleeing pose, stood still, silently testifying to the cruel reality of the place. Lin Yuan drew the curtains and turned to look at the two sisters on the bed. Yi Qingxue was huddled up in a ball, hugging her younger sister, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Qingxue had completely lost consciousness. Time passed slowly, and day gradually turned into dusk. The temperature inside the room dropped lower and lower, and even with the electric blanket still running, it was no longer able to ward off the extreme cold. Yi Qingxue could clearly feel her body temperature dropping continuously. Her hands and feet were already numb. Her body was so stiff that she could hardly move, and her consciousness began to blur. She knew very well that if things continued like this, both she and her sister would die. At 6 o'clock in the evening, darkness completely fell, leaving only a faint light in the room. Seeing this, Lin Yuan finally made a decision to let Yi Qingxue go to bed and rest. She barely opened her eyes, glanced at him, but had no strength left to respond. The three of them squeezed onto the small single bed again. This time, Yi Qingxue didn't force herself to keep her distance. She was simply too cold and too tired. She lay in the middle, hugging her younger sister, her back to Lin Yuan, and leaned closer to him. Her cool back pressed against Lin Yuan's chest, her weak breathing coming in short bursts. Lin Yuan could clearly feel her frighteningly low body temperature and sense her trembling. But he made no inappropriate move, simply lying there quietly. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes. All her defenses crumbled at that moment. She no longer thought of dignity or principles. All she wanted now was to survive. Lin Yuan's body temperature, though limited, became her only source of warmth. That little warmth was a lifesaver for her. As night deepened, the room became unusually quiet. Occasionally, the howls of mutated wild dogs could be heard outside the window, but the three people on the bed simply huddled together for warmth. Yi Qingxue slowly fell asleep. This was her first real sleep since the apocalypse began. She no longer had the strength to resist. Lin Yuan only relaxed his guard slightly after confirming her breathing was steady. His hand still gripped the knife, but it was no longer as tense as before. The third night passed quietly. There were no cries, no struggles, only three people desperately trying to survive in the apocalypse, finding warmth in each other. Chapter 9, Compromise. Day 4, early morning. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the two sisters beside him. Yi Qingxue was still unconscious, her face as pale as a sheet of paper. His breathing was extremely weak, and his chest was barely rising and falling. Although Yi Qingxue was awake, she was in very poor condition. His eyes were unfocused, his lips were chapped, and he looked so weak that he might collapse at any moment. Lin Yuan picked up his phone. The screen displays, battery level 3%. He opened the weather app. Outdoor temperature, minus 45 degrees Celsius. Then the phone screen went black. The power is out. Lin Yuan put down his phone and looked out the window. The snow is still falling. It's bigger than yesterday. The whole world has been swallowed up by snow. He calculated the time. From the time I finished my last bowl of instant noodles yesterday morning until now, it has been 24 hours since it last ate. Lin Yuan felt hungry. Real hunger. My stomach is cramping and my body is feeling weak. The situation was even worse for the two sisters. They were already suffering from snow poisoning and their body temperature kept dropping. I haven't eaten anything for 24 hours now. If this continues, they will die within a few hours at most. The time has come. Lin Yuan thought to himself. He sat up and looked at Yi Qingxue. Can it still hold on? Yi Qingxue nodded with difficulty. She wanted to speak, but her lips were too dry to make a sound. Your sister is dying, Lin Yuan said calmly. If this continues, she will die. Tears streamed down Yi Qingxue's face. Of course she knew. She could feel her sister's body temperature was still dropping. His breathing became weaker and weaker. Life is slipping away little by little. Aren't you about to give up too? Lin Yuan continued. No food, no water, and her body temperature is still dropping. You'll die tonight at the latest. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. She didn't want to admit it, but what Lin Yuan said was true. She's indeed dying. I have a way to save you, Lin Yuan suddenly said. Yi Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked at him. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. W8. What method? His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. But you'll have to pay a price. Lin Yuan looked in her eyes and said word by word. Yi Qingxue was stunned for a moment. What price? Money. Our Yi family has plenty of money. I don't want money. Lin Yuan shook his head. What's the use of money in the apocalypse? Yi Qingxue's heart sank. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Then what do you want? Lin Yuan looked at her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then, he slowly opened his mouth. I want you. Boom. Yi Qingxue's mind went blank. She instantly understood what Lin Yuan meant. I don't want money. We don't need supplies. Instead, he wants her. I want her body. You. Yi Qingxue's body began to tremble. It's not because of the cold. It was anger. Immense anger. You really aren't a good person. Her voice was filled with hatred. These past few days, you've been doing this, right? You left us to freeze in the corner. You're starving us. You have driven us to despair. It's all for this moment. Yi Qingxue trembled all over, her eyes filled with anger and disgust. You beast! Lin Yuan did not refute. He simply looked at her calmly. You can think of it that way. His tone was very calm, as if he were talking about something trivial. But that's reality. You need me, and I need you. This is a deal. A fair trade. Fair. Yi Qingxue almost burst out laughing. You call this fair? You took advantage of my vulnerability and forced me to submit. Is that what you call fair? Lin Yuan shrugged. Did you have any other options? Yi Qingxue was stunned. Yes. Did she have any other choice? You can't rely on your family. The police cannot be contacted. My phone is out of battery. It was extremely cold outside, at minus 45 degrees Celsius. Mutant creatures are everywhere. They can't get out. No one can get in. There was only this man in front of me. That beast. They can be saved. But the price was her body. I won't agree. Ye vingu guritet hertit, her voice trembling. Then let's just wait to die. Lin Yuan turned around and lay back down on the bed. I'm hungry anyway, so saving my energy might give me another day to live. Yi Qingxue watched his retreating figure, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to yell at him. I want to hit him. I want to kill him. But she couldn't do it. She was too weak. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Time passed little by little. The room was completely silent. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister, tears streaming silently down her face. She looked at her sister's pale face, watching her weak breathing. My heart is breaking. Qingwei. Sorry. My sister is useless. Your older sister can't protect you. But, if I agree to him, will we be able to survive? Ye vingu gritet hertit, hermind inturmoid. She was the proudest child in her family since she was a child. The smartest, the calmest, and the most opinionated. I have never bowed my head to anyone. But now, is she really going to give herself to this beast just to save her life? Time slowly passed. Afternoon. Dusk. Night falls. Yi Qingxue's breathing grew weaker and weaker. His face grew paler and paler. The body temperature is getting lower and lower. Yi Qingxue could sense that her younger sister was about to die. I'm really about to die. She looked at her sister. Her tears had long since dried up. Qingwei, do you remember? When you were little, you said you would always follow your older sister when you grew up. Say that your sister is the person you love the most. She said her sister would always protect her. But now, how can your older sister protect you? Yi Qingxue closed her eyes. Tears streamed down her face again. She made a decision. Lin Yuan. She spoke, her voice hoarse. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at her. I promise you. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, each word she uttered feeling like it was cutting into her flesh. But you must keep your word. It really has to be something that can save us. Otherwise, she looked at Lin Yuan with icy eyes. If you're lying to me, I swear I'll kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I will still kill you. Lin Yuan nodded. I mean what I say. He got up and walked to the corner of the wall. Take a small bag out of the wardrobe. Open. Inside are some pills? Yi Qingxue couldn't see clearly, but she no longer had the strength to ask any further questions. All she knew was that she had made the most humiliating decision of her life. In order to survive, to save his sister, she wanted to give herself to this beast. It's late at night. Yi Qingwei was in a deep sleep, her breathing extremely weak. Lin Yuan glanced at her, then looked at Yi Qingxue. Are you ready? Yi Qingxue closed her eyes. Tears flowed silently. She imagined it was just a nightmare. After you wake up, everything will return to normal. She remains that aloof and unattainable beauty, that proud eldest daughter of the Yi family, the campus belle of Jiangxing University, instead of a pitiful woman who had to sell her body to survive. I'm ready. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. Bring it on. Just pretend you were pricked by a needle. She forced herself to think that way. It was just a prick from a needle. Just bear with it and it will pass. For my sister, in order to survive, she had to endure it. Lin Yuan looked at her, watching this proud woman crumble little by little in her desperate situation, slowly yielding. This is what he wanted. It's not about using force. Instead, it made her willing, although this willingness was filled with despair and humiliation. But at least it was her own choice. Lin Yuan reached out his hand. Much later, Yi Qingxue lay on the bed, her eyes vacant. My tears have long since dried up. She felt as if her soul had been torn to pieces. Pride, dignity, everything was completely destroyed in that instant. She is now just an empty shell, one who sold everything just to survive. Poor thing. Chapter 10. First item successfully unlocked. Day 5, early morning. 6 a.m. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked out the window. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The snow is still falling. He turned to look at his side. Yi Qingxue looked very haggard at the moment. Even in this state, her beauty was still breathtaking. That delicate face, high-nose bridge, long eyelashes. Lin Yuan looked at her, a complex emotion welling up inside him. In order to survive, he had no choice but to coerce them in this way. Although he succeeded, he knew it would be a huge blow to the two sisters. However, he quickly suppressed these emotions. Now is not the time to overthink it. He then looked to the other side. Yi Qingxue was still unconscious. Her face was pale, and her breathing was weak. Lin Yuan was just about to get up. Suddenly, bite! A crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Lin Yuan was startled. It's here. Congratulations, host, on successfully collecting your first goddess. The Unlimited Resources Blessing System is officially activated. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. It was a success. It really worked. The system is activated. He suppressed his excitement and maintained a calm demeanor. But inside, a storm was brewing. Ding! Detection indicates the goddess's genuine approval has been achieved. The system automatically matches supplies. Match successful. Currently generated resource, Frost Curse Cure. Generation rate, 1 per second. Generated, Frost Curse Cure X1. Generated, Frost Curse Cure X1. Generated, Frost Curse Cure X1. Lin Yuan listened to the notification, sounds that kept ringing in his mind. Every second, an antidote is generated. Moreover, it keeps piling up. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. He had made the right bet. Because of the randomness involved, Lin Yuan was actually deceiving Yi Qingxue to some extent. If the supplies don't match, then I'm sorry, the two sisters will just freeze to death. After all, these random supplies might not be life-saving. But under these circumstances, this was the easiest, least dangerous, and fastest solution Lin Yuan could think of. After all, there is currently no antidote for snow poison. 60 Frost Curse Cure generated. 60 in 1 minute. Generated. 3,600 antidote to Frost Curse. 3,600 in 1 hour. This is fucking. It's truly an unlimited supply. Lin Yuan was so excited he almost shouted. But he endured it. We must not let Yi Qingxue discover anything amiss. He pretended to be nonchalant and got up to walk to the corner. Open the system space. A virtual interface appeared in his mind. System space. Current supplies. Frost Curse Cure X120. Note, this resource will be continuously generated and can be used by the host at any time. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. First, I open the activated system panel. Unlimited Resource Blessing System. Host, Lin Yuan. Physical fitness, 8. Normal male is 10. Special ability, none. Currently collected goddess, Yi Qingxue, Leviticus 1. Unlocked item, Frost Curse Cure. There are even superpowers like those in novels. How do we obtain it? Unfortunately, these questions remain unanswered. Let's save these two sisters first. Retrieve 2 bottles of the antidote. Ding! 2 antidotes to the Frost Curse have been retrieved. The next second, 2 small bottles appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. A transparent glass bottle containing a pale blue liquid. It emits a faint glow. Lin Yuan looked at the 2 bottles of antidote and was overjoyed. It really exists. The system really did give him the antidote. He turned and walked back to the bedside. Yi Qingxue looked at what he was holding, her eyes still empty. She's become numb. They didn't care what Lin Yuan was going to do. Anyway, she had already lost everything. Drink it. Lin Yuan handed her a bottle of antidote. Yi Qingxue looked at the bottle of light blue liquid. What's this? His voice was hoarse and devoid of any emotion. Antidote, Lin Yuan said calmly. It can cure the snow poison in your bodies. Yi Qingxue was stunned for a moment. Then a wry smile. You're still lying to me. She didn't believe it. How could there possibly be an antidote? If I had one, I would have taken it out already. Why wait until now? Believe it or not. Lin Yuan shrugged. Anyway, I kept my word. Whether you drink it or not is up to you. Yi Qingxue looked at the bottle of antidote. She no longer had the strength to question it. And, even if it's poison, what does it matter? Anyway, she's already a walking corpse. Perhaps it would be better if you were dead. She took the antidote and unscrewed the bottle cap. Without hesitation, I drank it down in one gulp. The liquid enters the mouth and feels cold. But soon a warm current spread from my stomach. Yi Qingxue was stunned. What does this feel like? Warm and cozy. It seems something is flowing inside her. She could feel the biting chill slowly fading away. Lin Yuan picked up another bottle of antidote and walked to Yi Qingxue's side. He pried open her mouth, intending to pour the antidote inside. However, Yi Qingxue was in a deep coma and had completely lost the ability to swallow. The liquid had barely entered my mouth when it started to ooze out from the corner of my lips. Lin Yuan frowned. That won't do. We must make her drink it. He glanced at Yi Qingxue, who was still experiencing the effects of the medicine. The other person had their eyes closed, immersed in the changes in their body. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. This is a rare opportunity. He opened the bottle and took a sip of the antidote. Then he bent down. He pried open Yi Qingxue's mouth and pressed his lips against hers. The pale blue liquid slowly flowed from his mouth into the girl's mouth. Yi Qingxue's lips were soft, with a hint of coolness. But that soft touch stirred something within Lin Yuan. He slowly poured all the antidote into it. Then she gently pushed it with the tip of her tongue to make sure the liquid went down her throat. Ye vingu swallow it instinctively. The antidote successfully entered her body. Lin Yuan then straightened up. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He took both sisters' first kisses. This feeling, that felt great. What are you doing? An angry voice rang out. Lin Yuan turned his head. Yi Qingxue had already opened her eyes and was staring intently at him. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. She saw what just happened. This man, he actually kissed her sister when she wasn't paying attention. Give the medicine, Lin Yuan said calmly. She's too unconscious to drink. This is the only way. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. She wanted to yell at him. I wanted to rush up and hit him. But she knew that Lin Yuan was telling the truth. Qingwei really couldn't drink it. If she doesn't drink the antidote, she will die. So, this method, though despicable, was indeed saving her sister. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face again. She hates it. I hate my own incompetence. He hated himself for not even being able to protect his sister's first kiss. I hate this scoundrel. He actually did it without me noticing. She would rather take care of her sister herself. But she knew it even better. If it weren't for this man, she and her sister would have died long ago. We can only endure it. Time passed by, second by second. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, waiting quietly. Yi Qingxue sat there blankly, sensing the changes within her body. The chill was really fading. My hands and feet started to regain sensation. My body is no longer so stiff. She could feel her body temperature rising. Is this true? Is there really an antidote? Yi Qingxue couldn't believe it. But changes in the body don't lie. 10 minutes later. Sister, a weak voice rang out. Yi Qingxue turned around abruptly. Qingwei. Yi Qingwei opened her eyes. Although still very weak, her eyes were no longer unfocused. His complexion was no longer so pale. Her lips changed from purplish black to light pink. Sister, I don't think I'm cold anymore. Yi Qingwei said weakly. I feel my body is getting warmer. Yi Qingxue was stunned. Then tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Qingwei. She hugged her younger sister and cried her heart out. You're awake. You're all right. The two sisters hugged each other and wept bitterly. The joy of surviving a disaster. The relief of escaping death. It also serves as an outlet for all the fear, despair, and humiliation I've experienced these past few days. It all turned into tears and flowed out. Lin Yuan stood aside, watching this scene unfold. There was no fluctuation in my heart. He was just laughing hysterically to himself. It was a success. It really worked. The system is activated. He has unlimited supplies. Although, currently, only one item has been unlocked, the Frost Curse Cure. But that's enough. What if the item that was randomly unlocked wasn't the antidote, but something like a down comforter or a weapon? Then Yi Qingxue and her sister would really have no choice but to wait for death. But since he won the bet, it must be fate. System notification. List of unlocked resources. 1. Antidote to Frost Curse. Permanently spawns. 1 per second. Source Goddess. Yi Qingxue. Resource level. Level 1. Note. Collecting each goddess will randomly unlock a new resource. Ding. Important notice. Goddess resource level explanation. Each goddess unlocks resources with an independent level system. Initial level. Level 1. Upgrade requirements. Establish a strong bond with the corresponding goddess and increase affinity. Upgrade effect. Improved resource quality. Leviticus 1 Lev.2 Lev.3. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly as he looked at the system notification. Is there such a mechanism? In other words, you can unlock new resources not only by collecting more goddesses. Can you also improve the quality of resources by building deep bonds with the goddesses you've collected? It seems that what the system needs is genuine trust and emotional connection. For example, the current cure for the Frost Curse is Leviticus 1. If I upgrade to level 2, will it become an advanced antidote or a permanent immunity potion? If you upgrade to level 3, level 4, a surge of excitement welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. This system is even more powerful than he imagined. The antidote is now available, and it will be permanently generated. But water and food are still a problem. The supplies he had stockpiled would last him at most 2 or 3 more days. We must find a solution. Either go out and loot. Either collect more goddesses to unlock more resources. But now he must remain calm. We must not let Yi Qingxue see through our disguise. Yi Qingxue cried for a long time before she gradually calmed down. She held her younger sister, feeling her sister's body temperature return to normal. Then she raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. His eyes held a complex expression. There was shock. It's unbelievable. And a trace of gratitude? Oh, you really have the antidote. Yi Qingxue's voice was hoarse. I said it, and I mean it. Lin Yuan said calmly. Ye vingu guritet hertit. She wanted to ask why it hadn't been taken out sooner. Why make him suffer so much? Why? Why force her to pay that price? But she couldn't bring herself to ask, because she knew the answer. This man was scheming against them from the very beginning. Let them despair. Make them break down. They had no choice but to submit. Only after they submitted did they produce the antidote. Even if they were saved, they wouldn't dare to resist him. Because he was the one who gave me the antidote. He saved my life. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her face again. She hates it. I hate this man. I hate this apocalypse. I hate my own incompetence. But she knew it even better. Hate won't change anything. Her and her sister's lives were in this man's hands. They had no choice but to listen to him. At least for now, this is the only way. Thank you. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and uttered those 2 words. Every word felt like it was cutting into her flesh. But she had to say it, because that's reality. Lin Yuan nodded without saying anything. He walked to the corner and took out the only 2 bottles of mineral water left from the supplies he had previously stockpiled. This is his last remaining stock. I originally planned to drink it myself. But now, oh well, at least we survived. Lin Yuan handed them the water. Drink it. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei took the water and drank in big gulps. I haven't had water in so long. This cool mineral water is simply nectar. After drinking the water, the 2 sisters looked much better. Although he is still very weak, at least he is no longer in a state of near death. Are you hungry? Lin Yuan asked. Ye vingu and ye vingu nodded. They hadn't eaten for almost 2 days. Now that my body has recovered somewhat, the feeling of hunger has returned. Lin Yuan turned around and rummaged through the corner to find the last 3 packs of compressed biscuits. This was the last bit of food he had stockpiled. They could have held on for another 2 days. But now there are 2 more people. It was gone in one meal. Lin Yuan handed the cookies to them. Yi Qingxue took the cookies and looked at the packaging. Compressed biscuits. Is this all? But she didn't say anything. She silently tore open the packaging, ate half of it herself, and fed the other half to her younger sister. Lin Yuan also ate a packet. The 3 of them ate quietly. No one spoke. The only sound in the room was chewing. After eating the cookies, the 2 sisters looked a little better. Although still very weak, at least I have some strength now. Yi Qingxue leaned against the headboard with her eyes closed. She was wondering what to do next. Lin Yuan had the antidote and saved them. But the water is gone. There's no food left either. How much longer can they hold out? She didn't know, but she knew that her and her sister's lives were now in this man's hands. We have no choice but to listen to him. Outside the window, the snow is still falling. The world is still so cold. But for Lin Yuan, everything had changed. He has a system now, although currently only the antidote is available. But this has already proven the value of the system. If only we could collect more goddesses. He will then be able to unlock more resources. Water, food, weapons, building materials. Everything will be all right. The end times have only just begun, and he was already standing at the very front of the starting line. Lin Yuan looked at the snow outside the window, then at the 2 weak sisters on the bed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ye Vingyu. It hasn't been collected by the system yet. In other words, there is one more chance to unlock the supplies. If you're lucky, the next one will unlock either water or food. That would be perfect. But if it weren't for, then we'll have to think of other solutions. Chapter 11, Waiting for an Opportunity. Day 5, noon. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the 2 sisters sleeping soundly beside him. Yi Qingxue's complexion improved a lot. Although it was still somewhat pale, at least it was no longer that deathly pallor. His breathing has become steady. Yi Qingxue leaned against the headboard with her eyes closed, seemingly resting. But Lin Yuan knew she wasn't asleep. You could tell from her slightly furrowed brows and her eyelashes that fluttered from time to time. Lin Yuan got up quietly. He walked to the corner and opened the old plastic storage box. It was completely empty inside. The 2 bottles of mineral water and the 3 packs of compressed biscuits I gave the 2 sisters yesterday. It was his last remaining stock. Now, there's nothing left. The water is gone. The food is gone. Antidote? The antidote, however, is unlimited. But you can't eat that stuff. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He was making plans in his mind. Under normal circumstances, an adult male can survive for about 5 to 7 days without eating. But that's assuming there's water available. Without water, 3 days at most. And now it's the end of the world. The temperature is extremely low, below minus 40 degrees Celsius. Even indoors, the temperature is only a few degrees below zero. The body consumes more energy to maintain its temperature. Lin Yuan made an estimate. I originally had 3 packs of compressed biscuits, which should last me 2 days. But we ate it all yesterday. In other words, from now on, he could only last 2 to 3 days on his own at most. And Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwe, their physical condition was weaker than his. Moreover, he was poisoned by snow. Although the antidote controlled the poisoning, his body is still in the recovery phase. They probably won't last even 2 days. If the 3 of them are together, everyone will starve to death. Lin Yuan walked to the window, lifted a corner of the tattered curtain, and looked outside. The world outside the window is a silvery white. The snow is still falling. There is no sign of it stopping. The streets are covered with more than a meter of snow. The entire urban village was eerily silent. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted downwards. Downstairs, he saw a monster. That was a stray dog. At least, it used to be a stray dog. Now its body has doubled in size, and most of its fur has fallen off, revealing dark red muscles underneath. His eyes turned an eerie scarlet red. It was drooling and sniffing at something in the snow. Mutant organism. Lin Yuan saw the news report the next day. Some animals, after being exposed to snow poison, not only did not die, but also mutated. To become stronger, more ferocious, and more bloodthirsty. Driven by hunger, these mutated creatures will attack any living thing, including humans. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and drew the curtains. Go out and scavenge for supplies? The mortality rate is too high. That mutated stray dog is still wandering downstairs. And who knows how many more of these things are on the road. Not to mention, at temperatures below minus 40 degrees Celsius, an average person would get frostbite in less than 10 minutes outside. Lin Yuan silently calculated the risks in his mind. Going out to loot would result in a mortality rate of at least 50%. Isn't this just sending them to their deaths? Lin Yuan would never take a risk unless he was 99% certain. Unless it's a life or death situation. Moreover, even if they manage to scavenge some supplies, it will only prolong their lives by a few more days. It's not worth it. That's not worth it at all. He decided to postpone any adventurous trips. Unless absolutely necessary. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the two sisters on the bed. Yi Qingxue opened her eyes. She stared at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. There was fear, vigilance, humiliation, and a barely perceptible dependence. Water and food are all gone. Yi Qingxue's voice was very soft. With a hoarse voice. Lin Yuan nodded, without denying it. Yeah, that's all. Ye vingu bitadip. She paused for a few seconds, then tentatively asked, Then, can you do what? Could you let us go? When Yi Qingxue said this, her eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. I can give you money. Lots of money. My father is the chairman of the Yi Group. If you let us go back, I guarantee you a large sum of money. 1 million? No, 5 million. Enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. Her voice grew more and more urgent as she spoke. Besides, my dad knows a lot of people. He has connections and resources. These are the most important things in the apocalypse, right? As long as you let us go, I promise I won't hold you accountable for what you did to us. We can pretend nothing happened. Lin Yuan sneered after hearing this. Do you think you can even get to your house in your current state? We can call someone to come and pick us up. My phone is dead. Lin Yuan interrupted her. Besides, given the state of things outside, do you think your father's men can get here? Yi Qingxue was speechless. Of course, she knew it would be difficult, but she still wanted to give it a try. We can wait. Wait until the weather gets better. Wait until it's safer outside. By then, you'll have long since starved to death. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, but every word was like a knife stabbing into Yi Qingxue's heart. I reckon they won't even be able to get out of the building. You saw what was happening outside the window, didn't you? Those mutated creatures specifically hunt living people. You two girls are no good in terms of stamina, speed, or fighting ability. Going out means death. Yi Qingxue fell silent. Because what Lin Yuan said was true. She also saw outside the window. I saw those terrifying creatures roaming in the snow. I saw corpses scattered all over the ground, like ice sculptures. This world, it's no longer the world she knew. At this moment, Yi Qingwei on the bed stirred and opened her eyes. She looks much better. At least I have the strength to open my eyes. Sister, Yi Qingwei called out weakly. Yi Qingxue immediately turned around and took her sister's hand. Qingwei, you're awake? How are you feeling? I'm much better. Yi Qingyue's voice was soft, but much stronger than yesterday. It's just a bit cold and a bit hungry. Just bear with it. Your sister will find a way. Yi Qingxue almost burst into tears when she said this. What method? What can she do? Yi Qingwei looked at her sister, then at Lin Yuan, standing by the window. She seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. Sister, when can we go home? Her voice carried a naive doubt. It seems like they're just asking a very simple question. Yi Qingxue and Lin Yuan exchanged a glance. Neither of them spoke. Go home. How should I reply? Yi Qingwen noticed her sister's evasive gaze, and a sense of unease rose in her heart. Sister, is it that we can't go back? Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, trying hard to control her emotions. We will go back, Qingwe. Your sister will definitely take you back. But that statement lacked conviction. Even she herself didn't believe it. Lin Yuan looked at the two sisters and spoke calmly. It's too dangerous outside. He walked to the bedside, his tone still calm. Going out means death. All we could do now is wait. Wait until the number of mutated creatures outside decreases. Wait until the weather gets a little better. Or, Lin Yuan paused for a moment, looked at the two sisters, and said meaningfully, or we could try another approach. He didn't finish his sentence. But that look made Yi Qingxue instantly understand what he meant. Other methods. What method? What other options are there? Yi Qingxue held her younger sister's hand tightly, her nails digging into her palm. Lin Yuan turned around and walked back to the window to continue observing the situation outside. Silence fell over the room. Only the howling of the wind and snow outside the window. Looking at her younger sister's weak face, Yi Qingxue felt as if something was tugging at her heart. She remembered what Lin Yuan had said to her the night before. "I want you willingly." She knew then that this man wouldn't let them off easily. And now, all the supplies are gone. All three of them will starve to death. Unless Yi Qingxue dared not think any further. She closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Lin Yuan stood by the window, looking at the snow outside. He is waiting. Wait until they despair. Wait until they break down. Wait for them to compromise on their own initiative. Time was on his side. Hunger was also on his side. But he also has an antidote to prolong his life. Although the antidote can't be eaten, it can at least maintain basic life functions. He held an antidote in his mouth, its weak effects circulating within him, barely suppressing his hunger. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue do not have this condition. They will only get weaker and weaker. I'm getting more and more desperate. At that time, Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Chapter 12, Yi Qingxue. This man is up to something. Day 6. I haven't eaten for a whole day. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. His face was somewhat pale, and his lips were chapped. But compared to his two sisters, he is in relatively good condition. Yi Qingwe lay on the bed, curled up in a ball. She looked terrible, and cold sweat was beading on her forehead. "Sis, I'm so hungry," she said weakly. The sound was so soft, it was almost inaudible. Yi Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed, holding her younger sister's hand tightly. She was also very hungry. "My stomach is cramping, I'm dizzy, and my whole body feels weak." But she held on. She couldn't give up. At least I can't fall down in front of my sister." "Be patient, Qingwe," Yi Qingxue said softly. "It will be all right." But that's a weak argument. How can I get better? There was no food and no water. If this continues, they will all die. Yi Qingwe weakly turned her head to look at Lin Yuan, who was leaning against the wall. Lin Yuan, aren't you hungry?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at her. "Hungry?" His voice was also a little hoarse. "But I can hold out a little longer than you." He was telling the truth. Men have a lower body fat percentage than women, but more muscle mass and a higher basal metabolic rate. When not eating, men can actually last longer. Moreover, Lin Yuan has another advantage. He secretly swallowed a pill to cure the frost curse. Although the antidote's main function is to combat snow poison, it also has a slight effect on maintaining vital functions. This will at least allow him to hold on for a day or two longer. But he won't say these things. Yi Qingxue stared at Lin Yuan. Her eyes held a complex expression. Having been hungry all day, her mind actually became clearer. Perhaps her survival instinct triggered her rationality. She was carefully observing Lin Yuan. Observe his every expression and every movement. Then she began to analyze it in her mind. This man, that's strange. Very strange. First, he possesses a miraculous medicine capable of curing snow poison. It's important to know that snow poison is something that only appears when the apocalypse arrives. Medical institutions and research institutes around the world have not found a cure. Countless people have died from snow poisoning. But the man produced the antidote. And there were 2 bottles. It just so happened that it saved her and her sister. What a coincidence. That's too coincidental to be normal. Secondly, he lived in this dilapidated single room. A single room in an urban village, 25 square meters, with a monthly rent of 700 yuan and no kitchen. Instant noodle boxes were piled up in the corner, and the table was covered with takeout packaging. This is the home of a poor, reclusive man. But how could a poor, reclusive man possibly possess such an incredible drug? These two things don't match at all. If he really had such a drug, he would have sold it to the wealthy, to government officials, or to anyone willing to pay a high price long ago. After all, this thing has considerable research value. Any bottle of that can sell for an astronomical price. Why does he still live in such a dilapidated place? That's illogical. That makes absolutely no sense. Third, his condition. Yi Qingxue secretly observed for a whole day. Lin Yuan was indeed very weak. His face was pale, his lips were chapped, and his eyes were tired. These are all true. But he was in much better shape than them. She and her sister were too weak to get out of bed. But Lin Yuan could still walk, talk, and even had the strength to stand by the window and observe the outside world. Although he said it was due to differences in physical constitution. But is that really all there is to it? The more Yi Qingxue thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. This man, There must be a secret, and it's a big secret. She took a deep breath and decided to test the waters. Your antidotes. Yi Qingxue spoke, her voice very soft. Where did it come from? Lin Yuan looked at her, his expression calm. Secret. The answer was straightforward. It means there is no explanation whatsoever. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and continued to ask. Do you have more? Is there an antidote? That's all. Lin Yuan remained calm. You can have both of those bottles. Yi Qingxue stared into his eyes, trying to find a flaw in them. But Lin Yuan's eyes were too calm. There was no sign of any disturbance. That. Yi Qingxue was silent for a few seconds, then gritted her teeth and asked the most crucial question. Do you have any other way to get supplies? This time, Lin Yuan did not answer immediately. He remained silent for a long time. So long that Yi Qingxue thought he wouldn't answer anymore. But just when she was about to give up, maybe, Lin Yuan finally spoke. He turned around and looked at Yi Qingxue. That look in his eyes was very meaningful. But it requires special conditions. Yi Qingxue's heart jumped instantly. What are the conditions? She practically gritted her teeth as she said those words. Explain. Lin Yuan did not answer. He just stared at Yi Qingxue without saying a word. That look, it looked as if they were examining some precious treasure. It's like assessing the value of some product. Ye Vingu understood instantly. Her face turned deathly pale. You're trying to make a move on my sister? Her voice trembled, filled with anger and fear. You beast! Yi Qingxue also sensed that something was wrong. She huddled on the bed, her eyes filled with terror. Lin Yuan remained expressionless. I only said maybe. His voice was calm. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If things continue like this, all three of us will starve to death. Yi Qingxue bit her lip hard, tears welling up in her eyes. She wanted to yell at him. I wanted to rush up and hit him. But she knew her current condition. She could barely stand up, let alone have the strength to hit someone. And what if he's telling the truth? What if he actually manages to get the supplies? Just in case. No. Yi Qingxue frantically denied this idea in her mind. Impossible. That's complete nonsense. How could an ordinary person possibly have this ability? Sleeping with your sister will conjure up supplies? What kind of utter illogical nonsense is this? It's definitely a scam. This pervert is definitely trying to take advantage of us. He wanted to take advantage of his sister. Yi Qingxue tried hard to convince herself. But those antidotes are real. She and her sister were indeed cured. Those antidotes do exist. So, could he really possess some kind of ability that she can't comprehend? No, that's impossible. Yi Qingxue's thoughts became chaotic. Reason told her that it was all a scam. But reality told her that this man was indeed different. Those antidotes, where did it come from? Who exactly is he? Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Yuan with an indescribable complexity in her eyes. She realized she couldn't understand this man at all. It's completely unfathomable. Lin Yuan was also looking at her. He could see that Yi Qingxue was struggling. I have doubts. In analysis. In an attempt to find out the truth. But she couldn't find it. Because the truth is too absurd. It was so absurd that she couldn't possibly believe it. System? Rebirth? These kinds of bizarre things that only appear in novels. Who would believe them if I told them? Therefore, Lin Yuan does not need an explanation. He just needs to wait. Wait until hunger destroys their rationality. Despair will destroy their pride. They will have no choice but to compromise. By then, they will come to him on their own initiative. Silence fell in the room once again. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister, tears streaming silently down her face. Yi Qingxue trembled all over, her eyes filled with fear and unease. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. The snow is still falling outside. The temperature is still dropping. In his small private room, the air was so thick it was suffocating. Yi Qingxue kept replaying the conversation in her mind. Perhaps, but it requires special conditions. I only said maybe, believe it or not, it's up to you. If things continue like this, all three of us will starve to death. These words swirled in her mind like a curse. She looked at Lin Yuan. This man, what secret is it? Where did those antidotes come from? Is the solution he mentioned real or fake? Are she and her sister really bound by some kind of condition? This is absurd. It feels so real. Ye vingu falter verlieu collapsing. After the apocalypse, she witnessed too many incredible things. Snow falls from the sky, snow poison spreads, mutated creatures. The world had become unrecognizable to her. So, could there really be some kind of supernatural power? Could there really be something that she can't understand? Yi Qingxue didn't know. All she knew was that her and her sister's lives were now in this man's hands. And this man, she couldn't see through it at all. Night falls. There are no lights. The power has been cut off for a long time. In the darkness, the three remained silent. Lin Yuan silently counted down in his mind. How many more days can we hold on? 2 days? 3 days? Unimportant. The important thing is, how much longer can Yi Qingxue hold on? How long can her rationality hold out? Lin Yuan was very patient. He can wait, because time is on his side. Chapter 13. Sisters on the verge of collapse. Early morning. Yi Qingxue opened her eyes. She had not eaten for 2 whole days. The hunger was so intense that she could barely think. My stomach is cramping terribly, like a knife is churning inside. I feel dizzy and my vision is blurry. Black spots appear in my field of vision from time to time. My lips were so dry, they were bleeding, and my tongue was as dry as a piece of wood. But she forced herself to stay awake. We must remain alert. We must think about this. She looked at her younger sister beside her. Yi Qingxue's condition is even worse. His face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was so weak that it was almost inaudible. He was curled up in a ball. His lips were purple. If this continues, my sister will die. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, trying hard to suppress the panic in her heart. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Yuan by the wall. Yi Qingxue stared at him, her gaze growing colder and colder. She went through it all in her mind again. Lin Yuan said, "There might be a way, but it requires special conditions." Then he stared at Qingyue. The meaning is already quite clear. He wanted Qingyue's body. In exchange, he said he could get supplies. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. This is utter nonsense. That's complete nonsense. How could an ordinary person possibly have this ability? Can sleeping with someone conjure up supplies? What kind of a logical nonsense is this? Even in the apocalypse, such an absurd thing couldn't possibly happen. It's definitely a scam. It must be this pervert trying to take advantage of her sister during the apocalypse. Yes, that must be it. Yi Qingxue became more and more certain the more she thought about it. Those antidotes, although I don't know where it came from, maybe it was something he had hoarded before? Or did you get it from some other source? In short, it couldn't be any supernatural force. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yi Qingxue made a decision. She was going to take a gamble, betting that Lin Yuan is lying. I'm betting he has no way out. He's just an ordinary, sleazy, opportunistic pervert. I don't believe you. Ye Vingu spoke. The voice was weak but firm. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her. I don't believe your nonsense. Yi Qingxue stared into his eyes and said, word by word, if you really had a solution, why didn't you bring it up sooner? Why wait until now? You're just a pervert. He wants to take advantage of my sister during this apocalypse. She spoke very directly and decisively. Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged after hearing this. He just stared at her coldly. No explanation. I'm not angry. Just watch. That look made Yi Qingxue feel a little uneasy. But she cannot back down. She continued. You live in this rundown place, a single room in an urban village that costs 700 yuan a month. Instant noodle boxes were piled up in the corner, and the table was covered with takeout wrappers. You're penniless yourself. You probably don't have many supplies left, right? Do you think it's worth it if the 3 of us starve to death together? Yi Qingxue tried to persuade him with logic. Try to make him understand that continuing like this will not benefit anyone. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply looked at her calmly, as if she were a clown. A long time passed, so long that Yi Qingxue thought he wouldn't answer. Lin Yuan finally spoke. You're right. His voice was calm. I live in this rundown place, so I really don't have many supplies. If the 3 of us starve to death together, it won't benefit anyone. Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up. Is there a chance? Is he going to compromise? But the next second, Lin Yuan's words made her heart sink to the bottom. But Lin Yuan slowly stood up and walked to the window. I can hold on longer than you guys, that's a fact. He lifted a corner of the curtain and looked outside. An average adult male can survive for 5 to 7 days without eating. Women only have 3 to 5 days. Moreover, you've also been poisoned by snow, so your constitutions were already weak. Although the antidote has controlled the condition, the body is still in the recovery phase. You probably won't even last 3 days. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the two sisters. So, even if the three of us die together, you'll be the first to die, and I can live another day or two. He spoke too calmly. He was as calm as if he were stating an objective fact. There was no emotional fluctuation. She found herself unable to refute it, because what Lin Yuan said was indeed true. She has been observing for the past 2 days. Although Lin Yuan was also weak, he was in better condition than them. He can still walk. He can still talk. She still had the energy to stand by the window and observe what was outside. She and her sister were so weak that they couldn't get out of bed. Could it be that he really has some kind of wrong? Yi Qingxue frantically denied this idea in her mind. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's just a little healthier than them. That's all. There is no supernatural power involved. There are no mysterious abilities involved. He was just an ordinary person. A pervert who wants to take advantage of others. Yi Qingxue told herself this. But her speculation is wavering. Because reality is what it is. My sister is dying. She herself was also nearing her breaking point. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was still able to stand and speak. This gap, is it really just a difference in physical constitution? Yi Qingxue didn't know. She was unsure. But she couldn't give up. There could be no compromise. Absolutely not. She closed her eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Silence fell over the room. Time passed little by little. Day turned into night. Night. There was no moonlight, no lamplight. The whole world was plunged into darkness. Yi Qingwei woke up groggily. She felt like she was dreaming. A very, very long nightmare. In my dream, there was snow, cold, and hunger. And fear. She tried to open her eyes. In the darkness, she could vaguely make out her sister's silhouette. My sister is crying. She could hear faint sobs. Sister, Yi Qingwei called out weakly. Yi Qingxue suddenly turned around and grasped her younger sister's hand. Qingwei, you're awake. Sister, are you crying? Yi Qingxue did not answer. She simply held her sister's hand tightly. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Sister, what happened? Yi Qingwei sensed that something was wrong. My sister isn't the type to cry easily. From childhood to adulthood, my older sister has always been the strongest. No matter what difficulties she encounters, my sister can always deal with them calmly. But now, my sister is crying, and she cried very sadly. Elder sister, Yi Qingwei struggled to raise her hand, trying to wipe away her sister's tears. But she was too weak. The moment he raised his hand, it fell limply to the ground. Sodi, Yi Qingxue finally spoke. Her voice was choked with sobs. Qingwei, sister can't protect you. What? Yi Qingwei didn't hear clearly. Sister, it's no use. Yi Qingxue said, crying. Sister, maybe, can't protect you anymore. He spoke these words haltingly. Every word seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. Yi Qingwei was stunned. Although she was weak, her mind was still working. My sister said she couldn't protect her. That man, Lin Yuan. The atmosphere yesterday. My sister's tears. Yi Qingwei slowly pieced together the truth. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. Sister, is it that man? Yi Qingxue did not speak. He just hugged his sister even tighter. Tears fell like beads from a broken string. You understood. She understood everything. Lin Yuan wanted her. In exchange, supplies might be given. But my sister didn't believe it. My sister thinks he's lying. So my sister refused. But they were dying. If I don't eat, I really will die. A myriad of emotions surged within Yi Qingwei. Shock, anger, fear, shame. But the strongest feeling was heartache. I feel so sorry for my sister. I feel so sorry for my sister, who is willing to do anything to protect her. Sister, don't cry. Yi Qingwei said weakly. No, it's not your fault. It's my fault. It's my fault for being so useless. The two sisters embraced and wept bitterly in the darkness. Lin Yuan, standing by the wall, listened quietly. He didn't speak. I just closed my eyes and waited. Time continues to flow. Despair continues to spread. And he is still waiting. The moment they completely break down. Chapter 14, Resource Scarcity. A choice between life and death. Day 8. The morning light shone through the worn curtains into the small 25 square meter single room. But this faint light could not dispel the deathly silence in the room. Yi Qingwei lay on the bed, her eyes beginning to glaze over. She had not eaten for 3 whole days. 3 days. For an average young girl, this is already close to the limit. Her face was as pale as a corpse. His lips were purple and cracked, covered in bloodstains. His breathing was so faint it was almost inaudible. She curled up in a blanket, trembling all over. She was cold. It's very cold. It's not just because of the room temperature being below -10 degrees Celsius. It's also because bodily functions are collapsing. There is no food to provide energy. The body is unable to maintain a normal body temperature. She felt like she was slowly freezing to death. Yi Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed, forcing herself to take care of her younger sister. Her condition wasn't much better either. They had not eaten for 3 days. Both were cases of extreme hunger. Her eyes were sunken, her cheekbones were prominent, and she looked much thinner. My hands were trembling uncontrollably. Vision is blurred. My consciousness would occasionally wander. But she cannot fall. She had to stay by her sister's side. I must stay with my younger sister, even if it's just dying with her. Qingwei, Qingwei. Yi Qingxue gently patted her younger sister's face. Wake up, don't sleep. But Yi Qingwei did not react. She had fallen into a semi-comatose state. Yi Qingxue's tears flowed again. It's over. It's really over. Lin Yuan opened his eyes by the wall. His complexion was also very bad. Pale, haggard with tired eyes. But he was still conscious. I can still think. I still have the strength to sit up. Lin Yuan secretly put a pill of the antidote to the frost curse into his mouth. The weak effects of the medicine circulated within his body, barely sustaining his vital functions. Although the antidote can't be eaten as food, it can at least alleviate some of the weakness. Let him hold on for a day or 2 longer. He looked at the 2 sisters lying on the bed, barely alive. I can hold on for a few more days. Lin Yuan said calmly. What about you? Yi Qingxue suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred. But she couldn't speak. She was too weak. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the window. He was making plans in his mind. How much longer can Yi Qingxue hold on? 1 day? Long time? Or should we compromise now? If she doesn't compromise... Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. He could force them, but that wouldn't be recognized by the system. The system requires genuine acceptance, not forced submission. Lin Yuan considered it for a moment, then shook his head. No, forcing it won't work. First, given Yi Qingxue's current state, she will definitely resist fiercely. Although she was very weak, she fought like a cornered beast. If he really angers her, and she fights back desperately, it will be detrimental to him as well. Secondly, and more importantly, what the system needs is genuine recognition. What is obtained by force will never be recognized by the system. Furthermore, subsequent resource level upgrades require establishing strong bonds. How can something obtained by force possibly have any lasting connection? Therefore, it still requires them to trust him willingly. At the very least, they need to feel that following him is the best option. Lin Yuan then thought of another idea. Actually, he could have easily made the 2 sisters drink boiling water containing snow poison. The power hasn't completely stopped working in the last few days. You can boil snow water. Although snow water is poisonous, its toxicity may be reduced after boiling. Then take the antidote for the frost curse. Maybe we can exploit a bug to get both water and detoxification. This method is theoretically feasible, but Lin Yuan quickly dismissed the idea. 2 reasons. First, if this method really works, he drank it himself, but didn't give it to his sisters. That would definitely trigger a stress response in them. In the end times, the human heart is most vulnerable to testing. At that time, Yi Qingxue will definitely question him frantically and may even fight to the death. The already tense relationship will completely break down. Second, there is too much uncertainty. This method is purely speculative. Nobody knows if it will work. What if it doesn't work? What if someone drinks snow water and the antidote can't suppress the poison? That person died. After all, the human body is so deeply poisoned just from contact with it. If one of the sisters were to try it, what if she died? For Lin Yuan, that was a huge loss. If I die, what if the supplies become ineffective? He was left without a supply. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. So, the safest and best way is to unlock new resources from Yi Qingwei. Once Yi Qingwei is collected, the system will randomly generate new resources. If you're lucky, it will generate water or food. That will be perfect. Therefore, the current strategy is boil. Keep going. They endured until Yi Qingxue was completely desperate. I waited until she had no choice but to compromise. Then she willingly handed her younger sister over to him. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Time is still on his side. He turned around and looked at the two sisters on the bed. Yi Qingxue looked at her younger sister in despair. Yi Qingyue's breathing grew weaker and weaker. If this continues, we might not make it through today. Finally, Yi Qingxue broke down. Please, she said, crying. His voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. Please give my sister some food. She knelt on the bed, tears streaming down her face. I'm willing to do anything. Please save her. Lin Yuan looked at her, his expression remaining calm. I already said that. His voice was cold. I want your sister, not you. Yi Qingxue trembled all over. She looked up, her eyes filled with despair and anger. You beast! She screamed. Although she was very weak, anger gave her the last bit of strength she had left. You're dreaming. I'd rather we starve to death together. I will absolutely not let you touch my sister. Absolutely not. Lin Yuan simply shrugged after hearing this. Whatever. He turned around and walked back to the wall. Anyway, you'll be the ones dying first, not me. Then he stopped paying attention to her. Leaning against the wall, I closed my eyes. It's as if they really don't care anymore. Yi Qingxue watched his retreating figure, then looked at her younger sister. She hugged Yi Qingwei and burst into tears. Qingwei, I'm sorry. Sister really has no other choice. She cried her heart out, but the crying grew weaker and weaker, because she had no strength left. She's gambling. She bet Lin Yuan was lying to her. I'm betting he has no way to deal with it. He's just a pervert who wants to take advantage of others. If she persists, he will eventually starve to death. It's better for us all to die together than better for my sister to be violated by him. Yi Qingxue convinced herself in this way. But my sister is really dying. She could feel her sister's body temperature getting lower and lower. His breathing became weaker and weaker. Life is slipping away, little by little. Maybe in a few hours my sister will really die. Yi Qingxue felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Just then, Yi Qingwei weakly opened her eyes. She saw her sister crying. With the last of his strength, he uttered a few words. Sis, I'm so cold. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. I'm so hungry. After saying that, she closed her eyes again. He fell into a coma. Yi Qingxue looked at her younger sister, looking at her pale face, looking at her chapped lips, watching her increasingly weak breathing. Her heart was broken. It's completely shattered. Qingwei. She shook her younger sister frantically. But the younger sister did not respond. There was absolutely no response. Yi Qingxue finally realized. My sister might really be going to die. Right in front of her. Right in her arms. To die slowly. No, don't. Yi Qingxue said, crying. Don't die. Please. Don't die. But my sister can't hear me. She has fallen into a deep coma. Perhaps he will never wake up. Holding her younger sister, Yi Qingxue felt as if her whole world had collapsed. Lin Yuan, who was standing by the wall, opened his eyes. He looked at Yi Qingxue, who was holding her younger sister and crying bitterly. His gaze remained calm. There was not a shred of pity, only indifference. And then, he is waiting for Yi Qingxue to make her final choice. He watched helplessly as his sister died. Still, compromise. Chapter 15, I kept my word. Day 9. The morning light shone through the dirty curtains onto Yi Qingwei, who was lying on the bed, barely alive. Her face was completely bloodless. The lips had changed from a dry, purplish-black color to a deathly gray. He was like an empty shell, drained of all life. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister, her hands trembling uncontrollably. She could clearly feel that her sister's body temperature was still dropping. It's already dangerously low. It's colder than yesterday. It's colder than the day before yesterday. It was as cold as a block of ice. Qingwei. Yi Qingxue gently patted her younger sister's cheek, but there was no response. Yi Qingwei has been in a deep coma for 2 consecutive days. 2 days. 2 whole days. She didn't even open her eyes. His breathing was so faint it was almost inaudible. The rise and fall of his chest was so small as to be almost invisible. If it weren't for the extremely faint pulse still beating in her neck, Yi Qingxue would have almost thought her sister was dead. Qingwei, wake up. Yi Qingxue said, crying. "Sister, please, wake up." But my sister can't hear. She has fallen into the deepest coma. Life is slipping away, little by little. Yi Qingxue discovered with despair that her sister's body temperature was still dropping. She placed her hand on her sister's neck, trying to feel the faint pulse. One time, it stopped for a long time. Another one, it stopped for even longer. The pulse is getting weaker and weaker. It's getting slower and slower. This is a sign that life is about to end. No, don't. Yi Qingxue's tears fell like beads from a broken string. Don't di, please, don't di. She knew. She knew it very well. My sister is dying. I'm really dying. Maybe today. Maybe now. Maybe in the next second. The younger sister will stop breathing. Leave her forever. Holding her younger sister, Yi Qingxue felt as if her whole world was collapsing. From childhood to adulthood, she and her younger sister depended on each other for survival. Although their parents loved them very much, they were always busy and rarely home. She was the one who accompanied her younger sister as she grew up. She taught her younger sister to write. She was the one who took her younger sister to school. She protected her younger sister from being bullied. She once vowed to protect her sister forever. No matter what happens, I want my sister to be safe and happy. But now she watched helplessly as her sister slowly died in her arms. But there was nothing they could do. There's nothing we can do. Yi Qingxue bit her lip so hard that blood flowed out. She was making a last-ditch effort. Final thoughts. She looked at Lin Yuan by the wall. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall with his eyes closed. His complexion was also bad, but it was clearly much better than theirs. At least, he's still alive. He is still conscious. I still have the energy to sit. She and her sister had reached their limit. Yi Qingxue was struggling frantically in her heart. On the one hand, her rationality told her, Lin Yuan is lying. He's definitely lying. He's just a pervert who wants to take advantage of others. How could an ordinary person possibly have such supernatural abilities? Sleeping with your sister will conjure up supplies? That's complete nonsense. That's absolute nonsense. But on the other hand, her emotions were screaming. What if it's true? Those antidotes are real. She and her sister were indeed cured. So, could the rest of what he said also be true? What if he really does have some kind of way? What if we can actually get the supplies? Although this is absurd and unbelievable, but the world itself is already absurd enough. Snow falls from the sky, snow poison spreads, mutated creatures. Aren't these things that were once thought to be impossible? So, is there really some kind of power that she can't understand? Yi Qingxue didn't know. She really didn't know. All she knew was that her sister was dying. If she does nothing, her sister will surely die. It's 100% certain that I will die. But what if she takes a gamble? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Even if there's a 99.99% chance Lin Yuan is lying to her. But she wanted to seize any opportunity, no matter how small. Because she really couldn't bear to watch her sister die. Absolutely not. Yi Qingxue made the most difficult decision of her life. She took a deep breath. Although she was so weak that she was about to collapse, she forced herself to slowly get out of bed. Every movement exhausted all her strength. Her legs were trembling. My vision is blurring. I felt dizzy and almost fell several times. But she still walked step by step toward Lin Yuan. Then, thump, she knelt down. His knees slammed heavily onto the cold floor. It made a dull sound. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her. His expression remained calm. It was as if they had anticipated this scene. Yi Qingxue raised her head, her vision blurred by tears. She looked at Lin Yuan, gritted her teeth, and said, word by word, I promise you. These words sounded like they were being squeezed out of his throat. Every word is dripping with blood. You want my sister, right? I promise. Yi Qingxue's voice trembled. But she clenched her teeth, her nails digging into her palms. You must keep your word. You absolutely must be able to get your hands on supplies. If you lie to me, her eyes suddenly turned sharp. Even when she was extremely weak, even when she was kneeling on the ground, the hatred in her eyes was still clearly visible. If you're lying to me, I swear, I will definitely kill you. Even if I become a ghost, I will still kill you. I'll make you regret ever being born. These words were spoken with absolute certainty. There is not a trace of falsehood. Lin Yuan looked at her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. I mean what I say. His voice was calm, but carried a strange certainty. If you agree, I can get the supplies. This is a deal. A fair trade. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingshue's tears flowed again. Fair? What kind of fairness is this? This is the most unfair deal ever. It was the most humiliating deal ever. But she had no choice. She has no choice but to gamble. I'm betting that what this man is saying is true. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. She wanted to gamble too. Good. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and closed her eyes. I promise you, after saying those words, she felt as if her soul had been torn apart. Pride, dignity, everything was completely destroyed at that moment. She has always been the proudest one since she was a child. The smartest, the calmest, and the most opinionated. I have never bowed my head to anyone. I have never abandoned my principles for anything. But now, in order to save her sister, she is kneeling in front of a man. She gave herself and her sister to this man. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. But at the same time, it was also her most helpless moment. Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingxue kneeling on the ground, watching this proud woman crumble little by little in her desperate situation. Slowly yielding. He knew this was what he wanted. It's not about using force. Instead, it made her willing. Although this willingness was filled with despair and humiliation. But at least it was her own choice. Are you sure? Lin Yuan asked. Didn't you say you'd rather starve to death together? Ye vingu grittet hertit. Aye. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. I can't watch her die, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. I want to try it too. Lin Yuan nodded. Very good. But what he said next sent a chill down Yi Qingshue's spine. But, Lin Yuan said calmly, you need to persuade her yourself. I don't want to be forced. It must be her own choice. Yi Qingsue suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock. What do you mean? The literal meaning. Lin Yuan's voice was cold. Go and persuade your sister to do it willingly. Only in this way can I help you. Yi Qingsue trembled all over. She couldn't believe what she was hearing. This man, not only should she be humiliated, he even wants her to personally hand her sister over to him? Do they expect the younger sister to voluntarily participate? What kind of insane request is this? I can't do it. Yi Qingsue said, crying. How could I possibly do that? Then forget it. Lin Yuan turned around and leaned against the wall again. I'm sleepy, I need to rest. No. Ye vingu screaming, etc. She crawled to the bedside and looked at her dying sister. Qingwei. Sorry. Sister really has no other way. Yi Qingsue hugged her younger sister, tears falling like rain. She knew she had to do it. I must personally hand my sister over to this devil. Otherwise, my sister will die. You really can die. Yi Qingsue took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. She looked at Lin Yuan. I'll go and persuade her. But you must keep your word. Otherwise, she didn't finish her sentence. But that look in his eyes said it all. If Lin Yuan lied to her, she would definitely seek revenge. Even if it means mutual destruction, he must pay the price. Lin Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I mean what I say. A hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. The plan succeeded. Now, all that's left is to wait for the harvest. Chapter 16, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must gamble on that sliver of hope. Yi Qingsue sat on the edge of the bed, holding her unconscious sister tightly. Her tears fell drop by drop onto Yi Qingyue's pale face. Qingwei, she said, crying. His voice was filled with endless pain and guilt. Sister, I'm so sorry. My sister is useless. Sister can only... She couldn't continue. How so? How do I start the conversation? How can I tell my sister this cruel reality? How can I tell her that her sister is going to give her to that man? How can I tell her that her sister wants her to do it voluntarily? Yi Qingsue felt as if her heart had been torn to pieces. Every single piece is dripping blood. She was always the strongest one in her family since she was a child. No matter what difficulties she encounters, she can handle them calmly. Protecting her younger sister is the most important thing in her life. But now she's going to push her sister into the fire herself. This is more painful than killing her. Qingwei, I can't protect you anymore. Yi Qingsue said, crying. Sister, I really can't protect you anymore. Her voice was broken and intermittent. Every word seemed to be forced out of his throat. Just then, Yi Qingwei weakly opened her eyes. She had been unconscious for 2 whole days. But her sister's cries woke her from her deep coma. Sister, her voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. What's wrong? Yi Qingxue suddenly raised her head and saw that her younger sister had opened her eyes. Qingwei. She was both surprised and delighted. You're awake? You're awake. But the next second, an overwhelming sadness welled up again. Because she knew what she was about to say. It will completely destroy my sister. Sister, are you crying? Yi Qingwei asked weakly. Her vision was blurry, but she could see the tear tracks on her sister's face. She rarely saw her older sister cry from childhood to adulthood. My older sister has always been the strongest. No matter what happens, my sister can handle it calmly. I have never cried so uncontrollably before. Sister, what happened? Yi Qingwei struggled to raise her hand, trying to wipe away her sister's tears. But she was too weak. The moment he raised his hand, it fell limply to the ground. Yi Qingxue grabbed her younger sister's hand and held it tightly. Her tears flowed uncontrollably. Qingwei. She gritted her teeth and said haltingly, Sister might not be able to protect you anymore. What? Yi Qingwei didn't hear clearly. Her consciousness was still very blurred. Sister, it's no use. Yi Qingxue said, crying. Sister is really useless. We have no food, no water. You're going to die. Sister can't protect you. These words were spoken slowly and softly. But every word struck Yi Qingxue's heart like a hammer blow. Yi Qingwei was stunned. Although she was weak, her mind was still working. My sister said she couldn't protect her anymore. There is no food or water left. She's dying. So, that man, Lin Yuan, that eerie atmosphere from before, the image of my sister kneeling down yesterday, and my sister's tears right now. Yi Qingwei slowly, bit by bit, pieced together the truth. Her eyes slowly widened. His pupils were trembling. Sister, her voice was trembling. Is it that man? Yi Qingxue did not speak. He just hugged his sister even tighter. Tears fell like beads from a broken string. Sister, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, she said, crying. Your sister is useless. Your sister can't protect you. Sister can only... She couldn't continue. But Yi Qingwei already understood. I understand everything now. Lin Yuan wanted her. In exchange, supplies may be provided. But her sister didn't believe her, so she refused. Then they went hungry. They've been waiting to die. And now, my sister finally gave in. Because she was dying. Because her sister couldn't bear to watch her die. So sister should. Countless emotions surged within Yi Qingxue's heart. Shock, anger, fear, ashamed, and deep self-blame. It's all her fault. If it weren't for her, my sister wouldn't have encountered all of this. If it weren't for her, my sister wouldn't have been forced into this situation. It's all her fault. She's so useless. Sister, Yi Qingxue's tears also flowed. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. No. Yi Qingxue immediately spoke. It's not your fault. It's because I'm useless. It's because I couldn't protect you. The two sisters embraced and wept bitterly in the darkness. Lin Yuan, standing by the wall, quietly watched this scene. He didn't speak. They simply watched coldly from the sidelines. Waiting for Yi Qingxue to make a decision. A long time passed. So long that Yi Qingxue thought her younger sister wouldn't answer anymore. Yi Qingxue finally spoke. Sister, she said weakly. My sister doesn't know whether what that bee said is true or false. Yi Qingxue said, crying. But sister can't watch you starve to death. My sister would rather take a gamble. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. My sister wants to try too. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister and cried her heart out. It's my fault for being useless. It's my fault for letting you down. Tears were streaming down her face, but her eyes slowly changed. From initial shock and fear, it turned into a complex emotion. I feel sorry for her. I feel guilty. And a hint of almost imperceptible resolve. Sister, Yi Qingxue said weakly. I don't blame you. Yi Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked at her younger sister. Qingxue, it's my fault. It's my fault for being so useless. Yi Qingxue said, crying. I made things difficult for you, sister. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, my sister wouldn't be in so much pain. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Elder sister. Yi Qingxue looked at her sister's red, swollen eyes. Looking at my sister's haggard face. Seeing all the pain her sister suffered for her sake. Her heart was broken. From childhood to adulthood, It was always her older sister who protected her. Her older sister took care of her. Her sister sacrificed so much for her. And what about her? There's nothing she can do. She could only become a burden to her older sister. It can only cause my sister pain. Sister, if it can really save us. Yi Qingwei said with difficulty. Do. No. Yi Qingxue immediately shouted. Injue, no. Sister. Yi Qingwei grabbed her sister's hand. I don't want to die. I don't want to see my sister die, either. If this is the only way. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. I'm willing to give it a try. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we'll gamble on that sliver of hope. Yi Qingxue hugged her younger sister, and the two of them cried together. Lin Yuan, who was standing by the wall, finally stood up. He walked to the bedside and looked down at the two sisters who were hugging each other and crying. Did you do this voluntarily? He asked Yi Qingwei. The voice was calm, but carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Yi Qingwei raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. Her eyes were filled with fear and unease. But more than anything, it was because of her sister's resolute decision. He volunteered, she said through gritted teeth. The voice trembled but was firm. I'm willing, as long as you can really save us. Lin Yuan nodded. Very good. Remember, he said calmly, this is a deal. A fair trade. From this moment on, your lives are mine to save. So you are all mine. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth and remained silent. Yi Qingwei remained silent. They knew that from this moment on, their fate was completely changed. Lin Yuan looked at them, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then he turned and looked out the window. Just wait and see, he said calmly. Soon, you'll find out. Everything I said is true. A deathly silence fell over the room. Only the two sisters' faint sobs could be heard, and there was the sound of howling wind and snow outside the window. This was the most humiliating moment of their lives. It was also their most desperate moment. But at the same time, this was also the moment when Lin Yuan's plan succeeded. This is what he's been waiting for. It's not about using force. Instead, it's about making them willing. Although this willingness is filled with despair and helplessness. But at least, they made their own choices. Lin Yuan knew very well that only in this way could he gain long-term trust and then upgrade his resources. Only in this way, only then could he survive in this cruel apocalypse. And they're doing very well. Chapter 17 unlocks new supplies. Grade E energy mineral water. Late at night, the room was pitch black. Only a faint glimmer of light from the snow outside shone through the tattered curtains. Yi Qingwei lay on the bed with her eyes open. She is awake. Although his body was so weak that he could barely move, his mind was unusually clear. The words her sister had just spoken to her were still echoing in her ears. Qingwei, I don't know if that beast is telling the truth, but I can't watch you starve to death. My sister is willing to take a gamble, even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. Yi Qingwei looked at her sister's silhouette in the darkness. My sister had cried herself to sleep and was leaning against the headboard with her eyes closed. But she knew that her sister wasn't asleep either, because my sister's body was still trembling slightly, still crying silently. Yi Qingwei's heart felt like it was being torn apart by something. Pain. It hurts a lot. She knew from a young age that her older sister was the person who loved her most in the world. Although her parents loved her very much, they were always busy and rarely home. Her older sister was there for her as she grew up. Her older sister taught her to write, took her to school, and protected her from being bullied. Her sister gave her all her love. And now, in order to save her, her older sister has to. Yi Qingwei closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. It's all her fault. If she weren't so weak and useless, if she weren't dying, my sister wouldn't have been forced into this situation. Yi Qingwei gritted her teeth and slowly, bit by bit, made a decision. She couldn't let her sister suffer any longer. If there's even a 1 in 10,000 chance of surviving, she's willing to give it a try. It wasn't for her own sake. It was for her sister. In order to prevent my sister from continuing to live in this guilt and pain. Yi Qingwei struggled to sit up. This simple action exhausted all her strength. Her hands were trembling, and her body was shaking. But she held on. She looked at Lin Yuan, who was leaning against the wall. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, seemingly resting. But Yi Qingwei knew that he wasn't asleep either. He is waiting. Wait for her to make a decision. Yi Qingwei took a deep breath. Although she was very weak and very scared, she still spoke. Her voice was very soft, almost inaudible, but in this deathly silent room, it was exceptionally clear. I promise you. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her. His expression remained calm, but a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Yi Qingyue to speak up first. Yi Qingyue suddenly opened her eyes and turned to look at her younger sister. Qingyue, you. Sister, I know. Yi Qingyue said weakly. I know everything. Looking at her sister's red, swollen eyes, her heart ached. My sister has sacrificed so much for me. I can't let my sister suffer anymore. Qingyue, no. Yi Qingyue wanted to stop her, but Yi Qingyue shook her head. Sister, if you can really save us. Yi Qingyue turned to look at Lin Yuan, her voice trembling. I'm willing, but you must keep your word. We absolutely have to get our hands on the supplies. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the bedside. He looked down at Yi Qingyue with a scrutinizing gaze. Are you sure? His voice was calm. Did you do this voluntarily? Ye vingu guritet hertit. Her eyes were filled with fear and unease. But more than anything, it was because of her sister's resolute decision. Yes. Her voice trembled, but it was firm. I am voluntary. Qingyue. Yi Qingyue screamed and tried to pounce on her. No, don't agree to him. But Yi Qingyue reached out and stopped her sister. Sister, that's enough, she said, crying. I don't want to die, and I don't want to see my sister die either. If this is the only way, I am willing. Yi Qingyue trembled all over, and tears streamed down her face like a river bursting its banks. No, King Yu, I'd rather die. But I don't want. Yi Qingyue's voice suddenly rose a little. Although he was very weak, his resoluteness stunned Yi Qingyue. Sister, you've protected me since I was little. Yi Qingyue said, crying. This time, let me protect you, okay? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyue completely broke down. She hugged her younger sister and cried her heart out. The two sisters embraced and wept bitterly in the darkness. Lin Yuan watched this scene without any emotional reaction. He simply said calmly, remember, this is a transaction, a fair trade. From this moment on, your lives are mine to save. So you are all mine. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the corner of the wall. Just wait. You'll soon find out I'm telling the truth. Time passed little by little. I don't know how much time passed. Maybe 10 minutes. Maybe half an hour. Maybe longer. A deathly silence fell over the room. Only the two sisters' faint sobs could be heard, and there was the sound of howling wind and snow outside the window. Much later, Yi Qingyue curled up in the corner of the bed. Her eyes were filled with complex emotions, her heart churning with mixed feelings. She just made a choice, to trust Lin Yuan in exchange for her sisters and her own chance to survive. Although she was still afraid, she knew this was the only way. Yi Qingyue crawled over and hugged her tightly. Qingyue, I'm sorry. Yi Qingyue said, crying. It's all because your older sister is useless. It's all your sister's fault. It's not my sister's fault. Yi Qingyue said weakly. It's all my fault. I'm so useless. The two sisters hugged each other and wept silently in the darkness. Lin Yuan, who was by the wall, stood by the window. His heart was racing, because he was waiting. Wait for the system prompts. Finally, bite. A crisp notification sound rang in my mind. Lin Yuan shuddered, barely suppressing his excitement. Congratulations, host, on successfully collecting your second goddess. Detection indicates that goddess Yi Qingyue's genuine approval has been achieved. It's here. It's really here. It seems that the time they've spent together, coupled with the crisis just now, has finally made Yi Qingyue truly trust and acknowledge him. The system automatically matches supplies. Matching. Match successful. Lin Yuan's heart pounded as he waited for the system to announce the results. Please don't let it be anything strange. Food or water is best. Currently generated resource. Grade, E-energy mineral water. Specifications, 500 ml/bottle. Generation speed, 1 bottle/second. Supply description, 1 bottle can maintain hunger and hydration levels for 20 hours. Lin Yuan was stunned. Then, a surge of ecstasy welled up inside me. The water and food problems have been solved in one go. This grade, E-energy mineral water can not only quench your thirst, but also satisfy your hunger. 1 bottle lasts for 20 hours. This is absolutely divine. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and took a deep breath. We must not let the two sisters see through our plan. We must remain calm. He turned around and looked at the two sisters who were hugging each other and crying on the bed. Don't cry, he said calmly. I said it, and I mean it. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwe looked up at him, their eyes blurred with tears. With a thought, Lin Yuan took out several bottles of E-grade energy mineral water from the system space. The next second, several transparent bottles appeared out of thin air in his hand. It contained a pale blue liquid that emitted a faint glow. Yi Qingwe was stunned when she saw this scene. Her eyes slowly opened, her pupils trembling. Out of thin air. Did appear out of thin air? Something appeared out of thin air? What is this? Magic? Still. Ye Vingyu Fadter Verdiev Collapsing. This bizarre method, which transcends ordinary people's understanding, instantly shocked her. Yi Qingxue saw it too. She was stunned as well. His mouth was slightly open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. This. Her voice trembled. What's going on? Drink it. Lin Yuan threw several bottles of water onto the bed. I won't be hungry after drinking it. Yi Qingwe mechanically picked up a bottle of water. Her hands were trembling. She stared at the bottle in her hand, as if she were looking at something incredible. Then, she slowly unscrewed the bottle cap. The pale blue liquid has a sweet smell. Yi Qingwe hesitated for a moment before bringing the bottle to her lips. I took a small sip. It has a slightly sweet taste. Then, a warm current instantly surged from my throat into my stomach, and then quickly spread throughout my body. That feeling is like a cold body being suddenly put into a hot spring. It's warm and comforting. So comforting it makes you want to cry. And what's even more amazing is that excruciating hunger is rapidly subsiding. Like the receding tide, it disappears little by little. My stomach doesn't hurt anymore. My dizziness has subsided. My body seems to have regained a little strength. Yi Qingwe was stunned. She stared at the bottle in her hand, her eyes filled with shock. What is this? Is this really just water? Why does the feeling of hunger disappear after drinking it? Why does the body warm up? This is not scientific. Yi Qingxue also picked up a bottle and fed her younger sister a few sips. Then I took a big gulp myself. The same feeling. The same warm current. The same feeling of hunger subsided. Yi Qingxue stared in shock at the bottle in her hand, then looked at Lin Yuan. For the first time, a complex emotion appeared in her eyes. There was shock. It's unbelievable. There is fear, and a barely perceptible sense of awe. This man, there really is some kind of power that she cannot understand. What he said is all true. He really can conjure up supplies out of thin air, and the condition is them. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister and looked at the water bottle in her hand. Tears streamed down her face again. But this time, the tears were no longer just tears of despair and humiliation, and the relief of surviving a disaster, and the fear of the unknown. They were saved, but at the same time, they were completely controlled by this man. Lin Yuan watched the two sisters drink water, and a smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 18 anyway, I kept my word. Yi Qingxue finished drinking half a bottle of water, feeling the warm current still flowing through her body. That long-lost feeling of fullness almost brought her to tears. For whole days. She had not eaten for 4 days. She almost thought she was going to starve to death. But now that agonizing hunger has actually disappeared. Not only that, she didn't even feel thirsty anymore. After drinking half a bottle of water, it felt like I had drunk several liters of water. I was no longer thirsty. How? How is this possible? Yi Qingxue suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan in shock. This water. Her voice was trembling. Where did it come from? Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, calmly watching her. I've said it before, I have my own way. No. Yi Qingxue's voice suddenly rose. This can't just be a solution. She stared intently at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. You just appeared out of thin air. I saw it with my own eyes. You had nothing in your hands, and then, the next second, all this water appeared. Yi Qingxue spoke with great emotion. She was a science student and received a science education from a young age. She believes in logic, in reason, and in the scientific explanation for everything. But what I just saw, it was completely beyond her comprehension. And this water, Yi Qingxue looked at the bottle in her hand. I only drank half a bottle, but I don't feel hungry anymore. Her voice was filled with shock. I haven't eaten for 4 days. For days. A normal person would be starving to death after 4 days without food. But now, I don't feel hungry at all. How is this possible? Yi Qingwei also looked up, staring in shock at the water bottle in her hand. Sister, me too, she said weakly. I'm not hungry anymore, and I think I have strength again. Yi Qingwei tried moving her fingers. Although I'm still very weak, at least I can move now. Unlike before, when even raising my hand was difficult. What is this? Yi Qingxue muttered to herself. Her mind was racing. I tried to explain everything I had just seen with logic. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. An object appeared out of thin air? This violates the law of conservation of mass. Can drinking water really solve hunger? This goes against human physiology. These things, it does not conform to any scientific theory at all. Yi Qingxue raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. Who exactly are you? Her voice was filled with shock and fear. What exactly are you capable of? Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply said calmly, I've said it before, I have my own way. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I kept my word. Ye vingu guritit hertit. She frantically analyzed the situation in her mind. Lin Yuan does indeed possess some kind of special ability. This is now beyond doubt. And this ability seems to be related to them. She remembered Lin Yuan saying that special conditions are required. That condition was that she and her sister were involved. So, could it be that his abilities are really related to them? Could he be telling the truth? Was she and her sister really bound by some kind of condition? This is absurd, but reality is what we face. The water that appeared out of nowhere. Those magical liquids that can simultaneously satisfy hunger and thirst. These are all real. Ye vingu fadher verlieu collapsing. The scientific beliefs that had been built up since childhood were completely shaken at this moment. She remembered the antidotes. A miraculous antidote that can cure snow poison. Lin Yuan possesses things that medical institutions worldwide have been unable to research. And he bought 2 bottles at once. At the time, she thought Lin Yuan had obtained it through some special channel. But now it seems, could it be that he conjured it up as well? The more Yi Qingxue thought about it, the more terrified she became. This man, what power do they possess? Just then, Lin Yuan made another move. He stood there with his eyes closed. Then, his hand reached out and grabbed at the air again. The next second, several more bottles of water appeared in his hand. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei were stunned when they saw this scene. Here we go again. It appeared out of thin air again. Lin Yuan continued grabbing with a blank expression. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 10 bottles. He took out more than a dozen bottles of E-grade energy mineral water from the void. Then they just piled them up in the corner. Yi Qingxue stared at the pile of water bottles, her eyes slowly widening. Her mouth was slightly open, and she seemed frozen in place. How is this possible? Things appeared out of thin air, and it's endless? This is no longer a special ability. This is simply a miracle. Yi Qingxue felt that her worldview had completely collapsed at this moment. She recalled the scenes from the novel. System? Golden Finger? Rebirth? Time travel? These are things that only appear in novels. Does it really exist? No, impossible. But the reality before her was slapping her in the face. Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes changing from shock to awe, and then to fear. This man, that's terrifying. He possessed a power that she could not comprehend at all. And she and her sister, he has completely taken control of it. Lin Yuan smiled as he looked at the 2 sisters' shocked expressions. It works very well. They were intimidated. From this moment on, they will no longer have any thoughts of resistance. Because they have realized the gap in strength. They realized that the power he possessed far exceeded their comprehension. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and said calmly, Now the problem of survival is solved. 1 bottle of this water will last for 20 hours. We're safe for now. His tone was as calm as if he were talking about the weather. It was as if those water bottles that had just appeared out of nowhere were just a trivial matter. Next, we need to establish some rules. Yi Qingxue's heart tightened upon hearing this. Rule? What rules? Lin Yuan looked at them and slowly spoke. First, from this moment on, you are all mine. Secondly, you must listen to what I say. Third, you are not allowed to try to run away, and you are not allowed to betray me. Fourth, if you behave well, I will protect you, give you supplies, and help you survive. Fifth, if you don't obey. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Qingxue bit her lip and remained silent. She knew she had no choice. Her and her sister's lives were in this man's hands. The power this man wielded far exceeded her imagination. Rebellion? It's meaningless. Escape? Even less likely. All they can do now is obey. Be a good boy/girl. And then survive. I understand. Yi Qingxue lowered her head, her voice filled with humiliation. We will be obedient. Lin Yuan nodded. Very good. He turned and walked to the corner, where he sat down. Let's rest. We'll discuss the next steps tomorrow. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister and leaned against the headboard. She looked at the pile of water bottles stacked in the corner. My heart was filled with mixed feelings. Lin Yuan does indeed possess a power that she cannot comprehend. This is beyond doubt. She and her sister were completely under his control. There's no escaping it now. But at least we won't starve to death. At least, I can still survive. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes, and tears flowed silently down her face. She has always been the proudest one since she was a child. The most beautiful girl at Jiangxing University. The eldest daughter of the Yi group. A goddess pursued by countless people. But now she has become a man's possession. Forced to obey. Forced to submit. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. But at the same time, it was also the only way for her to survive. Yi Qingxue leaned against her sister's chest, her eyes also closed. Her feelings became even more complicated. She was shocked when she saw Lin Yuan conjure up water out of thin air. That power, beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, filled her with deep fear. But at the same time, she also felt a sense of reassurance. This man was terrifying and ruthless, but he does have the ability to protect them. We have the ability to keep them alive in this cruel apocalypse. Perhaps following such a powerful man would actually be safer? Yi Qingxue didn't know. All she knew was that she had no other choice. From the moment she made that decision, her fate had already changed. Outside the window, the snow is still falling. The wind is still blowing. But in this small room, the atmosphere subtly changed. It's no longer the tense, confrontational situation it once was. Rather, it's a strange balance. Lin Yuan was in control of everything. The two sisters had no choice but to submit. But at least they survived. In this cruel apocalypse, simply surviving is the greatest fortune. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, looking at the snow outside the window. He was already planning his next move. Now that we have E-grade energy mineral water, our survival problem is temporarily solved. But this is just the beginning. He needs more supplies, more power, more goddesses. Only in this way can he not only survive in this cruel apocalypse. And you must live a good life. Chapter 19, I'll sleep in the middle, you two on either side. Day 10. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into this small 25 square meter studio apartment. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the two sisters beside him. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingxue were still fast asleep. Although the E-grade energy mineral water temporarily solved the survival problem. But their bodies are still very weak. The continuous hunger and cold caused great damage to the body. Even with water and food now available, it will still take time to recover. Lin Yuan also felt the weakness in his body. Although he was in better condition than his two sisters, he was still not invincible. The mental strain and extreme hunger of the past few days had taken a heavy toll on his physical strength. He needs rest. I need to recover my strength. Lin Yuan sat up and took a bottle of E-grade energy mineral water from the corner of the wall. I unscrewed the cap and took a big gulp. A familiar warmth spread throughout my body. The feeling of hunger subsided quickly. My body seems to have regained some strength. But that's all. This grade E-energy mineral water can maintain hunger and hydration levels, but it cannot quickly restore stamina. Physical weakness requires time to recuperate. Lin Yuan looked out the window. The snow is still falling. The weather remains extremely cold. The outdoor temperature is definitely still above minus 30 degrees Celsius. Indoors, even with an electric blanket on, the temperature is only around 0 degrees Celsius. Lin Yuan made a decision. Do nothing today. Just rest. All three of them need to rest and recover their strength. Acting rashly will only increase the risks. Why not stay here a few more days and wait until you've recovered before making any decisions? Anyway, now we have E-grade energy mineral water. One bottle lasts for 20 hours. 3 people need a maximum of 4 bottles of water a day. The system generates 1 bottle per second. It can produce 86,400 bottles a day. We can't use it all. Supplies are no longer a problem. Time was on his side. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and looked at the 2 sisters who were still fast asleep. Yi Qingxue curled up in the corner of the bed, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she were having a nightmare. Yi Qingwe leaned against her sister's chest. Although her face was still a little pale, it was much better than a few days ago. At least it's no longer in that near-death state. Lin Yuan did not wake them. Let them sleep a little longer. Rest is the most important thing right now. Time passed little by little. Morning, noon, afternoon. The 3 of them stayed quietly in the room. Lin Yuan didn't stand on ceremony at all and simply hugged his sisters to sleep. Because Lin Yuan had already done that to them, the sisters didn't resist much. Yi Qingwe, on the contrary, catered to Lin Yuan as if she wanted to find warmth in him. The 3 of them felt their bodies gradually recovering. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwe did not speak after they woke up. They drank their water silently and then continued to rest. The entire room was so quiet it was as if time had stood still. Only the occasional howling of the wind and snow outside the window could be heard. Night falls. Lin Yuan glanced at his phone. There is still 10% electricity left. He turned off his phone to save battery power. The power is now completely cut off. It won't be long. Even my phone is unusable. We must cherish every bit of battery power we have now. The temperature at night is colder than during the day. Lin Yuan could feel that the room temperature was still dropping. -5 degrees Celsius? 10 degrees below zero? He wasn't sure, but he knew that without warmth, the night would be very difficult. The single room has only 1 bed. On the bed, there is only a quilt and an electric blanket. If 3 people want to keep warm, they must huddle together. This is an unavoidable reality. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and said calmly, "Tonight, just like before, the 3 of us will sleep in 1 bed. I'll sleep in the middle, and you 2 can sleep on either side of me." Yi Qingxue bit her lip and remained silent. She knew this was the only option now. Although it was humiliating, and although I was unwilling, but in order to survive, she had to accept it. Yi Qingwe showed no objection whatsoever. She lay obediently on the right side of the bed. Close your eyes and try not to think about those embarrassing things. Lin Yuan lay in the middle of the bed. Yi Qingxue is on the left. Yi Qingwe is on the right. 3 people squeezed onto this single bed. The space was so cramped that it was impossible to turn around. Lin Yuan could clearly feel the softness and warmth coming from both sides. On the left is Yi Qingxue. She is tall, about 1.7 meters. Even though she has lost weight, her body curves are still perfect. She turned her back to Lin Yuan, her back pressed tightly against his chest. The soft touch made Lin Yuan's heart race. On the right is Yi Qingwe. She was petite, probably only a little over 1.6 meters tall. She curled up like a kitten. She faced Lin Yuan, her forehead almost touching his shoulder. Warm breath sprayed onto his neck, tickling him. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Force yourself to calm down. Don't let your mind wander. We must remain vigilant. Although the 2 sisters have now given in, Lin Yuan still dares not relax. When people are in dire straits, they are capable of anything. What if Yi Qingxue suddenly had a mental breakdown and attacked him while he was asleep? That would be troublesome. Therefore, you must remain sober. At the very least, you can't sleep too soundly. But physical exhaustion was slowly eroding his will. The warmth emanating from his left and right sides caused his body to relax instinctively. The feeling of being surrounded by softness is so comfortable. It makes you want to close your eyes involuntarily. I want to drift off to sleep. Lin Yuan bit his tongue, using the pain to force himself to stay awake. I can't sleep. I can't sleep right now, at least not yet. We can only rest after both sisters have fallen asleep, and we've confirmed they're safe. Time passed little by little. Lin Yuan could feel that Yi Qingxue's breathing gradually became steady. She fell asleep. Yi Qingxue's body remained stiff. She's still awake. Lin Yuan knew that Yi Qingxue was on guard against him, just as he was wary of her. They were both waiting for the other to fall asleep first. This strange balance lasted for a long time. Midnight. Lin Yuan sensed that Yi Qingshua's body was slowly relaxing. Her breathing became steady and even. Is she asleep? Lin Yuan was unsure. Perhaps she really fell asleep. Maybe he's pretending to be asleep. But no matter what, he cannot let his guard down. Another hour passed. Lin Yuan finally confirmed that Yi Qingxue was indeed asleep, because her head had unknowingly rested on his shoulder. That completely relaxed posture wasn't feigned. Lin Yuan could smell the fragrance of her hair. I could feel her warm breath. You can feel the softness emanating from her body. This was the first time in several days that she had truly relaxed. It was the first time I fell asleep without any warning. Maybe it's because I'm too tired. Perhaps it was because the pressure in my heart was relieved after receiving the supplies. Perhaps it's because she subconsciously felt that Lin Yuan wouldn't hurt her. Lin Yuan didn't know, but he knew he was in danger. He was surrounded by two top beauties, one on each side. This feeling made his heart race and his blood boil. Reason told him that he must remain vigilant, but his body's instincts were tempting him to relax. The warmth coming from both sides felt so comforting. It makes you want to drift off to sleep. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake. I can't sleep. You absolutely cannot sleep. But exhaustion washed over me like a tidal wave. Lin Yuan's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. My consciousness is becoming increasingly blurred. No, can't sleep. He frantically warned himself in his heart. But my body was no longer under my control. Enveloped in that warmth, in that soft embrace, Lin Yuan's consciousness gradually sank into darkness. She fell asleep. Chapter 20 Anyway, we can't escape either. Early morning, Yi Qingxue woke up groggily. She felt warm and comfortable all over. This was the most peaceful sleep she had had in many days. No nightmares. They didn't wake up. I felt as if I was enveloped in warmth and drifted into a deep sleep. But, etc. This pose. Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes. Then she froze. Her head was resting on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Her body was pressed tightly against Lin Yuan's chest. She could even feel Lin Yuan's even breathing, and the warmth emanating from his body. Yi Qingxue's face flushed red instantly. She hurriedly sat up and distanced herself from Lin Yuan. My heart is pounding. She actually fell asleep leaning against that man? And he slept so soundly? How so? Yi Qingxue bit her lip, her expression becoming complicated. She remembered last night. She remembered that she was initially facing away from Lin Yuan. Her body was stiff, and she was on guard against his every move. But later she got too tired. The torment she endured for several consecutive days pushed her physical and mental limits. Enveloped in that warmth, she unconsciously relaxed. And then I fell asleep. Moreover, she unknowingly leaned on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Yi Qingxue felt her face burning. What's this? Is this betrayal? How could she sleep so soundly on that bastard? That bastard. He's the one who humiliated her and her sister. She should hate him. We should always be vigilant against him. How could I sleep so comfortably on him? A huge contradiction and struggle welled up in Yi Qingxue's heart. She didn't know how to deal with this change in herself. Could it be that she has already begun to get used to this kind of life? Has she begun to accept this man? No, impossible. Yi Qingxue frantically denied it in her mind. She was just too tired. It's just that the body instinctively needs warmth. It wasn't because she accepted Lin Yuan. Absolutely not. But she knew very well in her heart. My hatred for Lin Yuan seems to have faded a little. It didn't disappear. Rather, they become numb. She began to accept reality. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes, and tears flowed silently down her face. She knew she had changed. In this cruel apocalypse, in this desperate situation, with her intelligence, she understood that in the apocalypse, the best way for a woman to rely on a man, if she had no other options, was to do so. Of course, the man's character is extremely important. Currently, Yi Qingxue cannot yet see through Lin Yuan's true character, but she had no choice but to compromise. They began to yield, accept. This was the most humiliating moment of her life. But at the same time, it was also the only way for her to survive. Lin Yuan also woke up. He saw Yi Qingxue hurriedly sit up and secretly sneered in his heart. The effect is good. The boiling frog analogy is meant to gradually break down her defenses. Let her get used to his presence without even realizing it. I'm used to relying on him. Habit. I succumbed to him. Lin Yuan remained silent, pretending nothing had happened. He calmly got up and took a few bottles of grade energy mineral water from the corner of the wall. He handed it to the two sisters. Drink it. His tone was calm, as if he were doing something completely ordinary. Yi Qingxue took the water and drank it with her head down. She dared not look at Lin Yuan. I don't know what expression to wear when I face him. Lin Yuan turned around and walked to the window, looking outside. I'm reflecting on my mistakes from last night. That's too dangerous. That's really too dangerous. He actually fell asleep under those circumstances. If Yi Qingxue harbors ill intentions, if she takes the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, the consequences would be unimaginable. I must never make this mistake again. We must remain vigilant at all times. No matter how tired you are, you can't let your guard down. Even if there are two frail girls around, you can't be careless. The human heart is the most unpredictable thing, especially in the apocalypse. Lin Yuan reminded himself in his heart. Then, he noticed another change. Yi Qingyue's condition this morning was different from before. After she got up, she did not avoid Lin Yuan's gaze like Yi Qingxue did. Instead, she took the initiative to walk up to him. Lin Yuan, she called out softly. Is there any more water? My sister has finished hers. Lin Yuan looked at her and nodded. He took a bottle of water from the system space and handed it to her. Thanks. Yi Qingwei took the water and smiled sweetly. Although her face was still a little pale, that smile. This stirred something in Lin Yuan's heart. This is not a forced laugh. It wasn't a laugh born of fear. Instead, it was a strange laugh tinged with dependence. It's like how you treat someone you're very close to. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Yi Qingyue's changes came too quickly. It's happening way too fast, it's not normal. For the rest of the day, Lin Yuan observed Yi Qingwei. He discovered that Yi Qingwei had truly changed. She began to take care of him. After Lin Yuan finished drinking the water, she would put the empty bottle away. Lin Yuan rested against the wall, and she would help him tidy up the blankets. She would even initiate conversations with him. It wasn't the kind of forced, fear-based communication. Instead, it was a very natural conversation with a touch of intimacy. Lin Yuan, is it still snowing outside? Lin Yuan, when do you think we can get out of here? Lin Yuan, this water is really amazing. I'm not hungry after drinking it. Yi Qingwei spoke in a very relaxed tone. It's like chatting with a familiar friend. There was none of the fear and rejection I had before. Lin Yuan looked at her, becoming wary. What is this girl thinking? Is this some kind of way to lull him into a false sense of security? Then take the opportunity to escape or launch a sneak attack. But looking into her eyes, it didn't seem like she was acting. The kind of dependent look in one's eyes can't be faked. Lin Yuan was unsure, but he remained vigilant. No matter how well-behaved Yi Qingwei appeared, he would not let his guard down. Afternoon. Yi Qingxue sat on the edge of the bed, watching her younger sister busy in the room. A chill ran through me. Qingwei has changed. She could sense it. My sister's attitude towards Lin Yuan has completely changed. From the initial fear, rejection, and humiliation, it has turned into dependence, obedience, even there was a hint of intimacy. How is that possible? It's only been 2 days. Lin Yuan had clearly done such terrible things to them. Why did Qingwei undergo this change? Yi Qingxue couldn't understand it. All she knew was that this change terrified her. Qingwei, she called out softly. Come here. Your sister has something to tell you. Yi Qingwei obediently walked over and sat down next to her sister. Sister, what's wrong? Her tone was natural, and her eyes were clear. He doesn't seem to have any ulterior motives at all. Yi Qingxue bit her lip and lowered her voice to say, Qingwei, you are not. She didn't know what to say. You have feelings for that man. Is it? Yi Qingxue tilted her head, seemingly understanding what her sister meant. She gave her a sweet smile, leaned close to her sister's ear, and whispered, Sister, since we can't escape it, why not adapt? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Yi Qingxue's head. She was completely stunned. What did you say? Elder sister. Yi Qingwei grasped her sister's hand and said earnestly, I figured out. We can't go back. My father can't save us, and we can't get in touch with the police. It's so dangerous outside. Monsters are everywhere. We survived entirely thanks to Lin Yuan. He had food, water, and that magical ability. In this apocalyptic world, following him is actually the safest option. So, instead of constantly suffering and hating him, why not? Enjoy the present moment. Anyway, we can't escape now, can we? Ye vingu supok kadmni. But that calmness sent a chill down Yi Qingshue's spine. Is this still the innocent and kind-hearted younger sister she knew? How could someone say such a thing? Qinghua, have you gone mad? Yi Qingxue grabbed her sister's shoulders, her voice trembling. He humiliated you. He humiliated us. How could you do this? Elder sister. Yi Qinghua looked at her sister, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. I know you can't let go. I can't let go either. But survival is more important, isn't it? In the apocalypse, survival is the most important thing. Nothing else matters anymore. She spoke softly, but every word was like a knife, piercing Yi Qingshue's heart. Yi Qingxue let go of her hand and slumped onto the bed. She felt her worldview completely collapse at that moment. My sister has changed. Everything has changed completely. She had become someone she didn't recognize. And what's even more terrifying is, Yi Qingxue discovered that she was unable to refute her sister's words. Because my sister is right. In this apocalyptic world, survival is indeed the most important thing. Everything else doesn't matter anymore. Lin Yuan, standing by the wall, quietly watched all of this. He overheard the sisters' conversation. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Qingxue's change was beyond his expectations. But it's also understandable. Some people choose to resist when faced with dire circumstances. Some people, however, will choose to comply. Yi Qingxue is clearly the latter. She accepted reality in her own way. Furthermore, they began to actively adapt. This is a good thing for Lin Yuan. At least, he no longer has to worry about Yi Qingxue suddenly attacking someone. And Yi Qingxue, Lin Yuan looked at the woman on the bed, who was hugging her knees and had a blank look in her eyes. She'll be here soon too, although she is still struggling and resisting. But one day, she too will end up like Yi Qingxue. Accept reality. Accept him. In this way, Lin Yuan wouldn't need to guard against them like he was guarding against wolves every day. I will then have the energy to study the system and how to live comfortably in this apocalyptic world. Yes, it moisturizes. After understanding the system's functions, Lin Yuan realized its purpose. As long as he keeps collecting goddesses and unlocking resources, he can live a comfortable life without any problem. Time was on his side. Outside the window, the snow is still falling. The world is still so cold. But in this small room, the atmosphere subtly changed. Lin Yuan looked out the window deep in thought. The survival problem has been temporarily solved. But this is just the beginning. Next, he needs to consider long-term development. Should we continue hiding here? Or go out and explore? If we continue to hide here, it will be safe, but it also means there will be no development. No new supplies were provided. There are no new goddesses. There is no chance to become stronger. But if we go out to explore, the risk is very high. The mutated creatures outside are no joke. But at the same time, there will be more opportunities. Lin Yuan needs to weigh the pros and cons. He looked out at the snow and began to mentally assess the risks and benefits of going out. How threatening are the mutated organisms? Are there any other survivors? Is the government still functioning? What's the situation outside? All of these require intelligence. The only way to obtain intelligence is to go out and see for yourself. Lin Yuan made a decision. Let's wait a few more days. Once my body has fully recovered. Once the two sisters' condition stabilizes. We'll see then. Chapter 21, Changing Mindset. Noon. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, watching the snowflakes still falling outside the window. The snow-covered landscape was breathtakingly beautiful, but he knew very well that behind this beauty lay a deadly crisis. Lin Yuan opened the system panel to check the current status. Unlimited Resource Blessing System. Host, Lin Yuan. Physical fitness, 8. Normal male is 10. Special ability, none. Collected goddesses, ye vingu, lev, beef, ye vingu, lev, beef. Unlocked resources, Frost Curse Antidote, Grade, E Energy Mineral Water. Lin Yuan stared at the panel, lost in thought. Although we now have E-grade energy mineral water, the survival problem has been temporarily solved. But that's far from enough. The system clearly states that the plants and animals of this world will continue to evolve. He is now hiding in this 25 square meter single room, isolated from the mutated creatures by the concrete walls. But if those mutated creatures continue to evolve, They might one day break through the wall and enter. By then, he'll be doomed. Lin Yuan would never allow such a thing to happen. He must become stronger. More resources must be unlocked. More weapons, armor, and even ability-enhancing supplies. The only way to unlock resources is to collect goddesses. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and made a decision. We must find more goddesses. But the problem is, how could a loser like him, a shut-in from before the apocalypse, possibly know any goddesses? He rarely talks to girls, let alone knows any beauties like the school beauty queen. But Lin Yuan's gaze fell on the two sisters in the room. Beautiful women hang out with other beautiful women. As the campus beauties of Jiangxing University, Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue must know many beautiful women. This is the best breakthrough point. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the bedside. Yi Qingxue was sitting on the bed in a daze, while Yi Qingyue leaned against her sister's chest, her eyes unfocused. I have something to ask you, Lin Yuan said calmly. Yi Qingxue raised her head, looking at him warily. Over the past few days, she has learned that whenever Lin Yuan speaks in this tone, it means there is some trouble. What's up? Yi Qingxue's voice was a little hoarse. Lin Yuan didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. I need to find more beautiful women. His tone was calm, as if he were talking about something very ordinary. Do you know any beautiful women? Yi Qingxue's expression changed instantly. She immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant. This man, he wanted to include their friends too. What? What do you want to do? Yi Qingxue's voice trembled. Although she already knew the answer in her heart, she still couldn't believe it. Lin Yuan looked at her and said calmly, You should know very well what I want to do. I need them. You know exactly what you're going to do. Yi Qingxue trembled all over. She gritted her teeth, anger surging in her eyes. You're dreaming. She practically yelled it out. I will never tell you. Lin Yuan shrugged, showing no anger. Whatever. He turned around and walked back to the wall, where he sat down. Anyway, I was just asking. It's okay if you don't tell me. At worst, I'll just stay here like this. The day the monsters outside break through the walls, the three of us will die together. These words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Yi Qingxue's head. She was stunned. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, but every word felt like a knife stabbing into her heart. Yes, if they don't find a way to become stronger, they will die sooner or later. The monsters outside are constantly evolving. How long can this single room protect them? 1 month? 2 months? Or shorter? And all the resources are concentrated on this man. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes, and tears flowed silently down her face. She hates it. I hate this man. I hate his shamelessness. They hated him for dragging their friends down with him. But she hated her own incompetence even more. I hate myself for not even having the power to protect my friends. Just then, a soft voice rang out. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingyue lifted her head from her sister's arms and looked at Lin Yuan. You want to save more people, don't you? These words made Yi Qingxue suddenly open her eyes. Qingyue, don't speak. Yi Qingxue hurriedly covered her younger sister's mouth. But Yi Qingyue pushed her sister's hand away. She tilted her head, looking at Lin Yuan innocently. If Brother Lin Yuan could save more people, wouldn't that be great? Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingyue and sneered inwardly. This innocent little girl is so adorably naive. I can't believe I thought of it that way. However, this is a good thing for him. Yes, I want to save more people. Lin Yuan followed her words. But first, I need to know where they are. So, can you tell me? Do you know any beautiful women who need help? Yi Qingyue's eyes lit up. She sat up straight and thought about it seriously. I'm my teacher, Teacher Shiraho Shiri. She's a very nice person and takes good care of us. If you could save her, Brother Lin Yuan, that would be wonderful. Yi Qingxue immediately grabbed her sister's arm. Qingyue, have you gone mad? She lowered her voice, but her tone was full of anxiety and anger. Don't you know what he's planning to do? He wanted to... Yi Qingyue tilted her head and looked at her sister. Her eyes still held a pure and innocent look. Sister, what are you saying? Didn't Brother Lin Yuan want to save someone? Looking into her younger sister's innocent eyes, Yi Qingxue felt as if her heart was being torn apart. She didn't know how to explain it to her sister. She couldn't bear to shatter her sister's last vestiges of innocence. She couldn't bear to let her younger sister know what would happen to the person she had mentioned. Qingyue, don't say any more. Yi Qingxue said seriously. But Yi Qingyue shook her head. Sister, I've already told you. Besides, I trust Brother Lin Yuan. She turned to look at Lin Yuan and smiled sweetly. Brother Lin Yuan, can I show you the teacher's picture? Lin Yuan nodded. Yi Qingwei picked up her phone from the bedside table. Although there is no signal now, the photos are still there. She opened the photo album, found a picture, and handed it to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan took the phone and looked at the screen. The photo shows a mature and beautiful woman. She was probably around 27 or 28 years old. She has a hot body with a prominent bust and buttocks. She wore a black business suit that accentuated her perfect curves. Long hair cascading over her shoulders with alluring eyes. The unique charm of a mature woman practically overflows from the screen. Lin Yuan's heart pounded wildly. What an amazing woman. If I could have her. But he quickly calmed down. Now is not the time to act impulsively. He looked at the photo, pondering in his mind. Jiangxing University is about 5 kilometers away from here. There are definitely mutated creatures on the road. With his current strength, weaker than the average male, going out is suicide. Not to mention, he also had to protect his 2 sisters. No, going out now is too risky. We must find another way. Lin Yuan returned the phone to Yi Qingwei and said calmly, Your teacher is very beautiful, but it's too dangerous to go out now. We need to wait a bit. Yi Qingwei was somewhat disappointed, but she still nodded. Then, when can we go rescue the teacher? Lin Yuan looked at her, and an idea came to mind. Maybe. There's no need to go out. It can also enhance one's strength. The system said that in-depth communication can raise the goddess's level. This will improve the quality of supplies. If we could upgrade grade E energy mineral water to grade D or C, it might unlock new effects. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up slightly. This idea is worth trying. Going out now is tantamount to suicide. Why don't we try this method first? If successful, not only will it increase its strength, but it will also allow it to continue hiding here. If it doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to risk going out. Lin Yuan made a decision. He looked at the 2 sisters and said calmly, I'll go when I'm ready. Now, you should all get some rest. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister, tears streaming silently down her face. She knew what Lin Yuan was planning. She also knew that her younger sister had already told Bai Xingli about it. No matter what, Lin Yuan will not let her go. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes, her heart filled with despair. Sorry, Teacher Bai. It's my fault. But did it really harm Teacher Bai? The mineral water here in Lin Yuan has strange effects, which already surpasses the survival of most people. Yi Qingxue couldn't tell the difference for a moment. Outside the window, the snow is still falling. The atmosphere in the room became oppressive and heavy. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, pondering his next plan. We must improve our strength as soon as possible. The way to improve our strength is right in front of us. These 2 are absolutely gorgeous sisters. Lin Yuan looked at them, a smile playing on his lips. Chapter 22 Qingwei. Do you want to become stronger? Another day later. Early morning. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked out the window. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The snow is still falling. He looked down at his chest. Yi Qingwei was nestled against his chest, curled up like a kitten. He slept soundly, a slight smile on his lips. She gripped Lin Yuan's clothes tightly, as if afraid he would run away. Last night, she took the initiative to snuggle into his arms. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the other side of the bed. Yi Qingxue had her back to them and was curled up by the bed. The body remained stiff. Even in her sleep, she instinctively kept her distance from him. The 2 sisters had completely different attitudes. Lin Yuan smiled and gently patted Yi Qingxue's head. This little girl has really changed. I've become increasingly dependent on him. To be honest, this feeling was quite subtle for Lin Yuan. Who could resist a younger sister who is not related to them by blood, yet is invincible, adorable, and dependent on them? It can both and... Lin Yuan carefully sat up from the bed, trying not to wake Yi Qingwei in his arms. Take a deep breath. Starting today, we will implement a new plan. By building deep bonds, you can raise the level of your goddess and thus upgrade the quality of resources. If successful, it might allow us to upgrade our supplies. Unlock some unexpected effects and features. That way, Lin Yuan will have much greater security when he goes out, and he can unlock even more goddesses. But how to build a deep bond? Lin Yuan thought it should be through daily interactions, mutual help, and trust. Lin Yuan took out several bottles of E-grade energy mineral water from the system space. He first gently patted Yi Qingxue's shoulder. Qingwei, wake up. Yi Qingwei opened her eyes groggily, saw Lin Yuan and immediately smiled sweetly. "Good morning, brother Lin Yuan." She rubbed her eyes, but didn't immediately leave Lin Yuan's embrace. Instead, they hugged each other even tighter. "Sleep a little longer," she said it in a coquettish tone. Lin Yuan patted her head and said gently, "Get up and drink some water, then we have something to do." Yi Qingwei reluctantly climbed out of his arms. Lin Yuan handed her the water. "Thank you, brother Lin Yuan." Yi Qingwei took the water and obediently drank it. On the other side, Yi Qingxue was also awakened by Lin Yuan and her sister's voices, and she slowly sat up. Yi Qingxue's expression was complicated when she saw her sister and Lin Yuan being so intimate. But she didn't say anything. She just silently took the water Lin Yuan handed her and drank it. Lin Yuan nodded and said calmly, "After you finish drinking the water, Qingyue, you stay here. Qingxue, you go stand by the window." Yi Qingxue was stunned for a moment. "What? What are you going to do?" Although she already knew the answer in her heart, she still didn't want to admit it. Lin Yuan looked at her and said calmly, "You should know that very well. Go ahead, don't make me say it a second time." Yi Qingxue bit her lip, her whole body trembling. She wanted to refuse. They wanted to rebel, but she knew it was no use. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the window. With his back to the bed. She didn't want to see it. I don't want to see what happens next. But she could clearly hear the noise behind her. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and looked at Yi Qingwei. "Qingwei, come here." Yi Qingwei obediently crawled over and knelt down by the bed. She tilted her head and asked innocently, "Brother Lin Yuan, is there something you need?" Looking into her innocent eyes, Lin Yuan felt a surge of pleasure. This innocence and purity will soon be shattered by his own hands. "Qingwei, do you want to become stronger?" Lin Yuan asked. Yi Qingwei blinked and nodded. "Think. If I can become stronger, I can protect my sister." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right, starting today, I will teach you some basic combat techniques. It can improve your survival skills. But it might be a bit tough, requiring a lot of training. Are you willing?" Yi Qingwei nodded seriously without hesitation. "Ido. I'm not afraid of any hardship as long as I can become stronger." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at her serious expression. "Good boy. Let's begin." Over the next few days, Lin Yuan began teaching the two sisters some basic fighting skills and post-apocalyptic survival knowledge. Although the training was tough, Yi Qingwei worked very hard. After each day's training, Lin Yuan would give them E-grade mineral water as a reward. Yi Qingwei quickly felt the changes in her body. Her strength increased, and her reactions became faster. This made her train even harder. Although Yi Qingxue was initially somewhat resistant, she began to take the training seriously after seeing her younger sister's progress. Evening. The three sat around in the small room. Lin Yuan is organizing today's training results. Although the two sisters were tired, they were in good spirits. Lin Yuan took out several bottles of grade E energy mineral water and handed them to them. "You did a great job today. This is your reward." Yi Qingwei took the water and said happily, "Thank you, brother Lin Yuan." After drinking the water, she clearly felt much more relaxed. "Brother Lin Yuan, I feel like I've really gotten a little stronger." Yi Qingwei said excitedly, "I could do 10 push-ups today. Yesterday I could only do 5. Lin Yuan nodded. "Keep working hard, and you'll get stronger and stronger. Believe me." Yi Qingwei nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation. Although Yi Qingxue didn't speak, she could feel the changes in her body. Perhaps following this man really will allow us to survive in the apocalypse. Her resistance was gradually decreasing. At night, the three of them went to rest. Lin Yuan looked at the snow outside the window, lost in thought. Today is the first day. The results were pretty good. Although Yi Qingxue was still somewhat wary, she at least did not put up a fierce resistance. Yi Qingwei had begun to trust him. Next, all we need to do is continue to build trust and strengthen our bond. There is hope that the system's resource level will be upgraded. Chapter 23. Striving to upgrade resource levels. 2 more days passed. The morning sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling as if his whole body had fallen apart. She was extremely weak. "I'm so tired." Even with E-grade energy mineral water to maintain physical strength, the mental strain is enormous. Lin Yuan took out a bottle of grade E water from the system space and drank it down in one gulp. A familiar warmth spread throughout my body. My strength has recovered somewhat, but I'm still very tired. Lin Yuan sighed, thinking, I must unlock the resources that can improve my physique as soon as possible, otherwise something really bad will happen. He turned to look at the two sisters on the bed. Yi Qingxue lay on her side on the edge of the bed, curled up in a ball. Even in sleep, the body remained stiff. It was clear that she was still resisting. And Yi Qingwei has woken up and is tidying up the room. She looked to be in good spirits. Lin Yuan looked at her, somewhat surprised. Yi Qingwei's changes are really rapid. From initial resistance, we can now get along normally. It's only been a few days. Lin Yuan wasn't sure if he had truly accepted it or was just putting on a brave face. But at least, her current performance has made things much easier for Lin Yuan. Good morning, brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei greeted Lin Yuan politely when she saw that he had woken up. You must have had a tough day of training yesterday, she said in a low voice. I'll go get you some water. After saying that, she took a bottle of grade E energy mineral water from the corner of the wall and handed it to Lin Yuan. Drink up. It'll replenish your energy. Lin Yuan took the water and looked at Yi Qingwei. This girl is indeed trying hard to adapt. Although the process was difficult, she tried her best to cooperate. Lin Yuan simply said, thank you, and then started drinking. Yi Qingwei nodded and continued tidying up the room. Brother Lin Yuan, are we training again today? She asked the question very calmly. Lin Yuan looked at her and nodded. Okoo. Yi Qingwei said. Then I'll go wake my sister up first. After saying that, she climbed to the edge of the bed and gently shook her sister's shoulder. Sister, wake up. Yi Qingxue slowly opened her eyes and saw her younger sister's smiling face, her expression complicated. Qingwei, sister, get up quickly. Yi Qingwei held her sister's hand. Brother Lin Yuan is waiting for us. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue felt as if her heart was being torn apart. What happened to my sister? Why? Why did it turn out like this? She sat up, silently took the water Lin Yuan handed her, and drank it down. She didn't say a word throughout the entire process. They simply cooperated in silence. Lin Yuan observed the two sisters' drastically different attitudes and pondered in his heart. Daytime. Lin Yuan continued to guide the two sisters in their training. As with yesterday, the training included physical conditioning, combat skills, and reaction time. Although Yi Qingxue was initially indifferent, she found herself getting stronger as the training progressed. However, the perceptive Lin Yuan noticed that her resistance was indeed gradually weakening. At least, I'm not as wary of him as I was at the beginning. Although she is still somewhat wary, she is at least willing to cooperate with training now. This is progress. And Yi Qingwei's performance surprised Lin Yuan. She trains very hard and always wants to do better. Brother Lin Yuan, did I do this movement correctly? Brother Lin Yuan, I want to train a little longer. Brother Lin Yuan, could you give me an extra bottle of water after training? Her tone of voice was soft and gentle, yet carried a serious tone. Lin Yuan looked at her, somewhat surprised. This girl is really hardworking. Okay, I'll give you an extra bottle after training. Lin Yuan said. Thank you, Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei happily continued her training. After the training session, Lin Yuan gave her an extra reward. Yi Qingwei happily drank the grade E water and smiled contentedly. Yi Qingxue watched this scene from the side, her feelings complicated. My sister seems to have really started to trust this man. Day 15. Early morning. Lin Yuan drank several bottles of grade E water before he could barely recover some of his strength. Lin Yuan looked at the two sisters on the bed, lost in thought. Does this method actually work? The system said that building strong bonds can increase a goddess's level. But how long will it take? How can we truly enhance affinity? Lin Yuan didn't know. He could only persevere. If this method doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to risk going out. But going out is too risky. With his current physique, although he is stronger than an ordinary person, it is still too dangerous for him to face evolved beasts. So, let's try this method first. In fact, Lin Yuan had also thought that this affinity should be the same as the level of goodwill and trust. Only when trust is truly established can the bond be strengthened. Now, what Lin Yuan needs to do is to gradually build this trusting relationship through daily interactions and training. During the day, Lin Yuan continued to guide the training. Yi Qingwei remained cooperative, even more so than yesterday. She would proactively ask for advice on combat techniques. They would proactively ask Lin Yuan for advice. They will proactively request to increase the intensity of training. And Yi Qingshue's performance today has also changed somewhat. Although she still doesn't initiate conversations much, at least she's not as aloof as before. She would hand Lin Yuan water when he was tired. They will proactively help tidy up the room. I will cooperate diligently during training. At least, she showed an attitude of accepting reality. Lin Yuan noticed this change. Very good. That's how you build trust little by little. Let her get used to his presence without even realizing it. I'm used to relying on him. I'm used to trusting him. Evening. The three sat together and shared their training experiences from the day. Lin Yuan is summarizing his performance today. You all made significant progress today, especially in your reaction speed. Qingyue, your fighting techniques are already very standard. Qingshuo, your strength has increased considerably. The two sisters were pleased to hear the praise. Yi Qingyue smiled and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Lin Yuan's excellent teaching." Lin Yuan took out several bottles of grade water and distributed them to them. "This is today's reward." "Thank you, Brother Lin Yuan." Yi Qingyue happily accepted the water. Yi Qingshuo silently accepted it, her wariness of Lin Yuan lessening slightly. Over the past few days, she discovered that although Lin Yuan was aloof, he was indeed teaching them earnestly. Moreover, he kept his word and rewarded them as long as they trained hard. Perhaps, following him, I really can survive. At night, the three of them went to rest. Lin Yuan looked at the snow outside the window, lost in thought. The results have been pretty good these past few days. Yi Qingshue's guard was lowering, and Yi Qingyue was beginning to trust him. Next, all we need to do is continue building bonds. Maybe it will raise your goddess level. Resources can then be upgraded. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his heart filled with anticipation. But at the same time, he also had some concerns. What if this method doesn't work? What if the system still doesn't respond after a long time? Then we'll have no choice but to risk going out. But given his current physical condition, the risk of him going out is too great. No, we must continue our efforts. Hang in there for a few more days. If it still doesn't work, then let's change our strategy. Night fell quietly. In the room, only the breathing of three people could be heard. Outside the window, the snow is still falling. The world is still so cold. But this small room was filled with hope. Yi Qingshuo lay in her quilt, thinking about the changes of the past few days. My sister seems to have really started to trust Lin Yuan, and I am slowly accepting this reality. Perhaps this is the law of survival in the apocalypse. Only by attaching yourself to the strong can you survive. Yi Qingshuo closed her eyes, her heart no longer so resistant. Lin Yuan, meanwhile, was making plans in his mind. The plan is progressing smoothly. All you need to do now is keep going. Once the goddess's level increases, the resources will be upgraded. He can become stronger. That way, we can go further in this apocalypse. Chapter 24, I think I've fallen for you. Early morning. Lin Yuan weakly opened his eyes. 5 days. 5 whole days. Do you know how I spent these 5 days? Even with E-grade energy mineral water to maintain his strength, he still felt like he was being drained dry. Physical exhaustion. Mental exhaustion. She was extremely weak. Lin Yuan took out several bottles of grady water from the system space and drank them down in one gulp. A familiar warmth spread throughout my body. My strength has recovered somewhat, but I'm still very tired. Lin Yuan sighed, thinking, if this continues, I won't be able to hold on until the system upgrades. He opened the system panel to check the goddess's level. Collected goddesses. Ye vingu, lev, biv. Ye vingu, lev, biv. It's still Leviticus 1. Nothing has changed. A sense of anxiety welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Is this method not working? Do we need more time? Is this method the real way to increase affinity? Lin Yuan didn't know. He could only persevere. Hang in there for 2 more days. If there's still no effect after 2 days, then we'll have no choice but to risk going out. Good morning, Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingyue's voice rang out. She's already up and preparing for today's training. Brother Lin Yuan, did you sleep well? Lin Yuan nodded. Good. And you? Yi Qingyue thought for a moment. I'm fine too. Although training is tiring every day, I can feel myself improving. She spoke very seriously. Lin Yuan looked at her, his heart filled with mixed feelings. This girl is really trying hard to adapt to the apocalypse. From the initial fear and anxiety, now I'm able to face training with a positive attitude. It's only been a few days, Brother Lin Yuan, are we training again today? Yi Qingwei asked calmly. Lin Yuan nodded. Okoo. Yi Qingwei said. Then I must work even harder. I want to improve my strength as soon as possible. She spoke earnestly, her eyes filled with determination. Lin Yuan looked at her, somewhat surprised. This girl adjusted her mindset very quickly. Perhaps this is the adaptability of young people. Yi Qingxue woke up by the bedside. Seeing her younger sister preparing for training so diligently, she felt conflicted. My sister has indeed changed a lot in the past few days. She transformed from a delicate girl into someone capable of facing the apocalypse independently. This is a good thing, but why does she feel uneasy? Yi Qingxue sat up, silently took the water Lin Yuan handed her, and drank it down. She didn't say a word throughout the entire process. He just watched his younger sister in silence. Seeing my younger sister becoming stronger and stronger, my heart was filled with mixed feelings. Daytime. Lin Yuan continued his daily training plan. There was no other way. Lin Yuan originally wanted them to rest, but if they didn't improve their strength soon, it will become increasingly dangerous for them. Today, Yi Qingyue's enthusiasm for training is even higher. She would proactively ask for advice on various combat techniques. They would proactively ask for Lin Yuan's opinion. They will proactively request to increase the intensity of training. She would even ask serious questions about some details. Brother Lin Yuan, am I doing this right? Brother Lin Yuan, what do you think I still need to improve? Brother Lin Yuan, I want to learn more. Her tone was earnest and persistent. Lin Yuan looked at her, feeling both surprised and satisfied. This girl is really hardworking. His effort surprised even him. And Yi Qingxue didn't say much today. She just trained quietly. Although not as enthusiastic as her younger sister, she was still very serious. Lin Yuan noticed that her eyes often looked at her younger sister. Seeing my younger sister working harder and harder, his eyes were filled with complex emotions. I feel relieved. I have concerns. There's a sense of helplessness and a trace of self-reflection. Lin Yuan noticed the change in her. This is undoubtedly a good thing for Lin Yuan, as both sisters are making progress. Lin Yuan's biggest goal right now is to improve his strength. Only those who are strong enough can protect themselves in the apocalypse. If he possessed terrifying strength, he wouldn't need to be so cautious. Day 17. Evening. Lin Yuan was so exhausted he almost collapsed. He drank several bottles of grade E mineral water before he barely recovered. He opened the system panel and checked the goddess's level again. It's still Leviticus 1. There has been no change. A sense of disappointment and anxiety welled up in Lin Yuan's heart. Although Lin Yuan found this kind of daily life extremely comfortable, he couldn't bear to continue like this. That day, those evolved plants and animals could ignore the walls. His life was in danger. Does this method really not work? Do we really have to risk going out? What to do? Lin Yuan fell in a deep thought. Brother Lin Yuan, what's wrong? Yi Qingwei climbed up to his side and asked with concern. You look so tired. Lin Yuan shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just a little tired. Then let me give you a massage. Yi Qingwei said happily. I used to give my sister massages, and she said they were very comfortable. After saying that, she began to massage Lin Yuan's shoulders. The pressure was just right. It's very comfortable. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, enjoying Yi Qingwei's service. Although Lin Yuan was unsure whether Yi Qingwei genuinely wanted to serve him, but at least he is satisfied with her current performance. Night. Yi Qingwei remained nestled in Lin Yuan's arms, holding him tightly. It was as if she had completely gotten used to lying in Lin Yuan's arms. Brother Lin Yuan. She suddenly spoke. The voice was very soft, with a hint of hesitation. What's wrong? Lin Yuan asked. Yi Qingwei was silent for a moment, then whispered. I think, I've fallen for you. These words exploded in the room like a bomb. Yi Qingxue suddenly opened her eyes and looked at her younger sister in disbelief. What? Sister? What did my sister just say? She's fallen for Lin Yuan? How is that possible? Yi Qingxue was completely stunned. Lin Yuan was also stunned. He looked at Yi Qingwei in his arms, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What did you say? Yi Qingwei raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. His eyes were clear and innocent, without a trace of falsehood. I think I'm really starting to trust you. Her voice was soft but firm, although I was very scared and resistant at first. But now I've discovered I feel very fulfilled when I train with you. Although you may seem cold, you are genuinely dedicated to teaching us. Although you initially coerced us with supplies, you did give us hope to survive. And the time we spent together these past few days, I've discovered you're not as bad as I thought. Yi Qingwei spoke very seriously. His eyes held a hint of complexity, but more than that, they were filled with honesty. Lin Yuan looked at her, a complex emotion welling up inside him. This girl, have I really fallen for him? Or is it Stockholm Syndrome? Lin Yuan was unsure. Brother Lin Yuan, you don't like me? Yi Qingwei asked in a low voice. There was a hint of unease in his eyes. Lin Yuan patted her head. I like, he said calmly, although he knew that this kind of liking might not be the same as the liking that Yi Qingwei understood. But at least he did like this obedient and well-behaved girl. Really? Yi Qingwei's eyes lit up. So are we a couple? Lin Yuan remained silent for a while. Then he nodded. I guess so. Very good. Yi Qingwei happily threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. I finally have a boyfriend. Although the process was a bit strange. But I'm really happy. She spoke with great excitement, like a little girl who had received a gift she longed for. Yi Qingxue listened to her younger sister's words by the bedside. I completely broke down. No, impossible. Qingwei. How could Qingwei possibly fall in love with that man? That man who forced them? That man who humiliated them? How is that possible? But my sister's words were so earnest, so sincere. It doesn't sound like a lie at all. Yi Qingxue bit her lip, tears streaming silently down her face. She didn't understand. I really don't understand. Why did my sister turn out like this? Why? Sister, don't be sad. Yi Qingwei suddenly turned her head and looked at her sister. I know you can't accept it yet. But, sister, think about it. In this apocalyptic world, just surviving is already a blessing. And Brother Lin Yuan gave us hope to live. He may be cold, but at least he won't hurt us, right? So, sister, try to accept it too. That way, everyone will feel a little more at ease. Yi Qingwei spoke very seriously. But these words were like knives, piercing Yi Qingxue's heart. She discovered that her younger sister's awareness was far superior to hers. But Yi Qingxue didn't get used to it for a while. After all, she was the school beauty, a young lady, and Yi Qingxue's older sister. No matter what, Yi Qingxue could not bring herself to like Lin Yuan. It wasn't just Lin Yuan's personality, but also the fact that Lin Yuan didn't give her a deep sense of security. Lin Yuan held Yi Qingxue in his arms, looking at Yi Qingxue, whose back was to him. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yi Qingxue's confession was indeed a bit unexpected for Lin Yuan. But the effect was excellent, or rather, it was a turning point in Yi Qingxue's opinion of him. This made her start to have doubts. This made her start to waver. All you need to do now is keep going. When Yi Qingxue also completely gave in, wait until the goddess's level increases. He will find a way to become stronger. Chapter 25 Resource Upgrade. Grade D Energy Mineral Water. Day 18. Early morning. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. 7 consecutive days of high-intensity work had pushed his body to its limits. Even with grade E energy mineral water to maintain physical strength, mental fatigue cannot be compensated for. He sighed and prepared to retrieve water from the system space. Just then, bite! A crisp notification sound exploded in my mind. Lin Yuan was startled. Could it be? Ding! Congratulations, host. Goddess Yi Qingxue's affinity towards you has increased to level 2. A strong bond has been detected. Currently generated resources. Grade E energy mineral water. Grade D energy mineral water. Lin Yuan's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. It was a success. It really worked. All the hard work over this period of time has finally paid off. Through daily interactions and training, they finally built a deep enough bond. He suppressed his excitement and opened the system panel to check the details. Unlimited Resource Blessing System. Host, Lin Yuan. Physical fitness, 8. Normal male is 10. Goddess is collected. Ye vingu, live, biv. Ye vingu, live, iki. Unlocked items. Frost Curse Antidote. D-grade Energy Mineral Water. Lin Yuan immediately clicked on the detailed description of the Grade D Mineral Water. Grade D Energy Mineral Water. Specifications: 500 ml/bottle. Generation speed: 1 bottle/second. Item description. Drinking 1 bottle will maintain hunger and hydration levels for 20 hours. Additional effect. Each bottle permanently increases constitution by 0.1, stacking infinitely. Upon seeing the last line of text, Lin Yuan almost cried out. Permanently increase your physique. Infinite stacking. 0.1 body type. What does that mean? This means he can improve his physical condition indefinitely by drinking water. Although each bottle only increases by 0.1, the system generates 1 bottle per second. That's 3,600 bottles per hour. That's 86,400 bottles a day. If he drinks water like crazy, how many bottles could he drink in a day? Even if you only drink 100 bottles, you can increase your physique by 10 points. 10 days is 100 points. This is fucking a miracle drug. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. It shouldn't be too obvious. We must not let the two sisters see through our plan. He casually took a bottle of water from the system space. The next second, a transparent bottle appeared in his hand. It contained a deep blue liquid, darker than grady water, and emitted a faint fluorescence. Lin Yuan's heart raced as he looked at the bottle of water. He unscrewed the bottle cap and brought it to his lips. A sweet aroma wafted over, even more intense than that of grady water. Lin Yuan drank it down in one gulp. Moment. A powerful warm current surged from my throat into my stomach, and then quickly spread throughout my body. That feeling, it's like a cold body being suddenly thrown into a boiling hot spring. No, even stronger than that. Even more stunning. Lin Yuan could clearly feel that every cell in his body was cheering with joy. That excruciating hunger vanished instantly. The physical fatigue also subsided quickly. And what's even more amazing is, he could feel his body getting stronger. Although the changes are subtle, it is indeed getting stronger. The power is growing. The muscles are becoming firmer. The bones are becoming stronger. This feeling, that was awesome. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, enjoying this wonderful feeling. After about 10 seconds, the intense warmth gradually subsided. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and immediately checked the system panel. Constitution 8.1. It changed from 8 to 8.1. It really improved. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, but he quickly calmed down. He looked at the two sisters who were still fast asleep on the bed. Yi Qingxue curled up by the bed, while Yi Qingwen nestled in the blankets. Lin Yuan made a decision. You must drink D-grade water like crazy to improve your physical condition as soon as possible. But the two sisters were still only given E-grade water. The reason is simple. First, D-grade water can enhance one's strength, so he must prioritize improving his own strength. Second, and most importantly, he must maintain an absolute advantage in strength. Especially Yi Qingxue, although she has submitted now, she must still have a rebellious streak in her heart. If her physical condition also improves, what if she suddenly flares up one day? That would be troublesome. Therefore, it is essential to widen the gap in strength. This ensures she will never have a chance to resist. Lin Yuan suppressed his excitement and began frantically drawing water from the system space. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 10 bottles. He took out 10 bottles of grade D mineral water in one go and piled them up in the corner. Then, he picked up the second bottle, unscrewed the cap, and drank it. The same warm current. The same feeling. Cool. Lin Yuan kept drinking bottle after bottle. He was completely immersed in the thrill of becoming stronger. After finishing 10 bottles, he opened the system panel to check. Constitution 9.1. It went from 8.1 to 9.1. 10 bottles of water increased my constitution by 1 point. Lin Yuan was overjoyed, but he didn't stop. Continue drawing water. Keep drinking. He wants to improve his physical condition as much as possible. While the two sisters were still asleep, he wanted to widen the gap in their strength. Half an hour later, Yi Qingxue woke up. She opened her eyes groggily and saw Lin Yuan sitting by the wall. He was holding a bottle of dark blue water. I'm drinking now. In the corner, there was a large pile of empty bottles. There are at least 30 or more. Yi Qingxue was stunned. What's going on here? What is Lin Yuan doing? Why did I drink so much water? And the color of this water is different from before. Yi Qingxue sat up and looked at Lin Yuan with a puzzled expression. What are you drinking? Her voice was a little hoarse. Lin Yuan looked up and glanced at her. Water. He he said calmly. But you drank so much. Yi Qingxue stared at the empty bottle in the corner, her eyes filled with confusion. Isn't this water only good for sustenance? Why are you drinking so much? Lin Yuan did not answer. He just kept drinking water, one bottle after another. It's like being addicted to a drink. Looking at him, Yi Qingxue felt a sense of unease. This man, what exactly are they doing? Just then, Yi Qingxue also woke up. She rubbed her eyes and saw Lin Yuan drinking water, so she curiously crawled over. Brother Lin Yuan, are you drinking water? The color of this water seems different. She tilted her head, looking at the dark blue liquid in Lin Yuan's hand. It's a deeper color than the previous water, and it's glowing. Brother Lin Yuan, is this fresh water? It's not quite the same as yours, that white, watery one. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, it's new. The effect is better than before. Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up. Then, can I drink it too? Lin Yuan looked at her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. Not at the moment. This water is precious, and I don't have much of it. I need to prioritize improving my own strength. Only when I become stronger can I better protect you. This reason is very valid. Although Yi Qingxue was somewhat disappointed, she still nodded. Oh, then good luck, Brother Lin Yuan, she said obediently. Yi Qingxue, on the other hand, fell into deep thought. New water, even better results. Lin Yuan needs to prioritize improving his own strength. She suddenly realized something. Could it be that this water can really make people stronger? More than just satisfying hunger and thirst. It can also enhance your strength? Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. If that's the case, Lin Yuan has been drinking water like crazy these past few days. Is it to become stronger? And he wouldn't give them any to drink. Is it to maintain the gap in strength? She suddenly realized that she and her sister, it's possible that there's no escaping it forever, because Lin Yuan is becoming stronger and stronger, and they can only ever look up to him. However, Yi Qingxue didn't resist too much in her heart, because she had been subdued by Lin Yuan. She also hoped that Lin Yuan would be stronger, so that she and her sister could survive longer in the apocalypse. Lin Yuan continued drinking water, one bottle after another. He didn't care at all about the sisters' reactions. He now has only one goal: dramatically improve physical fitness. Become stronger as soon as possible. Only by becoming stronger can he survive in this cruel apocalypse. Only then can you collect more goddesses, unlock more resources, to become the king of this world. Chapter 26, Crazy Improvement. A true man with physique exceeding 100. Day 18 to day 22. 5 whole days. Lin Yuan drinks D-grade mineral water like crazy every day, from morning till night. It almost never stopped. One bottle after another. It's like being addicted to a drink. Every morning when I wake up, the first thing I do is drink water. Drink water during your daytime rest. You should drink water before going to bed at night. He could clearly feel his body getting stronger little by little. The power is growing. The speed is increasing. The reaction time is getting faster. This feeling, that was awesome. It's addictive. Lin Yuan wished he could drink water 24 hours a day. Unfortunately, when he drank 100 bottles, Lin Yuan's body began to reject the product. Lin Yuan inquired about the reason from the system. The system's answer was simple. The human genetic problem can only be solved with more advanced resources. Lin Yuan didn't care about this. 100 bottles a day is enough. Each bottle increases constitution by 0.1, so 100 bottles would increase it by 10 points. 5 days equals 50 points. This rate of improvement is simply incredible. The only downside is that you can't really drink unlimited amounts of water. Day 22 to day 27. Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade water like crazy. 100 bottles per day. Not a single bottle is missing. My physical condition is improving rapidly. 58.1, 68.1, 78.1, 88.1, 98.1. On the morning of the 27th day, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and checked the system panel. Physical fitness, 108.1. From 8.1 to 108.1. In 10 days, I gained a full 100 points in physique. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within his hand. He stood up and walked to the wall. Take a deep breath. Then, bang! He punched the wall. Moment. The entire wall was shaking violently. A huge dent, 10 centimeters deep, appeared on the wall. The surrounding concrete cracks spread out like a spider web. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He is now a non-human being. A single punch can smash through a concrete wall. If it's about dealing with ordinary people, one punch can blow a skull apart. Lin Yuan was overjoyed. In 10 days, he went from a weakling with a physical constitution of only 8. He became a superhuman with a physical strength exceeding 100. This rate of improvement is simply incredible. Moreover, he can continue to grow stronger. Just keep drinking gray D water. His physical condition can be improved indefinitely. 200, 300, 400, even higher. Lin Yuan turned around, about to return to the bedside. Just then, bang! A loud bang. The window suddenly shattered. Countless shards of glass flew everywhere. A thick vine suddenly pierced through the window. The vines were dark green, covered with dense thorns, and exuded an eerie aura. This is an evolved plant, and the goal of this vine, it was Yi Qingwei on the bed. Qingwei, Yi Vingu screaming. Yi Qingwei was still asleep and did not react at all. The vines moved incredibly fast, reaching Yi Qingwei in an instant. At the critical moment, roll! Lin Yuan roared angrily. He shot out like a cannonball. With a physique exceeding 100, his speed is astonishing. He appeared beside the bed almost instantly. He reached out and grabbed the vine. Then, bang! He threw a punch. A terrifying power erupted. The thick vine was instantly smashed into pieces. Green juice splattered everywhere. The remnants of the vines fell limply to the ground, still twitching slightly. The whole process took less than a second. Lin Yuan stood by the bed, exuding a terrifying aura. He looked out the window, his eyes cold. Outside the window, there was a huge vine. It is at least 3 meters tall, with countless vines waving in the air like venomous snakes. This is an evolved plant. Moreover, its level of evolution is very high. They're already capable of actively attacking humans. Damn it! Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. He knew this day would come sooner or later. But I didn't expect it to come so quickly. Fortunately, his physique evolved, otherwise all 3 of them would have certainly died. Evolved plants have now been able to break through windows and enter indoor spaces. This means it's no longer safe here. Yeah. Yi Qingwei was awakened by the loud noise and screamed in fright when she saw the broken window and the vine debris on the ground. Yi Qingwei rushed over and hugged her younger sister tightly. Qingwei, are you all right? Her voice was trembling. That scene was so dangerous. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, if Lin Yuan hadn't reacted so quickly, my sister is doomed. Yi Qingwei trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Sister, almost. She couldn't continue. The fear of death caused her to completely break down. Just then, hiss. Outside the window, the evolved plant emitted eerie sounds. More vines crawled in through the broken window. This time, there's more than 1, but 5, 10. Countless vines surged into the room like venomous snakes. And what's worse is, the walls are riddled with vines. The concrete wall was pierced by vines, leaving large holes. A howling, cold wind rushed into the room. Besides, white snow drifted in through the hole. It landed on the 3 of them. Lin Yuan gasped. Damn it. Lin Yuan immediately took out 3 bottles of antidote for the frost curse from the system space. He stuffed the antidote into the sisters' hands. Knowing the torment of the snow, the sisters took it without hesitation. He quickly took it himself. A familiar cool sensation spread throughout my body. The snow poison has been suppressed. Lin Yuan finally understood that this antidote could not completely cure the snow poison, because he had taken the antidote before. But when it snows, I can still feel the cold. Perhaps only by increasing one's affinity with Yi Qingwei can this annoying problem be permanently resolved. Lin Yuan couldn't believe that even with a system, things were this difficult. Ordinary survivors would likely be even less able to resist. But now is not the time to think about that. The crisis is not over yet. The vines are still pouring into the room. Lin Yuan looked at the vines, his eyes turning cold. Since you're here, then leave them all with me. He stepped forward, faced with countless surging vines. Then, bang, bang, bang. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Every punch carries terrifying power. Each punch could shatter a vine. With his physique exceeding 100, his strength has reached a superhuman level. The vines of these evolved plants were like paper in front of him. It could be smashed easily. Green juice splattered everywhere. The remains of vines were piled up all over the ground. Less than a minute. All the vines that had flooded into the room were smashed to pieces by Lin Yuan. The evolved plant outside the window seemed to sense the danger as well. It retracted all its vines and quickly fled. Lin Yuan stood by the window, watching the figure of the evolved plant escape. He didn't chase after them, because protecting the two sisters is more important. He turned around and looked at the two sisters on the bed. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue hugged each other tightly, their bodies trembling. The way they looked at Lin Yuan, it was incredibly moving. It was filled with awe and a hint of indescribable admiration. What I just saw was so shocking. Lin Yuan smashed the vines with a single punch. He smashed all the invading evolved plants with dozens of punches. That terrifying power, that absolute power, this made them realize it for the first time. Lin Yuan is no longer an ordinary person. They are also their only support. Daytime. Lin Yuan temporarily sealed the holes in the windows and walls with wooden boards. While it cannot completely block the cold wind, it can at least reduce the intrusion of snow. The two sisters sat on the bed, still recovering from the shock of the morning. Yi Qingyue hugged her sister tightly, her eyes still filled with lingering fear. Sister, I almost died. Her voice was trembling. If it weren't for brother Lin Yuan, I would. Yi Qingxue held her younger sister, tears streaming silently down her face. She will never forget what just happened. The vine was less than 10 centimeters away from my sister's head. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, if Lin Yuan hadn't intervened in time, my sister really died. Yi Qingxue turned to look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was checking the window ceiling, his back to them. That figure at this moment appeared incredibly tall, extremely reliable. She suddenly realized. My opinion of Lin Yuan, that's wrong. That's completely wrong. She always regarded Lin Yuan as a demon. They were treated as bad people who coerced and humiliated them. But today Lin Yuan proved it with his actions. He not only has the ability to protect them, moreover, he really is a very good man. In the apocalypse, Yi Qingxue was very clear about this. If those sisters fell into the hands of other men, they would likely be treated as playthings and commodities. And it was a very brutal form of torture. Although Lin Yuan also exhibited the former behavior, at least he wasn't rude and was quite gentle with them. Thinking this way, Yi Qingxue's mindset underwent a slight change. The resistance in her eyes when she looked at Lin Yuan was gone. If Lin Yuan really is a demon, he could have simply stood by and watched someone die. He let his sister be killed by the vines. In this way, he will have one less burden. But he didn't. He rushed out immediately. He rescued his sister as quickly as possible. They were also given the antidote to prevent the snow poison from taking effect. Such a person, is it really a demon? Yi Qingxue didn't know. All she knew was that she owed Lin Yuan her life. No, it's two lives. My own life, my sister's life. Lin Yuan saved them all. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath and stood up. She walked behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, she called out softly. This was the first time she had called Lin Yuan by his name on her own initiative. It's not you. Not that man. Instead, it was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at her. What's wrong? Then she bowed deeply. Thank you for saving Qingyue. Her voice was soft, but sincere. If it weren't for you, she would. At this point, Yi Qingxue's tears flowed again. Thank you. Lin Yuan looked at her, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This was Yi Qingxue's first time. Say thank you to him. You're welcome. Lin Yuan said calmly. You are now my people, and it is my responsibility to protect you. Yi Qingxue raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. That look was no longer filled with resentment and resistance. Rather, it's complicated. I'm grateful. I feel guilty. And a trace of inexplicable dependence. In this apocalyptic world, survival is the most important thing. And Lin Yuan, that was their only hope for survival. She looked at Lin Yuan's strong physique. I recalled the scene of him smashing the vines with his fist just now. That terrifying power, that absolute power. It was the first time she truly felt safe. Women admire strength. This is human nature, especially in this perilous apocalyptic world. A strong man means hope for survival. Ye vingu bitadip. She suddenly realized, my attitude towards Lin Yuan, things are really changing. Yi Qingxue knew she could no longer resist Lin Yuan as she had before. Because she owed him, Lin Yuan, Yi Qingxue said softly, from now on, I will cooperate with you properly. I won't resist anymore. Upon hearing those words, Yi Qingxue felt her defenses completely crumble. Her beautiful face instantly turned bright red. It doesn't fit her icy beauty personality at all. Yi Qingxue felt a sense of relief at that moment. At least, I don't have to struggle anymore. No more suffering. Since there's no escaping it. Since Lin Yuan can really protect them. Then, why not accept it? Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingxue, a smile playing on his lips. Finally, we've finally reached this point. Yi Qingxue finally gave in. It wasn't that I was forced to submit by him. Instead, they willingly submitted. This is an attack by evolving plants. Although it is a crisis, but it is also an opportunity. This allowed Yi Qingxue to see his strength. It made her realize that she could only survive if she stayed with him. So, Lin Yuan walked up to Yi Qingxue. He reached out and patted her head. Very good, he said calmly. From now on, follow me closely. I will protect you. Ye vingu nodded. The next few days, the sisters' attitudes toward Lin Yuan underwent a tremendous change. Yi Qingxue was already very dependent on Lin Yuan. After this crisis, she admired Lin Yuan even more. Brother Lin Yuan is amazing. Those thick vines were smashed to pieces with a single punch. Brother Lin Yuan is simply a Superman. She spoke excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration. And Yi Qingxue, although not as exaggerated as her sisters, but her attitude did change. She was no longer the one who was forced and resistant. Instead, it was proactive. Even with a hint of ingratiation, Lin Yuan was very satisfied with the changes in Yi Qingxue. Chapter 27 5 days. Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade mineral water like crazy. 100 bottles a day, not a single one missing. He could clearly feel his body getting stronger every day. Lin Yuan had originally planned to set off much earlier, but then thought it best to play it safe. After all, he has the advantage, so there's no need to rush into taking risks. After all, Lin Yuan hadn't fully grasped the situation outside. And the two sisters. Subtle changes are also taking place. Especially Yi Qingxue. Since that attack by the evolved plants, her admiration for Lin Yuan has reached its peak. Brother Lin Yuan, I want to become stronger. That way we can help Brother Lin Yuan. Her eyes shone as she spoke earnestly. Lin Yuan looked at her, a smile playing on his lips. Want to become stronger? Then you'd better do your best. He said calmly. Yi Qingxue nodded immediately. Yes, I will. In the following days, Yi Qingxue's training performance is becoming increasingly outstanding. She would proactively inquire about Lin Yuan's condition. When Lin Yuan was tired, he would take the initiative to do some miscellaneous tasks. I will give it my all during training. Even, she would also proactively offer training suggestions. Brother Lin Yuan, how about we try increasing the training intensity? She said it seriously. His eyes were filled with anticipation. Lin Yuan looked at her, feeling satisfied. This girl, they really worked hard. Lin Yuan could sense the effort she put into becoming stronger. I give my all in every training session and never slack off. Therefore, Lin Yuan was very generous. Yi Qingxue is rewarded with 1 or 2 bottles of D-grade mineral water every day. After all, this girl was really working hard in her training, and Lin Yuan was willing to reward her. Yi Qingxue could clearly feel herself becoming stronger. My body feels lighter. Its strength is also growing. This will motivate her to work even harder. Yi Qingxue was becoming increasingly tormented. She watched as her sister received D-grade water every day. And myself, in these 5 days, I only got 3 bottles. Although, she could also feel the changes in her body. But compared to her younger sister, the gap is widening. That evening, Yi Qingxue watched as her younger sister happily drank today's reward. A tremendous sense of crisis welled up inside me. She suddenly realized, if this continues, my sister will become stronger and stronger. By then, what will she have left to protect her younger sister? Maybe it was her younger sister who protected her. Yi Qingxue had actually accepted Lin Yuan from the bottom of her heart, but her proud young lady personality prevented her from doing so. It made her too ashamed to do that kind of thing. At this moment, Yi Qingxue bit her lip, thinking about how to break the deadlock. She's not stupid. She knew how Lin Yuan was rewarding her sister, and she herself, because they weren't proactive enough, because there is still resistance. Therefore, the reward he received was far less than that of his younger sister. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes. She suddenly remembered what had happened that morning. She saw her younger sister training diligently. He practiced fighting moves quietly by himself. Although the movements are not yet perfect, they're trying very hard, again and again, without ever slacking off. Lin Yuan gave his sister 2 bottles of grade D water after the instruction session. Yi Qingxue was somewhat surprised at the time. My sister is so hardworking, but what shocked her even more was, after my sister drank those 2 bottles of water, she became noticeably stronger. She could see that her sister's physical condition was improving. And yet, I'm still so weak. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. She suddenly understood. In this apocalyptic world, dignity is no longer important. Pride is useless now. Survival and becoming stronger are the most important things. And it was to protect his younger sister. She also needs to become stronger. As the older sister, she absolutely did not want to hold her younger sister back. I can't let my younger sister bear everything alone. I can't let my sister become stronger on her own. She is the older sister. She should be stronger. A decision has been made. Night. Lin Yuan was lying on the bed, preparing to rest. Yi Qingxue had already fallen asleep in his arms. Just then, Yi Qingxue walked over. Her eyes were very determined. Lin Yuan? She called out softly. Lin Yuan turned to look at her. What's wrong? Yi Qingxue took a deep breath. Then, she walked up to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I also want to intensify my training. She said it seriously. Although she had prepared herself mentally, Yi Qingxue was still a little nervous at this moment. I don't want to be left behind. I'm the older sister. I should protect Qingxue. So, I'd like to ask you to also give me focus guidance during my training. She finally said it. Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingxue. This proud, aloof school beauty. This woman who always kept her distance from him. Now he's finally willing to ask for training on his own initiative. To become stronger. To protect his younger sister. In order not to fall behind. She set aside her pride. Lin Yuan nodded. Very good. He said calmly. Starting today, I will increase the intensity of your training. If you take it seriously, I will give you the reward you deserve. Yi Qingxue nodded, her heart pounding with nervousness, but her eyes remained resolute. Another morning begins. The atmosphere subtly shifted. Yi Qingxue also began to take training seriously. Although she still blushes when she struggles during training. Although she still finds the movements difficult and strenuous. But she was no longer passive. Instead, she became very proactive. Lin Yuan was very satisfied. He generously rewarded Yi Qingxue. A bottle of grade D water. Yi Qingxue took the water and drank it down, looking slightly tired. A familiar warmth spread throughout my body. She could feel her body getting stronger. This feeling made her even more determined in her choice. But Yi Qingxue's reaction was unexpected. At first, she was very happy. My sister joined too. That's great. That way, my older sister can become stronger too. She said excitedly. But soon, she discovered the problem. Elder sister. It seems like they're putting in too much effort. Moreover, brother Lin Yuan seems to really like sister's initiative. This made Yi Qingxue a little jealous. Afternoon. Yi Vingyu notijit. My sister trained especially hard today and received 2 bottles of grade D water as a reward. And she only received 1 bottle. This is the first time. Her reward was less than her sister's. A sense of unwillingness welled up in Yi Qingxue's heart. She wasn't jealous of her sister. Rather, they don't want to fall behind. She also wants to become stronger. She also wants to acquire more resources. Night. Yi Qingxue watched her sister train diligently. I finally made up my mind. Elder sister. She said it seriously. I need to train even harder. I can't fall behind. Yi Qingxue was stunned for a moment. He turned to look at his younger sister. Qingxue, what are you saying? Yi Qingxue said earnestly. I want to become stronger too. I also want more D-grade water. So, I need to work even harder. Hearing this, Yi Qingxue felt both relieved and worried. Qingxue, you've already tried so hard. Don't push yourself too hard. Yi Qingwei shook her head. No, sister. I need to work even harder. To protect my sister, I must become stronger. The two sisters looked at each other. The atmosphere became warm and cozy. Lin Yuan watched this scene unfold. I am satisfied. Both sisters are working hard to become stronger. This is a good thing for him. I see that you've all worked very hard. He said calmly. If you continue to persevere, I will give you the reward you deserve. You all have the opportunity to become stronger. This promise relieved both sisters. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei nodded at the same time. We will try our best. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 28 Departure. The next few days, the two sisters, they really started training even harder. Although the training was tiring. Although they all worked very hard. But for that precious grade D mineral water. To become stronger. In order to survive. They gave up all their laziness. They even started healthy competition. Brother Lin Yuan, did I do this movement correctly? Yi Qingwei asked during training. Lin Yuan, I'd like to try more challenging training. Yi Qingxue said earnestly. Lin Yuan provided guidance from the sidelines, watching their progress. Both girls are striving to become stronger. This feeling is good. And he was also very generous. They are rewarded daily based on their training results. Yi Qingwei trained even harder and obtained 5 bottles of D-grade water. Yi Qingxue also obtained 3 bottles because she broke through her own limits. Both sisters are getting stronger. Physical fitness is improving. And they also began to trust Lin Yuan more and more. I'm becoming increasingly reliant on this team. Lin Yuan was very satisfied. The two sisters have now truly become reliable partners. It's not just about improving strength. There's also psychological growth. Early morning, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and checked the system panel. Constitution 258.1. From 8.1 to 258.1. It increased my constitution by a full 250 points. Lin Yuan clenched his fist. He could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within his hand. He is now a non-human being. It's time to set off. Lin Yuan stood up and looked at the two sisters on the bed. Clear snow, clear moon. He said calmly, get ready, let's go. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei immediately sat up. Leaving now? Yi Qingxue asked. Lin Yuan nodded. The apocalypse has been over for half a month. I'm not sure if your teacher is still alive. We must get there as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, the two sisters fell silent. Yes, the apocalypse has been over for half a month. Nobody knows what's going on outside. Teacher Shirahoshi Riki. Is he still alive? Ye Vingyu Biterlip. Brother Lin Yuan. Teacher Bai must still be alive. She must still be alive, she said in a low voice. Lin Yuan did not answer. He began retrieving supplies from the system space. 30 bottles of Frost Curse antidote. Take some of these antidotes from each of you. Lin Yuan said. If you encounter danger, follow my instructions. Don't run around. The two sisters nodded. He accepted the supplies handed to him by Lin Yuan. Although they were afraid. But with Lin Yuan there, at least there is still hope. 20 minutes later, the three of them left the room, ready to go downstairs. Lin Yuan walked at the very front. The two sisters followed closely behind him. The three of them had just reached the top of the stairs. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A familiar voice. Lin Yuan instantly became alert. Step back. He gave a low shout. The next second, bang! The window shattered. A thick vine suddenly pierced through the window. Extremely fast. It aimed straight for Lin Yuan's head. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei screamed in fright. Lin Yuan, this vine. They know each other too well. It's that evolved plant that ambushed them last time. That time, if Lin Yuan hadn't intervened in time, Yi Qingwei is doomed. And now, it's here again. But this time, Lin Yuan is no longer the Lin Yuan he once was. His physical fitness level is already 258.1. It's more than double the amount from last time. Facing the rapidly approaching vines, Lin Yuan's eyes were icy cold. There was no attempt to dodge. Instead, a sideways movement. Through the broken window, he saw the view outside the window. A huge green ivy. No, that's the evolved green ivy. Lin Yuan understood instantly. This plant was originally a common pothose that a resident kept. After the apocalypse, it evolved wildly. From a small ornamental plant, it has transformed into the monster that is now over 3 meters tall. Thick stem, countless waving vines, and that central location, a core the size of a basketball. That's its true form. Lin Yuan had read many novels, and usually this place was the weak point of these monsters. Even if it wasn't, Lin Yuan planned to destroy its main body himself. He refused to believe that the other party wouldn't die even after all that. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened. He was calculating the distance. Approximately 5 meters. With his current speed and strength, that's enough. Court death, he said coldly. Then, bang! Lin Yuan suddenly rushed out. Jump right out the window. The two sisters exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan had already rushed to the evolved green ivy. The evolved pot hose seemed to sense danger. It frantically waved all its vines. They wanted to stop Lin Yuan. But, bang, bang, bang. Lin Yuan punched again and again. Each punch could shatter a vine. Green juice splattered everywhere. The remains of vines were scattered all over the ground. The evolved green ivy emitted a mournful shriek. It wanted to escape. But, it's too late. Lin Yuan had already rushed to its main body. He looked at the basketball-sized core. You can clearly see that a thick green liquid is flowing inside the core. That is its source of life. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Then, one punch. A full-force punch. Smash it directly at the core. Bang! A tremendeuse explosion. That core. It exploded instantly. Thick green liquid splattered everywhere. The evolved green ivy let out its final screech. Then, all the vines instantly lost their vitality. It drooped down limply. The whole plant. It has withered. He died. Lin Yuan withdrew his fist. Looking at the withered, evolved green ivy in front of me, a thought flashed through my mind. So it turns out, even evolved plants have weaknesses. As long as the core of the main body is destroyed, it can kill instantly. This discovery is very important. We'll encounter evolved plants later. No need to waste time hitting those vines anymore. Attack the main body directly. Lin Yuan turned around. They jumped back into the stairwell. Upon landing, no sound was made. The two sisters stared at him blankly. What did they see? Lin Yuan jumped out of the window. Then, he smashed all the vines with a few punches. At last, one punch and it shatters the original body. The entire evolved plant. Dead. The whole process. Less than 10 seconds. Yi Qingyue's eyes were wide open. Brother Lin Yuan. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. Yi Qingyue's heart was filled with turmoil. She remembers it very clearly. Last time, Lin Yuan also smashed that vine with a single punch. But that time it only smashed the vines. This time, Lin Yuan charged straight out. Smash all the vines. Then, he punched the original body to shatter it. This kind of strength, this kind of combat wisdom, that's absolutely terrifying. She even suspected that Lin Yuan was a reincarnated person. Ye Vingu Bitadip. She suddenly realized. She realized that Lin Yuan's attitude had changed. It's no longer fear. It's no longer resistance. Rather, it was an indescribable fascination. This man, that's incredibly powerful. So powerful that it's irresistible. Lin Yuan withdrew his fist. I looked at the green juice on my hand. Then, a bottle of grady water was retrieved from the system space. I gave a quick rinse. Let's go, he said calmly. That evolved pothose plant is dead. But the commotion just now might have attracted other creatures. We need to get out of here as soon as possible. Ye Vingu and Ye Vingu no dit. Chapter 29, The Apocalypse Outdoors. The three of them quickly went downstairs. We arrived at the first floor. Lin Yuan carefully opened the electronic glass door in the corridor. Outside, everything was a vast expanse of white. The snow is still falling, but it's not as big as it used to be. The whole world was covered in ice and snow. The streets were covered with snow. It is at least half a meter deep. There were no corpses left. They were probably divided up by evolved plants and animals. The exterior walls of the building were covered with frost. Everywhere was deathly silent. There was no human voice. There was no sound of cars. Only the sound of wind and snow howling could be heard. Lin Yuan walked at the very front. Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingyue followed closely behind him. They looked at the scene before them. A tremendous fear welled up inside me. Is this still the world they know? Is this ruin really the bustling and vibrant city of Jiangsheng that was just half a month ago? Don't look at too much, Lin Yuan said calmly. Stay close to me. The two sisters nodded. They clung tightly to Lin Yuan's clothes. They were afraid of getting separated. The three of them struggled forward through the snow. although there is grade E mineral water to maintain physical strength. But the snow was too deep. Each step requires a lot of effort. Lin Yuan's physique is 258.1, so he left relatively easily. But the two sisters are different. Yi Qingyue's physique is 15, and Yi Qingshue's physique is 9.2. They walked with great difficulty. Fortunately, they had all taken the antidote beforehand, otherwise they would have been unable to move an inch. Lin Yuan was also glad that he had been steady. Less than a kilometer. The two of them were already panting heavily. Take a break, Lin Yuan said. He led the two sisters to hide in the ruins of a building. Yi Qingyue leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Brother Lin Yuan, I'm so tired, she said in a low voice. Lin Yuan took out 2 bottles of grade E water from the system space. Drink it. The two sisters took the water and quickly drank it down. A familiar warmth spread throughout my body. My strength has recovered somewhat. Can you still walk? Lin Yuan asked. Ye Ving Yu nodded. I can do it. Just then, shoo, a strange sound. It came from outside the ruins. Lin Yuan instantly became alert. He made a quiet gesture, then carefully walked to the edge of the ruins. He looked out through the broken window. The next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. In the snow, a giant dog? No, that's not an ordinary dog. Those are evolved creatures. That dog was at least 1.5 meters tall. Its entire body hair had turned dark black. Sharp fangs were visible in its mouth. The eyes were an eerie blood red. It was sniffing something in the snow. It seems to be looking for prey. Lin Yuan held his breath. Slowly back away. But the evolved creature suddenly turned its head. He looked toward the ruins where Lin Yuan was. It has found them. A whoop, a roar. The evolved creature suddenly charged forward. The speed is astonishing. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue turned pale with fright. Lin Yuan, Yi Qingxue said, her voice trembling. But Lin Yuan remained calm. He stood still, in a guard position, watching the evolved creature charge towards them, getting closer and closer. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter, just as the evolved creature pounced in front of him. Bang! Lin Yuan threw a punch. A simple and direct punch. There's nothing fancy about it. But this punch contained terrifying power. Snap! The sound of bones breaking. The evolved creature's head exploded instantly. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The enormous corpse lay limply on the ground. The whole process, less than a second. Lin Yuan withdrew his fist, looking at the corpse on the ground. Walk, he said calmly. It's not safe here. The smell of blood will attract more creatures. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue stared blankly at everything before them. What did they see? Lin Yuan killed that terrifying evolved creature with another punch. Yi Qingyue's eyes shone with admiration. Brother Lin Yuan is so amazing, she said in a low voice. A great sense of security welled up in Yi Qingshue's heart. Following such a powerful man, one can truly survive. The three continued on their way. I walked another kilometer. Just then, the sky suddenly darkened. Lin Yuan looked up. Then his pupils suddenly contracted. Quick! Hide! He growled. He grabbed the two sisters and rushed into the nearby ruins. Hiding in the shadows. Not moving at all. Lin Yuan, what happened? Yi Qingxue asked in a low voice. Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply pointed his finger at the sky. The two sisters looked up. Then they froze. In the sky, a giant eagle. No, that wasn't an ordinary eagle. It was a terrifying figure that blotted out the sky. That evolved eagle had a wingspan of at least 20 meters. Its entire body is covered in jet black feathers that shimmer with a metallic sheen. Its claws are thick and sharp, as if cast from steel. It hovered in the sky. It exudes a terrifying sense of oppression. And it was holding a person in its claws. To be precise, it was a mutilated corpse. The person was still struggling. It let out a piercing scream. Help! Help me! Help me! That sound was heart-wrenching. But soon, snap! The evolved eagle clenched its claws tightly. The person fell silent instantly. Blood fell from the sky. It fell on the snow. It dyed the whole area red. The evolutionary eagle let out a sharp cry. Then, carrying its prey, it flew off into the distance. The whole process, less than 10 seconds. In the ruins, a deathly silence. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue trembled all over. They covered their mouths. They were afraid of making any sound. That scene was terrifying. That person was eaten just like that. Yi Qingwei couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Brother Lin Yuan. She was sobbing softly. I'm so scared. Lin Yuan hugged her. Don't be afraid, he said calmly. With me here, you'll be fine. Yi Qingxue was also trembling, but she looked at Lin Yuan, looking at his decisive decision to hide just now. Looking at his calm expression now. An indescribable emotion welled up inside me. Lin Yuan is not only powerful, but also cautious. He knows what he can fight, what can't be hit. He won't act impulsively. I won't act rashly. This is the kind of man who can truly survive in the apocalypse. Ye Vingu Bitadip. She suddenly realized that her opinion of Lin Yuan had changed again. From initial hatred to current dependence, trust, or love. She wasn't sure, but she knew she couldn't live without this man. Chapter 30. Where is Teacher Bai? 10 minutes later. The evolutionary eagle has already flown far away. Only after confirming that they were safe did Lin Yuan lead the two sisters out of the ruins. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei said softly. That monster. Can you beat him? Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. Uncertain, he said frankly. That level of evolved creature. This has exceeded my expectations. If a fight really breaks out, I might die. These words came out. The two sisters fell silent. This was the first time they had heard Lin Yuan say, I might die. This man, who has always been strong, calm, and omnipotent, also has beings he cannot contend with. This made them even more afraid. At the same time, they became even more dependent on Lin Yuan. If even Lin Yuan couldn't fight against that kind of monster, then ordinary people had absolutely no hope. So, Lin Yuan continued. In the apocalypse, strength alone is not enough. You also need to know how to make judgments. What can be fought and what cannot be fought. What should be avoided and what should be fled from. Only by surviving can there be meaning. He looked at the two sisters. Remember this. The two sisters nodded. Their eyes were filled with admiration as they looked at Lin Yuan. It was not only because of his strength, but also because of his rationality. This is the kind of man who can truly survive in the apocalypse. We walked another 2 kilometers. The three of them finally saw the outline of Jiangxing University. That once bustling campus. It has now become a ruin. The building was half collapsed. The playground was covered with snow. Broken glass and twisted steel bars were everywhere. A deathly silence. Arrive. Lin Yuan said. Which direction are the teachers' apartments in? Yi Qingwei pointed ahead. Over there, that building on the east side. Lin Yuan nodded. Walk. But be careful. There may be more evolved organisms here. The three of them proceeded cautiously. Be alert to any movement around you. Every step taken. They could all encounter danger. But Lin Yuan remained calm. He walked at the front, shielding the two sisters from any potential danger with his body. As Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue watched his retreating figure, a tremendous sense of security welled up in their hearts. With this man around, they really can survive. The snow is still falling, but in the eyes of the three of them, they were all filled with hope. Is Teacher Bai Xingli still alive? The answer lies ahead. 10 more minutes passed. The three of them finally arrived at the teacher's apartment building. This is a 10-story building. The exterior walls are covered with ice and snow. Most of the windows were broken. Everywhere was a mess. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He carefully observed his surroundings. Look for any possible dangers. A few seconds passed. He confirmed that the surrounding area was temporarily safe. He then turned to look at Yi Qingwei. Which floor does your teacher live on? Ye Vingyu answered softly. 8th floor, room 803. Lin Yuan nodded. Walk. The three entered the stairwell. It was pitch black inside. Only a faint ray of light shone through the broken window. A rotten smell permeated the air. There was also a bloody smell. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei pinched their noses. His face was pale. Lin Yuan walked at the very front. They cautiously observed their surroundings. On the stairs, bloodstains were everywhere. There were also some remains of corpses. It has been frozen into an ice cube. The two sisters saw this. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. But they gritted their teeth. No sound was made. The three of them slowly walked uphill. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. Each floor you go up, the smell of blood in the air was even stronger. Lin Yuan was also more vigilant. He knew there may still be living, evolved organisms or living humans in this building. Regardless of which one, Both could be dangerous. Finally, the three of them arrived at the 8th floor. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He gestured for the two sisters to wait at the bottom of the stairs. Then, he walked alone to room 803. The door was closed, but there were obvious scratches on the door, very deep scratches, as if left by some kind of giant beast. Lin Yuan frowned. He knocked gently on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Third tone. It's not heavy, but it's very clear. Then wait. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. There was no response. Lin Yuan knocked again. Knock, knock, knock. There has still been no response. Yi Qingwei couldn't hold back any longer. She walked to Lin Yuan's side. He whispered, Teacher Bai, are you there? It's me, Yi Qingwei. Her voice echoed in the hallway, but there's been no response. Tears streamed down Yi Qingwei's face. No. Teacher Bai must still be alive, she said, her voice trembling. Lin Yuan looked at the door. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, he made a decision. Step back, he said calmly. I'm going to break down the door. Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue immediately retreated. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Then, bang! One kick. He kicked the door lock hard. Snap! The door lock shattered instantly. The door was kicked open. A musty smell wafted over. Lin Yuan frowned. I carefully entered the room. The two sisters followed closely behind him. The room was a mess. Furniture was overturned everywhere, and the floor was covered in dust and bloodstains. But there were no corpses, nor any living people. Teacher Bai, Yi Qingwei rushed into the bedroom, but it was also completely empty. She rushed into the kitchen again. Bathroom. They searched every room, but there was nothing there. Teacher Bai Xingli is not here. Yi Qingwei knelt on the ground. Tears flowed uncontrollably. No. Teacher Bai, where did you go? She said, crying. Yi Qingxue's eyes also reddened. Although she wasn't as familiar with Teacher Bai as her younger sister. But seeing my sister so heartbroken, she was also very upset. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the room. He carefully observed his surroundings. He noticed that the windows were closed, and although the door lock had scratches, it had not been damaged. This shows that Miss Hakabori left on her own, rather than being taken away. Or it may have already died, and its body was dragged away by other creatures. But Lin Yuan leans towards the first possibility, because the room was messy. However, there were not many signs of fighting. It seemed more like they hurriedly packed their things and left. She might still be alive, Lin Yuan suddenly said. Yi Qingwei suddenly raised her head. Really? Hope shone in her eyes. Lin Yuan nodded. There weren't many signs of struggle in the room. She most likely left voluntarily. They may have gone to a shelter or some other safe place. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingwei saw hope again. Then let's go find her. She said it immediately, but Lin Yuan shook his head. No, it's too dangerous outside, and we don't know where she went. Blindly searching will only put us in danger. Ye Vingyu bit herlip. Although I was unwilling to accept it, but she knew Lin Yuan was right. Then, what should we do? She asked in a low voice. Lin Yuan pondered for a few seconds. Let's find a better shelter first. He said, wait until I become stronger. Then go out and search again. With this current strength, not enough. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan recalled the evolutionary eagle that blotted out the sky. He is currently unable to fight against monsters of that level. We must become stronger in order to truly survive in this apocalypse. Ye Vingyu nodded. Although disappointed, at least there is still hope. Teacher Bai might still be alive. As long as I'm alive, I can still find her. Let's go, Lin Yuan said. The three left room 803. I returned to the stairwell. The reason we came here first, instead of going to Yi Qingxue's house. The main reason is that the school is the closest to them. If the Yi Qingxue sisters were to travel normally to the villa where they lived, it would take them more than half a day. The journey itself wasn't difficult. The challenge lay in the potential for crisis at any moment. The risk is too great. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A strange sound suddenly broke Lin Yuan's thoughts. The voice came from upstairs. Lin Yuan instantly became alert. He made a quiet gesture. Then, I looked up at the building. A giant rat. No, they're evolved mice. It is at least half a meter long. He was lying on the stairs. He stared at them with blood-red eyes. The two sisters turned pale with fright. But Lin Yuan remained calm. He slowly stood up. His eyes were cold. You all go downstairs first. He said calmly. I'll handle it. The two sisters immediately turn around. He ran downstairs. Lin Yuan faced the evolved rat, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Bring it on," he said in a low voice. "Let me see just how strong you are." Chapter 31, Supermarket Supplies Harvesting. "Bring it on," Lin Yuan said in a low voice. "Let me see just how strong you are." The evolved rat let out a sharp cry. Then he pounced, extremely fast, like a black lightning bolt. But Lin Yuan was faster. He clenched his right fist, concentrating all his strength on one point. His terrifying physique of 258.1 was fully unleashed. Bang! One punch. It hit the mouse squarely in the head. Click! The crisp sound of bones breaking. The evolved rat's head exploded instantly, splattering red and white matter everywhere. Its massive body lost all momentum in midair and crashed helplessly at Lin Yuan's feet. It twitched a few times, then fell completely silent. The whole process, less than 2 seconds. Lin Yuan shook the blood off his hands, his expression remaining calm. Such mutated creatures are nothing to him now. "Brother Lin Yuan." Yi Qingyue's anxious voice came from downstairs. "I'm Fina." Lin Yuan called downstairs. "Come on up." The two sisters cautiously walked up and turned pale with fright when they saw the huge rat on the ground with its head blown off. This is too big," Yi Qingyue said softly. Lin Yuan ignored him and turned to walk downstairs. "Let's go back." The three quickly left the teacher's apartment. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy on the way back. Yi Qingyue kept her head down, and her eyes were still a little red. Ms. Bai was not there, which made her very disappointed. But Lin Yuan didn't have time to comfort her. His thoughts had turned to a more practical issue, the shelter. His single room was too small and not safe enough. We must find a larger, more secure place. A detached villa in an affluent area is a good option. But before heading to the villa area, there was something even more important to do. Supplies. Although the system can provide E-grade and D-grade water, other supplies, clothes, tools, and medicine must be scavenged by the user. Especially clothes. The two sisters are still wearing thin loungewear, which is not warm enough in this icy apocalypse. Although their physical condition is better than that of ordinary people, they're still at risk from prolonged exposure to low temperatures. We must find them some warm clothes. As Lin Yuan walked, he pondered in his mind. He remembered that there were 2 large supermarkets near the apartment, Walmart and Carrefour. It'd only been half a month since the apocalypse started, so there should still be plenty of supplies in the supermarket. Although it may have been looted by other survivors, given the current scarcity of survivors, there should still be quite a few left. Moreover, Lin Yuan has a system space. As long as the supplies are still there, he can take them all with him. Not a single item remained. When walking on the white, misty road outside, Lin Yuan took his phone out of the system space and opened the offline map. Before the apocalypse, he had a habit of downloading offline maps in advance. Now it has come in handy. Fortunately, the system space was completely still, so the 10 kilowatt-hours of electricity he had previously used had not been lost. There are indeed 2 large supermarkets nearby. He muttered to himself. One is 1.5 kilometers away, and the other is 2 kilometers away. Before heading to the villa area, let's raid these 2 supermarkets first. He turned to look at the 2 sisters. "We're going somewhere in a bit." Yi Qingyue looked up, her eyes red, and asked, "Where to?" "Supermarket," Lin Yuan said calmly. "I'll find you some warm clothes and other necessities." The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, neither of them asking Lin Yuan why he took so many supplies with him. After so many days, they had gotten used to Lin Yuan's miraculous abilities. If he can produce water and food out of thin air, then it's not surprising that he can put the supplies away, right? Ye vingu nodet silently. She's smart. She knows not to ask questions she shouldn't. Although Yi Qingyue was curious, she didn't say much. She believed in her brother Lin Yuan. As long as you follow him, you can survive. After the goal is set, the 3 of them quickly set off in the direction of their destination. The target this time is the first supermarket, Walmart. Throughout the journey, Lin Yuan continued to walk at the very front. His perception improved dramatically after his physique reached 100, allowing him to vaguely sense the presence of living beings within a radius of several dozen meters. This allows him to avoid danger in advance. The 2 sisters followed closely behind him, not daring to fall behind. It took us nearly 40 minutes to walk 1.5 kilometers in the snow. Finally, a huge building came into view. Walmart supermarket. But the scene before us was shocking. The supermarket's glass door was completely shattered, and the inside was a mess. The shelves collapsed, scattering goods all over the floor. There were also some frozen corpses lying haphazardly on the ground. "Don't look," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Wait at the door, I'm going in." Yi Qingxue nodded and stood at the door with her younger sister in her arms. Lin Yuan walked into the supermarket alone. The scene inside was even more horrific than the one outside. There was blood everywhere and bite marks. But Lin Yuan remained expressionless. He had witnessed far too much death. He went straight to the clothing section. Although a few shelves here have collapsed, most of the goods are still there. Down jackets, cotton-padded coats, cotton-padded trousers, scarves, gloves, hats. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. System space startup. Wherever he walked, all the clothes instantly disappeared and were stored in the system space. Not a single one was left. Afterwards, Lin Yuan went to the daily necessities section. Flashlight, lighter, batteries, rope, knives, pots and pans. Take them all. Tools area. Screwdrivers, wrenches, saws, axes. Take them all. Medicines section. Band-aids, gauze, disinfectant, fever reducers, painkillers. Take them all. Lin Yuan was like a human vacuum cleaner. Wherever he went, the shelves became empty. Finally, he arrived at the food section. But the situation here is terrible. All the food was covered in snow, giving off an eerie atmosphere. The snow drifted in from the broken ceiling, carrying the poison of a frost curse. Lin Yuan frowned. He picked up a bag of bread and found that the packaging was covered in snow. Has it been contaminated? He muttered to himself. Just then, Yi Qingxue's voice came from the doorway. "Lin Yuan, may I come in?" "Can," Lin Yuan said. Yi Qingxue walked into the supermarket and saw the empty shelves, a look of shock flashing in her eyes. Although I already knew that Lin Yuan had this ability, seeing it with my own eyes was still very shocking. "What's wrong?" Lin Yuan asked. Yi Qingxue looked at the food section, all of which were covered in snow, and bit her lip. I want to confirm if these foods are safe to eat." She spoke very seriously. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Would you like to try some?" Ye Vingu nodded. "I've taken the antidote, so I should be fine for a while. If the food is indeed contaminated, we can discard it sooner and avoid wasting space." She makes a lot of sense. Lin Yuan pondered for a few seconds and then nodded. "Be careful." Lin Yuan took out an antidote for the frost curse from the system space and gave it to Yi Qingxue to swallow. Then, she picked up a piece of bread that had been covered in snow. I took a small bite. The next second, vomit. She immediately vomited. His face turned deathly pale. "It tastes awful and has a really weird flavor." She covered her mouth as she spoke. Lin Yuan understood. It seems that food contaminated with snow poison is not safe to eat. He turned and left the food section. "We only accept a small quantity of sealed, canned, and vacuum-packed foods. We don't need anything else." Yi Qingxue nodded, forcing herself to suppress her nausea. She only now truly realized how precious Lin Yuan's grade E mineral water was. In this apocalyptic world, all food is contaminated. Even if an ordinary person found food, they wouldn't be able to swallow it. Only the water in the forest can truly sustain life. Such an ability, it's simply a miracle. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan emptied the entire Walmart. The three left and headed to the second supermarket, Carrefour. We walked for another half hour. Carrefour supermarket came into view. The situation here is similar to that at Walmart. The gate was broken and the inside was in chaos. Lin Yuan repeated the previous steps. The only pity was that Lin Yuan couldn't find a generator, since having electricity was the most important thing in the apocalypse. But this time there was a little mishap. When he walked into the daily necessities section, hiss. A strange sound. It came from behind a shelf. Lin Yuan instantly became alert. He gestured to the two sisters at the door to keep quiet. Then, he slowly walked toward the source of the sound. Bypassed the shelves. The next second, he saw a sight that sent chills down his spine. Dozens of giant cockroaches. Each one is the size of an adult's fist. They huddled together in dense clusters, gnawing on the corpses on the ground. This is an evolved cockroach. Damn it, Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. What he hates most is this kind of dense swarm of insects. But there's no other way. We still have to keep receiving supplies. Since you're here, let's all stay, Lin Yuan said in a low voice. He charged forward, stomped one to death. One punch, and it'll smash one to pieces. The evolved cockroaches spotted him and immediately swarmed over in a frenzy. But Lin Yuan was too fast. Between punches and kicks, cockroaches died in droves. Green bodily fluids splattered everywhere. The whole process took less than a minute. More than 40 evolved cockroaches were all killed. Lin Yuan shook the disgusting liquid off his hands and continued collecting supplies. Clothing, tools, medicines, hygiene products. Take them all. Another 20 minutes passed. Carrefour was also emptied out. Lin Yuan's system space was filled with all sorts of supplies. Although food was scarce, other necessities were enough for them to last a long time. They returned with a full load. After returning to the private room, Lin Yuan took out a large number of thick cotton-padded clothes from the system space. Put it on, he said. The two sisters took the clothes, their eyes flashing with surprise. Thick down jackets, cotton-padded trousers, scarves, gloves. Finally, I don't have to freeze in thin loungewear anymore. Yi Qingwei couldn't wait to put it on. It's so warm. She spoke softly, tears welling in her eyes. This was the first time she had felt so warm since the apocalypse. Yi Qingxue also changed into a down jacket. She looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. Lin Yuan, thank you, she said softly. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Although your physical constitution surpasses that of ordinary people, and you have the antidote to ignore the snow poison, you'll be fine for a short time. However, you still need to keep warm while outdoors for extended periods. He looked out the window. It was already getting dark. That's all for today. Rest for the night, and we'll head to Yunding Mountain Villa early tomorrow morning. There are better shelters there. The two sisters nodded. Yi Qingwei asked curiously, Brother Lin Yuan, aren't you wearing warm clothes? Lin Yuan shook his head. Need not. The low temperature has absolutely no effect on me. After these words were spoken, both sisters fell silent. This man, it has become so powerful that it is unimaginable. Yi Qingwei looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of admiration. Yi Qingxue felt a deep sense of awe and reliance. In this apocalyptic world, the only option is to follow this man. Only then can they survive. Night falls. The three of them squeezed into a small single room. Tomorrow, they will head to a new shelter. Cloud Peak Villa. There is more space and a safer environment there. And you might run into Shirahoshi Riki. Yi Qingwei prayed silently in her heart. I hope Teacher Bai is still alive. I hope to see her again. Chapter 32, I'm not some bloodthirsty old demon. Early morning. A faint ray of sunlight shone into the room through the cracks in the wooden planks. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Today is the day to go to Cloud Top Mountain Villa. He got up and began to prepare. He retrieved some antidotes to the frost curse from the system space, as well as some small tools he found at the supermarket. These were all divided between the two sisters. Here you go, he said calmly. You might encounter dangers on the road. These can save your life. Yi Qingwei took the items, her little face full of admiration. Brother Lin Yuan, your abilities are amazing. She watched as Lin Yuan continuously took items out of air, her eyes gleaming. Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply said, stay close to me, don't fall behind. Yi Qingxue quietly put away her belongings. She's smart. She knows not to ask questions she shouldn't. The three of them put on thick cotton-padded coats. Lin Yuan was still wearing a light jacket. His physique of 258.1 made him completely unaware of the low temperature. The two sisters, however, were wrapped up tightly. Set off. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. The three embarked on their journey to Cloud Peak Manor. The snow is still falling, but it's much smaller than before. The snow on the streets was already half a meter deep. Each step requires a lot of effort. Lin Yuan walked at the very front. His robust physique allowed him to walk on flat ground with ease. The two sisters, however, had great difficulty walking. Yi Qingxue's physique is 15, and Yi Qingxue's physique is 9.2. Although he was stronger than the average person, it was still very difficult to travel through such deep snow. Fortunately, there was E-grade mineral water to replenish my energy. Only then could they barely keep up. Throughout the journey, Lin Yuan remained highly vigilant. His senses were constantly scanning his surroundings. Look for any possible dangers. Every now and then you can see some frozen corpses. Some are ordinary people, and some are evolved beings. Lin Yuan would stop each time and calmly search the corpse for any useful items. Cell phone, keys, lighter, and even some snacks. He would take anything that was useful. The two sisters were initially reluctant. But gradually they got used to it. This is the end times. Dead people are no longer a big deal. Only the living need these supplies. They traveled approximately 2 kilometers. The sounds of fierce fighting and screams could be heard from ahead. Roar! Help! Run! Run! Lin Yuan immediately stopped in his tracks. He gestured for the 2 sisters to hide behind the rubble. Then, he walked alone toward the source of the sound. Through the broken wall, he saw the scene ahead. 5 male survivors, dressed in thick cotton-padded clothes, are fighting against a giant evolved wild boar. The wild boar was the size of a small car, covered in stiff black hair, and its tusks were half a meter long. 5 men were holding tools such as iron bars and fire axes. But it's clear they can't win. Bang! A wild boar rammed into 2 people, sending them flying. The 2 men coughed up blood in midair and crashed heavily onto the snow, instantly losing consciousness. The other 3 were so frightened that they retreated in disarray. Damn it! This beast is too strong. The bald man leading the group looked terrified. His physique is probably the strongest among the 5. But they were still no match for this wild boar. Boss, what do we do? A tall, thin man next to him screamed. The bald man gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around. Just then, he saw the ruins not far away, and Lin Yuan and his 2 companions were hiding there. Especially those 2 sisters, even wearing thick down jackets, couldn't hide their stunning beauty. A cunning and greedy glint flashed in the bald man's eyes. Got it. There are people over there. He shouted. Brothers, run that way. Brother, let's work together and kill this wild boar. He called out to Lin Yuan with a sincere expression, but his eyes revealed naked, murderous intent and greed. He had already made up his mind. First, lure the wild boar over there. Let that man block the wild boar. It would be best if both sides suffered heavy losses. Then he cleaned up the mess. Kill that man. They stole those 2 amazing women. In this apocalyptic world, what could be more wonderful than having such a beauty as a companion? The other 4 men immediately understood what their leader meant. They immediately ran towards Lin Yuan's direction. The wild boar did indeed give chase. Roar! The wild boar let out a deafening roar. They charged towards Lin Yuan's direction, behind the ruins. Yi Qingwei exclaimed, Brother Lin Yuan. She noticed. Those people are trying to shift the blame. Yi Qingshui's expression also changed. These bastards. She gritted her teeth. But Lin Yuan smiled slightly. He did not back down. Instead, they walked towards the charging wild boar and the survivors. Since you're here, he said in a low voice, then let's leave them all here. The evolved wild boar charged towards Lin Yuan. Its massive body resembles an out-of-control truck. It had a terrifying impact. The air itself was trembling. But Lin Yuan remained calm. He turned to the side, easily dodged the wild boar's charge. Then, bang! One punch. It slammed heavily into the side of the wild boar. Click! A loud bang. The wild boar's ribs were all shattered. His internal organs were shattered by the terrifying force. Its massive body flew sideways, crashing into a wall and sending dust billowing up. The wild boar lay in the ruins, twitched a few times, and then fell silent. One punch. Sold out instantly. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. 5 survivors witnessed this scene. They were all stunned. That's an evolved wild boar. The monster that even the 5 of them couldn't defeat despite their best efforts. He was actually killed in 1 punch by this man. Is this even human? The bald man's legs were trembling. He realized it. They've kicked a hornet's nest. Brother. He forced an awkward smile. He immediately stopped and walked forward with a big smile on his face. Thank you for saving us. That wild boar was too ferocious. If it weren't for you, we would all be dead. The other 4 also expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Yes. Thanks, bro. You're amazing. But their eyes kept glancing at the 2 sisters behind Lin Yuan. His eyes gleamed with greed and lust. Lin Yuan looked at them. A cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. Thank me, he said calmly. You're welcome. These words came out. All 5 men smiled and nodded. He seems like a nice guy. But all 5 of them couldn't help but steal glances at the 2 sisters. After all, the 2 women were just too beautiful. She was simply a goddess among goddesses in her previous life before the apocalypse. Just as the 5 were fantasizing about some indescribable things, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. I don't have many merits, but I'm most happy to help others. After all, I'm not some bloodthirsty old devil. The bald man was taken aback. I haven't realized it yet. The next second, Lin Yuan vanished from the spot like a ghost. They appeared in front of the bald man in an instant. Varied. The bald man hadn't finished speaking. Bang! One punch, right in the center of his face. Puff! The bald man's head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splashed everywhere. The headless corpse fell straight down. Blood stained the white snow. Yeah, the other four were terrified. Run. Run fast. They turned and ran. But Lin Yuan was too fast. His physical strength of 258.1 allowed him to move at a superhuman speed. Bang. 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 For punches. For headless corpses. Less than 3 seconds. 5 men, all dead. Blood spread across the snow, a horrifying sight. Lin Yuan stood amidst the corpses, looking at his blood-stained fist. A strange feeling welled up inside me. It's not fear. It's not disgusting. It was an indescribable excitement and exhilaration. It's like releasing some long-suppressed instinct. So killing someone is this easy, he muttered to himself. And I'm not opposed to it all. This discovery surprised Lin Yuan. He thought he would feel some psychological burden for killing someone for the first time. But now, absolutely not. Instead, there was a sense of nonchalant acceptance like I see. Perhaps, some even enjoy this feeling of having control over life and death. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Take a deep breath. A few seconds later, he opened his eyes. His gaze grew even colder. It seems I'm more suited to this apocalypse than I thought. He said in a low voice. That's fine too. Kindness is meaningless in this world. Only absolute power and ruthlessness can ensure survival. Behind the ruins, the two sisters were shocked by Lin Yuan's decisiveness in killing. They had never seen Lin Yuan kill anyone, although I know he is very strong. But I witnessed him smash a fist into a head. The visual impact was so strong. Yi Qinghua trembled all over. Brother Lin Yuan, there are people too. She spoke softly, her voice trembling. Although she knew those people were not good people. But seeing them being killed still terrifies me. Yi Qingshue's face also turned pale. But she was more rational than her sister. She watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Fear? A little. But more than that, it's about understanding. Those people wanted to harm Lin Yuan, to lure the wild boar over to kill him, and then steal them. People like that deserve to die. Lin Yuan did not do wrong by killing them. In the apocalypse, this is the law of survival. Lin Yuan turned around. I looked at the two sisters hiding behind the ruins. He walked over calmly. Yi Qinghua subconsciously took a step back. She was somewhat afraid of Lin Yuan's current state. Covered in blood, with a cold gaze, he resembled a god of death. But Lin Yuan just looked at her calmly. Afraid of me? He asked. Yi Qinghua bit her lip and shook her head. No, I'm not afraid, she said in a low voice. But they are human too. Lin Yuan looked at her. Then he turned around and looked at the 5 corpses on the snow. In the end times, those who want to harm me are my enemies. He said calmly. To be merciful to the enemy is to be cruel to oneself. Remember, survival is the only truth. These words came out. The two sisters fell silent. Ye Vingu nodded. She understood what Lin Yuan meant. You're right, she said softly. We were too naive. Lin Yuan glanced at her, then walked toward the 5 corpses. He began looting the corpses. We found some useful tools among them. 2 fire axes. Some ropes. There are also a few lighters. All revenue system space. After doing all this, Lin Yuan turned around. Walk, he said calmly. Keep going. The two sisters followed behind him. Yi Qinghua was still trembling. But Yi Qingxue had already calmed down. She watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure. The reverence in his eyes deepened. This man, cold-blooded, rational, and ruthless. These traits might be considered disadvantages before the apocalypse. But in this apocalyptic world, that is its greatest advantage. Only those who are like this can truly survive. Chapter 33, if you're peeping at my woman, then you can just die. It took another 4 hours to walk. The trek through the snow was more difficult than Lin Yuan had anticipated. The snow was already half a meter deep, and every step required a lot of physical strength. Fortunately, The two sisters had E-grade mineral water to replenish their fluids, which allowed them to barely keep up with Lin Yuan's speed. Finally, the outline of a cluster of buildings came into view in the distance. Cloud Peak Villa, the most luxurious affluent area in Jiangxing. Before the apocalypse, this was a paradise for the wealthy, with detached villas, luxurious decorations, and top-notch security. But now, Lin Yuan stopped and picked up the binoculars he had taken from the supermarket to observe what lay ahead. Ruins are everywhere. Luxury cars covered in snow, collapsed walls, and broken windows. And corpses. Many corpses. They were all wearing thick, cotton-padded clothes, wrapped up tightly, with not an inch of skin exposed. But they still froze to death. They turned into ice sculptures. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Even though they were wearing cotton-padded clothes, these people still died. It seems that snow poisoning is more terrifying than imagined. Just then, screams could be heard in the distance. Ah! Help! Run! Run! Lin Yuan immediately gestured for the two sisters to squat down. The three hid behind a dilapidated wall. Lin Yuan raised his binoculars and looked toward the source of the sound. 6 survivors, dressed in thick cotton-padded clothes, were seen running frantically. They were all wrapped up tightly, with most of their faces covered by scarves, leaving only their eyes showing. But above them, a large number of enormous crows were circling around. Each one was as big as an eagle, with blood-red eyes and a piercing cry. There are at least 20 or 30. Gah! A crow swooped down, and its sharp claws gripped a woman's shoulder. Ah! The woman screamed and was dragged into the sky. Then, sizzle. A tearing sound. The woman was torn to pieces in midair. Blood fell like raindrops. It dyed the white snow red. The other 5 were terrified, but the flock of crows did not stop. One after another, they swooped down. Less than a minute. Of the 6 people, only 2 escaped into the villa area. The other 4 people all died. The bodies were scattered all over the ground. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Qingwei turned pale with fright and covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Yi Qingxue also clenched her fists nervously. But Lin Yuan remained calm. He watched all of this with a cold eye. This is what the end times are like. The weak are always at risk of death. The flock of crows circled in the air for a while, tearing at the carcasses on the ground. Then it slowly dissipated. Lin Yuan waited a few minutes to make sure it was safe before leading the two sisters onward. But he noticed the survivors hiding in the surrounding villas. At least a dozen people were peeking at them through the windows. Lin Yuan pretended not to see it. Keep walking forward. The snow is still falling. Snowflakes fell onto Lin Yuan's exposed arms. But he didn't react at all. It's as if that snow never existed. We walked for another 10 minutes. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. In the open space ahead, there were 7 or 8 crows gnawing on the corpse. Qingwei, hide well, Lin Yuan said calmly. The two sisters immediately hid behind the ruins. Lin Yuan bent down and picked up a few pieces of pebble from the ground. Then, whoosh, a stone flew out like a cannonball. Bang! A crow's head exploded instantly, and its body fell from the sky. The other crows immediately became alert and let out shrill cries. But Lin Yuan was faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 stones flew out in succession. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 crows' heads exploded, and they died instantly. The remaining crows swarmed towards Lin Yuan in a frenzy. But Lin Yuan just sneered. The stones in his hand shot out like a machine gun. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosions. Less than 15 seconds. More than 20 crows were all cleared away. Corpses fell like raindrops. Lin Yuan shook his hand, his expression calm. His physique of 258.1 gave him superhuman strength and precision. Throwing stones is as easy as using a sniper rifle. But at that moment, sizzle. Before falling, a crow's claw grazed Lin Yuan's sleeve. The clothes were torn. Snowflakes fell on Lin Yuan's bare arms. Lin Yuan glanced down at it, but didn't pay any attention. For him, snow poison was nothing. But the survivors who were hiding in the surrounding villas and watching were all stunned. That man's arm, we've come into direct contact with the snow. Ow, how come he's all right? A middle-aged man hiding behind a broken window stared wide-eyed. His companions were equally shocked. That's impossible. Snow poison will stiffen the skin in minutes and cause unconsciousness in half an hour. Why isn't he reacting at all? Could it be Could it be that he's immune to the snow poison? Everyone stared at Lin Yuan. His eyes flashed with a mixture of emotions, including shock, greed, and fear. This man possesses a tremendous secret. Lin Yuan led the two sisters deeper into the mountain villa. We saw more corpses and ruins along the way. Luxury cars, villas, luxury goods. These things are meaningless in the face of the apocalypse. Having money doesn't guarantee survival. Just then, the gate of a luxurious villa ahead opened. 5 men, dressed in thick cotton-padded coats and bundled up tightly, came out. They surrounded Lin Yuan and the other two. The leader was a burly man with a face full of scars. It was obvious at a glance that he was the leader. He raised his hands and gave a kind smile. "Brother, don't misunderstand," the scarred man said loudly. "We mean no harm. I just witnessed your strength. It was incredible. Killing crows with stones is practically like using a sniper rifle. We'd like to invite you to join our team." The other 4 nodded respectfully. Yeah. You're amazing, bro. Our team is over a dozen people. Only by working together can we survive in this apocalypse. But Lin Yuan noticed. These people's eyes kept scanning the 2 sisters and their bare arms. His eyes gleamed with greed and curiosity. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew exactly what these people were up to. The scarred man stepped forward, his face full of concern, and said, "Brother, your clothes are torn, and the snow poison is very dangerous. I have a spare down coat here. Put it on quickly." He took a thick cotton coat out of his backpack and handed it to Lin Yuan. But Lin Yuan only gave him a cold look. No answer. The scarred man was startled. Really, this man is not afraid of the snow poison. Shock and ecstasy flashed in his eyes, but he still maintained a kind smile on his face. "Dude, you're amazing. Would you like to join our team? We have over a dozen." Before he could finish speaking, the scarred man noticed his 4 other henchmen and kept glancing at the 2 sisters behind Lin Yuan. Even wearing thick down jackets couldn't hide their stunning figures. The scarred man was thinking to himself, "When we find an opportunity, we'll capture this man alive." We obtained his secret to being immune to snow poison. Then, those 2 stunning women also enjoyed themselves. In this apocalyptic world, what could be more wonderful than this? But the next second, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. His voice was as cold as a knife. "If you're spying on my woman, then you can die." Lu Hao was taken aback. "What?" Before I could even react. Bang! Lin Yuan made his move instantly. He punched Lu Hao in the head. Puff! His head exploded like a watermelon. Red and white splashed everywhere. The headless corpse fell straight down. It dyed the white snow red. Yeah, the other 4 were terrified. He turned and ran. But Lin Yuan vanished from the spot like a ghost. Bang! 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 For loud bangs. 4 headless corpses fell to the ground. The whole process, less than 3 seconds. Lu Hao never imagined this until his death. His carefully crafted act of kindness was utterly meaningless. In Lin Yuan's eyes, anyone who looked at his woman was guilty of a capital offense. The survivors hiding in the surrounding villas were all trembling with fear. At least 20 people witnessed it all through the windows. This man, that's terrifying. Lu Hao and his 4 men couldn't even last 3 seconds. And he kills without even blinking an eye. The devil. He is the devil. Everyone shrank back behind the window, too afraid to look any further. They realized this man, who was not afraid of the snow poison, was extremely cold-blooded. They should absolutely not be provoked. Lin Yuan coldly looted the 5 corpses, found some tools and food, and put them all into the system space. Then, he turned to look at the 2 sisters. Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue stood there, their faces somewhat pale. Although it wasn't the first time I'd seen Lin Yuan kill someone, but it was still very impressive. "Walk," Lin Yuan said calmly. "Keep looking for villas." The 2 sisters followed silently behind him. The snow is still falling, but the 3 of them remained steadfast in their steps. In the distance, a distinctive 3-story detached villa came into Lin Yuan's view. Chapter 34, An Unexpected Encounter. We walked for another 10 minutes. Lin Yuan finally found his target. A unique 3-story detached villa. The exterior walls are made of thickened concrete. The windows have bulletproof glass and metal railings, and the main door is a heavy security door. Judging from its appearance, the owner of this villa was very safety conscious during his lifetime. Most importantly, there were not many traces of evolved life around the villa. The defense is very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This is it. Just as he was about to break down the door. Suddenly, I noticed something was wrong. Lin Yuan instantly became alert. He gestured for the two sisters to crouch down and hide. Then, his senses were fully activated. The presence of living beings within a radius of several dozen meters was clearly perceived by him. The area around the villa, there were at least 10 people lying in ambush. They were all dressed in thick cotton-padded clothes, wrapped up tightly, and carrying weapons. He was staring intently at a window on the second floor, waiting for a rabbit to run into a tree stump. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Interesting. He quietly approached to observe. Second floor, master bedroom. A woman leaned weakly against the wall. She looks to be about 28 years old and is about 168 centimeters tall. Even at this moment, when she was extremely weak, her stunning beauty could not be concealed. Her exquisite features resembled a work of art meticulously sculpted by God. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her lips were slightly pale, but still sexy and alluring. Her long, black hair cascaded over her shoulders, its disheveled appearance possessing a unique beauty. She was wearing a tight black sweater and slim-fit jeans. Her stunning figure was on full display. She has a curvaceous figure with perfect curves. Even through the clothes, you could see its astonishing size. Long, slender legs, a slim waist, and full breasts. This is an extremely mature and sophisticated older woman. But at this moment, her face was as pale as paper. The lips are turning purple. These are symptoms of mid-stage snow poisoning. The woman murmured to herself, I haven't eaten for 2 days. All the supplies are gone. If we don't go out, even if we don't starve to death, we'll freeze to death from the snow poison. She bit her lip, her eyes flashing with pain and struggle. The first day of the apocalypse, she promptly left the apartment. With her exceptional intelligence and calm judgment, she found the best defended villa. They scoured the surrounding supermarkets for supplies in advance. One person locked all the doors and windows. I survived alone for half a month. But now, the supplies have run out. The snow poisoning also flared up. She has to go out. Otherwise, there's only one way out. Death. The woman took a deep breath and made a decision. She walked to the window and opened it. He took out a rope he had prepared beforehand from his backpack and secured it to the window frame. She had sealed off the main gate long ago. She also suspected that someone might be monitoring the main entrance. Therefore, she chose to escape through the window. The woman gritted her teeth and threw the rope down. Then, prepared to climb out the window. Grab her. Don't let her get away. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. 10 men dressed in thick cotton-padded coats suddenly rushed out of the shadows. The villa was completely surrounded. The leader was a ruthless middle-aged man who looked to be around 17 years old. He grinned maliciously and shouted, Miss Bai, we've been monitoring you for half a month. Finally, you're out. Brothers, charge. Take him alive. The woman, Bai Xingli, turned deathly pale instantly. She wanted to retreat back inside, but the rope had already been caught. Several men frantically climbed the rope, trying to grab her. The distance is getting closer and closer. 10 centimeters. 5 centimeters. 3 centimeters. A man's hand was less than 10 centimeters away from Bai Xingli's ankle. Bai Xingli frantically climbed upwards. But after 2 days of hunger, coupled with her poor physical condition, she was still hungry. It simply cannot continue upwards, and this happens for an extremely short time. It's over. This was Bai Xingli's last thought. But just then, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! A whooshing sound. Extremely sharp. Bang! A loud bang. The man's head exploded instantly. Red and white splashed everywhere. The body fell from the rope and crashed heavily to the ground. Everyone was stunned. What happened? They turned to look. I could only see it 30 meters away. A young man wearing a light jacket with his arms exposed stood beside the ruins. He was still holding a stone in his hand. Lin Yuan, Sun Chang, the middle-aged man, trembled. His face turned deathly pale instantly. That terrifying throwing force. That accuracy. They're not even human. A lackey trembled as he leaned close to his ear. Boss! Boss! It's him! That monster that just killed the crows with stones. And Lu Hao and his 4 companions were also killed by him in 3 seconds. Sun Chang's legs went weak when he heard this. He He made a decision immediately. Escape. We must escape. This man is simply beyond their capabilities. Brother. Sun Chong immediately backed down, forcing a smile as he retreated. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Let's go now. This woman is yours. We dare not. We dare not. As he spoke, he gestured for his men to retreat. The plan is to retreat in order to advance. Escaping is the priority. But Lin Yuan didn't waste any words. He charged into the crowd like a cannonball. It was so fast that it was impossible to see. Bang! One punch. A man's head exploded. Bang! Another punch. Another headless corpse. Bang, 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 bang. A series of popping sounds. Sun Chong wanted to escape, but Lin Yuan appeared in front of him in an instant. He punched him in the face. Bang! Sun Chong's head exploded. The headless corpse fell to the ground. Less than 5 seconds. 10 headless corpses lay scattered on the snow. Blood stained a white snow. Shocking. Bai Xingli witnessed everything from the window. She was trembling all over. The relief of surviving the ordeal was mixed with the shock of the man's terrifying strength. Is this even human? Will she kill herself too? 30 meters away, a stone was used to accurately blow someone's head off. Then, within 5 seconds, he killed 10 people. This power, that's a monster. Bai Xingli was terrified. She bit her lip, about to say something, when... Bang! A loud bang. The heavy security door was kicked open. The door lock was useless against that terrifying power. Lin Yuan led 2 girls dressed in thick cotton padded coats into the villa. One of the girls heard a noise upstairs and immediately ran up to the 2nd floor. When she saw Shirahoshi Ri, "Teacher Bai," the girl exclaimed in surprise. "It really is you." Bai Xingli was stunned for a moment. That sound, Jingwei? She couldn't believe it. The girl took off her scarf and hat. She revealed a sweet and lovely face. It was Yi Qingwei. Yi Qingyue's strength was unexpectedly great. In an instant, Bai Xingli was pulled up. "Teacher Bai." Yi Qingwei burst into tears. He rushed up and hugged Bai Xingli. "You're alive. That's wonderful." Bai Xingli's eyes also reddened. "Qingwei, you're still alive. Very good." But the next second, she saw Lin Yuan. This man just killed 10 people without even blinking. He was looking at her indifferently. Bai Xingli immediately became alert. She leaned weakly against the wall, clutching a fruit knife tightly in her hand. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Stay away from me." Although this man saved her. But that cold-blooded and ruthless killing terrified her. Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply observed her quietly. Just then, ding! A goddess matching the collection criteria has been detected. Goddess information. Name, Bai Xingli. Age, 28. Position, Doctor of Medicine, Senior Lecturer, Jiangxing University. Appearance, 93 points, mature and sophisticated woman. Body measurements, 93-63-95, voluptuous and sexy. Trait, unaccustomed to human affairs. Hint, collecting this goddess will unlock new resources. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. A 28-year-old medical doctor, and he's still inexperienced? This was practically a rare species before the apocalypse. Approximately 28 years old. Height 168 centimeters. She has a hot body with a prominent bust and buttocks. A fitted sweater and jeans accentuate her perfect curves. She has long, flowing hair and delicate features. Her eyes were alluring, but at this moment they were filled with fatigue and vigilance. She is a typical mature and sophisticated woman. But what attracted Lin Yuan the most was, that's what she sees as rationality. Even when extremely weak, even when having just experienced a life or death crisis, she is still quickly assessing the situation. This is a woman with an exceptionally high IQ. And the system confirmed she was indeed a virgin. Yi Qingwei quickly explained. "Teacher Bai, he's brother Lin Yuan. He saved my sister and me, give us food and water, and protect us until now." Bai Xingli looked to the other side. Yi Qingxue also took off her scarf. She revealed her beautiful, icy face. Qingxue. Bai Xingli noticed that they looked well and were dressed neatly. There was clearly no abuse. She lowered her guard a little, but he still gripped the fruit knife tightly. Lin Yuan stepped forward. Bai Xingli immediately retreated. "No, don't come any closer." But she was too weak. My legs buckled, and I almost fell. Lin Yuan said coldly. You're smart, but unlucky. Mid-stage snow poison, supplies exhausted. Hold on for 2 more days, and you'll die. Bai Xingli's face turned deathly pale. She knew that Lin Yuan was telling the truth. I want this villa. Lin Yuan continued. You can stay, but you have to listen to me. In exchange, I will provide food, water, and the antidote. It can still cure your snow poison. Bai Xingli smiled bitterly. I had no choice, right? Lin Yuan nodded. Then, he took out a bottle of E-grade mineral water and a frost curse antidote from the system space. Drink this first. I'll save your life. Bai Xingli accepted it with some skepticism. She glanced at Yi Qingwei. Ye Vingyu nodded vigorously. Teacher Bai, drink up. This water is truly amazing. Bai Xingli gritted her teeth. Swallow the antidote. Drink the grade E water. The next second, a powerful warm current surged through my entire body. The chill of the snow poison quickly subsided. The hunger vanished instantly. She stared at Lin Yuan in shock. What is this? Lin Yuan did not answer. He simply said calmly, if you want to live, listen to me. Otherwise, you can leave. Bai Xingli felt the changes in her body. The snow poison is really receding. And I'm not hungry at all. This is simply a miracle. She analyzed it using the rational thinking of a scientist. This man possesses some kind of supernatural ability. They can conjure up magical water and antidotes out of thin air. They are not afraid of snow poison. Following him was indeed the only option for survival. And observe the state of Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue. Although he was demanding, at least he didn't mistreat them. Bai Xingli took a deep breath. A decision has been made. Chapter 35 Teacher Bai. I'm a little short-tempered. 5,000-word bonus chapter. The next morning, Lin Yuan summoned the 3 women to the spacious living room. The living room of this villa is a full 80 square meters, with floor-to-ceiling windows, leather sofas, crystal chandeliers. Before the apocalypse, this was a place where the rich enjoyed a luxurious life. But now, these luxuries have lost their meaning. The only significant feature of the villa is its sturdy walls and well-prepared defenses. Bai Xingli's weak body recovered considerably after a night's rest. But she remained vigilant. She sat on the very edge of the sofa, her hands on her knees, her posture upright, her eyes wary. This man is too dangerous. She will never forget the scene of killing 10 people with 1 punch yesterday. That cold-bloodedness, that decisiveness, that terrifying power. They're not even human. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei sat on the other side, the 2 sisters wearing thick cotton-padded clothes, and they looked to be in good health. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the living room, with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window. Backlit, his figure appeared exceptionally tall. From today onwards, this will be our new shelter. Lin Yuan spoke calmly, his voice not loud, but filled with unquestionable authority. The rules are simple. The first floor is the common area. The master bedroom on the 2nd floor is mine. The 2 sisters live in the 2nd bedroom, and Bai Xingli lives in the small bedroom on the 3rd floor. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the 3 women. Food and water will be distributed by me. Each person's basic daily ration is 1 bottle of E-grade water plus a small amount of food, and those who perform well can receive rewards. Upon hearing this obvious reward system, a flash of understanding crossed Bai Xingli's eyes. She is a senior lecturer at Jiangsheng University, where she teaches psychology and sociology. Although professional knowledge is of little use in the apocalypse, her rational thinking ability remains intact. She instantly understood Lin Yuan's methods of control. By monopolizing resources and offering differentiated rewards, he makes everyone dependent on him. This is a typical taming theory. First, establish absolute control over resources, and then use rewards and punishments to shape behavior. Over time, those who are controlled will subconsciously try to please the controller in order to obtain more resources. A very clever tactic, and it's very effective. Bai Xingli glanced at Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue. Both girls nodded silently, offering no resistance. Clearly, they've gotten used to these rules. I understand. A fair distribution system. Bai Xingli nodded expressionlessly. She knew very well that resistance was pointless in this apocalyptic world. Lin Yuan had food, water, antidote, and terrifying strength. But she had nothing. Resisting will only hasten your demise. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Teacher Bai, you're very clever. This makes things much simpler. He took out 3 bottles of grade E mineral water from the system space and handed them to the 3 women. This is today's basic supply. The 3 women took the water, and Bai Xingli carefully examined the transparent bottle in her hand. It contained a pale blue liquid that emitted a faint fluorescence. She drank a bottle yesterday, and the amazing effects amazed her. It not only cured the snow poison, but also instantly eliminated hunger and fatigue. This is simply a miracle. In addition, Lin Yuan continued, I'll be going out to scavenge for supplies periodically. At least one of you 3 must come with me. It's both as an aid and to learn how to survive in the apocalypse. He looked at Bai Xingli. Teacher Bai, you have a very keen eye for observation. I'll take you out first. Bai Xingli's heart tightened. Go out? It's so dangerous outside. There are evolved creatures everywhere. But she quickly calmed down. Lin Yuan did this both to test her abilities and to make her see reality. Make her understand that she cannot live without him. This is also a form of control. I see. Bai Xingli said calmly. I will cooperate with you. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He likes intelligent people. A wise person knows what to do and what not to do. For the next half day, Bai Xingli kept observing. She sat on the sofa in the living room, ostensibly resting, but her eyes were actually constantly tracking the 2 sisters' every move. She saw Yi Qingyue's intimacy with Lin Yuan. She proactively helped Lin Yuan organize the supplies he had collected from the supermarket. She would occasionally whine, Brother Lin Yuan, where should we put this? His eyes were full of dependence and adoration, like a tame kitten. This 19-year-old girl has completely fallen for him. Bai Xingli sighed inwardly. She saw Yi Qingxue again, although he still appears aloof and rarely speaks. But her body language betrayed her. She was no longer nervous or resistant, and even took the water Lin Yuan offered her, her eyes becoming compliant. When Lin Yuan touched her head, she would subconsciously close her eyes and show a hint of enjoyment. Although it was only for a moment, Bai Xingli still managed to catch it. Bai Xingli concluded in her heart. Both of them have been tamed. Under the pressure of survival and Lin Yuan's absolute protection, their psychological defenses have collapsed. Our current compliance is both a rational choice and a psychological dependence. They might even have fallen in love with this man. Stockholm Syndrome. In extreme environments, those being controlled develop an emotional dependence on their controllers. This is a weakness of the human psyche. Bai Xingli looked at her hands and thought, will I become like that? No, I need to stay awake. I can compromise, I can make deals, but I cannot lose my mind. I must always remember, this is just a transaction. They traded their bodies and obedience for a chance to survive. That's all. Noon. Lin Yuan took out some food from the system space. They were all sealed, canned, and vacuum-packed foods sourced from supermarkets. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for 4 people to have a meal. Eat, Lin Yuan said calmly. The 3 women took the food, and Bai Xingli opened a can of luncheon meat. The meat inside had already spoiled and was emitting a strange smell. But at least it's still edible. She ate in small bites, pondering her next move. We have enough supplies right now, but certainly won't last long. Lin Yuan will continue to go out and plunder, and she must prove her worth. Otherwise, she dared not think any further. After finishing the meal, Lin Yuan suddenly said, Teacher Bai, come with me. Bai Xingli was taken aback and put down the empty can she was holding. Where are we going? 2nd floor. Lin Yuan said calmly. I have something to talk to you about. Bai Xingli's heart tightened. 2nd floor, master bedroom. She took a deep breath, stood up, and followed Lin Yuan upstairs. Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue exchanged a glance, but neither spoke. The master bedroom is very large, at least 50 square meters. Floor-to-ceiling windows, a large bed, a walk-in closet, a private bathroom. Everything is available. Lin Yuan closed the door and looked at Bai Xingli. Seat. He pointed to the bedside. Bai Xingli hesitated for a moment, then sat on the edge of the bed, her body tense. Lin Yuan did not sit down, but walked directly to Bai Xingli. He looked down at her. Teacher Bai, I'll be frank. His voice was cold, but carried an undeniable domineering air. In this apocalyptic world, the rules are simple. The strong control everything, and the weak can only obey. Bai Xingli raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. A sense of unease welled up inside me. You're smart, so you should understand. Lin Yuan continued. You now have 2 choices. Either leave and fend for yourself, or stay and become my property. Bai Xingli's pupils contracted slightly. Ownership. This word is blatant and undisguised. She wanted to say something, but Lin Yuan interrupted her. I don't need your opinion. I just need your answer. Lin Yuan said indifferently. Your body, your wisdom, everything you have will belong to me. In exchange, I will give you food, water, and an antidote so you can live and become stronger. This is not a transaction. It is my charity. He leaned down, lifted Bai Xingli's chin with his fingers, and forced her to look directly into his eyes. Do you understand, Teacher Bai? In this house, I'm the one who calls the shots. You have no right to bargain. Bai Xingli bit her lip, her eyes flashing with humiliation and resentment. But she quickly calmed down. She took a deep breath. Reason told her that Lin Yuan was right. She had no choice. I understand, she said in a low voice. I am willing to be your possession. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Very good. At least you're smart enough to know what the right choice is. He let go of her hand and sat down on the edge of the bed. From tonight onwards, you are my woman. Remember, I don't like disobedient women. Qing Xue and Qing Yue are both well-behaved, and I hope you will be the same. Bai Xingli lowered her head, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Humiliation, resentment, anger. But in the end, it all turned into a sigh. I will be obedient, she said softly. Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the door. Dress something sexy tonight. Actually, I quite like mature women. Maybe that's an advantage for you. He said it without turning his head. Don't let me down, Teacher Bai. After saying that, he pushed open the door and left. Bai Xingli was left alone, sitting on the edge of the bed, her body trembling slightly. The afternoon of the third day, Bai Xingli offered to help Lin Yuan organize the supplies. She sorted and neatly arranged the medicine she had collected from the supermarket. These anti-inflammatory drugs are still usable, and these painkillers are for emergencies. Lin Yuan, in the apocalypse, people who know how to use medicine are very important. She spoke as she tidied up. His voice was gentle, and his attitude was respectful. They were completely unlike the guarded and indifferent people they were when they first met yesterday. Lin Yuan hasn't been idle these past 2 days either. He has to drink 100 bottles of D-grade mineral water every day. Every day, Lin Yuan would give the 3 women a few bottles of mineral water whenever one of them was in a good mood. Bai Xingli was one of the few who satisfied Lin Yuan. This woman is much more sensible than her sisters were back then. Of course, a major factor at the time was that Lin Yuan possessed terrifying strength. Otherwise, I would never have spent so much time with my sisters. Lin Yuan observed her every move. Mature, attentive, and sensible. This is exactly the kind of supportive wife he needs. He walked over and patted her head. Bai Xingli blushed, but instead of looking away, she looked up at him. This is part of the deal. I will prove I'm useful. Lin Yuan looked at her, and his heart stirred. Mature women are indeed different. He leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear. Teacher Bai, I'm a bit short-tempered. Bai Xingli trembled, and her face turned even redder. But she quickly composed herself and said softly, I see. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Just as Lin Yuan was comfortably enjoying Bai Xingli's focused treatment. Boom! The sudden ground tremor interrupted Lin Yuan. Exclamations of surprise came from downstairs from Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingxue. What's going on? Lin Yuan frowned. His position provided a good view out the window. Through the window, he saw a huge, evolved bear break into the villa's yard. The bear was nearly 3 meters tall and weighed at least a ton. Its body was muscular, with sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. It roared as it charged toward the villa, each step shaking the ground. What a disappointment. Lin Yuan gave an impatient snort. He glanced at the shy Bai Xingli behind him and shook his head. Fine, I've been holding back a lot of anger anyway. I'll vent it on this beast. Bai Xingli blushed even more upon hearing this and swallowed hard. She knew what Lin Yuan meant by fire. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and lazily walked downstairs. His movements were unhurried, as if he were taking a walk. Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingxue hid in the living room, their faces pale. Brother Lin Yuan, there are monsters outside. Yi Qingyue cried out in terror. I know, Lin Yuan said calmly. Hide well, don't come out. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked into the yard. Bai Xingli also came downstairs and hid behind the window to observe. She wanted to see just how strong Lin Yuan really was. In the courtyard, the evolved bear roared and pounced. A giant bear paw slammed down on Lin Yuan's head. Extremely fast, terrifying power. Yi Qingwei exclaimed, "Watch out." But Lin Yuan didn't even bother to dodge. He simply raised his right hand and caught the bear's paw with nonchalant ease. Bang! The immense force caused cracks to appear in the ground. Gravel flew everywhere. But Lin Yuan remained completely still. He even yawned. "That's it," Lin Yuan sneered. The pent-up anger inside him exploded instantly. Roll. He let out a low shout and threw a punch with his backhand. Boom! The terrifying power was like a cannonball fired from a gun. The evolved bear was blasted away, crashing into the courtyard wall and flying more than 20 meters. Bricks and stones fell like raindrops. It struggled to stand up, but Lin Yuan had already leisurely walked up to it. Another punch. Click. The evolved bear's sternum was completely shattered, and its internal organs were crushed. The massive body crashed to the ground, twitched a few times, and then fell completely silent. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yuan didn't even catch his breath. Even his expression didn't change much. It's like casually swatting a fly. Bai Xingli's pupils contracted violently, and her heart pounded wildly. She covered her mouth with both hands, unable to believe what she was seeing. That was a 3-meter-tall bear, a monster that can smash a wall with a single slap. But in front of Lin Yuan, he was like paper, killed in just 2 punches. And Lin Yuan's expression, that ease, that casualness, just like when I casually swatted a fly to death. This is impossible. How could a human be so strong? She murmured to herself, her body trembling slightly. Although Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue were also frightened, their eyes were filled with more admiration and excitement. Brother Lin Yuan is so amazing, Yi Qingwei said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. A monster of this level is nothing to Lin Yuan. Yi Qingxue also spoke calmly. Bai Xingli stared at the 2 sisters in shock. They had become completely accustomed to Lin Yuan's terrifying strength. They even took this kind of crushing battle for granted. Lin Yuan clapped his hands and lazily walked back into the house. "It's filthy," he said it casually and walked towards the bathroom. "Teacher Bai, let me take a shower first." He glanced back at Bai Xingli and said meaningfully, "Then, let's continue what we were doing." Bai Xingli blushed and her heart raced. She understood what Lin Yuan meant. I understand," she said in a low voice. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction and walked into the bathroom. Bai Xingli watched his retreating figure, a complex emotion welling up inside her. Fear, awe, and a hint of indescribable excitement. What I just saw was so shocking. That absolute power, that overwhelming strength. This caused even a rational woman like her to develop an instinctive admiration for the strong. Women admire strength. This is an instinct deep within our genes. Not to mention someone like her, especially in this apocalyptic environment. Following such a powerful man, not only will they survive, they will even thrive. Bai Xingli took a deep breath and adjusted her mindset. Night falls. Bai Xingli returned to her room and was just about to fulfill her promise to Lin Yuan when she heard a soft knock on the door. "Teacher Bai, are you asleep?" It was Yi Qingxue's voice. "Come in." Bai Xingli sat up, currently wearing an alluring nightgown. Yi Qingxue pushed open the door and entered, seeing Bai Xingli's appearance. She understood something and said with a wry smile, "Teacher Bai, have you accepted reality too?" Bai Xingli was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. "Qingxue, I'm 6 years older than you, and I've seen much more. In the apocalypse, survival is the most important thing." She paused, then continued softly. "This afternoon, I saw him kill that giant bear with a single punch. That kind of power is beyond human capabilities. Following him is our only way to survive." Yi Qingxue remained silent, then asked softly, "Teacher Bai, do you think we can still escape?" Bai Xingli shook her head. "Escape? Where to? The outside world is full of monsters and snow poison. The 3 of us women won't survive more than 3 days without Lin Yuan. In that case, we might as well adapt to this new world." Yi Qingxue's eyes reddened, "But I'm not reconciled." Bai Xingli sighed. "I'm not reconciled either." She paused, then said, "But Qingxue, I've observed him all day. Although Lin Yuan is domineering and ruthless, he has principles. As long as we obey, he will protect us and give us resources to become stronger. In the apocalypse, a man like that is already the best choice." She paused for a moment, her face slightly flushed. And he just promised me that he'd give me D-grade water tomorrow, so I can become stronger too. Bai Xingli was helpless, although Lin Yuan had been giving her mineral water to drink for the past 3 days. But even though it was just E-grade mineral water, Bai Xingli understood that Lin Yuan meant only she could become his woman. Only then can one drink D-grade mineral water to enhance their strength. Yi Qingxue raised her head and looked at Teacher Bai. "You're right," she said softly. "At least, he saved us, and he's slowly making us stronger. He's much better than those men who only take and never give back." The two women exchanged a glance, both seeing compromise and helplessness in each other's eyes. Chapter 36 unlocks new supplies. Top grade Dompa pork. After Yi Qingxue left, Bai Xingli sat alone on the edge of the bed, her hands clenched tightly. She took a deep breath. She has agreed to become his possession. Now is the time to fulfill our promise. Bai Xingli bit her lip, a sense of humiliation welling up inside her. But she quickly suppressed it. This was her choice. To survive, to become stronger. She had no other choice. Half an hour later, Bai Xingli finished taking a shower and stood in front of the mirror. The woman in the mirror is still that mature and beautiful woman. At 28, a woman is at the most charming and attractive. Exquisite features, a sexy figure, and alluring eyes. But at that moment, a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. Starting tonight, she will no longer be that proud university lecturer. She will become Lin Yuan's woman, his possessions. She smiled bitterly to herself. Do I have a choice? If I leave here, I won't live more than 3 days. Those who stay must obey him. This is the end times. The weak have no dignity. The curves of a 28-year-old mature woman's body are fully revealed in the mirror. Full breasts, a slender waist, long legs. She took a deep breath. At least, I still have that ability. She changed into the black lace pajamas she had prepared beforehand. The semi-transparent material subtly reveals itself, perfectly showcasing a mature charm. I look sexy and alluring in the mirror. Lin Yuan should be satisfied. She told herself, taking care of all his possessions. That's my only way to survive. Just then, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Bai Xingli's heart tightened. Teacher Bai, Brother Lin Yuan wants to see you. It was Yi Qingyue's voice. Bai Xingli took a deep breath to calm herself down. I see. She walked to the door and opened it. When Yi Qingyue saw Bai Xingli's attire, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Teacher Bai, good luck, she said softly. Bai Xingli nodded with a wry smile. Then, she went to Lin Yuan's room. Every step felt like walking towards the end of a destiny. She stood in front of Lin Yuan's door and took a deep breath. Then, I knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Yuan's calm voice came from inside. Bai Xingli pushed open the door. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze sweeping over her entire body. Black lace outlines a perfect figure. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible. The unique charm of a mature woman is immediately apparent. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very obedient. Bai Xingli lowered her head and said softly, I'm here. Lin Yuan stood up and walked up to her. He reached out, lifted her chin, and forced her to look directly into his eyes. From tonight onwards, everything you have belongs to me. Understand? Bai Xingli bit her lip, a look of humiliation flashing in her eyes. But she still nodded. I understand. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Very good. He pulled her into the room and let her rest. Late at night, after several hours of in-depth conversation, Bai Xingli sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Yuan and she had a long conversation, discussing survival strategies in the apocalypse and future development plans. Bai Xingli gradually realized that although Lin Yuan was cold, he did have the ability to protect her. More importantly, he did what he said he would do. After this exchange, Bai Xingli made a decision. She was willing to genuinely accept Lin Yuan and become his partner. Lin Yuan looked at her, feeling satisfied. This woman is indeed extraordinary. Even in a post-apocalyptic environment, they can still maintain rational thinking. This also made Lin Yuan look at her with new respect. If this were before the apocalypse, he wouldn't even have had the chance to meet such an outstanding female CEO. The apocalypse has changed many things. A few hours later. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the sincere approval of Goddess Bai Xingli. Collection successful. Current affinity, level 1. New item unlocked. Premium Dompa pork, 1 serving per second. A system notification sounded in my mind. A hint of excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Another goddess has been successfully collected. It seems that sincere communication and demonstrating one's abilities can indeed gain recognition. Furthermore, new resources have been unlocked. He immediately opened the system panel to check. Premium Dompa pork. Specification: 1 unit/second. Description: this dish uses top-quality pork belly with paper-thin skin and a perfect balance of fat and lean meat. Slow-cooked over low heat for several hours, it develops a deep reddish-brown color and a glossy sheen, releasing a rich aroma of meat and wine. With a gentle bite, the meat trembles slightly, rich yet not greasy, melting in your mouth. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This kind of food was something he had only ever heard of before the apocalypse, let alone in the post-apocalyptic world. I've never even seen it. Although it only unlocks food, in this apocalyptic world, being able to eat delicious food is a kind of enjoyment for Lin Yuan. With a thought, he took out a serving of dompa pork from the system space. The next second, a delicate white porcelain plate appeared in my hand. Inside was a plate of tempting-looking dompa pork. The dark reddish-brown chunks of meat were translucent and exuded a rich aroma. Bai Xingli smelled the fragrance and turned her head. She stared wide-eyed when she saw the dompa pork in Lin Yuan's hand. This is dompa pork, and it's top grade, she said in shock. Before the apocalypse, only top-tier restaurants could produce dompa pork of this quality. She looked at Lin Yuan and said, shocked, "How did you get this?" A thought flashed through Bai Xingli's mind. Could it be that Lin Yuan is a reincarnated person? Just like in a novel, after being reborn, the protagonist has a super infinite space, and then he stores a lot of supplies before the apocalypse. The supplies that appeared out of nowhere by Lin Yuan looked exactly like this. For a moment, Bai Xingli even suspected that Lin Yuan was a reincarnated person. But that's just too far-fetched. She couldn't believe it, and she wasn't sure. Lin Yuan did not answer this question, but instead gave a nonchalant reply. It's just food. He handed her the dompa pork. Try it. Opportunities to eat this kind of food are rare in the apocalypse. Bai Xingli took the plate. I carefully picked up a piece of dompa pork and put it in my mouth. Moment. The rich aroma of meat explodes in your mouth. The fat melts into oil, and the lean meat becomes tender and flavorful. The delicious taste brought a glimmer of happiness to her eyes. It's so delicious, she said in a low voice. I'd almost forgotten this delicious flavor. Fatty, yet not greasy, melts in your mouth. This is the real dompa pork. She looked at Lin Yuan, her wariness lessening considerably. This man, although he is domineering and cold-blooded, at least he keeps his word. He will indeed provide resources as long as you obey. This calmed Bai Xingli down a little. At least, as his property, he can still get these. It doesn't seem like such a bad thing. The next morning, Bai Xingli came out of Lin Yuan's room. She changed back into normal clothes. She looked a little tired, but her spirits were still good. Downstairs living room. Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxiwei are having breakfast. Seeing Bai Xingli come down, Yi Qingwei innocently asked, "Teacher Bai, did you sleep with brother Lin Yuan last night?" Bai Xingli was not shy. Instead, he nodded calmly. Yes. She walked to the sofa and sat down, looking at Yi Qingxiwei and Yi Qingwei, and said calmly, "Starting last night, I am Lin Yuan's woman." Yi Qingwei tilted her head. "Teacher Bai, you've changed so much." She paused for a moment, then asked, "Didn't you say before the apocalypse that you would never touch a man in your entire life?" Bai Xingli was taken aback by the question. Then a wry smile. "Have you forgotten that before the apocalypse really meant before the apocalypse?" She patted Yi Qingwei's head. "Qingwei, the world has changed, and we must change too." She paused, then continued. "In the apocalypse, survival is more important than dignity. Lin Yuan may be domineering, but he is strong. Only by following the strong can one survive." Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flashed in Yi Qingxiu's eyes. Teacher Bai is right. In the apocalypse, the weak have no choice but to obey. At least Lin Yuan was willing to provide them with resources to help them become stronger. This is already the best possible outcome. Yi Qingwei nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. But a sense of crisis welled up inside her. Teacher Bai has also become brother Lin Yuan's woman. She must work harder to obtain more D-grade water. Only then can we become stronger. Three women, each with their own thoughts. Chapter 37 Methods to Increase Affinity. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan sat on the top floor of the villa, calmly analyzing the current situation. He has three women in his life now. Ye Vingu, Bai Yingli. Each one is a masterpiece. Moreover, there is still a lot of room for improvement in terms of friendliness. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. The post-apocalyptic environment outside is becoming increasingly harsh, and the evolved beasts are becoming stronger and stronger. To find a new goddess, one must not only venture into dangerous areas but also face competition from other survivors. Moreover, goddesses are rare to begin with, and women of this caliber are even rarer after the apocalypse. Rather than risking your life to find an unknown goddess, instead, we should first enhance the affinity with the three women we already have and extract the maximum value from them. Lin Yuan recalled the tests he had given to Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingshui. That kind of intense, intimate contact can increase affinity the fastest. So, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Since that's the case, let's resolve this once and for all. He made a decision. For the next 5 days, he would use the most direct method to increase affinity. Noon. Lin Yuan sat at the dining table. Bai Xingli brought out a plate of top-quality dompa pork that she had just taken out of the system space. Lin Yuan, this is your lunch. Her attitude was already very submissive. Lin Yuan picked up a piece of dompa pork and put it in his mouth. It's fatty but not greasy, melts in your mouth, and the rich aroma of meat and wine explodes in your mouth. He had never even seen such exquisite food before the apocalypse, let alone tasted it. And now, he can enjoy it every day. This is the power of the system. This is the privilege of the strong. The three women sat to the side, only able to eat ordinary canned food. They watched Lin Yuan enjoy the food, their eyes flashing with envy. Yi Qingwei whispered, "Brother Lin Yuan, that dompa pork smells so good." Lin Yuan glanced at her and said indifferently, "Want some? Then we'll see how you perform." The three women's eyes lit up. After finishing his meal, Lin Yuan wiped his mouth and summoned the three women to the master bedroom. For the next 5 days, rest during the day, and at night, you know what to do. His tone was cold, but full of unquestionable domineering authority. The three women blushed slightly. Although Yi Qingwei was shy, she was already used to it and nodded obediently. Yi Qingshui bit her lip and said softly, "I understand." Bai Xingli took a deep breath and said calmly, "I will cooperate." Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. Remember, the better you perform, the more resources you will receive." He took out a large quantity of grade D and grade E water. Whoever performs best over these 5 days will receive the most grade D water. A competitive glint flashed in the eyes of the three women. Day 1. During the day, Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade water like crazy, 100 bottles a day, and his physical condition soared from 280.1 to 290.1. That evening, Lin Yuan asked Yi Qingwei to come first. The younger sister has completely adapted and even offers various services in an attempt to please Lin Yuan. She used all her strength just to obtain more D-grade water. Lin Yuan was very satisfied and rewarded her with 5 bottles of D-grade water. The next day, during the day, Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade water, and his physical condition improved from 290.1 to 300.1. That evening, it was Bai Xingli's turn. The mature and sophisticated woman used her skills and gentleness as a 28-year-old woman to bring Lin Yuan a completely different experience. Lin Yuan was very satisfied and rewarded her with 6 bottles of D-grade water. The third day, during the day, Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade water, and his physical condition improved from 300.1 to 310.1. That evening, it was Yi Qingshui's turn. Although the Ice Queen was still somewhat resistant, she became anxious when she saw that her younger sister and teacher had both obtained a large amount of D-grade water. She gritted her teeth, put aside her last bit of pride, and actively cooperated with every request Lin Yuan made. Lin Yuan watched her go from resistance to submission and felt pleased. He rewarded her with 5 bottles of D-grade water. Day 4. During the day, Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade water, and his physical condition improved from 310.1 to 320.1. He checked his physical condition. Increased muscle density leads to a surge in strength and faster reaction time. A physique of 320 is 32 times that of an average person. That evening, Lin Yuan summoned the 3 women and announced the new training plan. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you more advanced combat techniques. All 3 women nodded. Yi Qingyue said earnestly, I will try my best. Bai Xingli thought for a moment. Teamwork is indeed very important, I understand. Although Yi Qingxue hesitated for a moment, she finally whispered, I will train hard too. Day 5. During the day, Lin Yuan continued to drink D-grade water, and his physical condition improved from 320.1 to 330.1. He stood in front of the mirror, looking at himself. His muscles are perfectly defined, his strength is terrifying, he has the perfect physique, and he can shatter a steel plate with one punch. A physique of 330 is far beyond human limits. And all of this took less than a month. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. This is the power of the system. At noon, Lin Yuan was in a good mood and took out 2 portions of premium dompa pork. You've trained very hard these past 5 days. This is a reward, he said casually, placing 2 portions of dompa pork on the table. The 3 girls' eyes lit up. This was the first time they had ever tasted Lin Yuan's specially supplied delicacies. Yi Qingyue said excitedly, Thank you, brother Lin Yuan. Bai Xingli and Yi Qingxue quickly expressed their gratitude. The 3 women carefully shared the 2 portions of dompa pork, each only getting a tiny bit, but the melt-in-your-mouth deliciousness left them in awe. It's so delicious, Yi Qingyue said happily. A look of satisfaction flashed in Bai Xingli's eyes. This quality of dompa pork was hard to come by even before the apocalypse. Although Yi Qingxue didn't speak, gratitude flashed in her eyes. Looking at their satisfied expressions, Lin Yuan thought to himself, appropriate rewards can motivate them to work even harder. Over the next few days, Lin Yuan continued to provide guidance. Their teamwork became increasingly seamless. The team's efficiency was maximized. Although Yi Qingxue doesn't talk much, she cooperates very well and has a strong sense of teamwork. The 5-day training session has ended. Lin Yuan was very satisfied and rewarded the 3 women with a large amount of D-grade and E-grade water, which also improved their physical condition. Ye Vingyu, 30.5. Ye Vingu, 42.7. Bai Xingli, 18.2. Although not as monstrous as Lin Yuan. However, in the apocalypse, the 3 women's combat power far exceeded that of ordinary people. If firearms were not considered, they could handle most crises. Of course, humans are secondary, but in the face of evolved beasts, they were still able to put up a fight against some of the weaker opponents. If they encountered the same evolved eagle that Lin Yuan met that day, they would only be waiting to die. Lin Yuan, at least, could escape, mainly because the sky wasn't his domain. The 3 women watched as their physical condition improved. A look of satisfaction and dependence flashed in his eyes. They realized that as long as they followed Lin Yuan and obeyed his orders, they could continuously grow stronger. This is the rule of the end times. Lin Yuan, too, enjoyed this sense of absolute control. He couldn't believe that his women were constantly becoming stronger. But even before the apocalypse, complete safety is still impossible. So, what about the ordinary survivors? How can they survive? Chapter 38, Why don't you just ask me? What am I supposed to say if you don't ask me? On this day, Lin Yuan planned to go out alone to scavenge for supplies. The main reason was that the 3 women were not used to going out because of his extraordinary physique. Lin Yuan was unusually generous and did not let them go out. He just told them to lock the door at home and be careful. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back tonight, Lin Yuan said calmly. The 3 girls nodded obediently. Yi Qingyue said with some worry, Brother Lin Yuan, be careful. Rest assured. Lin Yuan patted her head and turned to leave the villa. The outside world remained deathly silent. Everything was covered in snow, and the temperature had dropped to minus 30 degrees Celsius. Lin Yuan, wearing only a thin coat, walked through the ruins without feeling cold at all. His 330 physique has already pushed his body far beyond human limits. This slight chill felt like a gentle spring breeze to him. He walked along, observing his surroundings. We passed several shops, but they had all been looted by other survivors. Bloodstains were everywhere on the ground, along with the remains of some corpses. Lin Yuan continued forward expressionlessly. En route. While scavenging for supplies in the ruins, he found something strange next to a pile of evolved beast bones. A snowflake, radiating 7 colors, is crystal clear and will not melt even at room temperature. Curiosity flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He carefully picked up the snowflake and examined it closely. This is clearly not an ordinary snowflake. Its 7-colored light, its non-melting property, and the faint energy fluctuations it emits. What's this? Lin Yuan put the snowflakes into a sealed bag, intending to study them when he got back. He thought to himself, the appearance of such a strange thing in the apocalypse must have a special purpose. I'll study it slowly later. Just as Lin Yuan was about to leave. Boom! A ball of fire suddenly burst forth from behind the ruins. Lin Yuan dodged instantly and coldly stared at the source of the attack. A man of about 30 years old, his hands engulfed in flames, stared greedily at the sealed bag in Lin Yuan's hand. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. What is this? A superhuman? The man sneered, offering no reply, and launched an attack directly. Several fireballs roared in succession. The man, named Zhao Meng, thought to himself, enough with the nonsense. Kill you, and the 7-colored snowflake will be mine. How could I possibly tell you the function of such a treasure? Zhao Meng launched several fireballs in succession, but Lin Yuan was too fast, easily dodging all the attacks. How is this possible? How can an ordinary person be so fast? Zhao Meng exclaimed in shock. Lin Yuan sneered. He appeared in front of him in an instant and threw a punch. So what if he has superpowers? He's a completely different person now. Bang! Zhao Meng was blasted more than 10 meters away, crashed through a wall, and coughed up blood. He looked at Lin Yuan in horror. Your strength. You're also a superhuman? Lin Yuan walked up to him and stepped on his chest. No, I'm just physically stronger than you. Then, smack! Lin Yuan slapped Zhao Meng across the face. Will you tell me or not? Zhao Meng looked completely bewildered. What did you say? Before I could even react. Slap. Another slap. Will you tell me or not? Smack. Will you tell me or not? Smack. Will you tell me or not? Lin Yuan slapped Zhao Meng more than a dozen times in a row until his own hands ached. Each slap made Zhao Meng dizzy. Zhao Meng's face was covered in blood, and he was internally devastated. What is this guy supposed to tell me to say? But Lin Yuan didn't ask any questions, only repeatedly saying, will you tell me or not? Will you tell me or not? Zhao Meng wanted to speak, but not knowing what to say, I could only grit my teeth and bear it. Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Meng, who remained silent, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. This guy has quite a backbone. He stopped and said coldly, very good, you have backbone. It's a pity you're a man. It seems ordinary methods are ineffective against you. Lin Yuan raised his foot, aiming at Zhao Meng's genitals, preparing to use even more ruthless methods. Zhao Meng finally broke down. Big brother, he yelled hoarsely, just ask. What the hell am I supposed to say if you don't ask me? You keep saying whether you're going to say it or not. What the hell am I supposed to say? Lin Yuan was taken aback. Holy crap. They were so busy hitting people that they forgot to ask questions. Lin Yuan couldn't help but show a rare moment of embarrassment. He withdrew his fist, though embarrassed. But Lin Yuan was more interested in the purpose of the 7-colored snowflake, so he coldly said, now tell me, what is the purpose of that 7-colored snowflake? Zhao Meng was on the verge of tears, his face swollen like a pig's head, and he mumbled incoherently, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhao Meng began to confess. The 7-colored snowflake is the key to awakening superpowers. Put the rainbow snowflake and the demon core of an E-rank or higher evolved beast together, and they will fuse into an energy ball. Swallow it, and you'll awaken a special ability. The higher the level of the demon core, the stronger the awakened ability. I awaken the power of fire using a snowflake and a demon core. Lin Yuan pressed further. Anything else? Do snowflakes have any other uses? Zhao Meng said, trembling, yes. If you've already awakened your superpower, continuing to consume energy, orbs will continuously increase your power level. Furthermore, eating the rainbow snowflakes together with evolved beast meat can significantly improve one's physique. It's more than 10 times stronger than eating evolved beast meat alone. This was something he figured out after 10 days of trial and error. This intelligence was originally extremely important. But Zhao Meng never expected to provoke Lin Yuan, this freak. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. That important? He continued. Where can I find colorful snowflakes? Zhao Ming smiled wryly. It's so hard to find. I searched for half a month before I finally found a piece outside an evolved beast nest that's used to awaken special abilities. This stuff is extremely rare. It seems to appear randomly. A thoughtful look flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. So that's how it is. No wonder this superhuman would risk attacking me. For those with superpowers, the 7-colored snowflakes are a key resource for upgrading and are also a scarce commodity. Seeing Lin Yuan deep in thought, Zhao Ming thought there was hope and quickly said, I've already told you. You promised to spare my life. Please. Lin Yuan snapped out his thoughts, looked at him, and suddenly sneered, I was just kidding. Whether you talk or not, you're going to die. Zhao Ming's expression changed drastically. You. Lin Yuan unleashed a powerful punch. Bang. Zhao Ming's head exploded, and his body fell to the ground. Lin Yuan coldly wiped the blood from his hands. The price of greed. Rest in peace. Lin Yuan searched the corpse and found 2 demon cores on his body. It's a pity there were no colorful snowflakes. This superhuman should have already used up their only piece. Lin Yuan looked at the colorful snowflake in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement. Now he understood. 1. 7-colored snowflake plus demon core equals awakened superpower. 2. The higher the level of the demon core, the stronger its special ability. 3. Existing users can upgrade their abilities by consuming snowflakes and demon cores. 4. Rainbow snowflakes plus evolved beast meat equals significantly increases physique. 5. Unfortunately, rainbow snowflakes are extremely rare. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. I have a demon core, and now I have the 7-colored snowflake. But 1 snowflake is not enough. Lin Yuan had also read novels before the end of the world. The appearance of such a demon core usually indicates that it may be classified into different levels. Therefore, Lin Yuan plans to find higher-level demon cores and more snowflakes. Only in this way can you awaken your strongest superpower. He made a decision to spend the rest of his time hunting down advanced evolved beasts and collecting snowflakes and advanced demon cores. Back at the villa, Lin Yuan summoned the 3 women and announced, for the next period of time, I will be frequently going out to hunt evolved beasts. You all stay in the villa and do not leave. The 3 women nodded. Though uneasy, they still obeyed. Lin Yuan didn't want to tell the 3 women the secret of this superpower for the time being. Although he had become much closer to them, Lin Yuan felt that his strength was still not enough. This is valuable intelligence. Of course, I'll think of myself first. After I gain superpowers, I'll consider whether or not to give them superpowers. Yi Qingyue said worriedly, Brother Lin Yuan, you must be careful. Lin Yuan patted her head. Don't worry, no one can kill me. Chapter 39, Searching for the 7-colored snowflake. The next morning, Lin Yuan left the villa alone. After learning the secret of the 7-colored snowflakes from Zhao Ming yesterday, he made up his mind. He must find more snowflakes. Only in this way will the gap between oneself and ordinary people in the apocalypse widen further. Only then can I live comfortably in the apocalypse. Superpowers are powers that transcend human limits. Even though his physique has now exceeded 330, he can still only rely on brute force to suppress those who can control flames. What if the other party has a higher level of superpower? What if we encounter something other than fire-based, such as a more mysterious mental or spatial type? Lin Yuan had to admit that while a pure physique was powerful, it ultimately had its limits. But superpowers are the ultimate weapon in the apocalypse. He recalled Zhao Ming's words. 7-colored snowflakes are extremely rare and may randomly appear near the nests of evolved beasts. Since that's the case, let's go find them one by one. First stop, abandoned zoo. Lin Yuan stepped into this place that was once filled with laughter and joy, but now was deathly silent. The animal cages had long been torn apart, and bones and bloodstains were everywhere. He searched the entire park, leaving no corner unchecked. The predator enclosure, bird enclosure, reptile enclosure. Lin Yuan searched through all the piles of bones and carefully examined every patch of snow. But there was nothing but snow and bones. There were no colorful snowflakes. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and turned to head to the next location. Second stop, caves in the mountains outside the city. This used to be the lair of an evolved bear, which Lin Yuan killed a few days ago. Deep inside the cave were piles of bones and remains, emitting a putrid stench. Lin Yuan endured the stench and searched through the filth bit by bit with his hands. Cracks in rocks, deep within piles of bones, fissures in the cave ceiling. Nothing was gained. He gritted his teeth and continued forward. Third stop, underground parking lot. This is the lair of the evolved rats. It's dark, damp, and covered in rat bite marks. Lin Yuan turned on his flashlight, illuminating every corner. Under abandoned cars, in drainage ditches, in garbage dumps, there's still nothing there. Fourth stop, abandoned factory. Fifth stop, parking lake. Lin Yuan searched for a whole day. 5 different areas, dozens of evolved beast lairs. Each one was carefully searched. But not a single colorful snowflake could be found. As evening fell, Lin Yuan stood by the lake in the park, looking at the frozen surface of the lake with a furrowed brow. It seems this thing is rarer than I thought. Zhao Meng said he searched for half a month before finding one. Lin Yuan had only been searching for a day. You can't be that lucky. He took a deep breath and adjusted his mindset. Since he couldn't find snowflakes, he would collect demon cores first. At least we have a reserve of demon cores, so we can use them immediately once we find snowflakes. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he turned and walked deeper into the abandoned factory. There, he sensed the aura of an evolved beast. The first one is the evolved wolf. It was enormous, with glowing green eyes, and moved at incredible speed. But for Lin Yuan, it was just a matter of one punch. The evolved wolf collapsed, and Lin Yuan took out an egg-sized demon core from its body, which emitted a faint energy fluctuation. Hide. Continue. The second one is an evolved wild boar. Its body is covered in bulging muscles, its fangs are sharp, and its charging power is terrifying. But Lin Yuan grabbed its fangs and shattered its spine with an over-the-shoulder throw. Another demon core the size of an egg. Continue. For the next few hours, Lin Yuan was like a highly efficient hunting machine. Evolve into a hound, a wildcat, a mouse. Every evolved beast couldn't withstand more than 3 moves from him. His 330 physique, combined with the combat experience he accumulated since the apocalypse, made his destructive power terrifying. As night fell, Lin Yuan stood in the central square of the abandoned zoo, his body covered in animal blood. Just as he was about to leave, roar! A deafening roar came from the darkness. Lin Yuan turned around abruptly, his pupils shrinking. A giant, evolved tiger slowly emerges from the darkness. It is 4 meters long and weighs over 500 kilograms, with bulging muscles all over its body, and every step it takes makes the ground shake. Those blood-red eyes were fixed on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that this tiger was stronger than any of the evolved beasts he had encountered before. Interesting. Lin Yuan grinned and flexed his wrists. Bring it on. The evolved tiger roared and pounced in an instant. It was so fast that even the afterimage was not visible. Lin Yuan dodged the first claw by sidestepping, and then punched the tiger's belly with his backhand. Bang! The evolved tiger was blasted several meters away, but immediately flipped over and stood up, completely unharmed. Such tough skin. Excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. The evolved tiger pounced again, this time even faster, tearing at Lin Yuan's vitals with 3 consecutive claw strikes. Instead of retreating, Lin Yuan advanced, charging directly at the tiger's claw. Laugh! The tiger's claws tore his coat, leaving 3 bloody welts on his shoulder. At the same time, Lin Yuan's fist slammed hard into the evolved tiger's neck. Bang! The sound of bones cracking rang out. The evolved tiger roared in pain, but still fought back fiercely. The two fought fiercely in the darkness, each collision producing a tremendous sound. Lin Yuan became more and more excited as the fight progressed. This exhilarating battle made his blood boil. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, flashed to the top of the evolved tiger's head, and brought his fists together to strike down with all his might. Boom! The evolved tiger's head exploded, splattering blood everywhere. The massive corpse crashed to the ground. Lin Yuan was panting heavily, and the wound on his shoulder was slowly healing. He crouched down and pulled a demon core from the tiger's corpse. The size of a fist, it emitted intense energy fluctuations, shining several times brighter than other demon cores. This is the high-level demon core that Zhao Meng was talking about. A look of satisfaction flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes as he carefully put away the demon core. He stood up and tallied up his day's gains. Large demon core 1. Medium-sized demon cores 4. Small demon cores 5. A total of 10 demon cores. Although the 7-colored snowflake was not found, the demon core reserves have increased significantly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and looked into the distance. We'll talk about the snowflakes later. Let's collect enough demon cores first. He turned and left the abandoned zoo, heading towards a villa. By the time he got back to the villa, it was completely dark. Lin Yuan pushed open the door, and the 3 women immediately came to greet him. Brother Lin Yuan, you're back. Upon seeing the bloodstains on his shoulder, Yi Qingyue immediately exclaimed anxiously, You're injured? It's a minor injury. It's already healed. Lin Yuan said calmly, and walked into the living room to sit down. Yi Qingyue brought over hot water and a towel. Lin Yuan, wipe yourself down. Bai Xingli silently observed Lin Yuan's state. Lin Yuan took the towel and wiped the blood off his face. Yi Qingyue asked cautiously, Brother Lin Yuan, have you found it? She knew that Lin Yuan had gone out today to search for some special supplies. Lin Yuan shook his head. No, that thing is too rare. It's not something you can just find easily. He stored the 10 demon cores into his system space, and then said, I'll stop looking for it for now. I'll deal with it when I meet someone else. Bai Xingli rationally analyzed. That's right. Instead of wasting time searching blindly, we should improve our strength first and collect them when the opportunity arises. Lin Yuan nodded, just as he was about to rest. Yi Qingyue suddenly said, Lin Yuan, Qingyue and I would like to use the villa's generator to charge our phones. Lin Yuan was taken aback. A cell phone? This suggestion surprised him somewhat. It's been more than half a month since the apocalypse, and cell phones have had no signal for a long time. What's the point of charging them? Yi Qingyue lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. We'd like to see if we could get in touch with Mom and Dad. Her eyes were already red. Although they had been with Lin Yuan all this time, the 2 sisters could not stop thinking about their parents. I just haven't dared to mention it, afraid of upsetting Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at the expectant yet apprehensive eyes of the 2 sisters and remained silent for a few seconds. He knew that this was the softest spot in their hearts. Lin Yuan stood up. The generator is in the basement. I'll take you there. Yi Qingyue's eyes lit up. Really? Lin Yuan turned and walked towards the basement, and the 2 sisters immediately followed. Bai Xingli stood there, watching their backs as a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. She also wanted to contact her family, but she knew that, given her current status, she was not qualified to make such a request. We can only wait for Lin Yuan to speak first. Chapter 40, The Terrifying Ant Swarm. Basement. Under Lin Yuan's operation, the generator emitted a rumbling sound. The dim light bulb illuminated the 2 sisters' tense faces. Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingyue trembled as they took out their phones and plugged them into the charger. Lin Yuan stood aside, watching them in silence. Bai Xingli followed and quietly leaned against the wall. The charging indicator light is on. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It's powered on, Yi Qingyue said excitedly, sliding her finger across the screen. No signal. However, there are a large number of offline messages. WeChat SMS missed calls. Countless notifications popped up on the screen. Yi Qingyue opened WeChat. The latest message was from my dad. Time, 3 a.m., the 5th day of the apocalypse. Dad might not make it. He's coughing up blood. Mom's gone. You 2 must live. Dad loves you. The moment Yi Qingyue saw the message, her phone slipped from her hand. Clatter. The phone fell to the ground, but the screen remained lit. No, Daddy. Yi Qingyue's tears welled up instantly, and she collapsed to the ground. Yi Qingyue picked up her phone and continued scrolling through the messages with trembling hands. A message from our neighbor, Uncle Zhang. There's blood at your door. Your father might. A notice in the Villa Community's owners group chat. The resident of Villa number 18 in the Maple Forest Villa community has been confirmed dead. The body has been frozen. And there was the last message from my mother, dated the 7th day of the apocalypse. I've gone to the shelter up north. There's an official rescue team there. Don't come looking for me. It's too dangerous. Live well, Mom. After that, there was no further news. After reading all the messages, Yi Qingyue bit her lip, trying to hold back her tears. But the tears still flowed uncontrollably. Dad is dead. Her voice trembled, filled with despair. Mom went to the refuge in the north, but I don't know if she's still alive. Yi Qingyue had completely broken down and was lying on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. We didn't get to see you one last time. We still wanted to save you. The two sisters hugged each other and cried their hearts out. Lin Yuan stood to the side, silently watching this scene. He is not a person without feelings. But in the apocalypse, he witnessed far too many partings and deaths. Compared to those who were torn apart alive by evolved beasts or tortured to death by snow poison, the Yi sisters' father at least died at home with dignity. This is already considered lucky. Bai Xingli walked to the two sisters and gently hugged them. My condolences. Her eyes also reddened. She also has family, and they don't know if they're alive or dead. The apocalypse is just that cruel. The sound of crying echoed in the basement, lingering for a long time. Half an hour later, the sisters calmed down a bit. Yi Qingyue, her eyes red, knelt before Lin Yuan and choked out. Brother Lin Yuan, please, take us to find our mother, please. She pressed her forehead to the ground, her voice filled with pleading. Yi Qingyue also knelt down, head bowed, tears dripping onto the floor. Lin Yuan, I know this is dangerous, but please. Mom is our only family left. She has always been proud. But at this moment, for his mother's sake, he is willing to put aside all his dignity. Lin Yuan looked at the two sisters kneeling in front of him with a complicated expression. Northern Refuge. That place is at least 20 kilometers away from here, and the road must be full of dangers. With his abilities, going alone wouldn't be a problem. But with two sisters by my side. But if they have a mental breakdown, their affinity may decrease. And, looking at the despair in the two sisters' eyes, Lin Yuan felt a pang of reluctance. Having spent so much time with them, he wasn't entirely without feelings for them. Although they were initially just used as tools of the system, now, where's the address? Lin Yuan asked. Yi Qingyue suddenly raised her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Number 18, Maple Forest Villa District, North District, Jiangqing City. Lin Yuan calculated in his mind. 20 kilometers at my speed, I can reach it in 2 hours by running at full speed. But it would take at least 4 hours to bring them along. You're sure to encounter evolved beasts along the way, and you might even meet other survivors. The risk is very high. But I promise you, Lin Yuan said, but I have a condition. Follow my instructions on the way and don't run around. Otherwise, I won't care if you live or die. We agree. The two sisters nodded frantically. Lin Yuan turned to Bai Xingli and said, You stay at the villa. I'll leave you with enough supplies. He took out a large amount of Class D and Class E water and food from the system space, piling them up in one corner of the entire basement. There were over 1,000 bottles of water and hundreds of cans of food. Bai Xingli was once again shocked by Lin Yuan's system space as she looked at the terrifying amount of supplies. This should last you a month. Lock the doors and windows and don't go out. If I don't return within 3 days. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then said, You decide what to do. Bai Xingli bit her lip and nodded, I understand. You, be careful. She knew that this operation was extremely dangerous. But she has no right to ask to go with them. Lin Yuan looked at her and unusually said, Wait for me to come back. Bai Xingli's eyes reddened, and she nodded vigorously. Yes. The three set off the next morning. Lin Yuan carried nothing with him and walked at the front. Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingyue followed closely behind, each carrying a bottle of grady water and an antidote, fully armed. The villa door slowly closed. Bai Xingli stood by the window, watching their figures gradually disappear into the distance, silently praying in her heart. The first 5 kilometers went relatively smoothly. They only encountered a few evolved wildcats, which Lin Yuan easily dealt with. But when they entered the northern district of Jiangqing, the air suddenly changed. The snow, which was originally white, had a faint purple hue in this area. Moreover, the air was filled with a pungent, corrosive odor, like sulfuric acid mixed with the smell of corpses. Lin Yuan abruptly stopped, his brows furrowed. Wait, the concentration of snow poison here is abnormally high. He could clearly feel that even with his 330 physique, his skin felt a faint stinging sensation when exposed to the air. It feels like countless tiny needles are pricking my skin. Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingyue turned pale, had difficulty breathing, and their lips began to turn purple. It hurts so much. I can't breathe. Yi Qingyue clutched her throat and said painfully, "Drink the grady water immediately," Lin Yuan ordered. The symptoms only subsided after each of the three drank a bottle of grady water. It seems this strange smell will cause humans to suffer from hunger and thirst. What happened here? Yi Qingxue looked around in horror. Lin Yuan stared intently at the increasingly dense purple snow mist ahead. There's probably some reason why the snow poison has accumulated and concentrated here. We must get through quickly. Can we take a detour? Yi Qingxue asked, her voice trembling. Lin Yuan shook his head. Taking a detour would add at least 10 kilometers, and we're not even sure if other places are safe. He took a deep breath. Stay close to me, and get through this area quickly. The three of them cautiously entered the purple snow fog zone. Visibility was extremely low. One could only see within 5 meters. The surrounding buildings were shrouded in purple snow mist, making them look eerie and terrifying. The ground was littered with rotting corpses, some human, some evolved beasts. Yi Qingxue saw a corpse and screamed in fright. "Don't make a sound," Lin Yuan whispered. But it was too late. Just then, buzz, buzz, buzz. A strange sound came from all directions. Lin Yuan suddenly turned around. Countless black dots emerged from the fog. Those are insects. Thousands upon thousands of fist-sized, evolved ants. Their shells have a metallic sheen and reflect a cold, icy gleam under ultraviolet light. Its mouth parts are as sharp as knives, making a snap-snap sound. They crawled out of the ground, walls, and buildings in dense swarms, forming a terrifying insect infestation. Damn it! Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. Run! The three of them ran like mad. The swarm of insects moved even faster, like a black tsunami, surging in from behind. Lin Yuan unleashed a punch, blasting apart more than a dozen evolved ants. But hundreds and thousands more surged in after them. A single evolved ant is weak, but their numbers are terrifying. Moreover, their mouth parts can bite through steel, and once surrounded, even Lin Yuan would be gnawed into a skeleton. Brother Lin Yuan. Ye Vingyu screaming. Several evolved ants have already climbed onto her leg. Lin Yuan made a lightning-fast move, grabbing the ant and throwing it away. But even more ants swarmed up, just as the three were desperately trying to escape. Buzz! A strange mental fluctuation swept across the entire area. Lin Yuan felt a wave of dizziness, and the scene before his eyes began to distort and warp. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingxue instantly lost their balance and fell to the ground. This is a psychological attack. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay awake. Through his distorted vision, he saw into the depths of the insect swarm. A giant queen ant, the size of a car, radiated a purplish-black light. Its abdomen has a basketball-sized, glowing organ that is releasing psychic waves. That mental fluctuation was released from it. Damn it, it's the queen insect. Lin Yuan realized that this was no ordinary insect swarm, but a smart and organized hunt. The queen insect uses mental attacks to control her prey, then lets the swarm devour them. Brother Lin Yuan, save me. Yi Qingxue lay on the ground, weakly reaching out her hand. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, trying to stand up, but the mental fluctuations were too strong, and she couldn't concentrate at all. Lin Yuan looked at the swarm of insects surging behind him like a tide, and then at the insect queen deep within the insect tide. He bit his tongue, using the excruciating pain to stay awake. Chapter 41, The Mystery and Power of the Insect Queen. Lin Yuan looked at the swarm of insects surging behind him like a tide, and then at the insect queen deep within the insect tide. He bit his tongue, using the excruciating pain to stay awake. The sharp pain on the tip of his tongue cleared his mind somewhat, and his control over his mental fluctuations weakened slightly. Lin Yuan stared intently at the car-sized queen ant through his distorted vision. Its entire body radiated a purplish-black light, and there was a glowing organ the size of a basketball in its abdomen, which was constantly releasing mental fluctuations. That is its spiritual core. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He knew he had two choices. First, run away immediately to save your life. Second, to test the strength of the queen insect and understand the enemy's true combat power. If they choose the first option, they can survive. But whether they will encounter an enemy of this caliber again remains to be seen. If you choose the second option, It's extremely risky, but at least we'll know just how powerful this thing really is. Lin Yuan made his decision in just 0.1 seconds. Testing. He suddenly grabbed a huge rock from the ground, weighing at least 200 pounds. Drink. A physique of 330 unleashed at full power. Boom streepje. The boulder shot out like a cannonball. It left a trail of afterimages in the air, extremely fast. Even an ordinary F-rank evolved beast would be smashed into mincemeat by this attack. But the next second, the mother insect moved. It merely twitched its forelimbs slightly. The sharp limbs sliced through the air. Laugh! The boulder was instantly sliced into pieces. Like tofu, gravel flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. What kind of power is this? He was deeply shocked. That was a 200-pound boulder. With his 330 physique, when he threw it with all his might, the power was comparable to that of a heavy artillery. But the mother insect simply waved her forelimbs casually, and the problem was completely resolved. And Lin Yuan noticed the insect mother's gaze. Those compound eyes gleamed with an eerie light and the wisdom of a higher being. That wasn't the look of a wild beast. Instead, the predator's gaze, as it watches its prey, is full of playfulness and cruelty. Damn it! Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Just then, buzz, an even more terrifying mental fluctuation erupted. It's at least 3 times stronger than before. Ah! Lin Yuan felt as if a million steel needles were piercing his brain at the same time. Excruciating pain. The scene before my eyes began to distort violently. The world is spinning. The colors are distorted. He even saw a hallucination. Countless ants swarmed in from all directions, crawling all over his body and gnawing at his flesh. No, this is an illusion. Lin Yuan bit his lip until it bled, using the intense pain to stay awake. Blood flowed down. His body began to go out of control, his legs went weak, and he almost knelt down. This queen insect is so smart. How the hell am I supposed to fight it? Lin Yuan roared inwardly. This sense of oppression was something he had never experienced before. Even with his 330 physique, he was like an ant in front of the insect queen. They were completely powerless to fight back. The difference in physical condition is too great. This insect queen's power has reached an unbelievable level. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The mother insect emitted a low hiss. Then, it began to crawl towards Lin Yuan. With every step, the ground shook. Thump, thump, thump. It felt like an earthquake. The swarm of insects also began to surge in, surrounding us from all directions. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei lay on the ground, weakly reaching out her hand. Yi Qingxue gritted her teeth, trying to stand up, but the mental fluctuations were too strong, and she couldn't concentrate at all. Lin Yuan watched the approaching insect queen, a resolute glint in his eyes. We can't hesitate any longer. With his current strength, there's no way he could defeat this monster. Forcing a fight will only lead to death. We must escape. Lin Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed the 2 sisters, one in each hand. Hold me. He let out a low growl. Then, boom streepje. A physique of 330 unleashed at full power. He exerted force with both legs, creating 2 deep craters in the ground. He sprinted outwards like a cannonball, extremely fast. 2 deep furrows were plowed into the snow. The 2 sisters clung tightly to Lin Yuan, their faces deathly pale. They could feel the terrifying power emanating from Lin Yuan, as well as his unwavering determination to never turn back. This man, who has always been strong and calm. They actually ran away? That insect mother. Just how terrifying is it? Buzz. The queen insect was in hot pursuit from behind. It was faster than Lin Yuan had imagined. Its enormous body crawled rapidly across the ground, like a runaway tank. Knock, 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 knock. The ground shook more and more violently. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the terrifying aura behind him rapidly approaching. Buzz. Waves of mental turmoil crashed down upon me. Lin Yuan felt his consciousness begin to blur, and the scene before his eyes became increasingly distorted. He bit his tongue hard, using the excruciating pain to stay awake. 100 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters. The insect swarm is relentlessly pursuing us. Several evolved ants even jumped up and climbed onto Lin Yuan's back. Hiss hiss hiss. Their mouth parts bit into Lin Yuan's skin. Roll. Lin Yuan smashed them with one hand, and green fluid splattered everywhere. But the speed was slightly slower as a result. The insect queen is getting closer to him. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the terrifying aura behind him. There was also a strange, seven-colored light emanating from the abdomen of the insect mother. What is that? Lin Yuan was startled. Are there rainbow snowflakes inside the mother insect's body? Moreover, judging from the intensity of that light, it is completely different from the one Lin Yuan is currently holding. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. But now is not the time to be greedy. My life is more important. He kept running. 800 meters. 1 kilometer. Finally, the purple snow mist began to fade. The fluctuations in his mental state also began to subside. Lin Yuan felt much less pressure. But he didn't stop. He kept running. I ran another kilometer. Only after confirming that he had completely left the purple snow mist area did Lin Yuan dare to stop. He looked back. The insect mother stopped at the edge of the purple snow mist. Those compound eyes were fixed on him. It's as if it's saying, next time, you won't be able to escape. Then, it slowly turned around and disappeared into the mist. Lin Yuan, panting heavily, put the two sisters down. The two sisters had already lost consciousness. Lin Yuan immediately took out E-grade water from the system space and gave each of them a bottle. A few minutes later, the two sisters slowly woke up. Brother Lin Yuan, Yi Qingyue said weakly, with fear still in her eyes. Did we escape? Lin Yuan nodded. They escaped. He looked at the area in the distance that was still shrouded in purple snow mist, his eyes solemn. That queen insect is too powerful. So strong that even someone with a physique exceeding 330 like him had no choice but to run away. This was the first time since the end of the world that he had felt such a strong threat of death. If I hadn't escaped in time, I'm afraid all three of them will die there. It was gnawed down to its skeleton by a swarm of insects. Brother Lin Yuan, that monster, it's so scary. Yi Qingyue said, her voice trembling. Yi Qingxue's face also turned pale. Although they were unconscious, they could still feel that terrifying aura. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. That's the queen insect. With my current strength, I'm no match for her. But one day I will come back and kill it. His gaze became incredibly resolute. There was something glowing with 7 colors inside the insect mother's body, and Lin Yuan was very curious about what it was. That was something he absolutely needed. But not now. He's still too weak. Lin Yuan was sweating profusely. It seems he underestimated the apocalypse. Having learned his lesson, he has become more cautious. Let's take a break, then we'll keep going. Lin Yuan said calmly. The two sisters nodded. As they watched Lin Yuan's retreating figure, a tremendous sense of security welled up within them, even though we encountered such a terrifying monster. But Lin Yuan still managed to lead them to safety. This man, that's incredibly powerful. In this apocalyptic world, only by following him can one survive. Both sisters developed a strong sense of dependence on Lin Yuan. In the situation just now, Lin Yuan could have easily escaped on his own, but he was just carrying the burden of those two sisters. The two sisters exchanged a glance, and for the first time, they felt a sense of complete and utter submission to Lin Yuan. This man is worth their sacrifice. 10 minutes later, the three continued on their way. But this time, Lin Yuan changed his route. They no longer go directly to their parents' villa. Instead, they took a detour. Avoid that area of purple snow and fog. Yi Qingxue looked at Lin Yuan and asked softly, Lin Yuan, can we still go back to our home? The voice was filled with despair. They wanted to go back and check on their father's condition. Although the phone message said that his father had died, but they wanted to see it for themselves. I want to give my father a dignified funeral. I want to take some of my parents' belongings as a keepsake. Lin Yuan stared at the purple snow mist in the distance and remained silent for a few seconds. Yes, but you'll have to take a detour. He was calculating in his mind. To bypass the purple snow fog area, you'll have to travel at least 10 kilometers more. Moreover, the road conditions are unknown and there may be other dangers. But the two sisters have already come this far. We can't just give up like this. And Lin Yuan also needs to go there to scavenge for supplies. Upscale villa areas must have a lot of good things. We'll take a detour. Lin Yuan said, stay close to me. The two sisters nodded, their eyes rekindling with hope. Thank you, Lin Yuan. Yi Qingxue said, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Yuan did not answer. It's just taking a step forward, moving in new direction. The three began to circle around the edge of the purple snow fog zone. They proceeded cautiously, avoiding all evolved beasts. Chapter 42, Unexpected Gain. The young lady's hidden hobby? An hour later. It was evening. The afterglow of the setting sun pierced through the thick clouds and spilled onto the snow, giving it a faint blood-red hue. Lin Yuan, leading the two sisters, finally bypassed the terrifying purple snow fog area. Ahead, a cluster of villas came into view. Maple Forest Villa District. It used to be the most upscale villa area in Jiangcheng City, where every villa was a detached mansion, inhabited by the rich and powerful. But now it has become a ruin. Many villas collapsed, with broken walls and collapsed roofs. Bloodstains and corpses were everywhere, some frozen into ice blocks, others gnawed down to bones. Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue looked at the scene before them, their faces turning pale. This is our home, Yi Qingwei said, her voice trembling, tears welling up in her eyes once again. They lived here for more than a decade. This place holds their most cherished memories. Birthday parties, family gatherings, and laughter with parents. But now everything has changed. It turned into cold ruins. It turned into a graveyard for the dead. Lin Yuan calmly observed his surroundings, his eyes wary. Be careful, there might still be danger here, he said in a low voice. Don't make too much noise. The two sisters nodded, suppressing their grief, and followed behind Lin Yuan. The three of them cautiously entered the villa area. Along the way, Lin Yuan constantly scanned his surroundings. Look for any possible threats. Fortunately, it's very quiet here. There is no trace of an evolved beast. It's possible that this place has already been cleared out by other creatures, leaving nothing for them to prey on. Or perhaps, this place is too desolate for the evolved beasts to stay. The villa where the sisters' parents live is relatively quiet. Therefore, it is not located in a densely populated area. 10 minutes later, the three arrived at a detached villa. House number 18. This is the home of the Yi sisters' parents. The villa's gate was half open, and the yard was covered in snow and bloodstains. There were also some frozen footprints. It was unclear whether they were human or from evolved beasts. Yi Qingwei and Yi Qingxue stopped in their tracks and stared intently at the door. Their bodies were trembling. I don't know if it was because of the cold, the fear, or the sadness. The sisters unlocked the phone using their fingerprints. Lin Yuan stepped forward and gently pushed open the door. Squeak! The piercing sound was especially clear in the quiet night. Lin Yuan cautiously observed his surroundings, and only after confirming that there was no danger did he signal the two sisters to follow. The three of them entered the villa. The inside was a complete mess. Furniture was overturned, glass was shattered everywhere, and there were scratches and bloodstains on the walls. Clearly, a fierce battle once took place here. Yi Qingwei walked into the living room, trembling. Then, she saw it. Beside the living room sofa lay a corpse, frozen solid. Wearing pajamas, she remained curled up, her face still bearing the marks of pain and fear. That was their father. Dad! Yi Qingwei collapsed and rushed over, embracing her father's body and weeping bitterly. Dad, we're late? We're late. She cried her heart out. Yi Qingxue's eyes also reddened, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She bit her lip, suppressing her grief, walked to her sister's side, hugged her, but said nothing. Even if they were mentally prepared, seeing their father die was still a shock. The pain in my heart was still overwhelming. Yi Qingxue, as the older sister, is inherently a strong woman. She couldn't cry. She was now her sister's closest relative. She had to comfort her younger sister. The two sisters embraced and wept beside their father's body. Lin Yuan stood silently to the side, not disturbing them. He knew that this grief had to be released. Otherwise, it would crush their spirits. But he didn't waste any time. Lin Yuan turned around and began systematically looting the entire villa. Since you're here, take anything useful with you, he said in a low voice. In the apocalypse, resources are life. The dead are gone, but the living must continue to live. Lin Yuan walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator. The food inside was completely rotten and emitted a foul stench. Opened the cabinet. Some canned and sealed foods were still usable, and Lin Yuan put them all into the system space. Entered the storage room. Lin Yuan took all the medicines, tools, and emergency supplies. I went into my parents' bedroom. Lin Yuan also took all the valuables, gold and silver jewelry, even though these things were useless in the apocalypse. But it's also a way to give my sisters something to look forward to. Finally, Lin Yuan arrived at the sisters' room. The two adjacent bedrooms are exquisitely decorated and full of girlish charm. Lin Yuan entered Yi Qingyue's room first. Opening the wardrobe, a large number of women's clothes came into view. Casual clothes, formal wear, sportswear, pajamas. It has everything. With a thought, Lin Yuan stored everything into the system space. Then, he went to Yi Qingxue's room. Similarly, opening the wardrobe revealed a large number of clothes. But Lin Yuan noticed that there was a hidden door at the very back of the wardrobe. Lin Yuan opened it out of curiosity. The next second, he was stunned. Inside, various items were neatly hung. Cosplay costume, catgirl outfit, with cat ears and a tail, trimmed with black lace. She wore a bunny girl outfit, with her back and legs exposed and a bunny ear headband. She wore a nurse's uniform, a white short skirt, and a very low neckline. JK uniform, short plaid skirt, innocent yet alluring. A maid outfit, black and white, with a fluffy skirt. And there's more. There are at least 20 sets. Each one is extremely exquisite, and the sizes all fit perfectly. Clearly, Yi Qingxue bought all of these herself and wore them frequently. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. I never knew this ice queen had this hobby. He muttered to himself. She's usually so aloof and proud, like an iceberg that makes people afraid to approach her. A high-class school beauty. You actually like these things in private? The contrast. That's interesting. Lin Yuan hadn't expected that this usually aloof and elegant school beauty would be so different in private. This was quite unexpected for Lin Yuan. This also excited him, as it was a point that increased attack speed. Lin Yuan took them all without hesitation. Just then, what are you doing? Yi Qingxue's voice came from behind. Lin Yuan turned around and saw Yi Qingxue standing at the door, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having just cried. When she saw the cosplay outfit in Lin Yuan's hand, her face instantly turned red, like a cooked shrimp. You saw it. She screamed, her voice distorted. I saw it. Lin Yuan said calmly, his expression serene. It's the apocalypse. These clothes might come in handy later. He spoke very seriously, as if he were really just collecting supplies. But that look in his eyes, there was clearly a hint of amusement in it. Yi Qingxue was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. She never imagined that her secret would be discovered by Lin Yuan. And under these circumstances, you shouldn't overthink it. She quickly explained. Those were just things I bought to play with. I've hardly ever worn them. Oh. Lin Yuan nodded and continued to store the clothing into the system space. I see. What do you know? Yi Qingxue was on the verge of collapse. Her biggest secret in her life was discovered by Lin Yuan. And he took them all. Why? Why did you take it? She asked, her voice trembling. I told you, it's the apocalypse. Supplies are crucial. Lin Yuan said calmly. Clothes are also supplies. And he paused, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. It might come in handy someday. Yi Qingxue froze upon hearing this. Will it come in handy? What's the use of it? Her face turned even redder, the redness extending to her ears. You bastard. She cursed softly, but her voice was weak and completely lacked any deterrent power. Lin Yuan smiled and didn't continue teasing her. This little incident eased the originally heavy atmosphere somewhat. All right, let's continue collecting supplies. Lin Yuan said. Go keep Qingwei company. I'll go look around the neighborhood. After saying that, he turned and left the room. Yi Qingxue stood there, her face flushed and her heart pounding. She felt. It seemed like Lin Yuan had him cornered. And surprisingly, she wasn't too bothered by it. What happened to me? She covered her face and murmured softly. Lin Yuan walked out of the villa and into the courtyard. He glanced at the other villas nearby, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. This is a high-end villa area. Each house is detached, so the resources should be plentiful. He said in a low voice. We can't waste it. Lin Yuan didn't go through the main gate, but went straight to the first villa. Take a deep breath. Then, boom! One punch. It slammed heavily against the wall. Click! The wall exploded open with a huge hole. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. Lin Yuan walked into the cave and began to loot. Large quantities of canned goods, beverages, high-end wines, and sealed foods. Take them all. Medical supplies, emergency supplies, toolboxes. Take them all. 10 minutes later, the first villa was emptied. Lin Yuan arrived at the second building. Boom! Another punch, and the wall exploded. Continue looting. Winter clothing, thick blankets, heaters, generators. Take them all. The third building. Boom! They continued to break through the wall. Just as they were ransacking the basement, Lin Yuan suddenly saw a glimmer of 7-colored light on the ground. His eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Beside a corpse, a colorful snowflake lay quietly. The second snowflake. Lin Yuan excitedly picked it up and carefully put it away. The body must be that of a survivor. It's possible that it found a snowflake, but died before it could use it. Alternatively, it may have been used without any animal meat, resulting in poor efficacy. One way or another. Now, this snowflake belongs to him. Lin Yuan looked at the snowflake in his hand, his eyes flashing with excitement. This trip was worthwhile. Having made an unexpected profit, Lin Yuan worked even harder. He continued to loot. Building 4, Building 5, Building 6. He emptied out all 6 villas. Food, clothing, medicine, tools, weapons. The system space is already filled with all kinds of supplies. Huge gains. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and returned to villa number 18. By this time, the two sisters had cried enough and their emotions had calmed down a bit. Lin Yuan. Yi Qingxue saw Lin Yuan return and said softly, We want to bury Dad. Lin Yuan nodded. I'll do it. He walked into the yard and found a suitable spot. Then, they started digging the hole. With his 330 physique, digging a hole would be a piece of cake for him. 10 minutes later, a deep pit was dug. Lin Yuan carefully placed Yi Qingxue's father's body inside. Then fill in the soil. Soon, a simple grave appeared in the courtyard. There was no tombstone, only a wooden plank that Lin Yuan had found in the ruins. The name Yi Jiangwo was carved on it with a knife. Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingxue knelt before the grave, silently shedding tears. Dad, Mom went to the shelter in the north. We will try our best to survive. Yi Qingyue said, her voice choked with emotion. Yi Qingxue wiped away her tears and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, once we become stronger, can we go north to find Mom? Hope shone in her eyes. Lin Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. The refuge to the north is at least 50 kilometers away, and the danger along the way is 10 times greater than here. With your current strength, going there would be suicide. He paused. But if you become strong enough, I can take you there. Hope flickered in the eyes of the two sisters. Really? Yi Qingwei asked. Lin Yuan calmly said, The premise is that you must obey and become stronger. The weak have no right to negotiate. The two sisters exchanged a glance, then nodded firmly. We understand. We will strive to become stronger. Lin Yuan stood to the side, his eyes occasionally glancing towards the North District. That area is shrouded in purple snow mist. Mother Insect. That was the first time he had encountered an enemy he could not defeat. That feeling of being suppressed filled him with intense resentment. He made a silent vow in his heart. Once I become stronger, I will definitely come back and kill that insect queen. Take away all the mysterious 7 colors inside it. This thought had been frequently appearing in Lin Yuan's mind. It seemed to have become his obsession. Chapter 43, using a borrowed knife to kill. Yi Qingxue is injured. Time flies. Dusk fell quickly. Yi Qingxue opened her phone and found that it was already 5 o'clock. Therefore, they planned to stay here for the night. The lights in the sisters' parents' villa were dim, illuminating 3 weary figures. Lin Yuan sat in the living room, taking stock of today's gains. 2 colorful snowflakes, like dreamlike gems, shimmer with 7 colors under the light. 10 demon cores. They varied in size and emitted faint energy fluctuations. There was also a large amount of supplies looted from the 5 villas. Lin Yuan plans to use these 2 snowflakes when he gets back. Of course, he used it himself. Lin Yuan carefully stored the snowflakes into his system space. Low sobbing could be heard coming from upstairs. Yi Qingyue was embracing Yi Qingxue, and the two were lying on the bed where their parents used to sleep. They've been through so much, from the despair of being trapped, to meeting Lin Yuan, and now to burying his father. Every day feels like walking on the edge of hell. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, preparing to rest. But he remained alert. In the apocalypse, letting your guard down is tantamount to suicide. The exterior of the villa. 15 fully armed men quietly approached from behind the abandoned truck. They wore heavy cotton-padded clothes, gloves, scarves, and masks, covering their entire bodies completely. The snow in the apocalypse is poisonous. Any skin contact will result in the frost curse, eventually freezing you into an ice sculpture. This is a survival rule that all survivors have mastered. The man in the lead was named Liu Kai, in his 40s, with a sinister look in his eyes. He raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. The 15 people quickly took cover behind abandoned vehicles and walls. "Boss, it's that villa," a thin subordinate reported in a low voice. There were 3 people inside, 2 women and 1 man. Liu Kai squinted and observed the interior of the villa through binoculars. The light was dim, but he could still make out blurry figures. "That guy, he's the monster who punched through the wall this afternoon, right?" He nodded with his thin, small hands, his voice trembling slightly. "That's right. Boss, are we really going to make a move? That guy's too strong." Liu Kai snitted. "What's there to be afraid of? We're not going to fight head-on." He turned around and looked at the dozen or so men behind him. Everyone watched him nervously. "Guys, you saw it too? Those 2 women with that man are fucking gorgeous. We've searched for so long in this apocalypse, and we've never encountered a woman as exceptional as her. Opportunities are rare, and whether we'll encounter another one is uncertain. Brothers, don't you want to experience what it's like to be a goddess high above everyone else before the apocalypse?" Liu Kai lowered his voice, a greedy glint in his eyes. "Besides, that guy is so strong, he must have eaten a rainbow snowflake. Don't you want it?" He learned this information from a man he had previously killed. Greed flashed in everyone's eyes, but fear followed immediately. "But boss, the guy is too strong, we can't beat him." Liu Kai waved his hand with a cold smile. "Don't worry, I've already thought it through." He pointed to the abandoned park next to the villa. In that park, there's an evolved Venus flytrap. It's enormous and incredibly powerful. We won't attack directly. We'll just lure the monster over and let it fight that man. Once they're both severely weakened, we'll reap the benefits. Everyone's eyes lit up. The boss is brilliant. Haha, this tactic of using someone else to do the dirty work is brilliant. Once we get those 2 top-tier guys, the boss goes first, then the rest of us take our turn. Liu Kai waved his hand to interrupt them. "Don't get too excited yet. Let's get down to business first." He turned to look at the truck. "Drag that useless woman out." The 2 burly men immediately walked to the truck and opened the back compartment. "No, please, I'll do anything. Don't kill me." A woman who was tied up was dragged out. She was in her 30s and had an average appearance. His body was covered in bruises and wounds, and his eyes were filled with despair. Liu Kai looked at her coldly. "You're too ugly. Keeping you around is a waste of food. Your ultimate value lies in being bait." The woman struggled desperately, but was held down firmly by 2 strong men. "No, please, I'll do anything." She cried out in anguish, but Liu Kai showed no pity whatsoever. "Throw her in an open area near the villa." 2 burly men dragged the woman toward the park. The woman struggled frantically, her fingernails leaving bloody streaks on the ground. "Help! Help!" she screamed in despair. But there was no response in the darkness. The burly men threw her onto the open ground and then quickly retreated. The woman lay in the snow, shivering. She tried to escape, but the rope was tied too tightly, and she couldn't break free. "Oh no, I don't want to die," she cried in despair. Suddenly, whoosh, a dark figure darted out from the depths of the park. A huge shadow fell over the woman. That was a terrifying plant that was 3 meters tall. What was originally a small, ornamental Venus flytrap has now mutated into a nightmarish monster. 5 enormous mouths, each with a diameter of over 1 meter. Its mouth is covered with sharp barbs that gleam with a purplish-black metallic sheen. Purple digestive juices flowed from inside its mouth, emitting a highly toxic and corrosive odor. "Ewa!" The woman let out her final scream. Snap! A giant mouth suddenly slammed shut. The sharp barbs pierced through the flesh in an instant. The sound of bones cracking could be clearly heard in the night. The screams abruptly stopped. All that remained was the terrifying sound of chewing. Liu Kai and the others, hiding in the shadows, turned pale upon witnessing this scene. "Damn, this monster is fucking terrifying," one of the subordinates said, trembling. Lu Kai took a deep breath, suppressing the fear in his heart. Success. Quick, lure it to the villa. They threw stones at the villa's windows, mainly to provoke it. Bang! Bang! The evolved Venus flytrap devoured flesh and blood, becoming even more ferocious. It twisted its massive roots and charged toward the source of the sound at an astonishing speed. It is clear that this plan has not fully developed its intelligence. Otherwise, Lu Kai's scheme would be tantamount to playing with fire and getting burned. Maple Forest Villa. Boom! The wall was smashed through in an instant. Bricks and stones flew everywhere. 5 giant mouths surged into the villa. Lin Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. What is that? He jumped up from the sofa instantly. A huge hole was smashed in the living room wall, and a terrifying plant monster was wildly waving its 5 giant mouths. Qingxue! Qingwei! Evacuate through the back door. Lin Yuan shouted loudly. 2 sisters screamed in terror from upstairs. Lin Yuan, what kind of monster is this? Stop talking nonsense. Get out of here. Lin Yuan grabbed the iron bar next to him and smashed it hard against one of the giant mouths. Bang! The giant mouth was knocked off course, but the barbs grazed Lin Yuan's arm. His sleeve was torn, but only a white mark was left on his skin. With a physique of 330, his defense was amazing. The 2 sisters rushed down the stairs and toward the back door. But as soon as I pushed the door open, 10 fully armed bandits blocked the doorway. These are all the ones who fired the first shot. Lu Kai said that as long as they successfully kidnapped the 2 sisters, let them enjoy it first. Therefore, there's no shortage of people who are blinded by lust and dare to act recklessly. Beauties don't run away. The leader of the bandits revealed a lewd smile. Yi Qingshue's expression changed, and she immediately pulled her younger sister back. Lin Yuan, there's an ambush at the back gate. A cold killing intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. As expected, this was no accident. He turned around abruptly and kicked the Venus flytrap that was rushing towards him. Get out of here. Boom strapje. The terrifying power of a 330 physique erupts. The Venus flytrap's enormous body was kicked several meters away. Then Lin Yuan's figure vanished like a ghost. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. For dull thuds, the 4 bandits were sent flying backward, their chests caved in, spitting out blood, dead beyond dead. What speed? The remaining bandits were terrified and turned to flee. But how could Lin Yuan possibly let them leave alive? His figure vanished again. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more impacts. The heads of the 3 thugs were smashed open with a single punch, splattering red and white matter everywhere. The last 3 were so terrified they fled for their lives. Damn, this monster is too strong. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Lin Yuan bent down and picked up the pebbles on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 whooshing sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The backs of the 3 people's heads exploded, and they fell face first into the snow. All 10 bandits were wiped out. In the distance, Lu Kai, along with 5 trusted men, hid behind an abandoned car. Upon witnessing this scene, his face turned ashen. Damn it! All 10 people were dead in less than 10 seconds. One of his trusted men said, trembling, Boss, should we still make a move? Lu Kai gritted his teeth. Let's wait and see. Wait until the monster and the Venus flytrap are both severely weakened. Inside the villa, Lin Yuan turned around and faced the evolved Venus flytrap once again. The monster became even more ferocious after being kicked away. 5 giant mouths swung wildly, accompanied by sharp, piercing sounds. Shua shua shua. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm as his figure flickered between the giant mouths. He was too fast. The Venus flytrap couldn't catch him at all. Based on the location of the plant's weaknesses, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity instantly and punched the core of the Venus flytrap's root. Boom strapje. The fist slammed into the core, producing a metallic clang. The Venus flytrap hissed mournfully as its 5 enormous mouths contracted rapidly. But at that moment, whoosh, a giant mouth suddenly changed direction and attacked the 3rd floor window from the side. Finding they couldn't get out through the door, the 2 sisters had no choice but to escape to the 3rd floor. They themselves possess formidable physical strength, but they lacked real combat experience They had never even killed anyone. Not to mention the several burly men who were weaker than the women in terms of presence. At this moment, Yi Qingyue was standing by the window, nervously watching the battle below. "Qingyue, watch out!" Yi Qingyue shouted from the first floor. But the distance is too far. Lin Yuan didn't have time at all. At the critical moment, Yi Qingyue suddenly rushed up the stairs and lunged at her younger sister. "Qingyue, bang!" She pushed her sister away. "But myself." The sharp barbs on the edge of the giant mouth pierced her shoulder. Purple digestive fluids, highly toxic substances seeping into the bloodstream. "Elder sister." Yi Qingyue broke down and screamed. A flash of fury appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes. "Court death." He instantly rushed to the third floor and grabbed the giant mouth. The barbs pierced his palm, but couldn't go through. "Get out of here." Lin Yuan used all his strength to tear open the giant mouth. This is it. The Venus flytrap let out a piercing scream. Lin Yuan grabbed the half of the giant mouth and violently dragged the entire Venus flytrap through the window, then slammed it to the ground. Boom! The floorboards are cracked. Lin Yuan punched toward the core of the root. Boom streepje! Core explodes. Green juice splattered everywhere. The Venus flytrap convulsed, emitting its final, mournful cry. Then, with its last bit of strength, it burrowed through the floor and escaped underground. Lin Yuan did not pursue. He turned and rushed towards Yi Qingyue. "Clear the snow." Yi Qingyue hugged her sister, tears streaming down her face. Yi Qingxue's face was pale, her lips were purple, and dark purple blood kept seeping from the wound on her shoulder. She looked weakly at Lin Yuan beside her and whispered, "Protect, Qingyue." Then he lost consciousness. "Sister, sister," Yi Qingyue cried out. Lin Yuan quickly checked the wound. "It's highly poisonous. Grady water can only suppress it, not cure it." His brows were furrowed. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of a solution. Take out a 7-colored snowflake and an antidote for the frost curse from the system space. Snowflakes can gain supernatural abilities, perhaps even some miraculous effects. The antidote can cure the snow poison. If combined, Lin Yuan quickly ground the snowflakes and the antidote into a paste. Then he carefully fed it to Yi Qingyue. Time passed second by second. Yi Qingyue held her sister's hand tightly, tears wetting her clothes. "Sister, don't, TD, please." 2 hours later, Yi Qingxue's complexion gradually returned to normal. The purplish-black color on his shoulders gradually faded. "It's a success." Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. The snowflake's energy enhanced her physical condition, and the antidote neutralized the toxins. Although there is still toxin present, the patient is out of danger. Yi Qingyue threw herself on her sister and burst into tears. "Sister, it's all my fault. It's all my fault." Lin Yuan stood up and walked to the window. His eyes were cold. At this moment, the killing intent in Lin Yuan's eyes magnified infinitely. Chapter 44, Yi Qingyue's subtle changes in mindset. In a short while, Yi Qingxue's complexion returned to normal. Lin Yuan carried her to the bed. Her breathing was steady at this moment. Although she was still very weak, she was out of danger. At this moment, Yi Qingyue was in tears, her eyes fixed on Yi Qingxue. She was terrified that her closest sister would die in front of her. At this moment, Lin Yuan stood up and quickly treated Yi Qingxue's injuries. The murderous intent in his eyes was undisguised. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, but silently went downstairs, then pushed open the door and walked out of the villa. The cold morning wind blew, and snowflakes fell on his face. But he couldn't feel the cold. His 330-degree constitution made him completely immune to this temperature. After the vehicle was abandoned, Lu Kai and his 5 trusted confidants were tense at this moment. They dared not leave, because if they tried to escape, the killer inside the villa would spot them. Now, they can only pray that Lin Yuan won't discover them. "Boss, could that guy have already discovered us?" One of his men asked, trembling. Lu Kai gritted his teeth. "So what if they found out? We can't back out now. It's obvious to even a fool that last night's attack was related to us. Either kill him, or he kills you." The other men were pale. They certainly understand this principle. Last night's ambush completely exposed their intentions. If we run away now, Lin Yuan will catch up with us sooner or later. Rather than be hunted down, it's better to take a gamble. "The boss is right. We'll fight." Yeah, at worst, we'll die together with that terrifying guy. Several of his men gritted their teeth and made up their minds. Just then, Lu Kai's eyes narrowed. He's here. That guy's out. In the distance, Lin Yuan pushed open the villa door and walked out. His figure was lonely and indifferent, his eyes scanning his surroundings. He spotted us. One of his men exclaimed in surprise. Lu Kai took a deep breath. There's nothing we can do about being caught. We have to keep acting. He stood up, put on a smile, and walked out. Brother, that's impressive. Lu Kai shouted loudly, waving as he walked. That monster was so terrifying, yet you managed to repel it. You're incredibly strong. The other 5 confidants also came out. They wore smiles on their faces, but tension and murderous intent flickered deep in their eyes. Lin Yuan stood still, looking at them with a cold gaze. He didn't speak. Lu Kai took a few steps closer, continuing to force a smile. Brother, it's rare to encounter a strong person in this apocalypse. My name is Lu Kai, and this entire area is under my jurisdiction. Let's look after each other from now on. Don't hesitate to let me know if you need anything. As he spoke, he subtly winked at his subordinates. The 5 trusted confidants pretended to spread out casually, gradually forming an encirclement. Lu Kai continued to try to get closer to him. Hey bro, what's your name? Those 2 beauties beside you, they're absolutely gorgeous. You're so lucky. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Kai suddenly made a hand gesture. Do it. The 6 people suddenly sprang into action. They rushed towards Lin Yuan from different directions. Lu Kai, wielding an iron rod, smashed it down hard on Lin Yuan's head. The other 5 also brandished their weapons. Dagger, iron bar, axe. They'd gone all in, but a mocking glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Without any warning, Lin Yuan's figure vanished instantly. What? Lu Kai's iron rod missed its target. The next moment, bang! A dull thud sounded behind him. One of his trusted men was sent flying backward, his chest caved in, and he crashed into the wall. Puff! He coughed up a mouthful of blood and died instantly. Bang! Bang! 2 more impact sounds. Before the 2 thugs could react, Lin Yuan punched them both, shattering their chests. What kind of speed is this? Lu Kai was terrified. He couldn't even see Lin Yuan's movements. Lin Yuan looked coldly at the remaining 3 people. Too slow. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of another bandit. The bandit had just raised his axe. Snap! Lin Yuan punched him on the head. Skull exploded. Red and white things splattered everywhere. Yeah, monster! The remaining 2 were so frightened that they turned and ran away. But Lin Yuan bent down and picked up 2 stones from the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 whooshing sounds. Bang! Bang! The backs of their heads exploded, and they fell to the ground. From a moment, Lu Kai gave the order to act. All 6 were wiped out. Just 6 seconds. Lu Kai collapsed to the ground, his legs weak. No, it's impossible. This can't be. He looked up at Lin Yuan. That indifferent face showed not a trace of emotion. It was as if he had just killed not a person, but 6 ants. Lin Yuan didn't speak. His extreme silence was like that of a heartless devil. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and stomped on Lu Kai's head. Etc. Lu Kai schotet frontitzali. I have a 7-colored snowflake. I have a demon core. I'll give you everything. Please. Bang. The ball of the foot landed. Lu Kai's voice abruptly stopped. Lin Yuan withdrew his foot expressionlessly. Lin Yuan didn't take Lu Kai's words seriously at all. If he truly possessed snowflakes and a demon core, his strength couldn't be so weak. Soon, Lin Yuan walked towards the truck in the distance. He had noticed that car during the battle. There seemed to be other people in the carriage. Lin Yuan opened the trunk. Squeak! A stench hit me. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. 4 women were huddled together in the carriage. 3 of them were already emaciated, delirious, and had vacant eyes. Only 1 woman remained conscious. She was about 25 years old, with delicate features and a good figure. But at this moment, her clothes were tattered, and her body was covered with bruises and scratches. His eyes were filled with despair and numbness. Lin Yuan could tell what had happened to them at a glance. These women were repeatedly abused by Lu Kai and his gang of bastards. Both body and mind are destroyed. The woman who was still conscious raised her head and saw Lin Yuan. Her lips trembled and tears streamed down her face. Please, please kill me. Her voice was hoarse and filled with despair. I don't want to live anymore. please. Lin Yuan remained silent for a moment. Then they took some food and water from the system space and threw them into the carriage. Eat if you want to live. Die if you want. The woman was stunned. You're not going to kill us. Nor. She dared not say what followed. Because in this apocalyptic world, a woman's fate is worse than death. Lin Yuan coldly interrupted her without answering. He turned and left. The woman watched his retreating figure, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Thank you. But Lin Yuan did not turn around. He won't take them in. In the apocalypse, he only protects those he cares about. These women's fate is entirely in their own hands. Lin Yuan returned to the villa. Yi Qingwei has woken up and is staying by her sister's side. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Yuan return. Brother Lin Yuan, are you all right? Lin Yuan nodded. The external threat has been resolved. Yi Qingwei looked out the window. Several corpses could be vaguely seen. Her face was a little pale, but she didn't say anything. In the apocalypse, killing is the norm. She has begun to understand this principle. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and checked on Yi Qingshue's condition. Her breathing was steady, and her complexion was rosy. The toxins have been completely suppressed. She needs to rest for a few days. Lin Yuan said, We'll go back once she recovers. Ye Vingyu nodded vigorously. She looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes flashing with complex emotions. Gratitude, dependence, and other things that are hard to explain. Last night, Lin Yuan used a precious 7-colored snowflake to save his sister. Yi Qingwei had also learned about this from Lin Yuan. He said that this 7-colored snowflake was an extremely important thing. In the apocalypse, this thing is a divine artifact for an ordinary person to rise to power. But Lin Yuan gave it to her sister without any hesitation. Today, he killed 6 more people for them. Although Lin Yuan always appeared cold and indifferent. But his actions were more powerful than any sweet words. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei spoke softly, tears welling in her eyes. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind, to be Lin Yuan's woman for the rest of her life. Thank you. Lin Yuan did not respond. He simply stood by the window, gazing into the distance. There, you'll find the direction the evolved Venus flytrap fled. The monster was severely injured, but it did not die. One day he will find it. Kill it. To avenge Yi Qingxue. And that insect mother. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Yi Qingwei looked at Lin Yuan with somewhat dazed eyes. After this incident, she felt an even stronger liking for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was unaware of this either. Because of his actions today, he will gain a woman who will dedicate herself to him in the future. Chapter 45. My mind is in turmoil. The first rays of morning sunlight shone through the curtains onto Yi Qingshue's pale face. She slowly opened her eyes. What came into view was my sister's tear-streaked face. Sister, you're finally awake. Yi Qingyue threw herself on her sister's body, tears streaming down her face like a burst dam. I'm so scared. I'm so scared you won't wake up. Her voice trembled, filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Yi Qingxue weakly raised her hand and stroked her sister's hair. Don't cry. I'm okay. Her voice was hoarse, but her tone remained gentle. Yi Qingwei raised her head, tears still clinging to her face. Sister, do you know? Brother Lin Yuan used a 7-colored snowflake to save you. She said, sobbing. Those are rainbow snowflakes, the most precious thing in the apocalypse. Brother Lin Yuan said that thing can make ordinary people instantly stronger, and it's more precious than any medicine. But he gave it to you without hesitation. Yi Qingshue's body trembled slightly. Rainbow snowflakes. Of course she knew what it was. Lin Yuan once told them that it was the only way to obtain magical abilities in the apocalypse. This shows how precious this thing is. And he actually used up something so precious to save himself? An indescribable emotion welled up in Yi Qingshue's heart. Shock, gratitude, guilt, and other things that are hard to explain. She recalled her past resistance and indifference towards Lin Yuan. I recalled how I had cursed him countless times in my heart. He recalled the resentment and humiliation he felt each time he was forced to obey. But now, he saved himself with his most precious possession. Yi Qingshuo opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. A complex emotion welled up in her chest, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Just then, the door was pushed open. Lin Yuan walked in. He saw that Yi Qingshuo had woken up and a barely perceptible hint of relief flashed in his eyes. "Woke up?" he asked casually, his tone still indifferent. But for some reason, Yi Qingxue sensed a hint of concern in those two simple words. She responded softly. Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and bent down to examine her wounds. "How are you feeling physically?" Yi Qingxue felt a tightness in her chest, making it difficult to breathe. But she looked at her sister, whose face was full of worry, and didn't want her to worry. And nothing. She forced herself to speak. Lin Yuan looked at her pale face, and his eyes darkened slightly. Of course he knew that Yi Qingxue was lying. The combination of the colorful snowflakes and the antidote only suppressed the toxins. It did not completely eradicate them. Lin Yuan couldn't say for sure when the poison would take effect. We can only take it one step at a time. Yi Qingxue's current physical condition is far from as good as she claims. But Lin Yuan did not expose him. He simply stood up and said calmly, "Then let's prepare to go back. It's not safe here. That evolved plant might come back." Ye Vingu nodded. Half an hour later, the three packed their things and prepared to return to the cloud-top villa. Lin Yuan walked ahead, cautiously observing his surroundings. Yi Qingwei carefully helped her sister walk forward step by step, but they had only walked for less than 10 minutes. Yi Qingxue's face grew paler and paler. Large beads of sweat slid down his forehead. She gritted her teeth, stubbornly refusing to speak. "But my body has reached its limit." Her legs buckled, and she nearly fell. "Elder sister, Ye Vingyu exclaimed in surprise." Lin Yuan turned around instantly and helped Yi Qingxue up. "You." He looked at her pale, almost translucent face, his brows furrowed. "I'm fine. I can still walk," Yi Qingxue said stubbornly. But her body was trembling, and she was clearly unable to hold on any longer. Lin Yuan remained silent. He turned around and squatted down. "Come up." He said it casually. Yi Qingxue wanted to refuse, but Lin Yuan grabbed her hand and forcibly pulled her onto his back. "Stop talking nonsense," he said indifferently, then stood up and easily carried her on his back. Yi Qingxue lay frozen on Lin Yuan's broad back. This was her first time. She was being carried on a man's back like this. Lin Yuan's back was broad and warm. She could clearly feel his body temperature, which was transmitted through his clothes. And there was that strong, powerful heartbeat. Bang, bang, bang. Regular and steady. It inexplicably makes me feel at ease. Lin Yuan had a faint scent, a mixture of sweat and the chill of snow, but to her it smelled very pleasant. Yi Qingxue's face unconsciously pressed close to Lin Yuan's neck. She closed her eyes, savoring the warmth. An emotion I had never felt before arose in my heart. Rely. My heart fluttered, even obsessed. Her heart began to race. My cheeks gradually fell hot. What's wrong with me? She muttered to herself, but she neither struggled nor refused. She simply lay quietly on Lin Yuan's back, enjoying this rare tenderness. Lin Yuan carried Yi Qingxue on his back, deliberately avoiding the purple snow mist area where the insect mother was located. He can't handle that monster yet. Once he becomes stronger, he will definitely come back and kill it. The journey was smooth, and we encountered no danger. Yi Qingwei followed beside her, watching her sister clinging to Lin Yuan's back, feeling both happy and a little jealous. My sister is so lucky, she muttered to herself. 2 hours later, surprisingly, there were no unexpected incidents along the way. Therefore, the speed is much faster than usual. The three finally returned to the cloud-top villa. Bai Xingli heard the noise and immediately came out to greet them. "You're back." Yi Qingxue. She saw Yi Qingxue on Lin Yuan's back, and a look of worry flashed in her eyes. "It's nothing, just that I'm weak," Lin Yuan said calmly, then walked into the villa, preparing to put Yi Qingxue down. But just as he was about to let her go, Yi Qingxue was still immersed in the feeling she had just experienced. She unconsciously took a deep breath. He wanted to remember Lin Yuan's scent deeply. That comforting scent. "Elder sister?" Yi Qingwei looked at her sister with a puzzled expression. Bai Xingli was also stunned. "Is this still the aloof Yi Qingxue?" Ye Vingu Sudenli realized. She looked up and found that her sister and Bai Xingli were both looking at her. Moment. Her face flushed red instantly. The redness spread from the base of my ears all the way down to my neck. I'm in my room to rest." She jumped off Lin Yuan's back in a panic and ran towards the room as if fleeing. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Yi Qingyue and Bai Xingli were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Sister, you're acting strange, Yi Qingyue said softly. Bai Xingli watched Yi Qingxue's fleeing figure, a meaningful smile flashing in her eyes. Although she had never been in a relationship, she was a teacher after all, so of course she could tell. Yi Qingxue was moved. Night falls. After dinner, Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue. You two sisters should get some rest tonight and not wander off. He said it casually, then looked at Bai Xingli. Bai Xingli understood and followed Lin Yuan towards the master bedroom. The door closed. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue returned to their room. Yi Qingyue quickly fell asleep, her breathing becoming even. But Yi Qingxue tossed and turned, unable to sleep at all. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling with her eyes open. The scenes from the daytime kept replaying in my mind. Lin Yuan's broad back, warm body temperature, a strong heartbeat, and that reassuring aura. She covered her face with her hands. My cheeks felt hot and my heart was racing. What's wrong with me? She muttered to herself. Why do I keep thinking about him? Why do I feel so safe and secure when he carries me on his back? Why can't I bear to leave his back? She remembered that Lin Yuan had used up the precious 7-colored snowflake for her. She recalled how, though he spoke coldly, his actions were gentle when he carried her on his back. I remember the occasional flicker of concern in his eyes. An emotion I had never felt before welled up inside me. Sweet, warmth, and happiness? Could it be that Yi Qingxue bit her lip, her heart pounding like a drum. Could it be that I've fallen for him? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she froze. Do you like Lin Yuan? How could that be? He was so domineering, so forceful, so cold-blooded. But he also risked his life for himself. He also saved himself with his most precious possession. He would also carry himself on his back without hesitation when he was weak. Yi Qingxue turned over and buried her face in the pillow. Have I really fallen for him? She murmured to herself. The answer in my heart is becoming clearer and clearer. Yes, she fell in love with him. This was the man she once both hated and feared. This man who forcibly took her body. This cold-blooded and ruthless man. Yet he was also the man who protected her in times of crisis. The man who was willing to give everything for her. The man who made her feel at ease. At this moment, Yi Qingxue felt a surge of intense emotions. She wanted to tell him. She likes him. But she didn't dare. She was afraid that she would die one day. Moreover, Yi Qingxue's frustration grew stronger and stronger. Possessing a woman's intuition, she felt a strange unease creeping into her heart. Yi Qingxue closed her eyes. I was quite scared at first, but when my mind was filled with images of Lin Yuan, before she knew it, she fell into a deep sleep with a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 46, nothing more than that, because she deserves it. Early morning. Sunlight filled the room. Yi Qingxue stretched and sat up in bed. She rubbed her eyes and looked out the window. A new day has begun. It's time to wake my sister up for breakfast. She murmured to herself, then got dressed and left the room. The corridor was quiet. Yi Qingxue skipped and hopped to her sister's room. Sister, it's time to get up. She pushed open the door, and her words abruptly stopped. He froze completely. Yi Qingxue lay on the bed, her face as pale as paper, her lips purple, and her breathing extremely weak. Her body was twitching slightly, and her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Sister, sister, Yi Qingxue's voice trembled. She reached out and touched her sister's face. Cold. There was not a trace of warmth. Sister, sister, je vingu screaming in terror. She rushed over and shook her sister. What's wrong with you? Wake up, elder sister. Tears welled up instantly, wetting her cheeks. Yi Qingxue weakly opened her eyes. Seeing her sister crying, she felt a surge of intense guilt and reluctance. She wanted to speak, but it felt like something was blocking my throat, and I couldn't make any sound. She could only use all her strength to hold her sister's hand. Those hands were terrifyingly cold. Sister, no. Don't die. Yi Qingxue cried her heart out. She sensed it. My sister's life is slipping away. Yi Qingxue felt her consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. The world before my eyes gradually became distorted. She knew she was about to die. However, she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. She hasn't protected her younger sister yet. I haven't talked to that guy yet. The toxins spread to the heart. The colorful snowflakes only delayed her death. They didn't actually save her. Her life had come to an end. In the final moments of her life, her mind began to replay various events from the past. The father's strictness, a mother's tenderness, my sister's smile, the despair of the apocalypse, the fear of being trapped in an apartment. Meeting Lin Yuan, strangely, she had thought that her deepest memories before she died would be of her parents. But what shocked her was that it was the deepest, most reluctant thing in her mind. It turned out to be younger sister and Lin Yuan. Qingyue was so young and innocent. What will she do without her own protection? And Lin Yuan? She figured it out last night. She really fell in love with him. But she hadn't had a chance to tell him yet. She didn't even have a chance to say a word. I like you. A strong sense of resentment and regret welled up in my heart. Tears streamed down her cheeks. At this moment, Yi Qingxue's consciousness became increasingly blurred. The flame of life is about to be extinguished. What's going on? Upon hearing Yi Qingxue's cries, Lin Yuan and Bai Xingli immediately rushed into the room. Seeing Yi Qingxue's appearance, Lin Yuan's heart was suddenly shaken. He walked quickly to the bedside and grabbed Yi Qingxue's hand. Cold. The pulse was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. He quickly examined her body. His complexion grew increasingly grim. Damn it. The toxin has spread to my heart. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Grade D water. He immediately took out a bottle of Grade D water from the system space, pried open Yi Qingxue's mouth, and poured it down her throat. But it didn't work. Yi Qingxue's face remained deathly pale. His breathing remained weak. A 7-colored snowflake. Yes, there's one last 7-colored snowflake. A glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He retrieved the last colorful snowflake from his system space. That was the second one he found near Yi Qingxue's parents' villa. I originally planned to keep it for myself. But now, Qingxue, eat it. He eagerly brought the colorful snowflakes to Yi Qingxue's lips. But at that moment, Yi Qingxue used her last bit of strength to shake her head slightly. No, don't. She spoke weakly, her voice so faint it was almost inaudible. It's useless. I tried it once. This thing can't save me. Lin Yuan was stunned. Yes, Yi Qingxue has already taken the 7-colored snowflake once. However, it only suppressed the toxins and did not cure them completely. Try it again. It really doesn't work. Why? Why isn't it working? Anxiety and distress flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This was the first time he had ever felt so panicked. No, he didn't want Yi Qingxue to die. After all, I've slept with her so many times, I've developed feelings for her. Moreover, although Yi Qingxue was stubborn and argumentative, he liked that aspect of her personality. That gentle warmth as an iceberg melts. The resentment felt when forced to submit in bed. The kind of behavior where you clearly care but pretend to be aloof. He likes them all, but now he really has no other choice. He tried all the resources in the system space. None of it worked. Damn it, damn it. Lin Yuan slammed his fist into the wall. The wall cracked instantly. Bai Xingli was speechless with shock as she looked at Lin Yuan's out-of-control state. Is this still the same calm and rational Lin Yuan? Yi Qingxue cried, so hard she could barely breathe. Brother Lin Yuan, please save my sister, please. There must be a way, right? Lin Yuan did not answer. He just stared intently at Yi Qingxue. A strong sense of powerlessness welled up inside me. His first time, I felt powerless. Yi Qingxue used her last bit of strength to open her eyes. She looked at Lin Yuan. I saw the anxiety in his eyes. Panic. And heartache. At that moment, a strong sense of satisfaction welled up in her heart. So it turns out he cared about me too. He would panic for me too. He will also feel heartache. She smiled weakly. Tears streamed down my face. She wanted to say, being cared for by you makes everything worthwhile. But she could no longer speak. She could only convey this emotion through her eyes. Yi Qingxue's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Her mind was filled with images of Lin Yuan. That indifferent face. Those deep, dark eyes. That broad back. If there's a next life, I must tell you, I like you. Her eyes slowly closed. Breathing has stopped. Heart stopped beating. Yi Qingxue is dead. Elder sister. Ye vingu screamem indespire. Lin Yuan held Yi Qingxue's hand tightly. No, I can't die. He gritted his teeth. I won't allow you to die. Just then, bite. Detection indicates that Goddess Yi Qingxue's emotional fluctuations have reached their peak. Friendliness level surpasses level 2. Detection indicates that Goddess Yi Qingxue is in critical condition. System has triggered a special mechanism. Lin Yuan suddenly looked up. The system panel unfolds before your eyes. Host, please select. Option 1. Upgrade the Frost Curse Antidote. Note, Yi Qingxue will die, but supplies will continue to be obtained. Effect, an evolved and enhanced version. Details will be available after the upgrade. Price, permanently lose the opportunity to upgrade this goddess. Option 2. Forego the opportunity to upgrade resources. Note, this process consumes system energy to perform a transformation on Yi Qingxue. Effect, thoroughly removes toxins, resulting in an unknown, positive, and transformative change. Cost, the Frost Curse Antidote, Level 2, will lose its upgrade opportunity. The next upgrade requires Level 3. Lin Yuan looked at the two options. Choosing Option 1 means a more powerful evolutionary antidote. In the apocalypse, this is absolutely a heaven-defying treasure. This means that he and his women will no longer have to fear most of the potential toxins. Moreover, even though Yi Qingxue is dead, supplies can still be obtained. From a rational perspective, this is the optimal choice. But Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingxue's pale face. Looking at her tightly closed eyes, I remember her last week's smile. I recall the satisfaction and regret in her eyes. His heart clenched painfully. Therefore, Lin Yuan issued the order in his mind without hesitation. Option 2. Select Confirm. The transformative process begins. Moment. Yi Qingxue's body was enveloped in 7-colored light. The light was dazzling and brilliant, like a divine miracle. Her body began to float in midair. The toxins were gradually forced out of the body, turning into black smoke and dissipating. Her pale face gradually regained its rosy hue. The stopped heartbeat starts beating again. Her faint breathing gradually became steady. Yi Qingxue was stunned. Bai Xingli was also so shocked that she couldn't speak. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Then a slight smile appeared on his lips. Nothing else. You deserve it, he said in a low voice. Upgrading resources is just a temporary loss of opportunity. Moreover, Yi Qingxue being alive is more important than anything else. That was his choice. Cold-blooded? Reason? Selfish? Fuck it. In front of this woman, he was willing to give up some of his options. Moreover, this is not something Lin Yuan currently needs. The 7-colored light grew stronger and stronger. Yi Qingxue's body began to undergo an unknown transformation. The essence of her life is being sublimated. The transformation is in progress. Estimated completion time, 24 hours. Chapter 47. Obtained an E-rank would attribute ability. The morning sunlight shone through the curtains and fell on Yi Qingxue, who was suspended in midair. She was enveloped in 7-colored light, her body slowly spinning, like a fairy from mythology. The light was dazzling and formed a perfect cocoon of light around her body. The toxins transformed into wisps of black mist that were expelled from the pores, instantly vanishing into nothingness under the 7-colored light. Lin Yuan sat on the stool, looking at Yi Qingxue, who was floating in the air with a complicated expression. This woman was merely a tool to him from the beginning. But now, he gave up the opportunity to upgrade his supplies in order to save her. Perhaps he really does care about this stubborn woman. Yi Qingxue knelt by the bed, her eyes red and swollen, but she dared not blink, afraid of missing any changes in her sister. My sister will be all right, she murmured to herself, her voice trembling. Bai Xingli stood aside, rationally observing this phenomenon that transcended scientific understanding. As a teacher, her worldview is being completely overturned. 7-colored light, suspended in midair, toxins turning into black mist. None of this can be explained by existing scientific theories. She looked at Lin Yuan, a deep shock flashing in her eyes. Just how powerful are this man's methods? How mysterious. At that moment, Bai Xingli felt she had to become this guy's woman. It doesn't seem like a bad deal. Just then, Lin Yuan stood up, and after confirming that Yi Qingxue's transformation had stabilized, he walked to the balcony. He retrieved the last 7-colored snowflake and the brightest demon core from his body from the system space. The snowflakes in my hand emitted a soft, iridescent glow, while the demon core shimmered with a faint green light. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and made a decision. Use them to awaken your superpowers. He recalled the information he had learned from the first superhuman he had encountered. When the 7 colored snowflakes and the demon core are placed together, they will fuse to form a mysterious energy sphere. Touching the orb of light grants you superpowers. Although he doesn't know what type of superpower he will awaken, he needs to become stronger. He is strong enough to protect those he wants to protect, so powerful that they can roam freely in this apocalyptic world. Lin Yuan carefully placed the 7-colored snowflake and the demon core together. Moment. The two began to produce a wonderful reaction. The colorful snowflakes, like ice blocks meeting the scorching sun, quickly melted into liquid, transforming into a burst of radiant energy. The demon core also began to tremble, emitting a rich green life light. The two energies intertwined and merged in the air, slowly coalescing. A dozen seconds later, a ball of energy the size of a fist appeared in mid-air. The sphere of light emitted a soft green glow, interspersed with iridescent colors, making it both beautiful and mysterious. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that this ball of light contained terrifying energy and an extremely rich life force. That is the power of the wood element. He really couldn't understand why these two things would undergo such an incredible change. Could there be more to this apocalyptic world than meets the eye? But soon, Lin Yuan shook his head, regardless of any conspiracy. The only option is to continue living in this cruel apocalypse. Only then could he glimpse the source of this mysterious change. After thinking it over, Lin Yuan reached out and slowly touched the ball of light. The instant my fingertips touched the ball of light, boom streepje! The energy sphere exploded instantly, transforming into countless green light spots that surged into Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan's body jolted violently, and cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Excruciating pain. An excruciating pain I've never experienced before. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing every cell in his body at the same time. Blood is boiling, bones are remodeling, muscles are tearing and healing. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, his face was deathly pale, and his body trembled slightly. But he didn't make a sound. His terrifying 330 physique gives him endurance far beyond that of ordinary people. He gripped the balcony railing tightly, squeezing the steel bars until they were deformed. Yi Qingyue and Bai Xingli rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Brother Lin Yuan. The two men's expressions changed drastically upon seeing Lin Yuan's condition. Lin Yuan's body surface was covered with dense cracks, and blood seeped out from the cracks. But strangely enough, the wounds healed at a visible speed, and green life force circulated within his body, constantly repairing and strengthening it. The wound heals, then reopens. Cracks open, then heal. This process is repeated. This is the ultimate pain, but also the ultimate transformation. Yi Qingyue wanted to get closer, but Bai Xingli held her back. Don't go over there. Bai Xingli analyzed rationally. This should be the process of awakening his special ability. We can't disturb him. The two could only watch Lin Yuan anxiously as cold sweat dripped from his forehead. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Time seemed to stretch out infinitely. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan's body finally stopped trembling. The cracks have all healed, and the skin has returned to its smooth state, even more radiant than before. He opened his eyes. In an instant, a bright green light flashed in his eyes. That's the life force of the wood element. Lin Yuan felt the surging power within his body and was deeply shocked. He successfully awakened the E-rank wood elemental ability, life control. This superpower allows him to manipulate plant growth, accelerate life recovery, and even induce the growth of aggressive vines. Moreover, his physique skyrocketed from 330 to 380. Although it wasn't as dramatic as expected, it was still a huge step forward. Most importantly, superpowers. Lin Yuan raised his hand and looked at his palm. He could clearly feel a green energy flowing through his body. That is the power of life, the origin of the wood element. Give it a try. Lin Yuan muttered to himself, raising his hand to point to a withered potted plant on the balcony. That was a succulent plant from the apocalypse, long since withered and dead. With a thought, Lin Yuan infused it with wood elemental energy. Moment. A miracle has happened. The withered succulent plant is growing wildly, its shriveled leaves rapidly swelling and becoming plump and juicy. Green leaves sprouted again, the stems grew thicker, and even bright flowers bloomed. In just a few seconds, the withered plants came back to life, even more lush than before the apocalypse. What? What kind of ability is this? Yi Qingwei covered her mouth in shock. Bai Xingli stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. A miraculous resurrection? No, this goes beyond the scope of medicine. This is a miracle. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and raised his hand again. This time, he poured in even more energy. The stem of that succulent plant suddenly grew rapidly, transforming into green vines that danced like serpents. Go! Lin Yuan pointed his finger, and the vines shot out wildly, lashing fiercely at the distant wall. Smack! A dull thud resounded. A deep mark was punched into the wall, and the brick shattered. If this whip were to strike someone, that would absolutely result in broken bones and torn tendons. Yi Qingwei and Bai Xingli were dumbfounded. This is the power of superpowers? Lin Yuan withdrew his energy, and the vines returned to being ordinary plants. He turned to the two shocked women and said calmly, "Eva awakened a superpower." What element? Bai Xingli swallowed hard, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Yuan, you awakened a wood elemental ability? Her brain was working frantically, analyzing rapidly. Wood elemental abilities are very useful in the apocalypse. You can use them to grow plants as a food source, or to set up traps and defenses. She paused, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. Furthermore, judging from what just happened, your wood elemental ability can not only nurture plants, but also control them in combat, and even possesses extremely strong life-restoring capabilities. Lin Yuan nodded. Although it's not the strongest defensive ability, survival is his top priority. The life-restoring ability of the wood element is exactly the life-saving means he needs most. Not to mention, Lin Yuan vaguely sensed that this superpower had deeper capabilities yet to be developed. The element of wood represents life. The power of life is far greater than it appears on the surface. Yi Qingwei excitedly grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. Brother Lin Yuan, you're amazing. Seeing this, Lin Yuan patted Yi Qingwei's head. The two sisters now have a very high level of affection for him. If there is an opportunity in the future, Lin Yuan naturally intended to activate the superpowers of both sisters. As for Shirahoshi Riki, it remains to be seen. Chapter 48, when there's work to be done, it's the secretary. When there's nothing to do, it's the day after awakening his superpowers. Yi Qingwei is still undergoing a transformation. Lin Yuan entrusted her to Yi Qingwei and Bai Xingli for care, and then decided to go hunting. He needs more rainbow snowflakes and demon cores. One superpower isn't enough. If you can awaken a second, a third, that's true power. Moreover, newly awakened wood elemental abilities need to be familiarized with through actual combat. Actually, the most important thing is the system. Lin Yuan wanted to try his luck. Let's see if there's a goddess who fits the system. I might be back a little late today. Please take good care of Qingxue, Lin Yuan said to the two women. Yi Qingwei nodded obediently. Brother Lin Yuan, be careful. Bai Xingli rationally analyzed, you've just awakened your special ability and aren't familiar with it yet. So be careful in battle. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Don't worry. He turned and left the villa, his destination clear. The Xingyao Group headquarters building, in the central area of Jiangxing City. It was an 88-story skyscraper that was once the most bustling commercial center in Jiangxing. According to information Bai Xingli obtained from residual information on the internet, strange energy fluctuations appeared there on the third day of the apocalypse. It is suspected that a high-level evolved beast is lurking there. It is very likely to have 7 colored snowflakes. 2 hours later, Lin Yuan stood in front of the Xingyao Group headquarters building. The 88-story skyscraper is like a sharp sword piercing the sky. But now it has become ruins. The glass curtain wall was mostly shattered, the wall was covered with cracks, and there was blood and remains of corpses everywhere. Lin Yuan cautiously sneaked into the building. With his terrifying physique of 380 and newly awakened wood elemental ability, he moved through the ruins like a ghost. Along the way, he saw countless frozen corpses and the shattered remains of evolved beasts. It is clear that an extremely fierce battle took place here. Lin Yuan climbed all the way up the stairs to the 88th floor. Broken desks and chairs were scattered everywhere in the corridor, and computer equipment was strewn all over the floor. He pushed open the door to the rooftop. Instantly, a terrifying aura swept over us. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. On the rooftop, a giant evolved beast was coiled up. That was a giant eagle. It is 10 meters long and has a wingspan of over 20 meters. Its feathers have a metallic purple sheen. Its eyes were like thunderbolts, radiating an aura of destruction. With each breath, purple arcs of electricity danced among the feathers. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, about to make a move. Thunder Spear. A delicate shout came from the other side of the rooftop. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky and slammed into the Thunder Eagle. The giant eagle let out a shrill cry, its feathers singed by electricity, but it was not fatally wounded. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted as he looked in the direction of the sound. On the other side of the rooftop stood two women. The woman in the lead caught Lin Yuan's eye. She was a woman of about 27 years old, wearing a black leather combat suit, the tight design of which perfectly outlined her figure. She is estimated to be 172 centimeters tall, with a stunning figure and prominent curves. Her impressive bust stretched the combat suit taut. Her slender waist seemed so delicate it could be grasped in one hand, and her long, straight legs were encased in leather pants, exuding both power and beauty. But what's most attractive is her appearance. Her delicate oval face has such perfect features that it's almost a work of art. Her willow leaf eyebrows exuded a heroic spirit, and her phoenix eyes were long and alluring, yet they also revealed a cold and sharp edge. A high, straight nose and slightly purse-pale pink lips exuded the aloofness of someone in a superior position. Her skin was as white as snow, and so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. Her long, jet black hair was tied into a high ponytail, revealing her slender and graceful swan neck. She possessed an extremely strong aura, exuding the majesty and pride of a business queen even amidst the ruins of the apocalypse. Just then, ding! A goddess matching the collection criteria has been detected. Goddess information. Name, Su Yuyan. Age, 27. Identity, President of Xingyao Group, Business Queen. Appearance, 95 points, peerless and aloof beauty. Body measurements, 93-62-95, perfect curves. Special ability, E-rank lightning type, thunder control. Trait, unaccustomed to human affairs. Hint, collecting this goddess will unlock special resources. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. One ice queen, and he's a superhuman. More importantly, a 27-year-old female CEO is still a virgin. This was simply unbelievable in the pre-apocalyptic business world. It seems this woman has truly devoted all her energy to her career. This woman is Su Yuyan, the president of Xingyao Group, one of the top 10 groups in Jiangxing before the apocalypse. At just 27 years old, she was in charge of billions of assets, a business legend, and the dream girl of countless men. She admires strength, is independent, and has extremely high intelligence. She is a true strong woman. Behind her stood another woman. She was about 32 years old, dressed in business attire, with a full and mature figure and a gentle appearance. Although her features are not as stunning as Su Yuyan's, she is still a rare beauty, and her mature womanly charm gives her a unique allure. Holding a knife, he warily watched his surroundings. When Lin Yuan's gaze swept over her, ding! A goddess matching the collection criteria has been detected. Goddess information. Name, Lin Wanru. Age, 32. Identity, Secretary to the President of Xingyao Group, married woman. Appearance, 93 points, stunningly beautiful married woman. Body measurements, 90-65-92, full-figured and mature. Characteristics, married with a daughter, no practical experience. Hint, collecting this goddess will unlock new resources. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. That's interesting. It seems her marriage is not happy. She is Lin Wanru, and should be Su Yuyan's personal secretary and best friend. A sentence suddenly came to Lin Yuan's mind. When there's work to do, the secretary does it. When there's nothing to do, the CEO does it. Lin Yuan hid behind the ruins, squinting as he observed. After Su Yuyan unleashed the Thunder Spear, she immediately sensed Lin Yuan's presence. She turned her head and looked coldly in the direction where Lin Yuan was hiding. Now that you're here, why hide yourself? His voice was cold and clear, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. This woman has such keen perception. He decided to stop hiding, stepped out of the ruins, and said calmly, "I'm also interested in this evolved beast." Su Yin's eyes narrowed as she quickly assessed Lin Yuan's strength. His aura was powerful, his physique astonishing, and she couldn't sense the depth of his feelings. This man is dangerous. First come, first served, Su Yin said coldly. We've been preparing for this Thunder Eagle for 3 days. Do you think you could just sit back and reap the benefits? Lin Yuan was about to answer. The wounded giant eagle was enraged. It roared to the sky, its body erupting with violent lightning, transforming into a bolt of lightning that rushed towards Su Yuyin. Extremely fast, Su Yin's expression changed. She had just used up a lot of her supernatural power by unleashing the Thunder Spear, and now she had no time to dodge. Lin Wanru screamed in terror, "President Su!" At the critical moment. "Growth!" Lin Yuan shouted and slammed his hand down on the rooftop. Rumble. Countless thick vines grew wildly from the ground, like pythons emerging from their caves, forming a green barrier in front of Su Yuyin. Boom strapje! The giant eagle crashed into the vine barrier. The powerful impact tore most of the vines to shreds, and the electric current charred some of them, but they still managed to block the fatal blow. Su Yin's eyes widened in shock. Wood elemental ability? This man is actually a superhuman. Moreover, the fact that he can instantly generate such powerful vines shows that his strength is definitely not simple. Lin Yuan said calmly, "Now that I've saved you, this evolved beast is mine." He raised his hands toward the giant eagle. Strangling vines. Rumble. The rooftop trembled violently as countless thick vines burst forth from the ground like giant pythons. They swarmed towards the Thunder Eagle from all directions. The giant eagle unleashed a torrent of lightning, scorching some of the vines, but more vines followed suit, binding the vines tighter and tighter. The Thunder Eagle let out a desperate cry, tightly bound by dozens of vines, unable to break free. It struggled desperately, feathers flying everywhere, but the vines were as tough as steel, tightening their grip even more. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold, and he clenched his right hand suddenly. Twist! Click, click! The vines tightened up frantically. The Thunder Eagle's bones were shredded, and its screams abruptly ceased. The massive body went limp and turned into a pool of blood and flesh. From the moment the attack was made to the kill, it took less than 10 seconds. Su Yuyin and Lin Wanru were dumbfounded. They prepared for the giant Thunder Eagle for 3 days, devising a meticulous plan to ambush it. As a result, this man, it was solved in 10 seconds. Lin Yuan walked into the flesh and blood and took out a purple demon core the size of a fist. A very fruitful harvest. He stored the demon core in his system space and turned to leave. Etc. Su Yin's voice came through. Lin Yuan stopped and looked at her coldly. Su Yin took a deep breath, quickly composed herself, and gave a professional smile. "Sir, I am Su Yin, the president of Xingyao Group. Thank you so much for saving my life." She paused, her eyes serious. "Would you be interested in cooperating, sir? I have a large stockpile of supplies in the Xingyao Group building. Food, medicine, weapons, power generation equipment. You name it, I have it. If you're willing to cooperate, I can give you half." This was a suggestion she made after careful consideration. With her exceptionally high intelligence, she made the judgment instantly. This man is extremely powerful. If she can win him over, her chances of survival will greatly increase. Lin Yuan simply gave her a meaningful look. Unnecessary. Lin Yuan certainly wouldn't leave. The purpose of all this was to lure Su Yuyin into a trap. After all, his ultimate goal was Su Yuyin. Su Yuyin was stunned. She was rejected. With her looks, intelligence, and abundant resources, how could she be rejected? This man, what exactly is its origin? Chapter 49, Shameful Bondage. Su Yin bit her lip and quickly caught up with him. "Wait, sir, are you really not going to reconsider?" Her voice remained calm, but a hint of anxiety flashed in her eyes. "I have abundant resources, and I possess an E-rank lightning-type ability, making me quite powerful in combat. I could be an asset to you." Lin Yuan stopped, turned his head, and his eyes were calm as still water. I don't need your supplies, and your strength is nothing to me. He paused, then continued. You've survived this long because you're smart enough to use tactics and wisdom. But in the face of absolute power, none of that matters. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it sharply at the ruins in the distance. Rumble. The entire ruins trembled violently in an instant. Countless enormous trees and vines burst forth from the ground, sweeping across an area of hundreds of meters like a tidal wave. The abandoned building was overturned by tree roots, and huge vines wrapped around and crushed the ruins. The entire area instantly transformed into a green forest. In just over 10 seconds, a desolate wasteland was transformed into a vibrant jungle. Lin Yuan also noticed. The power he used was extremely strong and continuous. Lin Yuan guessed that this was probably related to his extraordinary physique. Although Su Yuyin also possesses E-level superpowers, it is also a powerful lightning-based ability. But Su Yuyin's physique will never exceed 100. Lin Yuan's physique, however, had already reached a terrifying 380. Su Yuyin and Lin Yuan looked pale. Is this even possible for a human to do? The sheer scale of the plant growth that could be generated in an instant, this destructive power and control. She was starting to question her own existence. They were both superhumans, so why was there such a huge difference between them? If Su Yuyin knew that Lin Yuan's superpower level was the same, she'll probably start to question the meaning of life even more. At this moment, Su Yuyin's brain was working frantically, analyzing the situation rapidly. This man possesses wood elemental abilities, but his control over them far surpasses that of ordinary people. Furthermore, he has a cold and aloof personality, is unmoved by personal gain, and is difficult to win over. If you offend him, the consequences will be unimaginable, but being able to keep up with him will be the greatest guarantee. She took a deep breath and made a bold decision. She strode up to Lin Yuan, her eyes resolute. Sir, I have a proposal. Lin Yuan stared at her coldly, without saying a word. Su Yuyin bit her lip and slowly said, I know my resources and strength mean nothing to you, but I have other values. She straightened her back, and her eyes regained some of the confidence of a business queen. Before the apocalypse, I was the president of Xingyao Group, with annual revenue exceeding 1 billion yuan, and I managed tens of thousands of employees. I excel at resource allocation, strategic planning, personnel management, and business negotiation. In the 2 weeks following the apocalypse, through my wisdom and resourcefulness, I stockpiled enough supplies in this building to last 50 people 3 months. I also awakened an E-level lightning-type ability within half a month. Although my combat strength is not as good as yours, it is already top tier among ordinary survivors. She paused, her eyes serious. More importantly, I have a business acumen and strategic thinking that surpasses that of ordinary people. I can accurately assess the situation, allocate resources rationally, and formulate long-term plans. If you want to build a power in the apocalypse, you need more than just combat strength. You also need people to help you manage, plan, and develop. And I am the most suitable candidate. After Su Yuyin finished speaking, she calmly looked at Lin Yuan, waiting for his reply. She didn't beg humbly, but instead demonstrated her value with the demeanor of a business negotiator. This is how the president of Xingyao Group should be. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, sizing up the arrogant woman in front of him. Really, she has a point. A female CEO with high intelligence, management skills, and exceptional abilities would indeed be valuable to his future development. But a playful smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. What you said does have some value. A hint of joy flashed in Su Yuyin's eyes. But the next second, however, that's not enough. Lin Yuan said casually, his gaze roaming over her body without restraint. I can observe your management skills and business acumen over time. But now, I want to see your sincerity. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of frivolity. Su Yuyin's expression changed instantly. She wasn't some woman who had just entered the workforce. He naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Yuan's words. She never expected that this man would actually... She bit her lip, her eyes flashing with humiliation and anger. I'm talking about a business partnership. It's about me helping you manage your influence. What right do you have to make demands of me? Based on this, Lin Yuan calmly raised his right hand. Growth. The words had barely left his mouth. This is it. Dozens of thick vines burst out of the ground from the rooftop. It's so fast that no one can react in time. Ah! Su Yuyin and Lin Wanru cried out in surprise and tried to dodge. But the vines are growing too fast. Almost instantly, he had the two women firmly entangled. Su Yuyin wanted to unleash lightning, but the vines were entangled in an extremely tricky position. His hands were tied behind his back, tightly bound together. Her legs were spread apart and fixed in place, forming a shameful M shape. Her slender waist was tightly bound by vines, highlighting her stunning figure to the fullest. Even more shameful is, the vines were still wrapped around her chest and hips, making her tight combat suit even tighter and revealing her perfect curves. You let me go. Su Yin's face turned bright red as she struggled desperately. But the vines are as tough as steel. The more you struggle, the tighter they constrict. Lin Wanru, who was standing nearby, was also bound by vines. She was also immobilized and unable to move. Let us go. Lin Wanru cried out in terror, her face pale. Lin Yuan slowly walked up to Su Yin and calmly looked at her. Now, do you still think you're qualified to negotiate with me? Lin Yuan looked at the two women who were being controlled. This is the difference in strength. In the face of absolute power, all wisdom and ability seem pale in comparison. Su Yin bit her lip, her eyes flashing with humiliation and anger. She desperately channeled her lightning-based powers, trying to break free of the vines. Lightning! Purple electricity crackled around her. But the vines seemed to have no electrical conductivity, remaining completely unmoved despite being struck by lightning. Don't waste your energy, Lin Yuan said calmly. My wood elemental ability isn't based on ordinary plants. Your little bit of lightning has no effect on my vines. Su Yin discovered this in despair. Her E-rank lightning-type superpower was completely ineffective against this man. Your management skills? They're nothing compared to absolute power. Lin Yuan said coldly. Your business acumen? This apocalypse doesn't need businessmen. It needs the strong. Your lightning-based abilities? A mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. That giant eagle, you prepared for 3 days and still couldn't take it down, but I killed it in 10 seconds. And now, you can't even break free from my vines. What do you think your superpowers mean to me? Every word was like a sharp blade, piercing Su Yin's pride. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with tears of humiliation. She had to admit, what this man said is true. Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, everything else is insignificant. In the apocalypse, the strong set the rules. Lin Yuan said coldly. The weak have only 2 choices, submit or die. He raised his hand, and more vines sprouted from the ground, swaying in front of Su Yin. The tips of the vines were as sharp as knives, gleaming with a cold light. I'm willing to shelter you because you're still somewhat useful. But that doesn't mean you have a right to negotiate with me. Lin Yuan's gaze roamed over her body without restraint. If you want my protection, you'll have to pay the price. And the price? It's all of you, including your body. Su Yin's body trembled. At this moment, she was suspended in midair by vines, her body bound in a shameful position. Completely at their mercy. She had never been so humiliated. I have never felt so powerless. I refused. Su Yin gritted her teeth and said, her eyes filled with tears. I can help you manage. I can work for you, but my body... Yeah. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. He waved his hand gently. The vines slowly tightened. The vines binding Su Yin's waist, chest, and thighs tightened more and more. The tight-fitting combat suit was so constricted it was almost about to tear. Her perfect figure was highlighted to the extreme. Ah! Su Yin let out a painful groan. Her face flushed red. Let her go. Lin Wanru cried out in terror. We promise. We promise anything. Lin Yuan didn't even glance at Lin Wanru. His gaze was fixed solely on Su Yin. I want to hear it from her own mouth. Su Yin bit her lip, her mind racing. But at this moment, she was completely subdued and powerless to resist. Reason told her otherwise. This man won't change his mind. Submit or die. There is no third option. She had never realized it so clearly. In the apocalypse, her pride and joy, her wisdom, status, and abilities. In the face of absolute power, nothing matters. She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. Promise. Promise what? Lin Yuan asked coldly. Explain clearly. Su Yin opened her eyes filled with tears of humiliation. I am willing to submit to you. I'm willing to pay any price, including my body. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. The vines slowly loosened, setting the two women down. Su Yin's legs went weak, and she could barely stand. There were still marks on her body from the vines, binding her. Very well. Since you're willing to submit, then prove it to me. Lin Yuan looked down at her, his eyes fixed meaningfully on Su Yin's stunning figure. Su Yin's face flushed red instantly. She bit her lip, her mind racing with inner turmoil. Should we give in? Should I abandon all my dignity in front of my secretary? She's the president of Xingyao Group. Before the apocalypse, countless men tried to get close to her, but she coldly rejected them all. She never bowed her head to anyone. But reason told her that this was the only way to survive. This man is too strong. If she refuses, she and her secretary may perish here. Su Yin's fingers trembled as she slowly reached for the zipper of her combat suit. Lin Wanru looked at Su Yin in shock, wanting to dissuade her. President Su. Chapter 50. Ability Proficiency Enhancer? Su Yin shook her head, her eyes resolute. She took a deep breath and made her decision. I am willing to truly acknowledge you and become your partner. Su Yin said calmly. Lin Yuan looked at her and nodded. Very good. He turned around, ready to leave. Come with me, and I will protect you. Su Yin and Lin Wanru exchanged a glance and followed behind him. Su Yin's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Next, as long as she cooperates sincerely, she can survive and even become stronger. Reason triumphed over emotion once again. The president's suite is on the 88th floor of the Xingyao Group building. This place still retains the luxury it had before the apocalypse. Leather sofas, crystal chandeliers, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the entire city of Jiangqing. Su Yin walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the city ruins covered in ice and snow outside, feeling a mix of emotions. She was once the business queen of this city, admired and adored by countless people. But now, she needs to rely on a powerful person to survive. However, reason told her that this choice was correct. This man is too strong. Following him was the best decision you ever made. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, looking at Su Yin in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and calmly said, Come here, let's talk about future cooperation plans. Su Yin took a deep breath and turned to walk towards Lin Yuan. Although she was a business queen before the apocalypse, she now has to adjust her mindset. At this moment, she was to discuss the future with Lin Yuan as a collaborator. Lin Yuan began discussing future development plans with Su Yin. Su Yin demonstrated her business acumen and strategic vision. The two had an in-depth exchange, discussing many issues related to survival and development in the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Wanru listened from the side, occasionally adding her own opinions. A few hours later, Lin Yuan gained a deeper understanding of Su Yin's abilities. Su Yin gradually came to understand Lin Yuan's thoughts and plans. After this in-depth exchange, Su Yin developed a genuine appreciation for Lin Yuan. This man is not only powerful, but also has a very clear mind. Following him will indeed allow you to go further. Just then, the system notified me. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the goddess. Su Yin, Leviticus 1. Detection indicates that goddess Su Yin's genuine approval has been achieved. Goddess information. Name, Su Yin. Age, 27. Position, President of Xingyao Group, Business Queen. Special ability, E-rank Lightning type, Thunder Control. Friendliness, Level 1. New item unlocked. Ability Proficiency Enhancer. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. New supplies? Ability Proficiency Enhancer? What is this? Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he immediately checked the detailed information of the new supplies. Item name, Ability Proficiency Enhancer, Unique. Effect. The host can choose one of their own special abilities, and the proficiency of that ability will permanently and automatically increase at a tiny rate per second. Note 1. This resource does not need to be consumed or used. It will take effect automatically upon unlocking. Note 2. This booster increases as the goddess's affinity with the user increases and the speed at which the user's special abilities improve. Note 3. This effect is permanent and cannot be changed. Please proceed with caution. Currently available ability: E rank Wood Element, Life Control. Would you like to make a selection now? Lin Yuan stared blankly at the introduction. The next second, his breathing became rapid. This supply, that's fucking insane. Superpower proficiency increases automatically, and it's permanent, improving every second? What does that mean? This means he doesn't have to do anything, and his superpowers will automatically become stronger. No training, no fighting, no effort required. As time goes by, his superpowers will automatically grow and level up. This is practically a way to become stronger just by lying down. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He carefully studied every instruction in the system. A tiny increase in speed per second. Although each improvement is small, they add up. 1 second equals 1.86,400 seconds a day, 2.59 million seconds a month, and 31.53 million seconds a year. This kind of continuous improvement, given time, will be absolutely terrifying. And a glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This booster increases in power as your affinity with the goddess increases. This is the most insane thing ever. Doesn't this mean that the higher the affinity with Su Yuyan, the faster the ability will improve? If Su Yuyan's affinity is raised to level 10, how fast will her ability increase? This is a perfect virtuous cycle. Lin Yuan became more and more excited as he thought about it, and his heart started racing. But soon, Lin Yuan regained his rationality. Calm. We must remain calm. This resource is incredibly valuable, but it has a fatal limitation. Note 3. This effect is permanent and cannot be changed. Please proceed with caution. You can only choose one superpower, and once selected, it can never be changed. This restriction instantly snapped Lin Yuan out of his excitement. A deep thought flashed in his eyes. I'll choose the Wood Elemental ability now, although it's a safe choice. But is it really the best choice? Lin Yuan recalled the process of awakening his superpower today. Wood Element, the master of life. Abilities include growing plants, manipulating vines in combat, and accelerating life recovery. It is indeed very practical, especially its life recovery ability, which is an excellent way to save lives. But Lin Yuan frowned. The attack power of the Wood Element doesn't seem to be very strong. Today, we're dealing with the giant eagle by strangling it with vines, which is a physical attack. If it weren't for his extraordinary physical condition, it's absolutely impossible to kill the giant eagle. While wood attribute abilities are powerful compared to other elemental types. Lightning type, possessing terrifying lightning attacks, fast speed, and strong destructive power. Fire element, high temperature burning, area attack, equally powerful. Spatial magic, it is said to be able to tear through space, teleport, and even create spatial prisons. Time-based abilities are legendary and considered the most powerful superpowers, capable of slowing down time and accelerating one's own speed. Compared to these, the combat power of the Wood Element is indeed somewhat mild. And a glint of light flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. As long as we find the rainbow snowflake again, perhaps I can gain powerful superpowers. Moreover, after going through the levels of superpowers, Lin Yuan finally understood. The best demon core he obtained before was used to kill an E-rank evolved beast. What if we use a D-rank demon core to kill a D-rank evolved beast? Is it possible to directly awaken a D-level superpower? Even awakening the legendary space and time elements? Lin Yuan's heart raced. If one truly awakens the spatial or temporal abilities, that would be truly defying the heavens. At that time, use the ability proficiency booster to choose either the space or time element. His growth rate will reach an unimaginable level. But if we choose the Wood Element now, what if I actually awaken spatial or temporal abilities in the future? Wouldn't I regret it to death? Lin Yuan was caught in a deep dilemma. On one side is the reliable Wood Elemental ability. Choose now and start automatic improvement immediately, steadily, and surely. On one side, there are unknown possibilities. Let's take a gamble. Maybe we can gain even stronger superpowers. But what if you lose the bet? If you awaken a special ability using a D-grade demon core, it's not as good as the wood element. Wouldn't that be a complete waste of precious time? The ability proficiency booster increases every second. The sooner you choose it, the sooner you'll become stronger. If we waste days or even weeks waiting for unknown superpowers, the lost skill level can never be recovered. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache. This choice is too difficult. It concerns his future in the apocalypse. Choose the right one, and you'll be invincible. If you make the wrong choice, you'll regret it. Just as Lin Yuan was deep in thought, Su Yuyin recovered and weakly sat up from the bed. Seeing Lin Yuan frowning in thought, she cautiously asked, "What's on your mind?" Lin Yuan snapped out of his reverie, glanced at her, and said calmly, "It's nothing. You should rest." He paused, then continued, "Oh, by the way, come back to my villa with me tomorrow. You and your secretary will both be staying with me." Su Yin bit her lip and nodded. "I see." Chapter 51, Yi Qingshue's Transformation, Terrifying Strength. The next morning, strange snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. Lin Yuan, along with Su Yuyin and Lin Wanru, embarked on their journey back to the Cloudtop Villa. Su Yuyin and Lin Wanru were both wearing thick protective suits, completely covering their bodies. They wore heavy down jackets, snow gloves, scarves, hats, and even covered their faces with protective masks. Only a pair of eyes were visible. They knew that the snowflakes in the apocalypse were highly poisonous and would freeze anyone who came into contact with their skin. Every inch of your skin must be protected. Lin Yuan was only wearing a simple jacket, looking relaxed and at ease. His terrifying constitution made him completely immune to the corrosive effects of the snow poison. This low temperature and toxicity were like a gentle spring breeze to him. Throughout the journey, a question kept swirling in Lin Yuan's mind. Which ability should I choose for the ability proficiency enhancer? Wood elemental abilities are good, but what if you awaken an even stronger ability using a D-grade demon core? Space system? Time system? Even the legendary death type or destruction type? That's true invincibility. But what if you lose the bet? If the newly awakened ability is not as good as the wood element, wouldn't that be a waste of precious improvement time? The ability proficiency booster increases every second. The sooner you choose it, the sooner you'll become stronger. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and shook his head inwardly. Never mind, no rush. I'll make a decision after I get the D-grade demon core, awaken my second superpower. If they really awaken top-tier superpowers, then they've hit the jackpot. If not, you can always choose the wood element. Anyway, he's already strong enough, so a few more days won't make a difference. Su Yuyin followed weakly behind, looking at Lin Yuan's back with complicated eyes. She gave so much last night. She never imagined this day would come. The president of Xingyao Group, the queen of Jiangqing's business world, would actually, but just surviving is good enough. Lin Wanru kept her head down and followed closely behind Lin Yuan without saying a word. Her feelings were extremely complicated. On the one hand, she was afraid of this man. On the other hand, she had no choice but to rely on him to save her daughter. 2 hours later, the three arrived at the Cloudtop Villa. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. Yi Qingyue and Bai Xingli immediately came to greet them. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingyue rushed over happily, but her face fell slightly when she saw Su Yuyin and Lin Wanru. 2 more women arrived. Bai Xingli calmly nodded in greeting, her eyes scrutinizing the 2 new members. "Out with my sister?" Yi Qingyue asked anxiously. Lin Yuan looked towards the living room. Yi Qingxue remained suspended in mid-air, enveloped in a 7-colored cocoon of light. But the light of the cocoon has dimmed considerably compared to yesterday. System prompt. Transformation progress. 99.99%. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It'll be soon. The transformation should be complete today. The words had barely left his mouth. Buzz. The 7-colored cocoon of light suddenly trembled violently. All eyes immediately turned to that direction. The light grew dimmer and dimmer. Finally, it vanished completely. They transformed into countless points of light, dancing in the air like fireflies. Ye vingulandit slowly. The feet gently touched the ground. She opened her eyes. That instant, Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. Those eyes have changed. Her eyes were still beautiful almond-shaped, but deep within her pupils, it seemed as if a black vortex was slowly swirling. Profound. Donji. It seems capable of devouring everything. Lin Yuan even felt that if he stared into those eyes for too long, his soul would be sucked in. Yi Qingxue herself has also undergone tremendous changes. Her already exquisite appearance became even more flawless at this moment. Her skin was as white as snow, so delicate and smooth that it seemed as if you could squeeze water out of it. The proportions of her facial features meet the golden standard, and there is not a single flaw to be found. Her temperament became even more ethereal and otherworldly, like a fairy who did not partake in worldly affairs. But at the same time, she exuded a strange sense of oppression. Mystery, danger, noble. It makes people feel fear involuntarily. Ding. Goddess Yi Qingxue's transformation is complete. Gained ability. Rank a dark attribute ability. Abyssal gaze, upgradable. Physical fitness level increased to 120. Mental strength increased to 150. Affinity increased to level 2. Power description. The host can manipulate dark elements to attack through thought. The attack strength is linked to mental power. As long as there is thought, dark elements can appear out of thin air to deliver a fatal blow to the target. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with shock as he looked at the system notification. A-level superpower, and it's of the dark attribute. A purely offensive superpower. In the apocalypse, this is absolutely the most powerful killing ability. Elder sister, Yi Qingwei burst into tears and threw herself into her sister's arms. You're finally awake. I was so worried about you. Wah. Yi Qingxue gently hugged her younger sister and patted her back softly. But his gaze went past his sister's shoulder and looked affectionately at Lin Yuan. Those eyes were filled with tenderness, gratitude, and deep love. Thank you. Her voice still carried a cool and aloof tone, but it revealed an unprecedented tenderness. You saved me. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Of course. Ye vingu bitadip. She knew. Lin Yuan paid an incredible price to save his life. From a moment he pulled her back from the brink of death, that life was his. This life, Lin Yuan is ranked first. My younger sister is the second. Even the mother is ranked third. She was willing to do anything for him. Lin Yuan asked curiously, how are you feeling? Yi Qingxue released her sister, stood up, and closed her eyes to feel it. A moment later, she opened her eyes. Very good. I sense a dark force within my mind. She turned to look at the shadows outside the window. A thought crossed my mind. Moment. Suddenly, countless black spikes emerged from the shadows outside the window. They were densely packed, shooting wildly into the sky like sharp swords. Each spike exudes a terrifying aura of death. This, ye vingu screaming infidite. Bai Xingli's eyes widened as well. Su Yuyin and Lin Wanru turned deathly pale. Yi Qingxue's mind stirred again. The black spikes vanished instantly, as if they had never existed. She looked at an apple on the table. Silently repeat in your mind, penetrating. Laugh. A slender black shadow materialized from the void and pierced the apple in an instant. Then it disappears. A perfect round hole was left on the apple, the cut as smooth as a mirror. The entire living room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was so shocked they were speechless. Lin Yuan's eyes were solemn. This is a dark attribute ability? He could clearly feel the terrifying killing intent that Yi Qingxue had just unleashed. And what's even more terrifying is, it's impossible to guard against. As long as she has the will, dark elemental attacks can appear out of thin air. No chanting, no gestures, not even any pre-shaking. With Yi Qingxue's current strength, they have probably already surpassed themselves. If she really wanted to kill him, he might not be able to stop her. Lin Yuan secretly became wary. Fortunately, this woman was completely devoted to him. Otherwise, Yi Qingxue seemed to sense Lin Yuan's thoughts, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Don't worry, I will never hurt you. Lin Yuan nodded. At this moment, Su Yin looked at Yi Qingxue, who had just displayed terrifying supernatural abilities, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes asking a question. Why is this woman so strong? Lin Yuan understood her confusion and smiled faintly. He took a bottle of water emitting a pale blue light from his system space and handed it to her. Drink it. Su Yin took the water bottle with a puzzled look, staring at the seemingly ordinary bottle of water in her hand. What does this mean? Lin Yuan said calmly. You gave so much last night. This is the reward you deserve. Drink it, and you'll understand. Su Yuan hesitated for a moment. In the end, I opened the bottle cap, tilted my head back, and drank it down. Moment. Boom! A terrifying energy erupted within his body. Su Yuan stared wide-eyed, feeling the changes in her body in disbelief. She could clearly feel that every cell in her body was cheering, strengthening, and transforming. Strength, speed, endurance. A comprehensive upgrade. Su Yuan stared in shock at the empty bottle in her hand. What is this? She had never seen such incredible supplies. Just one bottle of water slightly improved her physical condition. In the apocalypse, the only ways to improve one's physical condition are to acquire superpowers or to fight. Lin Yuan said calmly, Grade D mineral water. As long as you continue to drink it, it will infinitely enhance your physical constitution. A storm raged in Su Yuan's heart. Unlimited power-up. This word is terrifying. If we had an unlimited supply of this water. Lin Yuan seemed to understand Su Yuan's thoughts. Just as you think, I can obtain this water indefinitely. Su Yuan's pupils contracted, firstly shocked that Lin Yuan knew her thoughts, and secondly, because Lin Yuan really could obtain this thing infinitely. It can be said that Lin Yuan is the darling of this apocalyptic world. Could it be that Lin Yuan obtained a system? Or is it like the rebirth or time travel in online novels? Regardless, Lin Yuan definitely possesses a cheat-like advantage. But she naturally wouldn't ask, since such things are impossible to verify. Saying it out loud could easily offend Lin Yuan, which would be a loss for them. She's certainly not that stupid. But now everything can be explained. No wonder all those women were willing to follow him. With such incredible resources, who wouldn't want to become stronger? She looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression, her resolve growing stronger. She would give anything for this water and to become stronger. Lin Yuan looked at everyone and said calmly, Qing Xue just woke up. She should rest well today. We have things to do starting tomorrow. He looked at Lin Wanru. Lin Wanru trembled and lowered her head. She knew that her request. Will Lin Yuan agree? Chapter 52, Lin Wanru's Deal. Late at night, the Hentang villa fell silent. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue had already rested, and Bai Xingli had also returned to her room. Su Yuan sat alone on the sofa in the living room, staring at the empty water bottle in her hand with a complicated expression. That power! She wanted more. Lin Yuan was in his study pondering how to use the artifact that Su Yuan had unlocked. Just then, knock knock knock, a soft knock sounded on the door. Lin Yuan looked up. Come in. The door was pushed open. Lin Wanru stood outside the door, her expression complicated. She was dressed in simple loungewear, yet her mature charm was still undeniable. As Su Yuan's secretary, Lin Wanru is also extremely beautiful. She is 35 years old, but she is very well maintained and looks no more than 27 or 28. She is 168 centimeters tall, with a full but not bulky figure, a curvy figure, and perfect curves. A perfect body proportion, exuding the softness and allure unique to mature women. She has an oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, and phoenix eyes, exuding a gentle and intellectual beauty. Her long hair was loose and smooth, with a faint fragrance. Her skin was fair and delicate, and time seemed to have left no trace on her face. Most importantly, she possesses a unique charm. Gentle, soft, and intellectual, yet with a slight sense of detachment. That was the result of her long-term work as a secretary, where she remained wary of men. Mr. Lin, I have something I'd like to ask of you. Her voice trembled, and her eyes were filled with conflict. Lin Yuan put down the supplies he was holding, leaned back in his chair, and calmly looked at her. Explain. Lin Wanru took a deep breath, seemingly having made a great decision. I have a daughter. She's 18 years old, and she's still in our apartment. Please help me get her out. She bit her lip, her voice growing softer and softer. I can pay any price. Lin Yuan's eyes were calm, revealing no emotion. Any cost. Lin Wanru blushed, lowered her head, and clutched the hem of her dress tightly with both hands. I know what you want. Although I'm married, I can. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost inaudible. As a married woman, she felt incredibly ashamed to say such a thing. But for his daughter, she can let go of everything. Lin Yuan did not respond immediately, but asked, What's your daughter's name? Lin Wanru was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to ask that. Lin Ruoxue, 18 years old, a senior high school student at Jiangxing No. 3 High School. When she spoke of her daughter, a look of tenderness and determination flashed in her eyes. She's my only daughter, and my only reason for living. A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Yuan's face. His surname was Lin? Lin Wanru seemed to understand Lin Yuan's doubts. She paused for a moment, then continued. My daughter's surname is Lin, which is also related to me. I was the president's secretary at the time, and my initial goal was to have a child, so my requirement for going on blind dates was that the child born would take my surname. My husband and I don't really have any feelings for each other. I just want a child. I have absolutely no feelings for my husband. But Ruoxue, she is my everything. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Your apartment? It's at least 10 kilometers from here, and the road is fraught with danger. Despair flashed in Lin Wanru's eyes. So, you're not willing to help me? Her voice trembled, and her eyes were slightly red. What should she do if Lin Yuan doesn't agree? It's impossible for her to cross a 10-kilometer dangerous area by herself. Lin Yuan shook his head. I can help you. Lin Wanru immediately raised her head, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. But the next second, Lin Yuan's words made her heart tighten. But there are conditions. He looked directly at Lin Wanru, his gaze calm yet sharp. First, after I rescue your daughter, you must truly accept me and become my woman. Secondly, your daughter must stay with me and be under my protection. Lin Wanru was terrified. She was already mentally prepared for the first condition. But the second condition, should we leave our daughter here too? She knew what this meant. Given Lin Yuan's personality and strength, Ruoxue, staying here, she'll become his woman sooner or later. Lin Wanru bit her lip, her mind racing with conflicting thoughts. On one hand, it's a mother's instinct. She doesn't want her daughter to become an appendage of a man like herself. On the other hand, there's a rational judgment. In the apocalypse, is there any place safer than Lin Yuan? And, if she doesn't agree, she won't even have a chance to save her daughter. A long silence followed. Lin Wanru finally nodded. I promise you. She looked up, her eyes filled with complex emotions. As long as you can rescue Ruoxue, as long as you can protect her, I'll agree to anything. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Very good. We'll depart in 3 days. Lin Wanru breathed a sigh of relief and turned to leave. But Lin Yuan called out to her. Etc. Lin Wanru turned around and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Yuan stood up and walked up to her. Since you've agreed, from this moment on, you're mine. Lin Wanru trembled, bit her lip, and lowered her head. She knew this moment would come sooner or later. A few hours later, Lin Wanru lay weakly on the bed, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She finally took that step. She's willing to do anything for her daughter. Lin Yuan looked at the system notification. Ding. Successfully collected the goddess who meets the requirements. Lin Wanru. Unlocked item. Pistol. 1 second per pistol. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Pistol? This is an extremely rare firearm in the apocalypse. It's more than enough to deal with ordinary evolved beasts. And most importantly, it can be generated indefinitely. 1 per second. This means you'll never have to worry about running out of bullets. Thinking it over, Lin Yuan silently ordered the system panel to be opened again. Unlimited Resource Blessing System. Host, Lin Yuan. Physical Fitness, 410. Normal male is 10. Special Ability. Level E Life Control. Collected Goddesses. Ye vingu. Lev iki. Ye vingu. Lev iki. Ba ingli. Lev bir. Suyuyan. Lev bir. Linvanro. Lev bir. Unlocked resources. Frost Curse Antidote. Grade D Energy Mineral Water. Top tier Dompa Pork. Ability Proficiency Booster. And used. Pistol. Lin Yuan took out a pistol from a system space. The gun has a black body, a streamlined design, and feels quite heavy in your hand. It also thoughtfully has a professional-grade suppressor installed at the muzzle, so it won't attract too much attention when firing. Lin Yuan examined it for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. This gun can come in very handy at crucial moments. Lin Wanru's eyes widened when she saw the pistol that suddenly appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. Guns are prohibited in China, but Lin Yuan was able to get his hands on it. Doesn't that prove he's very reliable? However, his personality remains to be seen. The next morning, Lin Yuan gathered everyone in the living room. Ye Vingyu, Bai Yingli, Suyuyan, Lin Vanro. 5 women, 5 different temperaments. Lin Yuan got straight to the point. Tomorrow, I'm going with Lin Wanru to her apartment to rescue someone. The words had barely left his mouth. Yi Qingxue immediately said, I'm going. I have superpowers now. I can help you. Her eyes were firm, with a hint of longing. She wanted to prove her worth to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at her and nodded. Sure, this is a good opportunity to test your skills. Yi Qingwei immediately said with dissatisfaction, I want to go too. She pouted, her eyes full of resentment. Why can my sister go, but I can't? Lin Yuan shook his head. You stay. His tone left no room for argument. Yi Qingwei opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but seeing Lin Yuan's gaze, she ultimately lowered her head. I understand. Although she was dissatisfied, she still chose to obey. But a faint bittersweet feeling lingered in my heart. Another woman came. Moreover, her brother Lin Yuan was going to take her to rescue people. Bai Xingli analyzed the situation seriously and logically. That area is dangerous. You might encounter a lot of evolved beasts along the way. Moreover, half a month has passed, and if there are any survivors in the apartment building, their food supply should be almost exhausted. You never know what people might do in a desperate situation. Su Yiyan also said coldly, the darkest side of humanity in a post-apocalyptic world is often revealed in these survivor camps. Lin Yuan nodded. So, I'll be careful. He turned to Su Yiyan, his eyes filled with meaning. Su Yiyan's face stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded seriously. She knew this was the law of survival in the apocalypse. To obtain that magical grade D mineral water and to become stronger, one must pay a price. Humiliation? Compared to survival, nothing else matters. Chapter 53, The Devilish Father. Chun Fan. The next morning, the morning sunlight pierced through the eerie snowflakes and fell on the front of the cloud-top villa. Lin Yuan, Yi Qingxue, and Lin Wanru prepared to set off. Although Lin Wanru's physique is not very strong. But yesterday Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Lin Wanru's experience as a wife. Therefore, Lin Wanru was rewarded with no less than 50 bottles of grade D mineral water, with the only requirement that she drink them all that night. Lin Wanru naturally knew the extraordinary effects of this water, so she completed the task easily and quickly. Her physical condition increased from 10 to 15. They do have some ability to protect themselves. At this stage, Lin Yuan can only provide Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei. Bai Xingli is not yet worthy of Lin Yuan's trust, and Su Yuyan is even less so. Once this woman's strength increases, she might become rebellious. At this moment, the 3 of them were ready. Lin Yuan was dressed in a casual shirt, looking like he was going on a trip. For him, what he wears is not important. Yi Qingxue wore a form-fitting dark blue dress that accentuated her perfect curves. After her transformation, her temperament became even more ethereal, but her deep, abyss-like eyes still instilled fear in people. She can only be described in one word: elegant and noble empress. With her current strength, Yi Qingxue is no longer afraid of the snow poison. Becoming a superhuman strengthens one's physique, preventing the snow poison from penetrating. Unless you eat snow raw. The reason Su Yuyan was still wearing it was mainly because her physique was not strong enough. Depending on one's physical condition, one would need to have a level of over 100 to completely ignore the current snow poison. Lin Wanru was wearing a thick protective suit, which covered her entire body completely. Heavy down jackets, snow gloves, scarves, hats, and face shields. The snowflakes in this apocalyptic world are highly poisonous, and she must protect every inch of her skin. Although she had drunk more than 50 bottles of grade D mineral water and her physical fitness had improved to 15, she still dared not be careless. She wasn't a combatant, but for her daughter's sake, she had to go. Sister, you must come back safely. Yi Qingwei hugged her sister tightly, her eyes reddening with reluctance. Yi Qingxue gently patted her younger sister's head. Don't worry, Lin Yuan is here. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with trust and love. That look in his eyes seemed to say, as long as you're here, I'm not afraid of anything. Su Yuyan stood to the side and said coldly, be careful. Don't forget, you're expected to come back alive. Although her tone was cold, a hint of concern flashed in her eyes. Bai Xingli remained silent, her mind seemingly lost in thought. Lin Yuan nodded upon seeing this. I know. He looked at the two women. Let's go. The three turned and left the villa, disappearing into the snow and mist. As Yi Qingyue watched their departing figures, a wave of bitterness welled up in her heart. Another woman came. Moreover, her brother Lin Yuan was going to take her to rescue people. She bit her lip and clenched her fists tightly. The snowflakes are still falling. Lin Yuan led the two women forward along the ruins. Lin Wanru's luxury apartment is about 10 kilometers away from the cloud-top villa, requiring a journey across half of Jiangxing City. Along the way, there were frozen corpses and abandoned buildings everywhere. Occasionally, a few evolved beasts could be seen wandering in the ruins, but the moment they saw Lin Yuan, they all chose to run away. They could instinctively sense the terrifying aura emanating from this human. That is absolute power. That was a threat of death. Lin Wanru followed closely behind Lin Yuan, feeling both fear and anticipation. What I fear is the cruelty of the apocalypse. I'm looking forward to seeing my daughter. Yi Qingxue calmly observed her surroundings, ready to make a move at any moment. She could feel the dark forces stirring within her mind. A-rank dark attribute ability, Abyss Gaze. She couldn't wait to try its power. It took about an hour to walk. A low growl suddenly came from ahead. Awoo! Awoo! Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharpening. Yi Qingxue and Lin Wanru immediately became alert. The next second, a pack of wild dogs bursts out from the shadows of the ruins. No, those can no longer be called stray dogs. They're 3 times the size of normal wild dogs, with bulging muscles, sharp fangs, and green eyes. Evolve into a wild dog, and there were quite a few of them, a full 20. They surrounded the 3 of them, emitting threatening growls. Lin Wanru turned pale with fright and instinctively hid behind Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was about to make a move when Yi Qingxue stopped him. Let me. Her voice was calm, but with a hint of excitement. Lin Yuan looked at her and nodded. He also wanted to see just how strong Yi Qingxue really was. Yi Qingxue walked to the front, her eyes coldly sweeping over the pack of stray dogs. Those eyes, as deep as an abyss, had black vortexes slowly swirling within their pupils. The stray dogs seemed to sense the danger and instinctively took a step back. But the next second, Yi Qingxue's mind stirred. Moment. From all the shadows centered on her, countless black shadow blades suddenly surged forth. The blades twisted and writhed like living things, bursting forth wildly from the ground, from the walls, and from the shadows of the ruins. Densely packed, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 20 evolved wild dogs didn't even have time to scream before they were pierced by the shadow blade. Each stray dog had at least a dozen bloody holes pierced through its body. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the snow a shocking red. After Shadow Blade completed the kill, it vanished into thin air as if it had never existed. The whole thing took less than 3 seconds. The ground was littered with the corpses of wild dogs, steaming hot, their blood still flowing. Lin Wanru's legs went weak at the sight, and she almost fell over. She had never witnessed such horrific carnage. 20 evolved wild dogs were wiped out in an instant. Yi Qingxue didn't even move her hand. I just glanced at them. Lin Wanru looked at Yi Qingxue with eyes full of fear. This woman is terrifying. They're practically killing machines. Lin Yuan was also shocked. He could clearly sense that when Yi Qingxue used her special ability, just now, this thing appeared out of thin air. There is absolutely no logic to it. That terrifying killing intent seemed to freeze the soul. And what's even more terrifying is, it's impossible to guard against. If she wanted to kill herself, Lin Yuan shook his head, banishing the terrible thought from his mind. Fortunately, this woman was completely devoted to him. Otherwise, Yi Qingxue turned around and looked at Lin Yuan, a hint of expectation flashing in her eyes. How about it? Her voice still carried a cool and aloof tone, but it also revealed a hint of longing for recognition. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Very strong. A faint smile appeared on Yi Qingxue's stunningly beautiful face. It looks absolutely stunning. She was content with gaining his approval. An hour later, the 3 arrived at the luxury apartment where Lin Wanru lived before the apocalypse. This is one of the most luxurious apartments in Jiangxing, located in a prime downtown location. But at this moment, the entire building was deathly still, filled with frozen corpses. Lin Wanru looked at the familiar building, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This is it. My daughter should still be with us. Her voice trembled. Lin Yuan nodded and carefully led the two women into the building. The elevator had long been out of service, so the three of them had to take the stairs. Lin Wanru's home is on the 28th floor. Along the way, there were frozen corpses and abandoned items everywhere. Finally, they arrived at the 28th floor. Lin Wanru pointed to a door at the end of the corridor. That's it. 2808. The three of them approached quietly. Lin Yuan could hear faint sounds coming from inside. Someone's there. Lin Yuan made a shushing gesture, signaling the two women to keep quiet. He peered inside through the crack in the door. The apartment was luxurious inside, but at this moment it was a complete mess. In the living room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, holding several packets of instant noodles in his hand, staring gloomily at a closed door at the end of the corridor. The man looked to be around 40 years old, with a fairly strong build and sinister eyes. Lin Wanru saw the man through the crack in the door. Her face turned deathly pale, and she trembled all over. She bit her lip, forcing herself not to make a sound. At this moment, Chun Fan stood up, holding the instant noodles in his hand, and walked to the door at the end of the corridor. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. Ruoshue, Daddy brought you food. His voice carried a suppressed excitement and a certain morbid tenderness. A moment later, the electronic peephole on the door lit up. Clearly, the people inside are observing. Chun Fan smiled as he looked through the cat's eyes. Ruoshue, these are the last 2 packs of instant noodles. We've run out of food outside. He paused, his voice turning somber. Shouldn't you keep your promise to Dad? There was no sound in the room. Chun Fan's smile gradually twisted. Ruoshue, you're not trying to lie to your father, are you? For half a month, your father's been risking his life every day to find food for you. And this is how you treat me. His hand gripped the doorknob tightly, a madness flashing in his eyes. It's the apocalypse, the law is gone. You think you're safe hiding inside? Dad's much better off now than before the apocalypse. Dad can break down the door anytime he wants. But Daddy doesn't want that. Daddy wants you to accept me willingly. Your mother, that woman, has never truly accepted me. Even after we got married, she wouldn't let me touch her. Why should I? She married me, but she won't let me touch her. What's with the act of being innocent? And you're so beautiful, even more beautiful than your mother was when she was young. How could your father possibly let you go? Chun Fan's voice grew increasingly agitated, his eyes filled with a morbid desire. He gritted his teeth, thinking, that woman, Lin Wanru, was wary of me from the very beginning. Before the apocalypse, she spent a lot of money installing silent generators in both her room and Ruoshue's room. It's said to be in response to power outages. But what is the reality? She just didn't want me to go into her room. Even Ruoshue was like that. That brat was raised by Lin Wanru to be so wary of her father, treating him like a thief. Now it's all right. It's the end of the world. The law is gone. And he also gained power. Excitement flashed in Chun Fan's eyes as he recalled that night on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. That day he was starving. The entire apartment building was filled with frozen corpses, and food was dwindling. He hid in his room, despairingly thinking that he might starve to death there. Just then, he saw a snowflake shimmering with 7 colors on the balcony. That snowflake was special. It was much larger than the others and shone with an alluring light. He was so hungry he was seeing stars when he saw the snowflakes, and a thought suddenly popped into his head. Eat it. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the colorful snowflake, then popped it in his mouth. The next second, a terrifying energy erupted within his body. He felt his body being strengthened at an alarming rate. Power surges. Speed skyrocketed. When he came to his senses, he already possessed a physique far exceeding that of ordinary people. One punch can shatter a wooden door. One kick, and you can overturn a table. Ordinary people are as fragile as ants in front of him. With this power, he became the leader of the survivors in the apartment building. They've taken control of the food distribution. And now, it's time for him to enjoy the fruits of his labor. Neither of them, mother and daughter, will escape. Lin Yuan heard these words from outside the door, and his eyes grew colder and colder. This beast, just as he expected. Upon hearing Chun Fan's words, Lin Wanru's face turned deathly pale, and anger and self-blame flashed in her eyes. She whispered to Lin Yuan, "That beast, he's always been like this. Before the apocalypse, Ruoxue and I both loathed men, especially him. I went at great lengths to install silent generators in both my room and Ruoxue's room, just to prevent him from taking advantage of any power outages. Ruoxue inherited my wariness of men. She's clever. She used promises to lure him into finding food, stalling for time. But now the food is gone." Lin Yuan nodded and looked towards the door. At that moment, a young girl's voice finally came from inside the room. "Dad, please leave the food by the door. I'll get in a bit." The voice was crisp, but carried a clear sense of vigilance and fear. Chun Fan sneered. "No, you have to open the door this time. I want to hand it to you myself." "Ruoxue, Daddy's patience has reached its limit." Silence fell over the room. After a long while, the girl's voice rang out again. "Then you step back 10 meters. I'll only open a crack." Chun Fan gritted his teeth, a look of resentment flashing in his eyes, but in the end he still stepped back. He knew that if he forced his way in, his daughter would hate him completely. What he wanted was to conquer her heart. But today, he really couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Yuan peered through the crack in the door and saw it slowly open a tiny gap. It's only a few centimeters wide. A fair and slender hand emerged from inside. In that very instant, Lin Yuan's system provided a prompt. Goddess who meets the collection criteria detected. Lin Ruoxue. Name, Lin Ruoxue. Age, 18. Identity, senior high school student at Jiangxi No. 3 Middle School, daughter of Lin Wanru. Appearance, 94 points, pure and innocent school beauty. Body measurements, 86-58-86, youthful and perfect. Body quality, 8. Normal female score is 8. Trait, unaccustomed to human affairs. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Another stunningly beautiful goddess. And she's Lin Wanru's daughter. Chun Fan stared at the hand, a frantic desire flashing in his eyes. He suddenly moved. The figure rushed towards the door in an instant, trying to grab that hand. But Lin Ruoxue was faster. The hand instantly retracted, and the door slammed shut. Click! The sound of a lock being put on could be heard from inside. Chun Fan missed his target and bumped into the door. "Ruoxue!" He frantically pounded on the door. "Open the door. You lied to me. You never intended to keep your promise. You liar. Just like your mother. You're both liars." There was no response from inside the room. Chun Fan gritted his teeth, a crazed killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Fine. Very well. Since you're unwilling, then don't blame Daddy. Since we're out of food anyway, I don't have anything to worry about. You can't escape." After saying that, he turned around and went back to the living room, sat on the sofa, and stared intently at the door. His eyes were filled with a morbid obsession. After listening to the whole story, Lin Yuan's eyes grew colder and colder. He gestured to Lin Wanru and Yi Qingxue, signaling them to retreat. The three quietly left the apartment building and came to a ruin outside. Lin Wanru's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with worry. "That beast, he's gonna make his move tonight. Ruoxue." Lin Yuan sneered. "Don't worry, I won't let him succeed." Chapter 54. The Vine got the MVP in this round. Late at night, on the 28th floor of the luxury apartment building, in the outdoor corridor of room 2808, 7 or 8 men were gathered. They were all survivors from this apartment building. After the apocalypse, he was subdued by Chun Fan with force and food and became his underling. Chun Fan stood in the middle of the corridor, staring at his own door with a gloomy look in his eyes. Several of his underlings were whispering among themselves beside him. "Boss, that door is an electronic security door, very sturdy. It won't be easy to break it open. And your daughter is very wary in the room. She'll definitely resist." Chun Fan sneered. "Resist? I'll show her today that in the apocalypse, strength is everything." He turned to look at his underlings. "You lot, break down the door. Tonight, I'm going to have her." The underlings looked at each other, but dared not disobey, and could only nod. At the same time, Lin Ruoxue lay in her boudoir, her eyes half open, tightly gripping the fruit knife in her hand. For the past 2 weeks, she has spent every day like this. I dare not fall into a deep sleep. We dare not let our guard down, because she knew that man is losing his mind day by day. Father, Chun Fan, a man who was once cowardly and timid, In the post-apocalyptic environment, their ugliest desires were fully exposed. Lin Ruoshu bit her lip, recalling her experiences over the past 2 weeks, her eyes flashing with fear and disgust. He began to change on the very first day of the apocalypse. His eyes looked increasingly strange. When she looked at herself, she was met with a gaze that disgusted her. That was a look that shouldn't be there for someone of his status. Lin Ruoshue was on guard against him every day. She slept alone in her bedroom, the door locked from the inside, a fruit knife clutched in her hand. She even considered running away. But outside, monsters and death abound. She's a girl. She simply can't survive. So she had no choice but to stay here and do everything she could to protect herself. She once said to Chun Fan, "If you can find food, I'll agree." She had to use this method to buy time. Chun Fan seemed to have truly believed it. For the past 2 weeks, he has managed to get food. Lin Ruoshua later learned that Chun Fan had eaten something that made him much stronger. With his physical abilities far exceeding those of ordinary people, Chun Fan quickly became the leader of the survivors in this apartment building. There were many survivors in the apartment building, all of whom had been subdued by the father with force and food and became his underlings. Those underlings would risk going out to scavenge for food and hand it over to their father. Chun Fan then redistributed the items to everyone. In this way, the father controlled the food supply for the entire building, and he would always save a portion for Lin Ruoshua. But now, food is becoming increasingly scarce. Chun Fan's desires grew stronger and stronger. But today, she knew that her father had finally reached his breaking point. Lin Ruoshua gripped the fruit knife tightly, praying silently. "Mom, where are you? Help me." At that very moment, thump, 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 heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. More than one person. Lin Ruoshua trembled and her eyes widened instantly. She observed the outside world through a 360-degree electronic peephole. Chun Fan was standing outside the door with 7 or 8 men. She recognized all those men. They were survivors from the apartment building. After the apocalypse, Chun Fan, with his strong physique, became the leader of the survivors in this building. These people are all his underlings. Lin Ruoshua's heart sank. It's over. This time he's serious. "Ruoshu." Chun Fan's voice came from outside the door, carrying a false gentleness. "Daughter, Daddy needs to talk to you. Open the door." Lin Ruoshua bit her lip, her voice trembling. "We'll talk about it tomorrow." She doesn't even want to call me that affectionate nickname anymore, because he doesn't deserve it. "No." Chun Fan's voice suddenly turned gloomy. "It has to be now." He turned to his underlings and shouted, "Break down the door." "Yes, boss." Several henchmen immediately began banging on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thud was particularly jarring in the quiet night. Although the electronic security door was sturdy, the frame began to loosen under the combined impact of several adult men. Click, click, click. The door frame groaned under the strain. Lin Ruoshu turned pale with fright, retreated tightly to the corner of the wall, and raised the fruit knife with trembling hands. "No, don't come in." But Chun Fan had completely lost his mind. It's the end of the world. The law is gone. Morality is gone. He lives such a hard life. Why can't he get what he wants? And Lin Wanru is not here. Nobody knows when Lin Wanru comes back. Thinking of this, a crazed glint flashed in Chun Fan's eyes, and he shouted to his underlings, "Push harder! Push harder!" Bang! 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 The sound of the impact grew louder and louder. The banging against the door frame grew louder and louder. Click, click, click. The door frame is starting to loosen. Lin Ruoshua closed her eyes in despair. It's over. At that very moment, boom! A deafening roar. The entire room was shaking violently. Lin Ruoshua suddenly opened her eyes. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared in the wall behind her. Click, click, click. The cracks are widening rapidly. The wall collapsed. Gravel flew everywhere. Lin Ruoshua screamed in fright and desperately dodged to the side. She thought it was an evolved beast that had broken through the wall. But the next second, countless emerald green vines surged out from the broken wall. The vines wriggled as if they were alive, growing wildly. Under the moonlight, it emitted an eerie emerald glow. The surface of the vines was still glistening with dew. They danced like tentacles, full of the power of life. Lin Ruoshua's eyes widened. and she was completely stunned. Shocking. An indescribable shock. What is this? How could a plant move on its own? And it can even break through walls? She was in shock. A figure walked in through the broken wall. He was a young man. The moonlight shone on him. Lin Yuan saw his face clearly. He looks very ordinary. He wasn't ugly, but he certainly wasn't handsome either. He was quite tall and strong, about 1.85 meters tall. The facial features are the kind that are completely unremarkable in a crowd. But at this moment, this ordinary man, who couldn't be more ordinary, had countless emerald green vines wrapped around his hands. The vines swayed slightly with his fingers as if obeying his command. He broke through the wall. The vines obeyed his commands. This man, possessing godlike power. Lin Yuan's mind went blank. Shock and fear collided wildly within her. Lin Yuan was also sizing up the girl in front of him. Moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was wearing a white nightgown. Her long hair was loose and slightly messy. Her face was so exquisite it was breathtaking. Her skin was as white as snow and seemed to glow in the moonlight. Her facial features are perfectly proportioned, and beneath her arched eyebrows are a pair of clear, large eyes. At that moment, her eyes were filled with terror, tears clinging to her eyelashes, her tearful appearance evoking pity. Her nose was high and straight, and her cherry-like lips were slightly open, trembling slightly with fright. Although her figure is not yet fully developed, it is already taking shape. The curves faintly visible beneath the nightgown exude youthful energy. At 18, you are at the most beautiful age. Pure, beautiful, youthful, and energetic. And this was even after she had been frightened and looked completely disheveled. If she dressed up properly, she would probably be even more stunning. Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze, glanced at her, his eyes calm, even with a hint of gentleness. He didn't say anything, but walked towards the door. Lin Yuan opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. She could only watch helplessly. The man walked to the door, and his fingers twitched slightly. Click! The door lock opened from the inside. Outside the corridor, Chun Fan and his men were stunned when they heard the loud noise and stopped banging on the door. What was that sound? It looks like a wall. Could it be an evolved beast? Chun Fan's expression changed, and he looked around warily. But the next second, click! The door lock suddenly opened from the inside. The door slowly opened. Chun Fan's eyes widened, and a look of wild joy instantly appeared on his face. The door is open. She finally opened the door. She finally gave in. Ha ha! After waiting for half a month, my wish is finally about to come true. Chun Fan was overjoyed, his eyes gleaming with a morbid excitement. He couldn't wait to rush in. But the next second, suddenly, countless emerald green vines surged out from inside the door. The vines grew wildly as if they were alive, instantly filling the entire corridor. What? Chun Fan hadn't finished speaking. Whoosh whoosh dash. The vines pierced the air like sharp arrows. Puft, puft, puft. All the underlings were simultaneously pierced through the chest by vines. Blood splattered. 7 or 8 henchmen didn't even have time to scream before they were pinned to the wall by vines. His eyes were wide open, and he died with his eyes wide open, unable to close them in peace. The whole process took less than a second. Vine got the MVP in this game. Chapter 55, he's walking on vines, suspended in midair. Chun Fan was so frightened that his whole body stiffened, and his face turned as white as paper. What kind of monster is this? He desperately tried to turn around and run away, but a thick vine had already wrapped around his neck. Click! The vine suddenly tightened. Chun Fan's neck was snapped instantly. His eyes widened, his face still bearing a mixture of excitement and fear, as he slowly collapsed to the ground. Before he died, he saw the young man, who was as ordinary as could be, had countless emerald green vines wrapped around his hands. The vines, writhing as if alive, dripped with blood. Lin Yuan, he just used his wood attribute ability to force his way in through the outer wall. The terrifying sound of the wall breaking down shook the entire building. But Chun Fan and the others were focused on the door and never expected that someone would break in through the wall. Lin Yuan retracted the vines, looking at the corpses scattered on the ground with a cold expression. He didn't even flinch when he killed these scumbags. The whole process was clean and efficient. Less than 10 seconds. Lin Ruoxue covered her mouth, watching this scene in shock. She had never witnessed such horrific carnage. I was just awestruck by the magic of those vines. But now, she witnessed the horrific carnage of these vines firsthand. Those emerald green vines instantly transformed from a beautiful miracle of life into the scythe of death. They killed everyone in an instant, including her father. Although the deceased was her father, she felt no sorrow, only relief. That man is finally dead, but then shock and fear collided wildly within her. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at Lin Ruoxue in the room. That ordinary face was expressionless. He killed so many people without even flinching. Lin Ruoxue trembled all over, her shock instantly replaced by fear. She retreated frantically, but there was nowhere left to retreat. "No, don't come any closer." Her voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. The shock of witnessing the vines breaking through the wall is still fresh in my mind. But now all she feels is fear. This man, he looked so harmless. But the way he killed people just now was terrifying. The vines obeyed his commands, like the tentacles of death. They broke through the wall and slaughtered everyone in an instant. And his expression was so cold. Lin Ruoxue shook her head desperately, her body shrinking into a ball. "Please, don't kill me, don't kill me." Her hand, holding the fruit knife, was trembling. But she knew that the knife was useless against this monster. Those vines could even break through the walls. What's so special about her little knife? Lin Yuan frowned as he looked at her terrified expression. He didn't approach. He simply stood at the doorway and calmly said, "I was sent by your mother to rescue you." Lin Ruoxue was stunned. "Mother? What did you say?" Her voice was still trembling. Lin Yuan continued, "Your mother's name is Lin Wanru. She's downstairs right now. She asked me to come and rescue you." Upon hearing the name, Lin Wanru, Lin Ruoxue's eyes finally showed a slight change. But she still couldn't believe it, her voice trembling. You're lying. How could my mother possibly know a monster like you?" She stopped mid-sentence, too frightened to speak. They were terrified of angering this terrifying man. Lin Yuan sighed. "The reason she didn't return from the apocalypse was to find someone who could protect you and your daughter. She found me. Now, she sent me to save you." Lin Ruoxue bit her lip, tears streaming down her face. "Mother, was it really sent by Mom? But this man, his miraculous breakthrough through the wall, just now, and then there was that terrifying vine carnage. Is this really a human?" Lin Yuan noticed her fear and didn't approach her again, only saying, "You have two choices. First, come with me to see your mother. Second, stay here and wait to die." Lin Ruoxue trembled all over. She knew she had no choice. Monsters are everywhere outside. My father is dead. She can't survive alone. And if this man really was sent by Mom, she recalled the look he gave her when he broke through the wall. That look, though calm, it certainly didn't mean any harm, even with a hint of gentleness. She bit her lip and nodded vigorously, but his eyes were still filled with fear and vigilance. Seeing this, Lin Yuan walked to the door and glanced at the corridor. The ground was littered with corpses, and a stench of blood permeated the air. He turned to look at Lin Ruoxue. "Can you walk?" Lin Ruoxue bit her lip and nodded vigorously. She stood up shakily, but her legs were so weak she could barely stand. Lin Yuan frowned. In this state, climbing the stairs is too slow. Moreover, it takes too much time to walk down from the 28th floor. He thought for a moment, then walked directly toward Lin Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue trembled as she watched him approach and instinctively stepped back. But the next second, Lin Yuan suddenly reached out and picked her up in his arms. "Ah!" Lin Ruoxue exclaimed in surprise and struggled instantly. "No, let me go." She struggled frantically, pushing against Lin Yuan's chest with all her might. What are you going to do?" "Fear. Extreme fear. He's finally going to make his move on me. That gentleness you showed just now was all fake. He tried to rape me." Lin Ruoxue's tears welled up instantly, and she kicked and struggled desperately. "Please, no, no." Her voice was filled with despair. Lin Yuan frowned. "Don't move. I'll take you downstairs." But Lin Ruoxue wouldn't listen to any of it. She just felt like she was going to die. At that very moment, Lin Yuan carried her to the edge of the broken wall. "This is the 28th floor. Below is a pitch-black night sky." Lin Ruoxue screamed in fright. "No." She thought Lin Yuan was going to throw her down. But the next second, Lin Yuan leaped and jumped over the wall with her in his arms. Yeah, Lin Ruoxue was so frightened that she closed her eyes and clung tightly to Lin Yuan's neck. It's over. I'm going to die. Is this man really that crazy? She could have given herself to him. There was no need to drag her down with her. Lin Ruoxue felt nothing but endless regret at that moment. She was in the prime of her life, and I never imagined she would die in this way. But the expected feeling of falling did not occur. She felt, am I slowly descending? Lin Ruoxue opened her eyes with trembling hands. Then she saw a scene she would never forget. Countless emerald green vines stretched out from the broken wall. The vines intertwined and wove in the air, forming a staircase that extends downwards. Lin Yuan stepped on the vines, holding her in his arms, and walked down step by step. Every time he takes a step, the vines beneath his feet automatically grow and extend to the next level. The vines behind them slowly retracted, just like a green staircase leading through the air. The moonlight shone on the vines, reflecting a crystalline luster. The whole scene was as beautiful as a myth. Lin Ruoxue's eyes widened, and she was completely stunned. What's this? This man, he's walking on vines, suspended in midair. The height of the 28th floor was as flat as ground under his feet. Lin Yuan's expression was calm, as if he were simply taking a walk. He held Lin Ruoxue and slowly descended. The vines grew and contracted according to his will, dancing as if they were alive. Lin Ruoxue was held in his arms, looking closely at his profile. Ordinary appearance. But at this moment, bathed in moonlight and illuminated by vines, it possesses an indescribable charm. This creates a contradictory, yet stunning aesthetic. Lin Ruoxue's heart raced. The fear I felt earlier was gradually replaced by shock. She misunderstood him? He wasn't going to rape her. Instead, he took her downstairs in this way. I'm sorry. Lin Ruoxue said softly, her voice still trembling. Lin Yuan glanced down at her. It's okay. Hold me tight. Lin Ruoxue blushed, but still obediently hugged his neck tightly. The two of them then slowly descended from the 28th floor, stepping on the vines. Lin Yuan smiled almost imperceptibly. He brought Lin Ruoxue down here in such a grand manner. So naturally he had a purpose. Girls like Lin Ruoxue, seeing such divine power that defies common sense, are truly remarkable. I'd be more likely to accept whatever he says. After all, Lin Yuan's ultimate goal was to get Lin Ruoxue to unlock the supplies. Nothing is more tempting than unlocking supplies. Lin Yuan did not ask Lin Ruoxue to fall in love with him. All I want is to unlock the supplies. Outside, Yi Qingxue and Lin Wanru were already waiting downstairs at the apartment building. The two women were both shocked by the way Lin Yuan came downstairs. Lin Wanru was utterly shocked. This man was constantly redefining her worldview and understanding. Yi Qingxue, on the other hand, marveled at Lin Yuan's immense strength. If it were her, she could never have so easily supported two people slowly descending from such a height. At this moment, Lin Wanru finally saw her long-awaited daughter, and tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue also cried out, "Mother!" The mother and daughter hugged each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Yuan was about to speak. Hiss. A terrifying hissing sound came from the roof of the apartment building. The next second, a huge black shadow jumped off the roof. Boomstrapje. The massive object landed, and the ground shook. Everyone saw what it looked like. A giant spider. It is 3 meters tall, with 8 legs that are like sharp long knives, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its body is covered with a thick carapace. Its eyes glow green, and its mouthparts drip foul-smelling venom. This spider is one of the strongest evolved beasts he has ever seen. Moreover, spiders are adept at ambushes and using venom. Lin Yuan guessed that his commotion had attracted this guy, because he hadn't appeared here before. The evolved spider let out an angry hiss, its 8 eyes fixed on Lin Yuan and his group. These humans are its food. Who dares to steal its food? Hiss! The evolved spider opened its enormous mouth and spewed out a huge spider web. The spider web was 3 meters wide, enveloping everything like a net. Lin Wanru screamed in fright. Lin Ruoxue's face also turned deathly pale. Lin Yuan was holding Lin Ruoxue, unable to escape, and was about to be trapped in the spider web. At that very moment, Yi Qingshue's eyes sharpened, and a thought flashed through her mind. Suddenly, a large number of dark shadows emerged from the path of the spider web. Those shadows were like invisible blades, frantically cutting through the spider web. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The spider web was cut into countless pieces and scattered all over the ground. The evolved spider let out an angry hiss, and its 8 legs pierced towards Lin Yuan like sharp blades. But Yi Qingxue had another thought. The shadow beneath the spider's feet suddenly erupted, transforming into black chains that bound its 8 legs. Hiss! The evolved spider struggled desperately and actually broke free of its chains. Yi Qingshue's eyes sharpened. The black vortex in her eyes spun wildly as her mental power began to erupt at full force. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. She's getting serious. Lin Yuan handed Lin Ruoxue over to Lin Wanru, preparing to assist Yi Qingxue. But Yi Qingxue waved her hand. Let me. Her voice was calm, but it conveyed a strong sense of confidence. This was the first time she had faced such a powerful enemy since becoming a superhuman. She wanted to prove her worth. She wanted Lin Yuan to see it. She deserves him. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath and stared intently at the evolved spider. A murderous intent surged within him. Penetrating, cutting, tearing. All the shadows around the spider suddenly erupted, transformed into countless black shadow blades, shadow spears, and shadow claws. They attacked the spider relentlessly from all directions. The attacks came down in a dense barrage, like a torrential downpour. The entire night sky seemed to be swallowed by darkness. Chapter 56, Unrestrained Speech. Under the night sky, Yi Qingxue stood still, the black vortex in her eyes spinning wildly. Her eyes were as deep as an abyss, as if they could devour all light. The moment when thoughts surge. Black shadow blades, shadow spears, and shadow claws emerge from the shadows from all directions. They pour down like a raging tide, densely packed, endless. Every shadow exudes an aura of death. The entire night sky was swallowed by darkness at this moment. The moonlight was obscured, and the stars were hidden. As if the darkness before the apocalypse had descended, it once again enveloped this ruin. The evolved spider struggled frantically under the onslaught of shadow attacks. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Its 8 legs swung like sharp blades, trying to cut through the shadows. But shadows are not physical entities. They are both illusory and substantial. It can be severed, but it will immediately regenerate. Although spiders have hard exoskeletons, they have undergone countless evolutions in the apocalypse and possess defenses comparable to steel. But under the endless cutting of shadowy blades, it was still pierced bit by bit. 1, 2, 10, dozens of bloody holes. Green blood splattered like a fountain. A foul, fishy smell filled the air. The spider screams grew increasingly shrill. But this evolved beast has an extremely strong vitality. Even with so many puncture wounds, it still didn't die. It got even crazier, even more enraged. Hiss! The evolved spider let out a shrill scream that pierced the night sky. It unleashed its full power at that moment. 8 legs, sharp as blades, suddenly pushed off the ground. Boomstrapje! The ground was cracked like a spider web from being trampled. Using this power, the evolved spider broke free from the shadow's restraints and leaped high into the air. He jumped a height of over 10 meters. It spun wildly in the air, its mouth opening to its maximum. Call! Countless spider silks emitting a green glow shot out from its mouth parts. The spider silk was as dense as arrows and poured down like a torrential rain. Every single spider silk glowed with a deadly green light. This is the evolved spider's desperate counterattack. It will use its venomous spider silk to ensnare this wretched human woman. Spider silk rained down on Yi Qingxue. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he was about to make a move. But Yi Qingxue reacted even faster. Her eyes sharpened, and the black vortex deep within her pupils spun wildly. The thought arises again. The shadow beneath her feet suddenly surged up like a black tide. In the blink of an eye, the shadow transformed into a massive black shield before her. The shield is 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. An eerie black light flowed across its surface. Swish, swish. countless spider silks shot out onto the shield. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment the spider silk touched the shield, it emitted a piercing, corrosive sound. Puffs of white smoke rose up. Highly poisonous. These spiders carry a terrifyingly corrosive venom. But the shadow shield was like an impregnable fortress, firmly blocking all attacks. Although spider silk is highly poisonous, it has no effect on the shadows that are intertwined with reality. Lin Yuan stood aside, watching this scene with a solemn expression. He could clearly sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from Yi Qingxue. That killing intent spread out as if it were a tangible thing. It's as if it can freeze your soul. It seems capable of devouring all life. Lin Yuan was deeply shocked. His own wood attribute ability is also very powerful, capable of growing vines and manipulating plants. But compared to Yi Qingxue's dark attribute ability, the level of aggression is much lower. His special abilities are more inclined towards support and control. Yi Qingxue's special ability is pure killing, pure attack. This woman has really become stronger, and it's terrifyingly strong. A-level dark attribute ability. It's simply a perfect killing machine. Fortunately, she was completely devoted to him. Lin Yuan felt slightly relieved. Lin Wanru and Lin Ruoxue stood further away, watching in stunned silence. They had never seen such a terrifying battle. That black shadow was like the Grim Reaper's scythe from the abyss. Every strike carries a deadly threat. Every shadow can easily take a life. And that woman, so beautiful she seemed otherworldly, stood there quietly. She did not make a move. She did not cast a spell. She wields such terrifying power with just a thought. Lin Ruoxue gripped her mother's hand tightly, her delicate body trembling slightly, her heart filled with immense shock. Mom, that woman, she's amazing. How did she do it? Her voice trembled, a mixture of fear and adoration. Lin Wanru bit her lip, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She's a superhuman, and a very powerful one at that. In the apocalypse, only those who have awakened supernatural abilities can possess such power. Lin Ruoxue stared blankly at Yi Qingxue's tall and elegant figure, her eyes filled with envy. Superpowered people, that's amazing. Can I become a superpowered person too? Lin Wanru shook her head. It's very difficult. Awakening superpowers requires a special opportunity. Most people never awaken them in their lifetime. A hint of disappointment flashed in Lin Ruoxue's eyes. But soon, she looked at Lin Yuan on the other side, her eyes full of curiosity. What about Lin Yuan? Is he also a superhuman? Her face flushed slightly. For some reason, her heart would race uncontrollably every time she saw that man. I was so afraid of him before. Lin Wanru followed her daughter's gaze to Lin Yuan, her eyes softening with a complex mix of emotions. He is definitely a superhuman. Moreover, he's stronger than Yi Qingxue. Lin Ruoxue wasn't too surprised. After all, Lin Yuan had used it before. But he looks so ordinary. Lin Ruoxue was outspoken. Realizing she had accidentally blurted it out, Lin Ruoxue quickly covered her mouth. She secretly glanced at Lin Yuan to make sure he had heard her. Lin Wanru shook her head slightly upon seeing this, then said softly, "An ordinary appearance does not mean an ordinary inner self. You need to understand, even a powerful woman like Yi Qingxue is completely subservient to him. Do you think he's an ordinary person?" Lin Ruoxue's face turned even redder. She recalled the scene of Lin Yuan breaking through the wall earlier. The breathtaking sight of those lush green vines bursting through the wall. And then there was the miracle of being held in his arms, slowly descending from the 28th floor while stepping on vines. Yes, how could she judge a book by its cover? Thinking of this, Lin Ruoxue felt a pang of guilt towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, who was watching the battle from the spot, naturally heard Lin Ruoxue's words. When it comes to appearance, it's something you're born with. There was nothing he could do. Strength is the most important thing. Everything else is meaningless in the apocalypse. At this moment, Yi Qingxue stared intently at the evolving spider. The black vortex in her eyes spun wildly, and her mental power surged once again. Pierce, cut, tear, devour. Thoughts kept popping up. Moment. All the shadows around the evolved spider suddenly erupted. A shadow in the sky. The shadow on the ground. Even the spider's own shadow becomes a deadly weapon. Countless black shadows attacked frantically from all directions. This is it. The evolved spider let out a piercing scream. It struggled desperately, trying to escape. But how could Yi Qingxue let it escape? A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. The thought arises again. The shadow beneath the evolved spider's feet suddenly transformed into a massive black vortex. The vortex spun wildly, generating a terrifying suction force. The evolved spider desperately gripped the ground with its 8 legs, trying to resist the suction. But it didn't work. The suction force of the vortex is too strong. Its body was being dragged into the vortex little by little. Hiss. The evolved spider let out a desperate scream. It could sense countless shadowy blades spinning within the vortex. Once you're dragged in, you'll be torn to pieces. It struggled desperately. But Yi Qingxue unleashed her full mental power, and the vortex's suction force grew stronger and stronger. Finally, the evolved spider's 8 legs were dragged off the ground. His entire body was sucked into the vortex. Boom, boom, boom. The black vortex spun wildly. Countless shadowy blades were grappling and killing within. The screams of the evolving spider grew fainter and fainter. Finally, it disappeared completely. 10 seconds later, the vortex slowly dissipated. On the ground, only a pool of green blood and countless spider fragments remained. Besides, a demon core emitting a peculiar light. Yi Qingxue's forehead was covered in sweat, and her body swayed slightly. The mental energy consumption was too great. Evolved beasts of this level are already extremely terrifying in the apocalypse. Ordinary superhumans would only be able to run away if they encountered it. But Yi Qingxue, he crushed it single-handedly, and he didn't make a move at all throughout the entire process. Lin Yuan and Lin Ruoxue were completely dumbfounded. That terrifying spider monster was actually defeated by this woman. One person killed him, and it was such a crushing kill. Lin Ruoxue held her mother's hand tightly, her eyes filled with shock. Lin Yuan sighed softly, but then she thought of that night. Her pretty face instantly turned red. Although Lin Yuan did not display any special abilities, she knew that Lin Yuan's strength was definitely above Yi Qingxue's. Otherwise, Yi Qingxue wouldn't have been so obedient to him. At least that's what she thinks. Lin Yuan walked to Yi Qingxue's side and helped her up. Can you still walk? Ye Vinggu nodded. Sure, but it consumes a lot of mental energy. Lin Yuan took out several bottles of grade D mineral water from his system space and handed them to her. Drink it and recover. Yi Qingxue took the water bottle, and the cool liquid flowing into her body instantly relieved her fatigue. She looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with tenderness. Thank you. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. What kind of relationship do we have? Saying thank you would be too formal. Yi Qingxue was slightly taken aback, then thought of the time when she was playing mind games with this man. If it weren't for that life-or-death experience, she would never have seen this man's true colors. Lin Yuan turned to look at Lin Yuan and Lin Ruoxue. Lin Ruoxue looked up at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Chapter 57, An Unexpected Joy. The third rainbow snowflake appears. At this time, Lin Yuan turned and walked toward the huge spider corpse. Under the cover of night, the corpse of the evolved spider lay in a pool of blood, its dark purple carapace gleaming with a metallic sheen in the moonlight. Although it was dead, its enormous size still exuded a chilling sense of oppression. Lin Yuan crouched down and reached his hand toward the spider's head. He could feel a faint energy core flickering deep within his head. Laugh! Lin Yuan inserted his finger into the gap in the spider's head and pried it open with force. Snap! The hard shell was pried open. The next second, a demon core the size of a fist, emitting a dark purple light, appeared in Lin Yuan's hand. The surface of the demon core was covered with strange patterns, like countless tiny spider webs wriggling. Lin Yuan could clearly sense that the demon core contained a rich amount of dark attribute energy. A slight smile appeared on his lips as he stored the demon core into his system space. This is good stuff. By combining it with the 7 colored snowflakes, you can awaken your second superpower. Lin Ruoxue and her daughter Lin Yuan stood not far away. The two were still deeply shocked by the terrifying battle they had just witnessed. That woman was so beautiful, she seemed otherworldly. With just a thought, he could control such terrifying shadow power. Those black shadows, like the scythe of death from the abyss, easily annihilated the D-level monsters. Lin Yuan asked her mother in a low voice, "Mom, how is that woman so strong? How'd she do it?" Her voice was filled with both adoration and fear. Lin Yuan was still in shock. After hesitating for a moment, she explained in a low voice, "I've heard that Lin Yuan is helping." She remembered the D-grade mineral water Lin Yuan had given her before, and those incredible abilities. Just how powerful is this man? A longing gleamed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Can I also obtain this kind of power? She recalled the scene of Yi Qingshue's battle just now. That power, that feeling of being in control of everything. If only I could possess that power. Does that mean I don't have to be afraid anymore? Will that allow me to protect myself and my mother? Lin Yuan shook her head and sighed. It's very difficult. It requires a special opportunity. It said that it requires a 7-colored snowflake and a demon core. Her voice was filled with helplessness. Before the apocalypse, she was the secretary of the president of Xingyao Group and had seen a lot of the world. But after the apocalypse arrived, she realized that all her previous experience and abilities were nothing in the face of absolute power. Lin Yuan was stunned when she heard the words 7-colored snowflakes. Her face turned pale. 7-colored snowflakes. Lin Yuan trembled as she pulled something out of her pocket. It was a snowflake that radiated a 7-colored light. The snowflakes were very large, several times larger than ordinary snowflakes. Each petal shimmers with a dreamlike glow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, 7 colors intertwine, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. And the most amazing thing is, it will never melt. Lin Yuan's eyes widened instantly when she saw the snowflake in her daughter's hand. "Ruashua, where did you come from?" Her voice was trembling. "Rainbow snowflakes. This is a legendary treasure that can awaken supernatural abilities. My daughter has one," Lin Yuan whispered, "on the second day of the apocalypse. I found it on the windowsill in my room. It's pretty and it won't melt, so I've kept it in my pocket ever since." As she spoke, a hint of lingering fear flashed in her eyes. If she hadn't heard about this topic today, she would have had no idea of the value of this snowflake. "If my father finds out," Lin Yuan shivered. Not far away, Lin Yuan was about to call the two women to leave. But upon hearing the words 7-colored snowflakes, he suddenly turned his head. His eyes flashed with barely concealed excitement and surprise. "Rainbow snowflakes. Lin Yuan has a 7-colored snowflake in her hand." Lin Yuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his excitement. He strode up to Lin Yuan, his gaze fixed on the snowflake in her hand that emitted a 7-colored light. "That's right. This is it. This is the third colorful snowflake he has encountered in the apocalypse." Lin Yuan said calmly, "I want to trade this snowflake with you." His voice was calm, but his heart was in turmoil. "We must get this snowflake." Lin Yuan instinctively stepped back, looking at him warily, and gripped Shuahua tightly. This man, although he saved her, her instinctive wariness of men made her hesitant to trust him easily. What do you want to exchange it for?" Her voice trembled. Lin Yuan took out a bottle of grade D mineral water from a system space and handed it to her. The water bottle, emitting a pale blue glow, looked especially alluring in the night. "I'll trade 500 bottles of this water for one of your snowflakes." Lin Yuan's voice was calm yet firm. Lin Yuan looked at the water bottle with a puzzled expression. Just a bottle of ordinary water? She didn't understand. A 7-colored snowflake. Mom says it can awaken superpowers. Can it be exchanged for 500 bottles of water? Was this deal worth it? Yi Qingxue stood to the side and said coldly, "This is no ordinary water." Her voice remained aloof, but her eyes revealed a hint of approval. She knew the value of this water. Grade D mineral water, an incredible resource that can infinitely enhance physical fitness. 500 bottles is enough to transform an ordinary person into a strong person. Lin Yuan took the water bottle and examined it carefully. Suddenly, she remembered something. This is the kind of water that Lin Yuan gave him to drink before. After drinking it, my physical condition improved significantly. She still vividly remembers the feeling of her body being strengthened. If there were 500 bottles of this water. Lin Yuanru looked at Lin Yuan with complicated emotions, then at her daughter. After struggling with her decision for a moment, she made up her mind. She took Lin Ruoshue's hand and said earnestly, "Ruoshue, say yes. This water can make you stronger, and it can help you survive the apocalypse." Lin Ruoshue asked in confusion, "But Mom, this is just water, while that snowflake has gained supernatural abilities." She didn't understand. Why is Mom so insistent? Lin Yuanru said firmly, "Trust your mother. This is your chance to live. Your mother won't harm you." Her eyes had never looked so determined. Looking at her mother's eyes, Lin Ruoshu didn't understand, but she still bit her lip and nodded. I agree." She handed the colorful snowflake to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and carefully accepted the snowflake. As soon as the snowflake touched his hand, a strange energy surged into his body. He suppressed his excitement and stored the snowflake in his system space. Then he looked at Lin Ruoshue intently. "Very good. I will put 500 bottles of water in your room when we get back to the villa." Although Lin Ruoshue and Lin Yuanru agreed to the deal, they were still somewhat uneasy. Is this deal really worth it? The group began their return to the cloud-top villa. Under the cover of night, eerie snowflakes continued to fall. Fortunately, Lin Ruoshue had already put on a soft fleece sweater. Moreover, Lin Yuan prevented the mother and daughter from being poisoned by the snow. They had already been given the antidote. At this moment, Lin Yuan was walking at the very front, his heart filled with excitement. "I got my third rainbow snowflake. With this demon core, he will soon be able to awaken his second superpower. If this is a D-grade demon core, the awakened ability level will definitely be higher than that of an E-grade wood element." Lin Yuan forcibly suppressed his excitement and maintained a calm demeanor. On the way, Lin Ruoshue whispered to her mother, "Mom, are we going to live with this man now?" Her voice was filled with worry and fear. Although Lin Yuan saved her, her instinctive wariness of men prevented her from letting her guard down. Lin Yuanru sighed and nodded. "Ruoshue, the apocalypse is cruel. Only by following the strong can we survive." She knew what her daughter was worried about. But now, there's no other choice. Lin Ruoshue bit her lip and secretly glanced at Lin Yuan in front of her. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. Fear, curiosity, vigilance, and a hint of something else he couldn't quite put his finger on. She remembered her father Chun Fan's ugly face. That man, on the surface, was a father, but in reality, he was a beast. Every time she looked in her eyes, she felt disgusted and terrified. And Lin Yuan? Lin Ruoshue recalled his miraculous feat of breaking through the wall. Those emerald green vines, that power that controls everything. There's also the image of him hugging himself and slowly descending from the 28th floor, stepping on vines. Is this man the same as that beast? Lin Ruoshue struggled internally. She couldn't explain it clearly, but at least Lin Yuan's eyes lacked the disgusting desire his father had. His eyes were calm, occasionally with a hint of amusement but not off-putting. Yi Qingxue walked beside Lin Yuan, tired but with tenderness in her eyes. She glanced at Lin Yuan from time to time, her eyes filled with love. The battle just now had consumed a lot of her mental energy, but she was satisfied as long as she could demonstrate her strength in front of him and protect him. The group of people walked through the snow. The ruins were filled with frozen corpses and traces of evolved beasts. Occasionally, evolved beasts would wander around, but the moment they saw Lin Yuan, they would all choose to flee. They could instinctively sense the terrifying aura emanating from this human. That is absolute power. That was a threat of death. 2 hours later, the outline of the cloud-top villas came into view. The brightly lit villa looked especially warm on the apocalyptic night. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. The first thing I did after getting back was, it means awakening a second superpower. He couldn't wait. Lin Ruoshue looked at the villa, feeling both apprehensive and expectant. Chapter 58, gained a second superpower. Shadow copy. Sister, brother Lin Yuan, you're back. Yi Qingwei was the first to rush out of the villa gate and joyfully ran towards Lin Yuan. She wanted to hug Lin Yuan more than her sister. But when she saw Lin Ruoshue behind Lin Yuanru, her face fell slightly. Another one, Yi Qingyue's eyes dimmed slightly. Lin Yuan's brother has more and more women. Su Yin stood in the living room, and gave Lin Ruoxue a cold glance. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. She turned and went back to her room with a cold face. Bai Xingli carefully observed Lin Ruoxue, then adjusted her glasses. Isn't Lin Ruoxue Lin Wanru's daughter? Now, every woman in this villa has been intimate with a male protagonist. Bai Xingli was shocked. Although only half a month had passed since the apocalypse, Lin Yuan's direct and forbidden actions had opened her eyes to a whole new world. It just goes to show that city dwellers have it all. The two sisters returned to Yi Qingshue's room. Yi Qingxue said gently to her younger sister, "Qingwei, this is Lin Wanru's daughter, Lin Ruoxue. From now on, she's one of us." Yi Qingwei pouted, feeling a pang of sadness in her heart. Lin Yuan's brother has more and more women. I'm just one of them. She recalled those days during the apocalypse, when only she and her sister were with their brother Lin Yuan. Those were such good times. But now, Bai Xingli, Su Yiyin, Lin Wanru, and now Lin Ruoxue. Yi Qingwei bit her lip, her eyes slightly red. Am I still the most important person to brother Lin Yuan? Lin Yuan led Lin Wanru and Lin Ruoxue to their room. This is a guest room on the second floor of the villa. Although it's not big, it's decorated warmly. Wait, Lin Yuan said calmly. The next second, a thought struck him. He took out bottles of grade D mineral water from the system space and neatly stacked them in the corner of the room. 1 bottle, 10 bottles, 50 bottles, 100 bottles. Water bottles emitting a pale blue light were piled up like small mountains. In the end, all 500 bottles of grade D mineral water were found. Lin Ruoxue and Lin Wanru stared at this scene in shock, completely stunned. How is this possible? Lin Ruoxue covered her mouth, incredulous. This ability to appear out of nowhere still greatly shocked the mother and daughter. 500 bottles of water, just like that, appeared out of thin air. This man, how exactly did they acquire these abilities? They didn't know this was Lin Yuan's spatial ability. They thought it was more like creating something out of thin air. Seeing this, Lin Yuan calmly said, "This is my ability. Now, let's test the effects of this water." His voice was flat, as if he had done something insignificant. Lin Ruoxue picked up a bottle with a puzzled look. She looked at her mother, her eyes full of questions. Lin Wanren nodded encouragingly. "Drink up, Ruoxue. You'll understand." Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted her head back, and drank it down. The cool liquid flowed into my throat. The next second, boom! A terrifying energy erupted from his body. Lin Ruoxue stared wide-eyed, feeling the changes in her body in disbelief. Strength, speed, endurance. A slight improvement across the entire range. She could clearly feel her muscles strengthening, her bones becoming more resilient, and her blood flowing faster. This feeling, that's incredible. Lin Ruoxue stared in shock at the empty bottle in her hand. This really is just water. She had never experienced such a magical feeling. Just 1 bottle of water caused a dramatic change in her body. Lin Wanru said gently, "Ruoxue, and now you understand why Mom made you make the exchange, right? 500 bottles of this water is enough for you to become a strong person in the apocalypse." Lin Ruoxue nodded blankly. Then, looking at Lin Yuan, the fear in his eyes lessened, replaced by awe and gratitude. This man, that's really amazing. Lin Yuan was satisfied with her reaction. As for giving Lin Ruoxue so much D-grade water, what if something goes wrong? It can only be said that their vision was too narrow. Lin Yuan drinks it every day, and he drinks 100 bottles a day. His physical condition improved at a rocket-like speed. Even if Lin Ruoxue becomes stronger, in Lin Yuan's eyes, she is still an ant that can be easily suppressed. Have a good rest. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he turned and left. He has more important things to do. Awakening a second superpower. Lin Yuan returned to his room and locked the door. He took a deep breath and retrieved the 7-colored snowflake and the D-rank demon core from the system space. The colorful snowflakes radiate a dreamlike glow, beautiful and mysterious. The D-grade demon core glowed with a dark purple light and contained a rich amount of dark attribute energy. Lin Yuan put the two together. The colorful snowflakes began to melt rapidly, transforming into streams of colorful energy. The demon core emitted an eerie dark purple light, and the spiderweb-like patterns on its surface wriggled wildly. The two energies intertwined and merged in the air, slowly coalescing. A dozen seconds later, a ball of energy the size of a fist appeared. The sphere of light emitted a dark purple glow, interspersed with iridescent rainbows, both eerie and beautiful. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within the sphere of light. He reached out and touched the ball of light. Moment. Boom streepje. A terrifying energy surged into his body. Lin Yuan groaned, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Excruciating pain. An excruciating pain I've never experienced before. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing every cell in his body at the same time. Blood is boiling. Bones are remodeling, muscles are tearing and healing. But this time Lin Yuan had experience and gritted his teeth and persevered. But his terrifying physique gives him an endurance far beyond that of ordinary people. He gripped the edge of the bed tightly, squeezing the solid wood bed frame until it warped. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes later, the excruciating pain finally began to subside. Lin Yuan felt a strange dark purple energy flowing within his body. That is the power of shadow. Bite. Congratulations, host, on awakening your D-rank ability, Shadow Copy. Special ability description. Allows the shadow to devour fresh corpses, death within 1 hour, replicating them into shadow puppets. Each puppet possesses 50% of the deceased combat power, is unconscious, and completely obedient to commands. A maximum of 3 puppets can be maintained simultaneously. Can replicate humans or demonic beasts. Host's physical constitution has increased to 480. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement and shock. D-level superpower. Moreover, it's a strategic superpower. This means he can build his own immortal army. If they were treated like ordinary superhumans, they would have no chance of improving their superhuman abilities. So this D-level ability is a bit of a waste for them. But for Lin Yuan, he was simply invincible, because he has cheat codes. The ability proficiency enhancer allows your abilities to be permanently and automatically upgraded. Lin Yuan immediately tried to use his supernatural abilities. A thought suddenly occurred to him. The shadow beneath my feet suddenly began to wriggle. Click, click, click. The shadow twisted as if it were alive, slowly opening a big mouth. That mouth was pitch black, as if it led to an abyss. But since there was no body, they could only wave the flag in vain. Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. We must find suitable materials as soon as possible to test this superpower. He withdrew his powers and fell into thought. Now that I have a D-level ability, which ability proficiency enhancer should I choose? E-rank wood elemental ability. Life, control, highly practical and excellent at preserving life, but relatively weak in attack power. D-rank shadow copy. Extremely valuable in strategy. It can be used to build a puppet army, and it has a higher level and greater potential for growth. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before making his decision. Select D-level shadow copy. The reason is simple. It is of a higher level, and its strategic value is irreplaceable. As one's abilities improve, one can create more and stronger puppets. With the unlimited resources system, he can build a true post-apocalyptic army. System, using the ability proficiency enhancer, lock onto D-level shadow copy. Lin Yuan gave the order in his mind. Ding! Ability proficiency enhancer locked. D-rank shadow copy. Permanent automatic upgrades have begun. Current upgrade rate. A tiny increase per second based on goddess Su Yuyan's level 1 affinity. Excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. With this superpower, every powerful enemy he encounters in the future could become his fighting force. They grow stronger with each battle. This is the true king of the apocalypse. Late at night, Lin Yuan was in his study, contemplating how to use his supernatural abilities. He already had a preliminary plan in mind. First, you need to find suitable materials. Evolved beasts possess physical attributes far exceeding those of humans. Therefore, evolved beasts are the best choice. At that very moment, knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock on the door interrupted Lin Yuan's thoughts. Lin Yuan looked up. Come in. The door was pushed open. Su Yuyan pushed open the door and entered. She was wearing a simple bathrobe, but it still couldn't hide her perfect figure. The perfect proportions are subtly revealed by the outline of the bathrobe. Her expression was calm, but a hint of struggle flashed in her eyes. Su Yin cut to the chase. Lin Yuan, I want to ask, how can I obtain more grade D mineral water? She paused, then added, I know there's no such thing as a free lunch. I can give you anything you want. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair, looking at her with amusement. You've already given it to me. Lin Yuan said calmly. Su Yin bit her lip. I know, but I want more water. I want to become stronger. Her eyes were resolute. In the apocalypse, only the strong can survive. She needs that water. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. It seems you're quite greedy. Su Yin's face flushed slightly, but she remained calm. In the apocalypse, only the strong will survive. I need that water. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then suddenly said, It's not impossible. A gleam of joy flashed in Su Yin's eyes. What do you want? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a smile. I think you want to try water of a different flavor. His voice was calm, but carried a certain implication. Su Yin was taken aback and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Water with other flavors? What do you mean? Lin Yuan did not answer, but simply stood up and sat down in the chair in the study. He slowly spread his legs, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Su Yin with a meaningful gaze. In that instant, Su Yin's pretty face flushed red. She finally understood what Lin Yuan meant. This man, actually, Su Yin bit her lip, her mind racing with inner turmoil. Humiliation. As the president of Xingyao Group and a business queen, she had never suffered such humiliation. But the prospect of profit told her that this was an opportunity to obtain grade D mineral water. 50 bottles. That's enough to significantly improve her physical condition. Su Yin took a deep breath, her eyes regaining their composure. To become stronger. What is this little humiliation? She walked slowly toward Lin Yuan in her high heels. Lin Yuan watched her approach, and his smile deepened. Chapter 59. Ordinary appearance. Yet the system scores 95 points for looks? Villa lobby. Yi Qingwei excitedly circled around Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan, are you really going to take me with you? Her eyes shone with a pure joy that was heartbreaking. Compared to her aloof older sister, Yi Qingxue, Yi Qingwei is more like a lively little girl. Lin Yuan retrieved the antidote to the frost curse from the system space. Taking this antidote will completely eliminate the threat of snow poison. Let's go. Lin Yuan looked at the two women. This trip may take a while. Are you ready? A determined glint flashed in Yi Qingxue's eyes. I'm ready anytime. Yi Qingwei nodded vigorously. Me too. Neither of the women were wearing heavy protective suits. Yi Qingxue wore a black dress, the fitted design of which perfectly accentuated her figure. Yi Qingwei wore a light blue dress, looking pure and lovely. It's incredible that the two women were so lightly dressed in the apocalypse. But their physical condition was already far superior to that of ordinary people, and the mere snow poison could not harm them at all. Lin Yuan himself was only wearing a light shirt and casual pants. As the three were about to leave, a faint sound came from the corner. Lin Ruoxue hid at the corner of the stairs, secretly watching Lin Yuan. Her eyes held a complex mix of fear and curiosity. Ever since she was rescued that night, she has developed strange feelings for this man. It was no longer just simple fear, but a feeling that was hard to describe. Lin Yuan noticed her, but didn't say anything, only glanced at her indifferently. That one glance made Lin Ruoxue's heart race, and she quickly hid in a corner. For Lin Yuan, Lin Ruoxue currently feels resistance and disgust towards him. Therefore, he does not intend to unlock the supplies. Upon returning, Lin Yuan planned to try other methods to seduce Lin Ruoxue. Once the resources are unlocked, won't it be a piece of cake? The three left the villa and stepped into the snow-covered ruins. The eerie white snowflakes continued to fall from the sky, carrying deadly toxins. But Lin Yuan and his two companions seemed to be strolling leisurely, completely ignoring the presence of the snow poison. Brother Lin Yuan, where are we going? Yi Qingwei asked curiously. Deep within the ruins. Lin Yuan said calmly. There are even more powerful evolved beasts there, and it's also possible to find the seven-colored snowflake. The three of them continued on their journey, encountering many evolved beasts along the way. However, under Yi Qingxue's shadow attacks, those ordinary evolved beasts couldn't even last 10 seconds. Her A-level dark attribute ability was practically a death scythe in the apocalypse. Every move they made was a one-sided massacre. Lin Yuan watched the battle from the sidelines, constantly taking out D-grade mineral water from his system's space and drinking it voraciously. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 50 bottles, 100 bottles a day, and your physical condition improves at an astonishing rate. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue did the same, each drinking 100 bottles every day. The three's physical abilities skyrocketed during their exploration of the ruins. At the end of the first day, Lin Yuan's physique improved from 480 to 490. The next day, 500. Day 3, 510. Day 4, May 20th. In just 4 days, my physical fitness improved by a full 40 points. Yi Qingxue's score increased from 120 to 160, and Yi Qingyue's score increased to 78. The three of them have reached a level of strength that is unimaginable to ordinary people. During this time, Lin Yuan also collected a large amount of camping equipment. Tents, sleeping bags, barbecue grills. Even in the apocalypse, you can still find a lot of these things in abandoned supermarkets and resorts. The evening of the 4th day, just as the three were preparing to find a place to rest, a shrill scream suddenly came from afar. Help! It's a woman's voice. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly rushed towards the direction of the sound. An open space in the ruins. A woman dressed in thick cotton clothes, completely covered from head to toe, is being chased by a giant mutated wolf. The mutated wolf was enormous, measuring 3 meters long, covered in black fur, and its eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty red light. The woman ran away desperately, a faint golden light emanating from her hands. She's a superhuman. The woman turned around and unleashed a golden wave of energy from both hands, slamming it hard into the giant wolf. Awoo! The giant wolf was knocked back a few steps, but quickly pounced again. The woman was clearly exhausted and staggering, about to be pounced on by the giant wolf. At this critical moment, ding! A goddess matching the collection criteria has been detected. Name: Chu Yanran. Age: 24. Occupation: company employee. Appearance: 95 points. Body size: 89-60-90, well-proportioned and attractive. Constitution: 22. Special ability: rank I Chi attack. Trait: unaccustomed to human affairs. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. A 95 out of 100 in looks? Without hesitation, he raised his hand and waved it at the giant wolf. Rumble! Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground and instantly entangled the giant wolf. Whoa! The giant wolf struggled desperately, but the vines were as tough as steel, tightening their grip even more. Yi Qingxue's eyes turned cold as she raised her hand towards the giant wolf. Laugh! Countless black shadow blades shot out from all directions, instantly piercing through the giant wolf's body. The giant wolf let out a miserable howl, and its massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing its life. From the moment the attack was launched to the moment the kill was achieved, it took less than 3 seconds. The woman stared blankly at the scene, completely stunned. The evolved beast she had been preparing for so long to kill was actually killed by these two in 3 seconds. Lin Yuan walked up to the woman and calmly said, "Take off your mask." The woman hesitated for a moment, then slowly removed her mask and scarf. The next second, an extremely ordinary face appeared before Lin Yuan. His facial features were ordinary, with nothing particularly striking about them. In a crowd, they would definitely be the type to be overlooked. However, the system score was 95 points. That's very strange. However, Lin Yuan is too lazy to bother with this issue now. This woman might possess a certain temperament, a certain figure, or a certain special charm. Lin Yuan understood, and turned to Yi Qingxue, saying, "Take her with you." Yi Qingxue nodded, though a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, but she still did as she was told. Chu Yanran stared at Lin Yuan and the other two in shock, her heart filled with turmoil. These 3 people, what exactly is its origin? Why do they wear thick clothes and aren't afraid of snow poisoning? Why can they so easily defeat evolved beasts? And that woman's abilities are terrifying. Night falls. Lin Yuan led the 3 women to an abandoned resort. This place was once a famous tourist destination in Jiangcheng, but now it has been reduced to ice and snow ruins. Let's set up camp here. Chu Yanran looked around in confusion. This place didn't seem suitable for setting up camp at all. But what happened next quickly made her understand the meaning of Lin Yuan's words. Lin Yuan raised his hands and looked at the surrounding ruins. Rumble. A terrifying scene unfolded. The entire ruins began to tremble violently, and countless huge trees and vines burst forth from the ground. In just over 10 seconds, the ruins, which spanned hundreds of meters, have been transformed into a lush green forest. Towering trees rise from the ground, and dense vines surround the area like a screen. Chu Yanran was dumbfounded. Is this even possible for a human to do? Such a large-scale forest was created in an instant. Just how outrageous is this man? Lin Yuan set up 2 tents in the middle of the forest. One for himself and his 2 sisters, and one for Chu Yanran. Chu Yanran watched in astonishment as Lin Yuan retrieved food, water, and a barbecue grill from emptiness. She was completely numb. This man, it's absolutely outrageous that he opened the door for his mother. Thank you for saving me, Chu Yanran said softly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Lin Yuan glanced at her calmly. Get some rest. We'll continue our journey tomorrow. Chu Yanran nodded quickly and crawled into her tent. Night was falling. Lin Yuan sat with Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue by the campfire. Yi Qingxue suddenly leaned closer to Lin Yuan, her red lips close to his ear, and whispered, "Tonight, I really want to thank you." Her voice carried a hint of seduction, and her eyes were full of tenderness. Yi Qingyue blushed and nodded. "Brother Lin Yuan, we'll all stay with you tonight." Lin Yuan smiled. He took the 2 women's hands and walked towards the tent. Chu Yanran hid in her tent, peeking outside through the cracks. When she saw Lin Yuan and the 2 women enter the tent, her heart suddenly raced. A few moments later, faint sounds came from inside the tent. Chu Yanran's face turned as red as an apple. He quickly covered his ears, his heart filled with complex emotions. She dared not utter a sound and could only hide in the tent, silently waiting for dawn. Chapter 60: Encountering Soldiers, Qin Zian. On the other side, at the cloud-top villa, the morning sunlight streamed into the room through the curtains, and Su Yiyan lay alone in bed. She recalled the scene yesterday morning when Lin Yuan gave her 50 bottles of grade D mineral water and left. This looks exactly like a scene from a video sheet scene. They pay you after you sleep with them, and even though Lin Yuan only gives you water, it's not much different. This feeling is not good at all. Su Yiyan bit her lip, her eyes flashing with humiliation, pain, and complex emotions. She is the president of Xingyao Group, a business queen, and the object of admiration for countless men. But now, she sacrificed her dignity for 50 bottles of water. No, Su Yiyan shook her head, forcing herself to stay awake. This isn't about dignity, it's about survival. In the apocalypse, only the strong can survive. She slowly sat up, picked up a bottle of grade D mineral water from the bedside table, tilted her head back, and drank it down. The cool liquid flowed into my body, and the pain was instantly relieved. Physical fitness improved again. Suwan is gauzig grigwali hardant. That's enough. What's a little price to pay if it leads to becoming stronger? In Bai Xingli's room, the lazy female teacher was lying on the bed, leisurely eating snacks. Before the apocalypse, she was a teacher at Jiangxu No. 3 Middle School, where she faced great work pressure and a fast-paced life. But now, I have food to eat every day. I don't need to work. I can just lie down. Bai Xingli felt that this kind of life was simply too pleasant, although Lin Yuan would occasionally call him over. But compared to the cruelty of the apocalypse, this price is perfectly acceptable. Bai Xingli pushed up her glasses, a slight smile playing on her lips. Lying flat feels so good. In Lin Wanru's room, she and her daughter, Lin Ruoxue, sat side by side. Lin Ruoxue asked softly, "Mom, when are they coming back?" Her voice carried a hint of anticipation, yet also a touch of trepidation. Lin Wanru gently stroked her daughter's head. "I don't know. It might take a while." She paused, then continued. "Ruoxue, you must remember, in the apocalypse, only by following the strong can you survive. Although Lin Yuan is somewhat domineering, he gave us a chance to survive." Lin Ruoxue bit her lip and nodded. "Mom, I'll remember," Lin Ruoxue said earnestly. Deep within the ruins, Lin Yuan and his group of 4 continued their exploration. Over the next 4 days, they were attacked by countless evolved beasts. However, With Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue working together, those evolved beasts were no match for them. Yi Qingxue could instantly kill an E-level evolved beast with a single shadow slash. A D-grade evolved beast can be defeated in just over 10 seconds with Lin Yuan's Vine Entanglement combined with Yi Qingxue's shadow attacks. Even Yi Qingxue has started to participate in the battle. The only pity was that we didn't find any colorful snowflakes. This thing is considered a national treasure in the post-apocalyptic world, and the probability of finding it depends entirely on luck. Yi Qingxue's physique has reached an extremely high level, making her completely overwhelmed when dealing with E-level evolved beasts. Chu Yanran watched in stunned silence. These three people. He's practically a god of death in the apocalypse. Especially that woman named Yi Qingxue. Her shadow abilities are terrifying to the point of being suffocating. Every move they made was a one-sided massacre. And Lin Yuan? Chu Yanran secretly observed this man. His strength is unfathomable, and he makes every move with effortless ease. Even more terrifying is that he can conjure up an unlimited amount of resources out of thin air. Water, food, equipment. It's as if you have an infinite space. What exactly is the background of this man? For days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's physique improved from 520 to 560. Yi Qingxue's score increased from 160 to 200. Yi Qingxue's score increased from 78 to 118. Chu Yanran was able to drink 10 bottles of D-grade mineral water given to her by Lin Yuan every day, and her physical condition improved slightly. Although the improvement was not significant, she was already extremely grateful. Lin Yuan, however, remained skeptical of Chu Yanran's opinion. The main reason he gave Chu Yanran D-grade mineral water was to keep her by his side temporarily. Lin Yuan, on the other hand, was more curious about what exactly was going on with Chu Yanran. She doesn't have an outstanding appearance, and her figure isn't exactly decent either. How did the system achieve a score of 95? As for unlocking the supplies, Lin Yuan still wanted to see Chu Yanran's true face before unlocking them. Otherwise, unlocking would be too boring. Anyway, his strength is constantly improving. Unlocking resources is important, but it has an element of randomness. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. The evening of the 8th day, Lin Yuan discovered a clue in a pile of corpses of an evolved beast. It was a human's notebook. Deep inside, there are glowing snowflakes. Rainbow snowflakes. Excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Let's go to Xingyao Plaza. Xingyao Plaza was once the most prosperous commercial district in Jiangxing. But now, it has become a snow-covered ruin. As soon as Lin Yuan and his group of 4 arrived at the outer perimeter of the square, they noticed something unusual. In the distance, there's a fully armed team. The 12 people were all wearing special snow and gas protective suits, completely sealed off except for their goggles. Armed, they cautiously searched through the ruins. It's the army, Chu Yanran said in a low voice, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. The military is still operating? Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and glanced at the team. This was the first army he had seen in a month since the apocalypse. Lin Yuan was certainly not naive enough to believe that the military was completely wiped out. After all, this major power possesses nuclear missiles. And the Chinese nation needs no further explanation. It also possesses nuclear missiles with global reach. And a terrifying, heavily armored combined arms brigade. At this moment, Lin Yuan's gaze was fixed on a woman at the very front of the group. She was a tall, slender, and dashing female officer. She was wearing a special protective suit against snow and toxic substances, but her perfect figure was still clearly visible. Her tall, fit physique exudes power. The female officer took off her helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face. She has delicate features and fair skin. Her face could be described as stunningly beautiful. Among beauties, she is definitely a goddess among goddesses. A beauty who can reach goddess level without any filters. His short, jet black hair was neat and sharp, exuding the unique temperament of a soldier. What's even more captivating is the powerful aura she exudes. A superhuman. Ding. A goddess matching the collection criteria has been detected. Name, Qin Zian. Age, 26. Identity, Special Operations Captain of Jiangxing Military Region. Appearance, 93 points, heroic and dashing. Body measurements, 90-62-91, tall and fit. Physical fitness, 45. Special ability. Rank D, Strength Enhancement. Trait. Unaccustomed to human affairs. There was no surprise in Lin Yuan's eyes. This level of beauty. It's normal that it meets the system requirements. Qin Zian also noticed Lin Yuan and his group. When she saw that Lin Yuan and the other two were wearing only thin clothes and were completely unafraid of the snow poison, she was stunned. How is this possible? Qin Zian stared in shock at Lin Yuan and the other two. The combat suits developed by the military to protect against snow poison require a full body seal to resist snow poison. But these three people, she was only wearing thin clothes, and it seems completely unaffected by the snow poison. What on earth is going on? Qin Zian walked quickly towards Lin Yuan, her tone serious. I am Qin Zian, the Special Operations Captain of the Jiangqing military region. How do you manage to be unafraid of the snow poison? Her voice carried the unique authority of a soldier, but her eyes were full of shock and curiosity. Lin Yuan replied calmly. What's it to you? Qin Zian was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with complex emotions. She took a deep breath and composed herself. The military is collecting rainbow snowflakes and demon cores. If you're willing to cooperate. Not interested. Lin Yuan interrupted her directly. Qin Zian was completely stunned. She didn't expect to be rejected so decisively. The military's resources, protection, and future reconstruction plans. These are all extremely tempting conditions for the survivors. But this man, they didn't even listen and just refused outright. Shock and confusion flashed in Qin Zian's eyes. The soldiers behind her were also whispering among themselves. The captain got rejected? How arrogant. But they are indeed very strong. Look at those three people. They're completely unaffected by the snow poison. Qin Zian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart. She knew that this man was not simple. To be able to withstand the snow poison and possess such a powerful aura, his strength is definitely above mine. Night. The army set up camp nearby, and Lin Yuan and his three companions also set up camp not far away. Qin Zian observed Lin Yuan from afar, her heart filled with complex emotions. Everyone is different, and she cannot change someone else's mind because of her own reasons. Although Qin Zian felt helpless about Lin Yuan's rejection, she also believed that his choice was not wrong. In the apocalypse, everyone has their own way of surviving. She has no right to interfere. Chu Yanran was in her own tent, peeking through the cracks at Lin Yuan and her sister's tents. By the campfire, Yi Qinghua leaned closer to Lin Yuan. Sister, let's. Her face was as red as an apple. Yi Qinghua smiled faintly. Since Qinghua has spoken then. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and led the two women into the tent. Chu Yanran quickly covered her ears, her face turning bright red. From a distance, Qin Zian saw this scene through her binoculars. No one knows what she's thinking. Chapter 61, Yi Qingxue's superpower evolves to S rank. Early morning. Following the map's directions, Lin Yuan decided to enter the underground parking lot of Xingyao Plaza. Upon learning the news, Qin Zian led her army to follow. Are you going in too? Lin Yuan looked at Qin Zian with a calm expression. Qin Zian nodded. The military's mission is to collect the 7 colored snowflakes and the demon core. Since we have a lead, we must go. She paused, then said seriously, however, we won't compete with you for it. Whoever kills the evolved beast gets the spoils. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. I hope you can all come out alive. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the underground parking lot. Underground parking lot. Upon entering, the temperature plummeted. It's much colder than the icy world outside. It's so cold. Chu Yanran shivered and wrapped herself tightly in her thick cotton coat. The soldiers in the army were also shivering, unable to withstand the cold even in their protective suits. But Lin Yuan and the other two remained unfazed, as if they were not affected by the cold. Qin Zian watched this scene in shock, her heart filled with turmoil. What exactly are the physical constitutions of these three people? The parking lot was filled with corpses and vehicles that looked like ice sculptures. The place that was once filled with luxury cars has now become a frozen cemetery. Lin Yuan led the group deeper into the parking lot, then suddenly stopped. Watch out, there's something there. His voice had barely faded. Hiss! A terrifying screech came from deep within the parking lot. The next second, a giant python slithered out of the darkness. That was a giant frost serpent. It is a full 20 meters long, and its entire body is covered with crystal-clear ice scales. Each scale exudes a cold aura. It's as if it can freeze everything. The python's eyes gleamed like sapphires, revealing cruelty and murderous intent. This is... Qin Xian's expression changed drastically, and she quickly checked the observation instruments in her hand. Based on the observation level and official data, this can only be a C-rank monster. We can't defeat it. Her voice trembled. C-rank monster. This is the strongest evolved beast the army has encountered so far. The soldiers retreated, their faces pale. They knew that this level of monster was simply beyond their ability to deal with. Lin Yuan overheard their conversation. It became clear immediately. If this is a C-rank monster, then he has roughly figured out its level. It's just like novels divided into SSS, SSS, AB. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke calmly. You all step back. He raised his hands toward the frost serpent. Rumble. Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground and instantly coiled around the giant python. Hiss. The giant python hissed angrily and spewed out a terrifying breath of frost. Call. The icy chill swept in like a storm, freezing some of the vines into ice sculptures. But more vines followed, tightly binding the giant python's body. Yi Qingshue's eyes turned cold as she raised her hand towards the giant python. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless black shadow blades shot out from all directions, slashing fiercely at the giant python's icy scales. Click-clack. The scales were sliced open by the shadows, and green blood gushed out. The giant python retaliated fiercely, its massive tail sweeping across and smashing the surrounding vehicles to pieces. Yi Qingxue reacted quickly. The shadow beneath their feet erupted, transforming into a massive shadow shield. Boomstrapje. The python's tail slammed into the shield with a deafening roar, but the shield firmly blocked the attack. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity, and vines sprouted from the ground, tightly binding the giant python and restricting its movements. Yi Qingyue and Chu Yanran helped from the outside, and they worked together very well. Although they were not as strong as Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue, they were still able to distract the giant python. The fierce battle lasted for half an hour. Yi Qingshue's mental energy was mostly depleted, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. But her gaze remained resolute, and her shadow attacks continued unabated. Lin Yuan finally seized the opportunity, and the vines burst forth from the ground, piercing through the giant python's head like sharp blades. Hiss! The giant python let out a final scream, its massive body crashing to the ground, utterly lifeless. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Qin Xian said in shock, This is their strength. She finally understood why this man had refused the army's invitation. Because he doesn't need it all. Lin Yuan walked to the giant python's corpse and reached into the ice to take out a snowflake that emitted a 7-colored light. Rainbow snowflakes. Excitement flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had ever discovered a 7-colored snowflake inside an evolved beast. Next, he took out a fist-sized, dazzling C-grade demon core from the giant python's head. The demon core emitted an icy blue light and contained terrifying energy. The soldiers stared intently at the snowflakes and the demon core. Lin Yuan's cold gaze interrupted everyone's stares. This is mine. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Qin Xian bit her lip and did not step forward. This was originally killed by Lin Yuan. Even if she is a soldier, she cannot steal someone else's spoils of war. Yi Qingwei gazed at the snowflakes with a captivating heart. She knew this thing could awaken superpowers, but she didn't put in her full effort and doesn't deserve this precious thing. Lin Yuan looked at the 7-colored snowflake and the C-grade demon core in his hand, then suddenly turned to look at Yi Qingxue. After thinking about it, he decided to give it to Yi Qingxue. He wanted to see what changes would occur if she consumed a C-grade demon core after the system modification. Qingxue, come here, Lin Yuan said calmly. Yi Qingxue walked up to him, her eyes filled with doubt. Lin Yuan handed her the 7-colored snowflake and the C-grade demon core. For you. Yi Qingxue stared in shock, her eyes instantly welling up with tears. You really want to give it to me? Her voice trembled. This is a 7-colored snowflake and a C-grade demon core. A treasure that can advance one's superpowers. Lin Yuan actually wants to give it to her. Lin Yuan nodded. Your ability still has room for improvement. This is the most suitable for you. Tears welled up in Yi Qingshue's eyes and streamed down her cheeks. She accepted the 7-colored snowflake and the demon core, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, thank you. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. What's our relationship? No need for thanks. Yi Qingxue took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. She placed the 7-colored snowflakes and the C-grade demon core together. The colorful snowflakes began to melt, transforming into streams of colorful energy. The demon core emitted an icy blue light, and the ice crystal patterns on its surface wriggled wildly. The two energies intertwined and merged in the air, slowly coalescing. A dozen seconds later, a crystalline sphere the size of a fist appeared. The sphere of light emitted a blend of 7 colors and ice blue, as beautiful as a dreamlike gemstone. Even cooler, even more beautiful. Yi Qingxue reached out and touched the ball of light. Boom strapje. A terrifying black energy erupted from her body. Yi Qingxue knelt down in agony, her entire body enveloped in black energy. The entire underground parking lot was swallowed by darkness, as if an abyss had descended. All the light was swallowed up, leaving only endless darkness. Clear the snow. Yi Qingxue screamed and tried to rush over. But Lin Yuan stopped her. Don't go over there. Yi Qingxue knelt on the ground, and the energy within her body surged wildly. She could feel her body being reshaped, every cell transforming. Pain. The pain is excruciating. But she gritted her teeth and persevered, without letting out a single scream. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue stood guard anxiously by their side, trying to fend off the evolved beasts that were drawn in by the energy. The soldiers retreated in terror, and Qin Zian said in shock, "This energy fluctuation, it's terrifying." She had never seen such a terrifying awakening of superpowers. This energy, it's practically capable of destroying everything. 10 minutes later, the darkness finally began to dissipate. Yi Qingxue slowly stood up, and her demeanor underwent a dramatic change. Her eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss, as if they could devour all light. He exuded a terrifying killing intent that made people afraid to look him in the eye. Ding! Yi Qingxue's superpower has successfully advanced. S-rank Death Abyss. Constitution 280. Mental strength has reached 750. Yi Qingxue felt the surging power within her body, her eyes filled with shock and gratitude. S-class superpower. Her superpower has actually advanced to S-rank. This power is simply beyond imagination. She walked towards Lin Yuan and said affectionately, "I will repay this kindness to you for the rest of my life." Lin Yuan also snapped out of his daze from the system's notification. This was the first time he had ever seen an S-class superpower. This is far beyond my level. I have no idea just how terrifying its power is. Lin Yuan didn't know whether using this on Yi Qingxue was a good thing or a bad thing. Thinking it over, Lin Yuan smiled faintly. No need to repay. You are my woman. Of course I want to make you stronger. Tears welled up in Yi Qingxue's eyes again, but this time, they were tears of happiness. The soldiers were utterly shocked. Qin Zian's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Lin Yuan's identity, which could win the heart of a terrifying woman like Yi Qingxue, piqued her curiosity. Just who is this guy? Chapter 62, if it were me. I'd already have 2 children. Over the next 4 days, Lin Yuan and his group of 4 began their return journey. On their journey, they continued hunting evolved beasts. Lin Yuan drank D-grade mineral water like crazy, and his physique improved at an astonishing rate. Day 10, 570. Day 11, 580. Day 12, 590. Day 13, 600. Physique surpasse 600. This number has reached a level that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Yi Qingxue also drank 100 bottles every day, and her physical condition improved from 280 to 320. Yi Qingxue's score increased from 118 to 158. The 3 of them are so powerful that they inspire despair. Especially Yi Qingxue. After she acquired S-class superpowers, her strength underwent a qualitative leap. Lin Yuan also witnessed firsthand the incredible power of a true S-class superpower. Day 11. Yi Qingxue destroyed an abandoned building with a casual strike. The entire building, which was more than 10 stories high, collapsed instantly under her shadow attack. The terrifying destructive power left everyone speechless. Qin Zian led the army back behind, and she kept observing Lin Yuan. She became increasingly curious about this man. His strength is outrageously powerful. His resources seemed limitless. It was evening on the 13th day. The army and Lin Yuan's group rested in the ruins. After much hesitation, Qin Zian finally made up her mind and took the initiative to find Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, I would like to formally invite you to join the military. After joining, you will enjoy the right to reside in the national base, and you will also receive a villa of no less than 200 square meters as a gift. Her attitude was serious, and her eyes were firm. Lin Yuan also gained a general understanding of the current state of the country through his interactions with Qin Zian. Qin Zian's purpose was to check on the current situation of the survivors in the city, and to find out what level the evolved beast has reached. They were the scouts. Upon receiving the news, the authorities will try to rescue the survivors and bring them to the survival base that the authorities have built this month ago. Unfortunately, most of the surviving bases were built in those important large cities, such as Shanghai, Beijing, etc. Moreover, the time frame is too short, only 1 month, so the authorities simply cannot build too many structures. China is thus known as the construction maniac. They can build no fewer than 2 large bases within a month. If it were another country, building a safe and stable shelter base in a month is simply wishful thinking. The military can provide you with abundant resources, intelligence, and even military rank, as long as you're willing to cooperate. Qin Zian continued to tempt her. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall of the ruins, coldly shaking his head. I've said it before, I only think about myself and my woman. I'm not interested in military matters. I'll take care of your resources myself. Qin Zian was stunned. Don't you think about the future of humanity? Lin Yuan sneered. The future of humanity? What does that have to do with me? His voice was cold, with a hint of sarcasm. Qin Zian bit her lip and remained silent for a long time. She took a deep breath and suddenly made a bold decision. What if I became your woman too? Qin Zian's voice trembled slightly, but her eyes were firm. She knew this was her last resort. If even this doesn't work, then there's really nothing we can do. Lin Yuan was taken aback and looked Qin Zian up and down. I have to admit, she is indeed very beautiful. Moreover, it was extremely daring. They really went to great lengths to get him into the army. Qin Zian, with her heroic and spirited appearance, tall and fit figure, and the unique temperament of a soldier. Normally, Lin Yuan might have been tempted. But Qin Zian is quite pretty, but who isn't a beautiful woman around Lin Yuan? More importantly, joining the army? Lin Yuan couldn't stand that kind of restrictive life. Although the conditions you offered are very tempting, but I still refuse. Qin Zian was stunned. She never expected that even offering herself to him would be rejected. This blow was greater than any defeat in battle. She is the special operations captain of the Jiangshang military region, has a perfect figure, and is also a superhuman. But this man, he actually rejected her? Qin Zian remained silent for a long time, then sighed softly. I understand. Everyone has their own choices. If you have any ideas, remember to let me know. Qin Zian added that although it's impossible, she would still try. Lin Yuan glanced at her with some surprise, not expecting her to say that. He had assumed that the female officer would make empty promises to him. Get yourself hooked. But she acted very respectfully. This was exactly what Lin Yuan wanted. He thought to himself, give me the chance and I'll definitely get this woman by my side. Qin Zian's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Although Lin Yuan held a different stance, she still admired his abilities and honesty. At least, he's not hypocritical. He spoke frankly about his thoughts, without pretending to be noble or righteous. Qin Zian actually appreciated this honesty. Other members of the army whispered among themselves. The captain got rejected? That man is too ruthless. The captain offered herself and was rejected. She's famously a goddess. If it were me, I'd be 2 kids by now. So you can't compare to him. Those who can remain unmoved by beauty are the ones who achieve great things. Qin Zian's face darkened when she heard her teammates' discussion. But he didn't say anything, only gave a fierce glare to the crowd behind him. The man who just said, I already have 2 kids, Probably wishes he could live on another planet. So embarrassing. Taishi died, and only the captain had a good temper. Otherwise, he would definitely have been verbally abused and tortured. Late at night, on the 13th day, on the way back, they suddenly encountered a group of D-rank evolved beasts. 5 giant mutated tigers. Each one is 3 meters long, covered in black stripes, and its eyes glow with a bloodthirsty red light. Awoo! The mutated tiger let out a deafening roar and pounced on the army. Everyone, prepare for battle. Qin Xian shouted and charged to the front. Her special ability is a D-level power enhancement, making her one of the top fighters in the military. However, the army still seemed powerless in the face of 5 D-level mutated tigers. A soldier was pounced on by a mutated tiger and instantly torn to pieces. Damn it. Qin Xian gritted her teeth and fought back desperately. But there were too many mutated tigers, and the army simply couldn't handle them. In just a few minutes, 3 soldiers were killed. Captain, watch out! A soldier cried out in alarm. Qin Xian turned her head, and a giant tiger had already pounced on her. She had no time to dodge and could only endure it. Qin Xian roared, her muscles bulged, and her strength surged. She threw a punch, slamming it hard into the giant tiger's head. Boom strapje! The giant tiger was repelled, but Qin Xian was also forced back several steps by the recoil. The next second, another giant tiger pounced from the side. Qin Xian had no time to react before the giant tiger pounced on her and knocked her to the ground. A matter of life and death. Just then, Lin Yuan sighed helplessly. After all, she was a woman who fit the system's requirements, and she didn't have any ill intentions towards him. Please help. He raised his right hand toward the giant tiger. Laugh! A thick vine burst forth from the ground and instantly pierced through the giant tiger's body. The giant tiger let out a miserable cry, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Qin Xian lay on the ground, looking at Lin Yuan's figure with a complicated expression. He saved me? Lin Yuan didn't say much, and waved to the remaining 4 giant tigers. Hiss. Countless vines sprouted from the ground, instantly entangling the 4 giant tigers and tearing them to pieces. From the moment the shot was taken to the moment it was finished, it took less than 5 seconds. The soldiers were dumbfounded. The 5D level mutated tigers that they couldn't defeat, even with all their might, were actually killed by this man in 5 seconds. The difference is just too big. After rescuing Qin Xian, Lin Yuan turned to leave. Qin Xian struggled to her feet. Wait, why did you save me? Didn't you say you wouldn't care about others? Her voice was filled with doubt and gratitude. Lin Yuan didn't turn his head. I think you're quite nice and suitable to be friends. Is that reason enough? Qin Xian was stunned, then suddenly understood something. This man, although he says he only cares about himself and his woman, but deep down, he wasn't truly cold-blooded. At least, he was willing to save her. As Qin Xian watched Lin Yuan's departing figure, her affection for him grew even stronger. The other soldiers looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude, but Lin Yuan didn't care at all. He disappeared into the ruins with Yi Qingxue, Yi Qingyue, and Chu Yanran. Only Qin Xian, with her complicated feelings, remained. She looked in the direction where Lin Yuan had disappeared and sighed softly. The appearance of Lin Yuan. Perhaps she will never forget it in this lifetime. Chapter 63 Unlocked Resources. Deluxe Hot Pot Full Set Meal. Early morning. Lin Yuan, along with Yi Qingxue, Yi Qingyue, and Chu Yanran, finally returned to the Cloud Top Villa. At this moment, Yi Qingyue's gaze swept over Chu Yanran, and she clearly paused for a moment. A bittersweet feeling welled up inside me. Su Yuyan stood in front of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window and gave Chu Yanran a cold glance. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. This woman has an ordinary appearance. Lin Yuan actually brought him back? Su Yuyan turned and went back to her room, too lazy to even glance at her again. Bai Xingli lay on the sofa, lazily eating potato chips, completely unconcerned about the newcomer. As long as she has something to eat and a place to lie down, she doesn't care about anything else. Lin Wanru and Lin Ruoxue stood in the corner of the stairs. Lin Ruoxue glanced at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. He's back. Her heart was racing for no apparent reason. Lin Yuan glanced at everyone and calmly said, Qingxue, Shu Yin ran around the area. Ye vingu nodded. Okay. She led Chu Yinran upstairs, and although a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes, she still gently introduced the layout of the villa. Chu Yinran stared in awe at the luxurious villa. After the apocalypse, she hid in the company basement, worrying about food and safety every day. But here, how could there be such a safe and luxurious shelter? Moreover, every woman around Lin Yuan is an absolute beauty. Only myself. Chu Yinran lowered her head, a hint of inferiority flashing in her eyes. Afternoon. Lin Yuan found Chu Yinran. He cut to the chase. Yinran, tell me, have you had plastic surgery? Chu Yinran froze, her face turning deathly pale. She thought Lin Yuan would ask something else. But I didn't expect it to be this problem. Chu Yinran did not answer, but instead trembled as she took off her heavy cotton coat, revealing her figure hidden under her clothes. Perfect proportions instantly revealed. A toned waist, rounded hips, and shapely legs. Her figure is simply impeccable. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. She has such a great figure. Chu Yinran bit her lip and whispered, "No, I've always grown up like this gradually." Her voice trembled. I felt both nervous and scared. She just saw that Lin Yuan was surrounded by beautiful women. She was the only one with an ordinary, unremarkable face. She was nervous because she was afraid Lin Yuan would throw her out. What they feared was that Lin Yuan would kill them to silence them. After all, she has no value. If Lin Yuan lets her out, what if she reveals some information about him? Lin Yuan fell in a deep thought. Chu Yinran looked at him nervously, cold sweat beading on her forehead. But Lin Yuan didn't say anything and turned to leave the room. This action made Chu Yinran even more frightened and nervous. She slumped onto the bed, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. What exactly is he trying to do? Chu Yinran sobbed softly. I just want to live. She bit her lip, her eyes filled with despair. But at least I'm still alive. At least Lin Yuan didn't kill her immediately. Chu Yinran took a deep breath and wiped away her tears. She told herself, I'm willing to pay any price to survive. She no longer desires to become stronger. Let's talk about survival first. Night. Lin Ruoxue lay on her bed in her room. In the past few days, Lin Yuan gave her 500 bottles of mineral water, which she and her mother have consumed completely. Both mother and daughter experienced an improvement in their physical condition. Lin Ruoxue could feel that she had become much stronger. Strength, speed, endurance. They have all improved several times over compared to before. As she lay in bed, Lin Yuan kept coming to mind. What is that man doing right now? Is he with that aloof female CEO? Is she still that murderous young lady? Even, maybe it's mom? Lin Ruoxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and her heart raced. She quickly shook her head, forcing herself not to think about these things. But the more this happens, the clearer the images become. In a brief moment that Lin Ruoxue was distracted. Squeak! The door was suddenly pushed open. Lin Ruoxue was startled and sat up abruptly. Lin Yuan pushed open the door and entered, looking at her calmly. He opened Lin Ruoxue's door without knocking at all. Lin Ruoxue instantly became alert and frightened. What are you going to do? Lin Yuan walked to the bedside and looked down at her. I want to make a deal with you. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Lin Ruoxue's heart raced, and her voice trembled. What deal? Lin Yuan said directly. Give me a chance, and I'll give you 500 bottles of grade D mineral water. I'll also help you awaken your superpowers if the opportunity arises later. My condition is that I want your first time. And from now on, you can live here safely and be under my protection. Lin Yuan didn't waste any words and immediately made grand promises. Lin Ruoxue's mind exploded the moment she heard Lin Yuan's conditions. Countless negative emotions welled up in my heart. Fear. Men really do only think with their lower bodies. They're all disgusting creatures. Dilemma. What do I do? If you refuse him, will he kill me and my mother? Disgust. Why? Why does this have to happen to me again? I hate men. I hate all men. Tears welled up in Lin Ruoxue's eyes, and her body trembled slightly. She bit her lip, unable to speak. But her mother's gentle face flashed through her mind. If I refuse, will Lin Yuan kick them out? In this apocalypse, the mother and daughter simply cannot survive. Or, did Lin Yuan simply kill them to silence them? After all, they know too many secrets. Lin Yuan's resources, Lin Yuan's special abilities, Lin Yuan's strength. These are secrets that could drive countless people crazy. Lin Ruoxua struggled for a long time, tears streaming down her face. She thought of her mother's smiles these past few days. I remember my mother saying, "We are finally safe." I thought about the danger and despair my mother would face if she were kicked out. And there were the conditions Lin Yuan offered. These are all hopes for survival. Lin Ruoxua wiped away her tears and took a deep breath. She said, trembling, I promise you. But you have to promise to protect my mother. I'll give you anything. Her voice was choked with sobs, and her eyes were filled with humiliation and despair. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. The next second, with a thought, he took out bottles of grade D mineral water from the system space. 1 bottle, 10 bottles, 50 bottles, 100 bottles. Water bottles emitting a pale blue light were piled up like small mountains. In the end, all 500 bottles of grade D mineral water appeared, filling half the room. Lin Ruoxua stared blankly at this scene, tears streaming down her face again. This man, he really meant what he said. Lin Ruoxua looked at the pile of mineral water. Although I felt disgusted and humiliated. But for Mom's sake, worth. She began to move, trembling, her eyes filled with fear and resistance. Lin Yuan looked at her, his eyes calm, yet with a hint of appreciation. Early morning, Lin Yuan sat on the sofa in the living room, looking refreshed. The system notification has arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have collected the goddess. Lin Ruoxua. Leviticus 1. New item unlocked. Deluxe hot pot, full set meal. Excitement flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Hot pot? In this extremely cold and apocalyptic world, this is simply the most useful resource. He couldn't wait to check the instructions for the new supplies. Item name, Deluxe Hot Pot, Full Set Meal, 1 serving per second. Effect, automatically refreshes every second. Includes top quality ingredients, soup base, seasonings, drinks, and a small gas canister. Note, ingredients include marbled beef, fresh lamb, various seafood, vegetables, etc. Each set comes with a small gas cylinder, just enough for hot pot use. Lin Yuan was shocked. In an extremely cold and apocalyptic world, this is practically a god-level resource. With this, he could make all women enjoy the delicacies of the pre-apocalyptic world. And it's a steaming hot pot. Lin Yuan smiled. It seems like we'll have to wait. We should have a proper celebration. Chapter 64, What's a Little Humiliation? Noon. Lin Yuan set up a luxurious hot pot in the villa's lobby. The long table was laden with fresh ingredients. Wagyu beef, fresh lamb, lobster, abalone, various vegetables. Each item is of top quality and exudes an enticing aroma. In the center of the table, there was a hot pot base, with red oil bubbling and a fragrant aroma filling the air. Each hot pot set comes with a small gas cylinder, just enough to meet the needs. Outside the window, the world was covered in ice and snow, and the snow poison was spreading. Inside, however, was a steaming hot pot feast. The two worlds present a stark contrast. Lin Yuan called everyone over. Come and eat, everyone. Yi Qingxue, Yi Qingyue, Su Yuyin, Bai Xingli, and Lin Wanru all came over. Seeing this fragrant hot pot, the four women weren't too shocked. After all, this wasn't the first outrageous thing that had happened to Lin Yuan. Chu Yanran, on the other hand, was moved and shocked by the scene. Lin Yuan once again broadened her understanding. Then Lin Yuan said to Chu Yanran, Yanran, come and eat. Chu Yanran was both shocked and grateful. She thought Lin Yuan would kick her out, or at most leave her in a corner. Unexpectedly, I can eat such good food, and Lin Yuan actually called her on his own initiative. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked at Lin Yuan gratefully. Thank you. Her voice trembled. She developed a strong liking for the male lead. This man, although powerful and domineering. But at least, it's not too bad for me. Lin Yuan then said to Lin Wanru, go and call Ruoxua out for dinner. Lin Wanru's heart tightened. She knew that her daughter had also been taken advantage of by Lin Yuan last night. As a mother, she had long been mentally prepared. But when the moment actually came, my heart still felt heavy. Lin Wanru took a deep breath and nodded. Okay. She went upstairs and knocked on Lin Ruoxua's door. Seeing her daughter's red and swollen eyes and her exhausted appearance, Lin Wanru felt as if her heart was being torn apart. But she had already prepared herself mentally. All I could say was gently, Ruoxue, let's come out for dinner. Lin Ruoxue was afraid and resistant. But when he heard it was Lin Yuan calling him, he could only tremble as he put on his clothes. She leaned against the wall and struggled to walk out. Looking at her daughter's appearance, Lin Wanru felt a pang of heartache in her eyes. But she couldn't say anything. She could only gently help her daughter walk towards the hall. In the lobby, Lin Ruoxue lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Yuan. But seeing this fragrant hot pot, I couldn't help but be amazed. At the same time, she felt hungry. I couldn't wait to devour it. Lin Yuan was in a good mood when he saw Lin Ruoxue and said gently, "Come and sit down, try some hot pot." Lin Ruoxue was stunned. She thought Lin Yuan would be indifferent. I didn't expect him to be so gentle. Lin Yuan's actions greatly diminished Lin Ruoxue's disgust and even made her feel a little fond of him. She sat down carefully, her posture somewhat awkward. Lin Wanru massaged Lin Yuan's shoulders while looking at her daughter, sitting next to her. Her heart was heavy, but seeing that Lin Yuan treated them, mother and daughter, very well. I consoled myself with this thought. At least, we're doing well. In the end times, this is already a luxury. Seeing this scene, Chu Yanran felt even more loyal to and fond of Lin Yuan. This man, he is indeed very good to his woman. Snowflakes were falling heavily outside the window. The room was steaming hot. The hot pot began to simmer. Yi Qingxue gently placed the ingredients for Lin Yuan, her eyes full of love. She picked up a slice of snowflake beef and gently placed it into the bubbling red oil at the bottom of the pot. "Lin Yuan, try this." Her voice was so gentle it seemed to drip with tenderness. Yi Qingwei excitedly added the ingredients. But when he saw Lin Ruoxue, he just snorted coldly. He thought to himself, if it weren't for this woman, last night would have been her time with brother Lin Yuan. Why is she allowed to have Lin Yuan all to herself for the entire night? Yi Qingwei felt increasingly bitter, and she almost broke the chopsticks in her hand. Su Yin ate her hot pot elegantly, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Yuan was a bit domineering, but at least he's good to his woman. It can even help them improve their strength. For this alone, Lin Yuan surpasses most men. Therefore, Su Yin's affection for Lin Yuan increased significantly. Looking at Lin Yuan, she felt a sense of dependence for the first time. Bai Xingli lay completely flat and ate meat heartily. She thought to herself, with Lin Yuan around, she can just relax and enjoy herself. That was awesome. This kind of life is even more comfortable than before the apocalypse. Bai Xingli pushed up her glasses and ate the lobster with satisfaction. The hot pot was fragrant and steaming hot. The women enjoyed a rare moment of warmth and fullness in the apocalypse. After Lin Yuan had eaten and drunk his fill, he watched this scene and nodded in satisfaction. This is the post-apocalyptic life he wanted. Strength, beauty, resources, everything is here. Late at night, Su Yin came to Lin Yuan's room again. She pushed open the door and entered, looking at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. "I need more water. I can give you anything you want." Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, but more so a sense of determination. Lin Yuan looked at her, his eyes playful. "You've given it to me so many times already. Don't you get tired of it?" His words were tinged with sarcasm. Su Yin bit her lip. He naturally understood the hidden meaning in Lin Yuan's words. He was just making fun of himself. However, she is completely immune. After all, what's done is done. It doesn't matter anymore. What does this humiliation matter if I can become stronger? Su Yin's voice was calm, but a hint of pain flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. "Then so be it. 100 bottles of grade D mineral water." He took 100 bottles of water from the system space and placed them on the table. Su Yin looked at the water, her eyes flashing with greed and desire. She took a deep breath and slowly walked towards Lin Yuan. Outside the door at this moment, Yi Qingwei passed by and heard the sounds coming from inside the room. She stopped, her eyes dimming. Why didn't brother Lin Yuan come to see me tonight? It's that female CEO again. Yi Qingwei bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. She turned and went back to her room, feeling incredibly bitter. Afterwards, Lin Yuan lay on the bed, watching Su Yin lying in his arms. A feeling of comfort welled up inside me. Su Yin was asleep at that moment. Lin Yuan stroked Su Yin's long hair and suddenly remembered something. That insect mother. That was a great humiliation for Lin Yuan back then. His strength has now undergone a transformation. It's already a height that ordinary people can't even imagine. Lin Yuan really wanted to kill that guy. He decided to act alone tomorrow, without anyone else. This is a test of his abilities. It was also his revenge against the insect queen. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Mother insect, just wait and see. Early morning, Lin Yuan got out of bed and looked at Su Yuyin, who was still fast asleep. He didn't disturb her and turned to leave the room. In the hall, Yi Qingxue had already gotten up. She saw Lin Yuan and walked towards him gently. Are you going out? A woman's intuition told her what Lin Yuan was about to do. Lin Yuan nodded. Go kill a monster. I'll be right back. His voice was calm, as if he were just doing something insignificant. Yi Qingxue's eyes were filled with worry. Be careful. She knew Lin Yuan's decision would not change. All I could do was tell him to be careful. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and ruffled her hair. He turned and walked out of the villa. Snowflakes are falling. Lin Yuan's figure disappeared into the white snow. He has only one goal. That insect queen that once made him flee in a sorry state. Chapter 65 Revenge. Obtaining a C-rank superpower. Lin Yuan arrived at the ant nest he had encountered before. Previously, the fog had obscured the view, but now Lin Yuan could see the layout of the place clearly. It was an abandoned factory, and deep underground was the nest of an ant colony. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan jumped directly into the underground passage. In the dark underground passage, a dense, crawling sound could be heard. Chill. Countless giant mutated ants swarmed in from all directions. Each one is the size of a fist, covered in hard black armor, with jaws as sharp as steel pincers. Quantity, tens of thousands. So densely packed, it's enough to make your scalp tingle. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would definitely be so frightened that their legs would go weak. But Lin Yuan, he just smiled faintly. He raised his right hand towards the ground. Rumble. A terrifying scene unfolded. Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground. Each vine is as thick as an arm and covered with sharp barbs. The vines swept across like a raging python, instantly strangling and killing hundreds or even thousands of ants. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The ant's black armor was pierced by the vine, and green blood splattered everywhere. But there were too many ants. They can't kill them all. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. The shadow beneath my feet suddenly began to wriggle. Click, click, click. 3 dark figures crawled out of the shadows. These are the shadow puppets of the 3D level evolved beasts that Lin Yuan killed earlier. A giant mutated wolf, a mutated spider, and a mutated tiger. Each one possesses 50% of its original fighting strength. Kill. Lin Yuan calmly gave the order. 3 shadow puppets instantly charged into the ant swarm and engaged in a frenzied battle. The mutated wolf's claws swept across, crushing more than a dozen ants with a single swipe. The mutated spider spewed out shadow silk, binding swarms of ants. The mutated tiger's fangs can tear apart the black shells of ants with every bite. The puppets charged into battle. The vines strangled and swept across the land. Lin Yuan alone possesses the power of 1,000 troops. He moved forward slowly, and wherever he went, the ant colony was slaughtered. Green blood converges into a river. The dead ants piled up into a mountain. Lin Yuan remained calm, not even breaking a sweat. The terrifying power of physical constitution was on full display at this moment. A dozen minutes later, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the underground depths where the insect mother was located. This is a huge underground space, as big as a football field. The air was filled with a putrid stench. The ground was covered with ant eggs and corpses. And in the center of the space, a giant insect queen was lying there, 10 meters tall. Its entire body is covered in a jet-black carapace, with a strange green liquid flowing on its surface. 6 sturdy limbs support the massive body. Its head has a pair of huge compound eyes that glow with a bloodthirsty red light. The most terrifying thing about it is its jaws. Like 2 giant steel pincers, incredibly sharp, capable of biting through steel. The insect queen had sensed Lin Yuan's presence long ago and let out a sharp hiss. It had been waiting for this human. If it weren't for the fact that it had reached the final stage of its evolution. I'll find my way out and kill this human no matter what. The insect queen clearly remembered that this human was the first one to escape from her grasp. Hiss! The sound was piercing, and it shook the underground space. The ants that were still alive swarmed in, but they were instantly strangled by Lin Yuan's vines. The queen insect is furious. Its massive body charged toward Lin Yuan at an astonishing speed. Boom strapje! The ground was trampled into deep pits. Lin Yuan's eyes turned cold. Damn it! You made me look so pathetic before. Did you get your satisfaction? Now, it's my turn to have some fun. He raised his hands and unleashed his full E-level life control ability. Boom! Countless thick vines burst forth from all directions. Each one is as thick as a bucket, and its surface is covered with sharp barbs. The vines coiled around the mother insect like a giant python. The mother insect struggled desperately. Its strength was astonishing. The vines were torn apart one by one. But the vines in the forest seemed endless. As soon as one is torn off, 10 more get tangled up. The more the mother insect struggled, the tighter the vines entwined her. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. 3 shadow puppets simultaneously pounced on the queen insect. The mutated wolf's sharp claws viciously lashed out at the insect queen's compound eyes. The mutated spider spews out shadow silk to bind the limbs of the insect queen. The mutated tiger's fangs tore through the gaps in the insect mother's carapace. The queen insect was enraged and sprayed out a highly toxic liquid. Laugh! The green venom is extremely corrosive, and the vines were corroded with holes. The shadow puppet was also splashed with venom, and black smoke billowed from its body. But Lin Yuan remained completely calm, because as long as his puppet corpse exists, he can continue to control it. With a single step, his figure flickered like a ghost. The speed granted by his physique is astonishing. The venom from the insect queen couldn't hit him at all. Just then, the mother insect's compound eyes suddenly emitted an eerie red light. Buzz! An invisible mental shockwave spread out instantly. This is the queen insect's strongest attack method, a mental attack. Lin Yuan had previously suffered a loss due to this sudden attack. Lin Yuan's mind jolted, as if he had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. He grunted and paused slightly. My vision blurred instantly, and I saw double images. A sharp pain shot through my brain. But just 1 second later, Lin Yuan's eyes regained their clarity, although he was slightly affected. But it was far from being fatal. Lin Yuan rushed to the side of the insect mother and raised his right fist. Boom strapje! He punched the mother insect's carapace. Click! The black armor that the insect queen was so proud of shattered instantly. Green blood gushed out. The mother insect let out a piercing scream. It never expected that this human's power would be so terrifying. 1 punch is enough to shatter its shell? That's impossible. But Lin Yuan didn't give it time to think. Countless vines burrowed into the mother insect's body from the cracks in her carapace. Hiss. The vines grew wildly inside the insect mother, tearing apart her internal organs. The mother insect struggled desperately, but it was too late. Lin Yuan walked to the head of the insect mother and looked down at it. Without saying a word, he raised his right fist and aimed it at the mother insect's head. Boom strapje! A punch landed. Click! The mother insect's head carapace was completely shattered. White brain matter mixed with green blood gushed out. The mother insect let out a final, faint hiss. Its massive body crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. From entering the underground through the forest to killing the insect queen. Throughout, less than 10 minutes. Moreover, Lin Yuan was extremely relaxed throughout the entire process. The clothes are slightly dirty. Lin Yuan walked to the corpse of the insect mother and took out a demon core from its body. The demon core emitted an eerie green light, and its surface flowed with unique energy fluctuations. To Lin Yuan's surprise, there was also a 7-colored snowflake inside the mother insect's body. The colorful snowflakes radiate a dreamlike glow, beautiful and mysterious. This queen insect is indeed a C-rank evolved beast. Lin Yuan suddenly realized. He quickly stored the demon core and snowflake into his system space, his eyes flashing with excitement. With these 2 things, he will then be able to awaken his 3rd superpower. At the same time, Lin Yuan looked at the corpse of the insect mother. Without saying a word, it was stored in the system space. Next time, when his shadow puppet leaves an empty space, he will be able to control the insect queen. The thought that the insect queen could control ant colonies made Lin Yuan realize how incredibly fun his ability was. But then I realized that the limitation of this ability is that the corpse must not have been dead for more than an hour. However, his system space is static. I don't know if it's possible to exploit this bug. However, it's too early to discuss this now. We can only wait for our abilities to level up before making any decisions. Thinking it over, Lin Yuan turned and left the underground lair. Lin Yuan returned to the villa at noon. He returned to his room and locked the door. Take out the rainbow snowflake and the C-grade demon core from his system space. The moment the two are placed together, the colorful snowflakes began to melt rapidly, transforming into streams of colorful energy. The demon core emitted an eerie green light, and the patterns on its surface wriggled wildly. The two energies intertwined and merged in the air, slowly coalescing. A dozen seconds later, a ball of energy the size of a fist appeared. The sphere of light emitted a strange yet beautiful glow, a blend of green and rainbow colors. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the ball of light. Moment. Boom streepje. A terrifying energy surged into his body. Lin Yuan groaned, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Excruciating pain. The pain was more intense than the previous 2 times. It felt as if countless steel needles were piercing every cell in his body at the same time. My blood is boiling. The skeleton is remodeling. The muscles are tearing and healing. A tearing pain shot through my brain. But Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and persevered. Lin Yuan wondered when there would be a way to awaken his superpowers without such pain. Hopefully, the system will be able to resolve this issue in time. At this moment, Lin Yuan gripped the edge of the bed tightly. The solid wood bedboard almost crushed under his grip. 1 minute, 2.5 minutes, 5 minutes. The excruciating pain finally began to subside. Lin Yuan felt that a strange perception had appeared in his brain. That is, a warning of danger. Bite. Congratulations, host, on awakening your C-level superpower. Danger perception. Special ability description. Able to sense danger directed at oneself in advance. Sensing range 1,000 meters. Host constitution has increased to 650. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with excitement and shock. C-level superpower. And it's a life-saving ability. This means, from now on, he will be able to sense any danger targeting him in advance. This is practically a life-saving technique. Lin Yuan immediately tried to use his supernatural abilities. He closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Moment. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was clearly imprinted in my mind. Everyone in the villa, an evolved beast lurking in the ruins, even a mutated bird flock approaching from afar. Everything is crystal clear, and if there is any danger targeting him, he can sense it in advance. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. With his superpower, in the apocalypse, he had an extra layer of protection. We will never be ambushed again. Chapter 66 Lin Yuan is unavailable tonight. It was late at night. The Hentang villas were shrouded in silence. Lin Yuan had just finished showering and was lying lazily on the bed wearing a loose bathrobe. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered. Come in. The door was pushed open. A tall, slender figure walked in. Su Yuyan. She was wearing a silk nightgown, the black fabric clinging to her perfect figure. Her perfectly proportioned figure was subtly revealed by the nightgown. Her long, straight legs were fair and alluring. Her stunningly beautiful face had a calm and indifferent gaze, and her aloof demeanor was like that of an ice queen. But Lin Yuan could see a hint of desire for power hidden in her eyes. Su Yuyan walked to the bedside and went straight to the point. Lin Yuan, I want more water. Her voice was calm, with the sharpness characteristic of a business queen. I've already drunk all 100 bottles of Grade D mineral water you gave me. I need more water. As Su Yuyan spoke, she slowly sat down on the edge of the bed. The hem of her nightgown rode up slightly, revealing a section of her snow-white thigh. Her eyes were full of the calmness of a transaction, but also a hint of helplessness. This is the nth time she has used her body to exchange for resources. Although it was humiliating, she was willing to pay this price to become stronger. Lin Yuan leaned against the headboard, looking at her with amusement. It must be said that Su Yuyan is indeed beautiful. A 95-point face, a perfect figure, and the aura of a cool and aloof female CO. This kind of woman is an irresistible beauty that no man can resist. Lin Yuan's heart stirred, and he was about to nod in agreement. But at that moment, squeak, the door was pushed open again. Two figures rushed in at the same time. Ye Vingu and Ye Vingu. The two women's expressions changed instantly when they saw Su Yuyan by the bed. Yi Qingyue's eyes widened, her face flushed red. You, what are you doing here? Her voice was filled with shock and anger. Yi Qingxue's eyes turned cold, and the black vortex deep in her pupils spun slightly. The temperature in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. Su Yian's expression changed slightly, but she still maintained her aloof demeanor. She turned to look at the two women and said coldly, I'm negotiating a deal with Lin Yuan. What are you doing here? Although she spoke toughly, she was actually a little insecure inside, because she knew very well, my relationship with Lin Yuan is purely transactional. These two sisters are the ones Lin Yuan truly cares about. Yi Qingxue walked to the bedside, looking at Su Yuyan with icy eyes. President Su, Lin Yuan is unavailable tonight. Her voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. Yi Qingwei threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck to assert her ownership. Brother Lin Yuan belongs to my sister and me. You get away from me. Her voice carried a hint of arrogance as she buried her face in Lin Yuan's chest. Su Yiyan bit her lip, wanting to refute, but the words stuck in my throat, because she suddenly realized, what is your own stance? Her relationship with Lin Yuan was purely transactional. One is willing to hit, and the other is willing to be hit. She traded her body for resources, and Lin Yuan gave her resources in exchange for her body. That's all. And these sisters, what is their relationship with Lin Yuan? A strange, indescribable emotion welled up in Su Yuyan's heart. Humiliation? Resentful? Or jealousy? As the president of Xingyao Group, she is a business queen and the object of admiration for countless men. But now, he actually lost to two little girls? Lin Yuan sat on the bed, looking at the three stunningly beautiful women in front of him. A strange sense of exhilaration welled up inside me. This feeling is really great. He leaned lazily against the headboard, his gaze sweeping over the three women. Su Yuyan is stunningly beautiful and aloof, possessing the aura of a cold and aloof female CO, with a figure so perfect it's breathtaking. Yi Qingxue, a cold and aloof school beauty, is devoted to him. Yi Qingwei is sweet, cute, innocent, clingy, and affectionate. The three women each had their own unique charm. But Lin Yuan had already made up his mind. Although Su Yuyan is beautiful, her relationship with him is merely a transaction. And the two sisters, that's someone who truly cares about themselves. Not to mention, isn't it more fun with two people than with one? Lin Yuan said calmly, Yuyan, let's reschedule for another day. His voice was calm, but undeniable. Su Yuyan's body stiffened. She looked at Lin Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She wanted to say something, but in the end she just bit her lip and said nothing. She stood up, straightened her nightgown, and turned to leave the room. Click. The door closed. In the corridor, Su Yuyan stood still, staring blankly ahead. Her first time, I feel that my charm is being questioned. A dignified female, so actually lost to two young girls? She prioritizes self-interest, is rational and calm, and is never troubled by emotions. But as a woman, it's really hard to feel rejected like that. She began to doubt her own worth. Could it be that I'm really no match for those two little girls? Su Yuyan bit her lip, a hint of pain flashing in her eyes. Finally, she took a deep breath, turned around, and went back to her room. But the humiliation and resentment in his heart lingered for a long time. Inside the room, Yi Qingwei hugged Lin Yuan triumphantly and offered him a sweet kiss. Brother Lin Yuan, my sister and I are enough, right? Her voice was sweet and cloying, with a hint of coquetry. Yi Qingxue blushed slightly, but she was not to be outdone and moved closer from the other side. She gently unbuttoned Lin Yuan's robe, her fair fingers lightly caressing his chest. Lin Yuan, get some rest tonight. Her voice was soft and slightly seductive. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. Yi Qingwei said coquettishly, Sister, I'll go first tonight. No, I should go first. Yi Qingxue rarely took the initiative. The two women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with a defiant spirit. Lin Yuan smiled. Stop arguing. His voice was deep and carried a certain hint. Yi Qinghua blushed like an apple, but still nodded obediently. Although Yi Qingxue was shy, her eyes were full of affection. The atmosphere in the room gradually became ambiguous. Outside the corridor, Su Yin passed by Lin Yuan's room. She intended to go straight back to her room, but her steps involuntarily stopped. Faint sounds could be heard coming from inside the room. Su Yin's face instantly turned ugly. She bit her lip, a strange and indescribable emotion welling up inside her. Was that jealousy? Still unwilling to accept it? She, a dignified female CEO, actually lost to two young girls. Su Yin took a deep breath and forced herself to look away. She quickly returned to her room and closed the door. Leaning against the door, a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Chapter 67, The Mysterious Snow Eggs. The next day at noon, Lin Yuan walked out of the villa alone and began to explore the surrounding villa complex. The Yunding Villa District, covering an area of approximately 5,000 square meters, was once one of the most upscale residential areas in Jiangxing. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. But now, this place has been reduced to ruins covered in ice and snow. Lin Yuan's goal was clear: to find a goddess who met the system's requirements and to scavenge useful resources. This high-end villa area might even harbor a few exceptionally beautiful women. After all, money sustains people. Women in wealthy circles far surpass ordinary people in terms of both temperament and self-care. As Lin Yuan walked, he activated his danger perception ability. Everything within a 1,000-meter radius was clearly displayed in my mind. Survivors hiding in the ruins, wandering evolved beasts, frozen corpse. Everything is crystal clear. Lin Yuan walked past the villas, occasionally hearing faint sounds coming from inside. He is a survivor, but he ignored it, because the system did not provide any notification. This means that these people are ordinary people and do not meet the criteria for collection. Lin Yuan continued forward. Suddenly, he stopped. Strange noises were coming from the windows of a luxurious villa ahead. Chewing sounds, tearing sound. There were also some indistinct whispers. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes and approached silently. Through the broken window, he saw a disgusting scene. 3 ragged survivors were gathered around a corpse. They were tearing at the flesh of the corpse with rage, blood dripping from their mouths, their eyes filled with fanaticism and madness. Delicious, delicious. I finally have something to eat. Meat, this is meat. The 3 men's voices were filled with a morbid excitement. People eat people. Lin Yuan watched this scene expressionlessly, his heart unmoved. 1 month into the apocalypse. Those who were poisoned by the snow have long since died. Most of them have become ice sculptures. As for the survivors, food had long been scarce. Not everyone can have unlimited resources like him. Faced with despair and hunger, humanity becomes distorted and cannibalism becomes inevitable. This is the real apocalypse. Cruel, bloody, and immoral. Lin Yuan didn't have the saintly heart to save anything. He simply turned and left indifferently. These people have nothing to do with him. During his subsequent exploration, Lin Yuan encountered several more groups of survivors. But they were all ordinary people, and the system gave no warning. During this time, he killed several D-rank evolved beasts. They were all common mutated beasts, posing no threat to him. His terrifying physique allowed him to crush these evolved beasts with a mere wave of his hand. Lin Yuan collected several D-grade demon cores, feeling slightly disappointed. It seems there are no goddesses in this villa area who meet the system's requirements. Just as he was preparing to return, my danger perception ability suddenly gave me a faint warning. It wasn't a fatal danger, but something was definitely wrong. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he walked in the direction he sensed. Soon, he arrived at the center of the villa complex. This place used to be a small square with fountains, flower beds, and benches. But now, in the center of the square, a huge white snow egg stood out, approximately 3 meters in diameter. An eerie white light flowed across the surface of the snow egg, shimmering slowly as if it were breathing. And what's even stranger is, the snow egg is slowly growing bigger. Lin Yuan could clearly see that there were countless tiny lines wriggling on the surface of the snow egg. The frozen corpses around them are disappearing at a visible speed. No, it didn't disappear. It was absorbed. The snow eggs are absorbing the energy from human corpses. Lin Yuan's eyes sharpened, and he became wary. What is this? He had never seen such an evolved beast before. Or rather, is this really an evolved beast? Lin Yuan cautiously approached, activating his full danger perception ability. Strangely, the danger perception only gave a slight warning and did not reach a fatal level. This means the snow egg won't pose a threat to him for the time being? Lin Yuan walked up to the snow eggs and examined them carefully. The surface of the snow eggs was as smooth as a mirror, shimmering with an eerie white light. Inside, some blurry shadows could be vaguely seen, as if something was being conceived. Interesting, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He decided to test the hardness of this thing. He raised his right fist, and terrifying power instantly coalesced. Boom strapje! A punch slammed into the snow egg. The air itself was blasted apart, producing a deafening sonic boom. But the next second, the snow egg only shook slightly and was completely unharmed. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. His punch was enough to shatter the head of a C-rank evolved beast. But the snow eggs were completely unharmed? Lin Yuan refused to believe it and went all out. Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground, frantically coiling around the snow eggs. Hiss. The vines coiled around the snow eggs like giant pythons, trying to crush them. But the snow eggs didn't budge. Lin Yuan unleashed a series of punches in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. Punches and kicks rained down on the snow eggs. But the snow eggs remained intact. Even more bizarrely, Lin Yuan sensed that the snow eggs' evolution speed had actually accelerated. It was as if it was absorbing his attack energy. Lin Yuan's expression darkened, and he immediately stopped. He realized that his attack was not only ineffective, but was actually helping the thing evolve. Damn it! A bad feeling rose in Lin Yuan's heart. He tried using vines to throw the snow eggs out of the villa complex. But when the vines tried to pull up the snow egg remained completely still. Lin Yuan could sense that this thing was deeply rooted in the ground. Moreover, its weight is astonishing, completely defying the common sense of physics on Earth. Even with his terrifying physical strength, he couldn't budge him. Lin Yuan tried every means possible. Vines entwined, fists and feet rained down, and they even tried to use shadow puppets. But none of them worked. The snow eggs seemed to grow on the ground, remaining unharmed no matter how he attacked them. A dozen minutes later, Lin Yuan stopped attacking, his expression grave. He realized that this thing was beyond his capabilities. Moreover, he didn't want to live in a place with this potential threat. If this thing hatches, what kind of monster could it be? Lin Yuan took a deep breath and decided to go back to the villa first. Let's try it together with Yi Qingxue. Her S-class ability, Death Abyss, might be effective. Their overall strength is absolutely extremely high. Before turning to leave, Lin Yuan glanced back at Shuowan. The unease in my heart grew stronger. What exactly is this thing? Why are you here? It absorbs human corpses. It is evolving. If it hatches, Lin Yuan dared not think any further. He hurried back to the villa. This hidden danger must be addressed as soon as possible. Otherwise, things might get complicated. Afternoon. Lin Yuan found Yi Qingxue and explained the situation. After listening, Yi Qingxue's expression turned serious. An indestructible snow egg? She thought for a moment, then nodded. I can give it a try. Without delay, the two set off immediately. It was nearing dusk. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue arrived at the square. The snow egg still stood there, its white light shining even brighter. And it's gotten even bigger. Yi Qingxue looked at the snow egg, a hint of shock flashing in her eyes. This thing is really strange. She took a deep breath, and the black vortex in her eyes began to spin wildly. S-class superpower, Death Abyss. Unleash your full power. Boom strapje! Terrifying black shadows surged forth from all directions. Like an abyss that devours everything. Countless shadow blades, shadow spears, and shadow hammers bombarded the snow egg relentlessly. The entire square was shrouded in darkness. The ground shook violently. The ground within 100 meters of the snow egg was blasted into a deep crater by the power of shadow. Only the central earthen pillar remained, connecting the snow eggs to the ground. Yi Qingxue's forehead was covered in sweat as her mental energy was being rapidly depleted. Her attack lasted a full 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the shadows dissipated. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue looked at the snow egg. The snow eggs are still intact. However, a distinct blood-red color appeared at the central core. I don't know if he was injured or provoked. Even more terrifying is cracks are starting to appear on the surface of the snow eggs. A heart-pounding sound came from inside. Thump, thump, thump. The deep, powerful beat of a heart echoed across the square. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. This thing, is it about to hatch? Chapter 68, Unexpected Change. Lin Yuan got it too far. Thump, thump, thump. The dull thumping of a heartbeat echoed through the ruins. More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the snow egg, and a blood-red light shone through the cracks. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue stood at the edge of the deep pit, their expressions solemn. It seems we've stirred up a hornet's nest, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. His danger perception ability began to frantically issue warnings. It's no longer a faint warning, but a strong sense of crisis. Something is coming. Qingxue, prepare for battle, Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. Yi Qingxue nodded, the black vortex in her eyes spinning again. Shadow power surged around her, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, roar, hiss, a wolf. Suddenly, a dense roar of beasts came from all directions. The ground began to shake violently. Boom! Countless evolved beasts poured out of the ruins. From the ruined building, from the snow-covered streets. Get under the abandoned vehicle. Densely packed. Hundreds. Lin Yuan roughly estimated that there were at least 100 D-level evolved beasts. Mutant rats, mutant dogs, mutant cats, mutant birds. All sorts of evolved beasts are surging towards this place. Their eyes were filled with fervor as they stared intently at the snow eggs. It's as if they're guarding some priceless treasure. Yi Qingxue's eyes turned cold. So many. Although she possesses S-class superpowers, these D-class evolved beasts are nothing to her. But the real threat is... Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed as he looked towards the rear of the beast horde. Two terrifying figures slowly emerged. Lin Yuan learned this information from Qin Zian. These two definitely have characteristics that only C-rank evolved beasts possess. The first one was a giant praying mantis. It is a full 6 meters long. Its entire body was as if it were carved from white crystal, shimmering with dazzling light in the setting sun. His arms transformed into two icy battle blades, their sharp edges gleaming coldly and radiating an aura of extreme cold. With each wave, ice crystals condense in the air. Frost crystal giant mantis. The second one was a giant bat, a wingspan of a full 12 meters. Its entire body is as black as ink, and when its wings are spread, they blot out the sky. It hovered in the air, its eyes glowing with an eerie red light. It was swallowing up the surrounding light. A dark realm was formed around it. Shadowbat King. 2 C-rank evolved beasts, plus hundreds of D-rank evolved beasts. This force is enough to sweep across the entire villa area. Lin Yuan's face darkened. He and Yi Qingxue were surrounded. Were these evolved beasts attracted by the snow eggs? Yi Qingxue asked in a low voice. Lin Yuan nodded. It should be. They're guarding the snow eggs. Our attack actually accelerated the hatching of the snow eggs and alerted the guardians. He became wary. 2 C-rank evolved beasts, hundreds of D-rank evolved beasts. These were not a significant threat to Yi Qingxue. But the real danger is the snow egg that could hatch at any moment. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The frost crystal giant mantis emitted a piercing cry. It brandished its frost-covered blade, the edge slicing through the air and condensing into streaks of frost. Call! A frost storm swept in. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue quickly dodged. Boomstrapje! The frost storm slammed into the ground, instantly freezing a patch of ruins into an ice sculpture. Even Lin Yuan felt a chill run down his spine from that terrifying cold. Meanwhile, the Shadow Bat King in the sky opened its massive jaws. Buzz! An invisible ultrasonic wave hurtled toward Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue. Lin Yuan felt a jolt in his mind, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. My internal organs are shaking. He groaned, his physical condition allowing him to quickly suppress the discomfort. And Yi Qingxue, her eyes were calm. The ultrasonic waves struck the shield and were instantly absorbed. Yi Qingshue's terrifying mental power. This made her almost immune to such psychological attacks. This level of attack is ineffective against me, Yi Qingxue said coldly, the black vortex in her eyes spinning wildly. Hiss hiss hiss. Countless shadowy blades pierce from the ground, strangling and killing the approaching D-class evolved beasts. But there are too many evolved beasts. One batch is killed, and another batch surges in. They charged forward relentlessly, fearless of death. As soon as Lin Yuan had a thought, the shadow beneath his feet began to wriggle. 3 shadow puppets crawled out from the shadows. Mutant wolves, mutant spiders, mutant tigers. Kill! Lin Yuan gave the order. 3 shadow puppets charged into the horde of beasts and engaged in a frenzied battle. At the same time, he raised his hands towards the ground. Boom! Countless vines burst forth from the ground, sweeping away the beast horde. The 2 of them worked together and barely managed to block the attack of the D-class evolved beast. But the 2 C-rank evolved beasts are the real threat. The frost crystal giant mantis was incredibly fast, rushing towards Lin Yuan like a white lightning bolt. Whoosh! The frost blade slashes down. Lin Yuan quickly used vines to block. Click! The vines were instantly frozen, and then severed. Wow, so fast. Such destructive power. Lin Yuan's expression changed, and he retreated rapidly. Boom streepje. The frost blade slashed into the ground, leaving a deep trench. The edges of the ravine were completely covered in solid ice. Meanwhile, the Shadow Bat King in the air flapped its wings. The surrounding light was swallowed up, forming a dark area. In this darkness, it thrives. Buzz! Another ultrasonic wave struck. Lin Yuan was shocked again, and his expression darkened slightly. But Yi Qingxue remained unaffected, her shadow shield blocking all attacks. She scanned the surrounding evolved beasts with a cold gaze. These evolved beasts, I can handle them, although she had just expended a lot of mental energy attacking the snow egg. However, Yi Qingshue's mental energy reserves were more than enough to deal with these D-level and C-level evolved beasts. What she truly feared, only that snow egg. Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingshue's confident eyes and nodded slightly. But he remained vigilant. These evolved beasts are not the biggest threat. He activated his danger perception ability to search for a way out. Just then, the snow egg suddenly began to shake violently. Click! The surface cracks expanded rapidly. Knock knock knock. My heart is beating faster and faster. It was as if something was about to hatch. All the evolved beasts stopped attacking. They stared at the snow eggs with fervor, their eyes filled with worship and awe. The frost crystal giant mantis and the Shadow Bat King also remained in place. They were waiting for the king to descend from the snow egg. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingshuo took the opportunity to catch their breath. The 2 stood back to back, warily looking around. The evolved beast horde formed a massive encirclement. Densely packed, completely impenetrable. The frost crystal giant mantis's frost blade gleamed with a cold light. The wings of the Shadow Bat King blotted out the sky. But at this moment, none of the evolved beasts attacked. They simply watched the snow eggs silently, as if waiting for the completion of some kind of ritual. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. My heartbeat grew faster and louder. Lin Yuan's danger perception ability began to issue frantic warnings. This is not the previous week warning. It was an unprecedented and terrifying warning. It was as if something extremely terrifying was awakening. Qingshuo, can you feel it? Lin Yuan's voice was low, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Yi Qingshuo nodded, her expression grave. A terrifying aura is brewing within the snow egg. Just then, thump, a dull, loud bang. The cracks on the surface of the snow egg instantly multiplied several times. Crimson light burst forth from the crack. The entire ruins were stained with blood. All the evolved beasts lowered their heads at the same time. They lay prostrate on the ground, their bodies trembling, their eyes filled with fanatical worship. Frost Crystal Mantis and Shadow Bat King also knelt on one knee. This scene was absolutely stunning. Hundreds of evolved beasts knelt in worship. It was as if they were welcoming their king. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted, and an unprecedented sense of crisis rose in his heart. This thing, what kind of monster is it? Click, click, click. The cracks in the snow eggs are becoming more numerous and denser. The blood-red light grew increasingly blinding. But just when everyone thought it was about to hatch, thump! My heartbeat suddenly stopped. The snow eggs have stopped moving. The crimson light slowly receded. The crack has stopped growing. It's as if it's waiting for something. Or perhaps it's not powerful enough. A deathly silence. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue held their breath, not daring to make any move. All the evolved beasts remained kneeling on the ground. The snow eggs stood quietly in the deep pit. But Lin Yuan could clearly sense, this thing has only temporarily stopped hatching. Lin Yuan whispered to Yi Qingxue, "We must leave now." Yi Qingxue nodded, a hint of apprehension flashing in her eyes. Her S-class superpower was strong, but facing this unknown entity, she had no confidence whatsoever. The two slowly retreated, trying to leave this dangerous area. But at that moment, a beast's roar suddenly came from afar. Immediately following was the sound of rapid footsteps. A massive earthquake struck. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he activated his danger perception. In all directions, more evolved beasts are heading this way. Because it's a bit far, I can't get here right now. But the number is at least in the thousands. They were attracted by the scent of the snow eggs. They came to pay homage to their king. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue exchanged a glance, both seeing the deeper meaning in each other's eyes. They can't wait any longer. They need to leave here as soon as possible. Chapter 69 Crisis Resolved, Migration. Knock, knock, knock. The dull heartbeat still echoed, and the cracks on the surface of the snow eggs were shocking. Lin Yuan looked at the densely packed, evolved beasts around him, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. Hundreds of D-rank, evolved beasts, 2 C-rank, evolved beasts. 2 weeks ago, this lineup would have been enough to make him despair. But now, his physique broke through the 600 mark, and Yi Qingxue even possessed S-level superpowers. These evolved beasts are nothing more than a bunch of cannon fodder sent to their deaths. Clear the snow, clear the way. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, as if he were saying that the weather was nice today. Yi Qingxue nodded, her eyes swirling with a black vortex. The next second, boom strapje! Terrifying shadows erupted from all directions. The abyss of death is now fully operational. 2 C-rank evolved beasts tried to rebel. The frost crystal mantis brandished its frost blades, while the shadow bat king unleashed its shadow breath. But in the face of S-class superpowers, these attacks were like child's play. Yi Qingxue simply raised her hand and pointed. Countless shadowy blades pierced from the ground, pinning the 2 C-rank evolved beasts in midair. Laugh! Sharp blades pierced their bodies, and black energy rampaged through them. Less than 3 seconds, the 2 C-level evolved beasts turned into 2 clouds of blood mist. With a casual wave of her hand, Yi Qingxue sent 2 C-grade demon cores and 2 7-colored snowflakes flying in her hand. Almost simultaneously, Lin Yuan made a move. Boom! Wood attribute superpowers unleashed at full power. The ground of the entire ruins shook violently. Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground. They danced wildly like thousands of giant pythons. Before the D-level evolved beasts could react, they were entangled by the vines. Click-clack. The vines contracted rapidly. One by one, the D-rank evolved beasts were shredded into a bloody mist. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. Even more terrifying is, as if possessing intelligence, Lin Yuan's vines not only strangled the evolved beasts, but also precisely coiled up the D-grade demon cores on the ground. 1, 10, 50, hundreds. All the demon cores were delivered to Lin Yuan by the vines, and then stored in the system space. Yi Qingxue looked at this scene with surprise in her eyes. Lin Yuan's wood attribute ability is getting stronger and stronger. 10 minutes later, hundreds of evolved beasts were wiped out. The ground was a scene of devastation, filled with a mist of blood. But Lin Yuan had already taken all the demon cores. Yi Qingxue handed 2 C-grade demon cores and 2 7-colored snowflakes to Lin Yuan. For you. Lin Yuan took it and casually put it into his system space. He looked at Yi Qingxue and nodded slightly. The two are working together more and more seamlessly. Yi Qingxue was responsible for instantly killing the advanced evolved beasts, while Lin Yuan was responsible for clearing the field and reaping the rewards. A perfect division of labor. Lin Yuan nodded, about to speak. Sudden. Danger detection system is issuing a frantic warning. His expression changed, and he suddenly looked into the distance. On the horizon, a dark mass is approaching. That's even more evolved beasts. At least 1,000. Attracted by the scent of the snow eggs, they kept coming. Lin Yuan's heart sank. Even Yi Qingxue would have a hard time wiping out thousands of evolved beasts. Moreover, the snow eggs could hatch at any time. We can't wait any longer. Qingxue, let's go. Lin Yuan gave the order decisively. The two burst into speed and broke out of the encirclement. Yi Qingxue casually flicked her wrist, casting shadows to clear a path. The evolved beasts that charged ahead were annihilated, and those behind could not catch up in time. The two easily broke through the encirclement. When we returned to the cloud-top villa, it was nearly dusk. Lin Yuan gave no explanation and directly issued the order. Everyone assemble. Evacuate immediately. His voice was unquestionable. Inside the villa lobby. Suyuyan, Bai Ingli, Lin Vanro, Cheuyanan, Lin Ru, Yevingyu. All 7 women looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan activated his sea-level danger perception and scanned the heads of the women. This is how Lin Yuan uses his special ability. Red represents the deepest malice. Black represents malice. White represents neutrality. Blue represents friendliness. Green represents loyalty. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei both radiate green light. Among them, Yi Qingxue's green light was the most outstanding. However, Yi Qingwei followed closely behind. Lin Yuan understood Yi Qingxue's reason, but he was a little confused about Yi Qingwei. Su Yuyan, Bai Xingli, Lin Wanru, and Chu Yanran are 4 women whose light is blue. Their radiance was equally dazzling, with Bai Xingli's being slightly bluer. Only Lin Ruoxue radiated white light. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Lin Ruoxue's goodwill was within his expectations, as long as there was no malice. If so, Lin Yuan would consider killing them to silence them. Although puzzled, Su Yan calmly asked, "What happened?" "It's not safe here." Lin Yuan gave a brief answer without further explanation. He began packing up the villa's belongings. The spatial ability was activated, and everything in the entire villa was stored in the system space. Made outfits, cosplay gear, collars. Chu Yanran was dumbfounded. She was shocked to discover that Lin Yuan's methods were simply heaven-defying. All the supplies in the entire villa have vanished. Ready to depart. Lin Yuan said calmly. The women quickly packed their belongings. But soon a problem arose. Clothing. 1 month into the apocalypse, the snow poison remains deadly. So Su Yuyan, Bai Xingli, the Lin family mother and daughter, Chu Yanran. They were all wearing thick cotton-padded clothes, covering their entire bodies completely. But Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei, the 2 sisters, were only wearing thin dresses. Yi Qingxue wore a black dress that accentuated her perfect figure. Yi Qingwei wore a white dress and looked sweet and lovely. The 2 seemed completely unaffected by the snow poisoning in the icy wilderness. Su Yuyan watched this scene with envy in her eyes. She also wished she could be like the Yi sisters and not have to wear these heavy, cotton-padded clothes. But she knew she couldn't do it. Lin Wanru looked at the 2 sisters tenderly, with envy in her eyes. Chu Yanran wasn't too shocked. After all, these 3 great gods were like this on their first meeting. Bai Xingli didn't seem to care and remained lazy. Lin Yuan noticed the women's reactions, but offered no explanation. He ordered all the women to take the antidote to the frost curse. Apart from Yi Qingxue and Lin Yuan, the others did not object, and everyone took out their own. This item is not actually used very often, so Lin Yuan didn't give out too many of them. Give some to each person, just in case. The women quickly took the medicine. Even so, they still had to wear heavy, cotton-padded clothes. Only the Yi sisters and Lin Yuan were exceptions. The group set off. I had just left the villa. Roar! A large number of evolved beasts are chasing after us from behind. Attracted by the scent of the snow eggs, they regarded Lin Yuan and his group as destroyers. Relentless pursuit. Lin Yuan was not flustered at all, and even felt a little bored. Lin Yuan gave Yi Qingxue a look, and she understood what he meant. The 2 joined forces again. Yi Qingxue's death abyss unfolds, and shadowy blades sweep across. Lin Yuan's would attribute supernatural power erupted, and countless vines broke through the ground. The two of them, one in front and one behind, crushed the evolved beast like a meat grinder. Yi Qingshue's shadow was responsible for long-range strangulation, while Lin Yuan's vines were responsible for close-range harvesting and collecting demon cores. The combination is seamless. Lin Yuan was very satisfied with Yi Qingxue. She could understand his general meaning with just a glance. Su Yuyin and the others didn't even have a chance to make a move. All they had to do was follow behind Lin Yuan and watch the two of them crush and slaughter. During combat, the differences in clothing become even more apparent. The Yi sisters, dressed in thin skirts, moved gracefully and fought with ease. Su Yuyin and the others, wearing heavy cotton-padded clothes, found their movements difficult. Su Yuyin bit her lip, her eyes filled with even more envy. Her desire for the D-grade mineral water on the male protagonist grew stronger. She wants to drink a lot. Only in this way can you have the power to be in control and have a full sense of security. A hint of helplessness flashed in Lin Wanru's gentle eyes. Chu Yanran watched in shock as Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue worked together. This kind of overwhelming battle, this is what a true powerhouse is. Half an hour later, the evolved beasts were all shaken off. The group rested in some ruins. Lin Yuan inquired about the location of the new shelter. Su Yin thought for a moment. I own a villa in the suburbs of Xingyao City. It's about 1,000 kilometers from here, close to the shelter Yi Qingshue's mother mentioned. And it's far enough away from the snow eggs. Lin Yuan nodded. This was the best choice. But Bai Xingli lazily asked, 1,000 kilometers. How long would it take to walk? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Transportation is disabled. The highway is abandoned. It will take at least 3 days. Someone suggested taking a plane, but Lin Yuan rejected it. High altitudes are too dangerous. There are many flying, evolved beasts there. Once shot down, there's no chance of survival. The women remained silent. Lin Yuan looked at the women, a hint of helplessness flashing through his mind. Although we have Yi Qingshue's incredible fighting power, the long journey is too risky. In particular, Chu Yanran and Lin Ruoxue are physically weak. But there was no other choice. The threat posed by the snow eggs is too great. They must be moved as soon as possible. Let's find a place to rest tonight and set off early tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan gave the order. As the sun sets, it stains the ruins crimson. The group of people made their way through the shattered city, facing both unknown dangers and hopes. Lin Yuan walked to the front, his sense of danger fully activated. Yi Qingsue followed closely behind him, ready to fight at any moment. The other women followed behind, each with their own thoughts. Su Yiyin watched the Yi sisters' retreating figures, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Bai Xingli yawned, looking lazy. Lin Wanru gently protected her daughter, while Lin Ruoxue stayed close to her mother. Chu Yanran was filled with shock, gaining a deeper understanding of Lin Yuan's strength. Yi Qingwei skipped and hopped along beside her sister, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yuan. Thus began the group's apocalyptic migration. Chapter 70 Chunmeier. Dusk. Lin Yuan and his group found a luxury apartment as their temporary accommodation. The apartment building is relatively clean, at least much better than the ruins outside. As soon as he entered the apartment, Lin Yuan, a level C danger sensibility user, detected something amiss. The apartment felt like it was full of living people. There were about 50 people. The top of his head was mostly white light. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingsue exchanged a glance. They both sensed it. But the two tacitly kept it a secret from other women, to avoid causing panic. Su Yiyin calmly observed the surroundings, while Bai Xingli lay down to rest. Lin Wanru protected her daughter, while Chu Yanran nervously looked around. They had no idea that there were survivors inside the apartment. Lin Yuan calmly arranged for the women to enter the apartment. Yi Qingsue stayed close to him, and the two of them were very relaxed. 50 people. He and Yi Qingsue. 2 against 50. The advantage lies with me. A room on a high floor. Behind the window, a pair of eyes were secretly observing. It was a woman. She hid in the shadows, observing Lin Yuan and his group downstairs through the window. The woman was about 26 or 27 years old. Although she wasn't as beautiful as Lin Yuan's women, she was still considered a goddess by most men before the apocalypse. She has a delicate oval face, willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and slightly parted thin lips. But his eyes revealed a sinister and insane quality. Chunmeier. the survivor leader of this apartment building. She looked down at Lin Yuan and his group downstairs, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. There's still so many people, and that man has a very strong aura. Chen Meyer muttered to herself. Her gaze swept over the group of women. When I saw Yi Qingxue, Su Yuyin, Lin Wanru, and Yi Qingwei, a flame of jealousy instantly ignited in her eyes. Why are these women so beautiful? Chen Meyer gritted her teeth. She considers herself beautiful and was a senior figure on a certain popular platform before the apocalypse, a female streamer with millions of fans. But compared to these women, she can only be considered an ordinary, plain woman, especially Yi Qingxue, with her cold and stunningly beautiful face and perfect figure. Chen Meyer was driven mad with jealousy, but her experience a month after the apocalypse forced her to calm down. Don't act impulsively, be cautious. She survived for a month in the apocalypse thanks to her caution and cunning. Chen Meyer hid behind the window and continued to observe. Downstairs, Lin Yuan sensed that someone was observing him from the shadows, but pretended not to notice. His special ability has been constantly locking onto the observer's location. A woman. A white light shone above its head, but it showed no hostility. The system displays, appearance score 85 does not meet the collection criteria, but the superpower information, grade B yang absorption superpower. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. The ability to absorb yang energy. Isn't this the legendary boss ability? He improves his cultivation by draining men dry. No wonder they were able to thrive in the apocalypse. Yi Qingxue's mental strength is even stronger, and she can even do so without Chen Meyer noticing. They roughly sense the chaotic aura emanating from Chen Meyer. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue exchange a glance, their understanding unspoken. Continue to pretend you know nothing. Behind the window, on a high floor, Chen Meyer's men were also secretly watching. The leader was a handsome man, the only D-level ability user in his group. The 40-odd burly men behind them were all ordinary people. If they weren't physically stronger than ordinary people, they wouldn't have survived for a month. They hid behind various windows, their eyes fixed on the goddesses below. Yi Qingxue, cold and elegant, with a perfect figure. Su Yuyin, exquisitely cold and beautiful, with the aura of a mature and sophisticated woman. Lin Wanru, gentle and virtuous, with the charm of a married woman. Yi Qingwei, sweet and lovely, pure and healing. Each and every one of them was absolutely stunning. The burly men stared wide-eyed. During their month in the apocalypse, they couldn't even get normal food, let alone women. They could only survive on human flesh and some stored food. Seeing so many stunningly beautiful women now. Most importantly, they were all clean. Actually, Lin Yuan used his grade E mineral water for bathing. They were rarely used even for filling an empty stomach. Upgrading the affinity level will not replace the previous resources. Instead, it is preserved and generated indefinitely, 1 second at a time. Therefore, Lin Yuan and all his women here have a bath. At this moment, the eyes of these burly men were filled with lewd light. Boss, these women are just too amazing. The D-level ability user groveled before Chen Meyer, reporting to her like a dog. Although he was a Class D ability user, he had no human rights in front of Chen Meyer. It's just a tool. Chen Meyer looked out the window at the goddesses, driven mad with jealousy. But she forced herself to calm down. Lin Yuan also successfully noticed Chen Meyer's change. The color of her hair instantly changed from white to black. Chen Meyer controlled her emotions and did not reveal any flaws. Gather everyone, I have something to say, Chen Meyer said coldly. A moment later, Chen Meyer summoned all her subordinates. She stood before the crowd, a sinister glint in her eyes. Everyone, our chance has come. Her voice was seductive. The man downstairs has a large amount of supplies. And those stunning women. The burly men's eyes lit up. Chen Meyer sneered. After capturing those women, we can play with them however we want. All of that man's supplies are ours. The burly men's eyes turned red when they heard the promise. He grinned lewdly and rubbed his hands together, eager to fight. Although they had all tasted the beauty of Chen Meyer, she was after all a superhuman. They always had to be trampled on by Chen Meyer like dogs. As a man, most of us would never like this feeling. The evil of human nature in the apocalypse is laid bare. The Class D ability user obeyed orders in a humiliating manner. Although he also wanted to enjoy it, he knew he was just a tool. A madness flashed in Chun Meyer's eyes. Those people didn't even notice us, thinking this was a safe haven. What idiots! She began to make plans. Traps and explosives were hidden throughout the apartment building. His men surrounded them in batches. Everything is ready. Downstairs, Lin Yuan sensed everything through his danger perception. Chun Meyer's head turned black, and her subordinates also turned black. They're secretly making plans. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue exchanged a glance, and a smile appeared on their lips. Continue to pretend you know nothing. Let's see what other tricks they can come up with. Lin Yuan retrieved a full set of deluxe hot pot meals from the system space. Induction cooker, hot pot base, fresh meat, vegetables, seasonings. It has everything, although I've already eaten it once. But this is the apocalypse, and they originally thought Lin Yuan didn't have many supplies. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan gave them another surprise. Steaming hot pot, top quality ingredients. It felt like a vacation. Bai Xingli's gaze towards Lin Yuan changed. This kind of enjoyment can only be experienced by Lin Yuan. She decided to be Lin Yuan's woman for the rest of her life. She said. Lin Yuan also saw that Bai Xingli's favorability rating instantly changed from blue to green, although it was a bit unexpected. But Lin Yuan was still very satisfied. Soon, after the women had prepared the ingredients, Su Yin ate the hot pot elegantly, while Bai Xingli ate the meat heartily. The Lin family mother and daughter had a heartwarming interaction, and Chu Yanran was moved to tears. The other women were completely unaware of the hidden danger. Behind the window, on a high floor, Chun Meyer and her men were all shocked by what they saw. A steaming, luxurious hot pot. Fresh meat, vegetables, seasonings. It's been a month since the apocalypse. How could they possibly have this kind of food? What puzzled Chun Meyer the most was, she clearly saw that Lin Yuan and his woman were not carrying any large items. So where did these things come from? This puzzled her, but it also made her more cautious. The burly men's eyes were filled with greed. The aroma is so tempting. They haven't eaten normal food for a month and have been surviving on human flesh and spoiled food. It shouldn't spoil for a month. But this apocalyptic world is extremely bizarre, seemingly accelerating the preservation of these foods. Virus? Who cares? If we don't eat, we'll starve to death, so we might as well take a gamble. The D-level ability user swallowed hard, a mad glint in his eyes. Chun Meyer stared greedily at the hot pot, then sneered. So you have all these supplies, then we can't let you go even more. Tonight, all of this is mine. Chapter 71, 8, Ghostly Encounter. As night fell, the apartment fell into a deathly silence. The nights in the apocalypse are always exceptionally quiet. There is no roar of vehicles, no clamor of human voices, only the occasional low growl of an evolved beast. After finishing the hot pot, Lin Yuan arranged for the women to rest. Su Yuyin and the Lin family mother and daughter shared a room. Although the aloof female CEO was puzzled, she still obeyed the arrangement. Lin Wanru gently coaxed her daughter to sleep, while Lin Ruoxue curled up in her mother's arms, closing her eyes uneasily. Bai Xingli and Chu Yanran shared a room. Bai Xingli remained as lazy as ever, falling asleep as soon as her head hit the pillow. Chu Yanran lay nervously on the bed and gradually fell asleep after a while. Lin Yuan led the Yi sisters back to the third room. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue lay down on either side of Lin Yuan. On the soft bed, two stunningly beautiful women pressed against his body. Yi Qingxue's body fragrance is as cool and refreshing as snow, while Yi Qingyue's body fragrance is as sweet and delightful as a flower. The three of them closed their eyes, with Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue pretending to be asleep. But in reality, everyone is waiting for the good show to begin. Behind the window, on a high floor, Chun Meyer hid in the shadows, observing the scene below through the window. They're all asleep. This is my chance. She returned to her room, stood by the window, and looked out at the frozen world. In the apocalyptic night sky, there are no stars, only endless darkness. Chun Meyer's eyes were filled with complex emotions as she recalled her experiences. Before the apocalypse, she was an elder in a certain group, a female live streamer with millions of followers. Although she may not be as beautiful as those goddesses, she is still a beauty. With the help of beauty filters, she has become a true comic book goddess and has a huge following on the internet. The first one was given to the top donor, an ugly middle-aged man, with a big belly and a face full of fat. But the other party was a CEO with tens of millions in assets. She was tempted by the offer of a large sum of money. Although she was unwilling and disgusted, she compromised for the sake of resources. Compared to other female anchors, she is considered to be self-disciplined. He only sided with the top-ranked player and didn't do anything reckless. But the humiliation she suffered that night instilled in her an extreme aversion to men. She vowed that one day she would make all men kneel at her feet. After the apocalypse, everything has changed. She stumbled upon a mysterious demon core by chance. It was a demon core emitting an eerie pink light. The moment she touched it, she felt a surge of intense energy. And then, by sheer coincidence, I found a 7-colored snowflake. The two unexpectedly merged, activating the B-level Yang gathering ability. It was as if all of this was preordained and arranged by fate. She could become stronger by draining men dry. At that moment, Chenmeyer smiled. Fate finally smiled upon her. In order to survive and to expand her business, she began to consume men voraciously. They keep young, handsome men as male concubines, exploit them until they're drained, and then discard them. She met a woman prettier than her. They then distributed the loot to their subordinates, who took turns humiliating and killing them. Then they were made into human flesh and fed to their subordinates. This is her way of surviving. Cruel, bloody, and extreme. But in the apocalypse, this is her rule. Chenmeyer came to her senses, a crazed glint in her eyes. Those women, this time too. She looked out the window, imagining the goddesses kneeling before her, begging for mercy. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his lips. She summoned all her men for a final pre-battle pep talk. In the dimly lit room, the eyes of more than 40 burly men were filled with greed. Everyone, Chenmeyer's voice was alluring yet tinged with cruelty. After you capture those women, you can play with them as you please. The burly men were breathing heavily, and their eyes were red. The level superhumans were responsible for leading the charge. Although he was a man, he had no human rights in front of Chenmeyer. It's just a tool, a pawn that can be discarded at any time. The 40 strong men were divided into 3 groups, with each group assigned to a room. Chenmeyer stayed behind to cover the rear, ready to detonate the explosives and escape at any time. This was her careful backup plan after surviving the apocalypse for so long. Never take risks. Always leave yourself a way out. The burly men grinned lewdly, rubbing their hands together, eager to rush in immediately. The D-level ability user obeyed orders in humiliation, unwilling but with no choice but to comply. Chenmeyer sneered, a smug glint in her eyes. Take advantage of their sleep and seize them. That man is sound asleep, embracing 2 women. He has no idea there will be a sneak attack. Inside the male protagonist's room, Lin Yuan held the Yi sisters in his arms. The 3 of them closed their eyes and pretended to be asleep. However, through supernatural perception, one can observe the overall situation. A red light shone above Chenmeyer's head. His men were all dressed in black. They are preparing a sneak attack. Lin Yuan smiled, waiting for the clown to appear. Late at night, after confirming that there was no movement in the 3 rooms, Chenmeyer ordered a full-scale attack. A D-level superhuman and 40 burly men quietly made their move. They were divided into 3 groups, surrounding 3 rooms. The burly men suppressed their excitement, their minds filled with images of the goddesses being humiliated. They prepared to break down the door simultaneously. Chenmeyer hid in the distance, sneering. She believed that everything was under her control. Soon, the 3 groups of strong men acted simultaneously. A thin, burly man secretly turned the doorknob. Gently, slowly, the door lock was pried open. They chuckled lewdly, preparing to rush in. Chenmeyer hid behind a window in the distance, a smug smile on her face. Success. The sneak attack was a success. Su Yiyan's room. Su Yiyan, Lin Wanru, and Lin Ruoxue were all fast asleep, completely unaware that danger was about to befall them. Shirahashiri's room. Bai Xingli was fast asleep, while Chu Yanran was curled up in the corner. Neither of them noticed. Lin Yuan's room. Moonlight streamed in through the window and shone on the bed. Lin Yuan was holding the Yi sisters in his arms. They looked like they were asleep. But actually, Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue were both fully conscious. Lin Yuan, through his sea-level danger perception, clearly saw 3 groups of burly men approaching. They were surrounded by black light, filled with malice. The red color above Chun Meyer's head was glaring, conveying a deep sense of malice. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. He deliberately didn't tell the other women. It wasn't due to negligence, but rather it was done intentionally. He wanted these women to know, what would they face without him? Let them face reality. He wanted them to understand that they could only survive by relying on him. In the apocalypse, without his protection, what would become of these women? It's unthinkable. This is a great educational opportunity. This will make them more dependent on him and more subservient to him. Lying in his arms, Yi Qingxue sensed Lin Yuan's intentions. She didn't speak, but the black vortex in her eyes swirled slightly. Be ready to act at any time. She completely understood Lin Yuan's thoughts. I even have some expectations. Yi Qingwei was sleeping soundly, her little face buried in Lin Yuan's chest, her breathing even. She was truly asleep and completely unaware of the danger outside. The warm embrace made her sleep peacefully. Living room. The living room was completely silent late at night. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows on the ground. More than 40 strong men quietly gathered. They moved gently, afraid of waking their target. The D-level ability user stood at the front, a lewd glint in his eyes. He lowered his voice and said, according to the plan, split into 3 groups and breach the goals simultaneously. Those women are all sleeping, grab them. Remember, don't kill that man. The boss needs to live. The burly men nodded with lewd grins, their eyes filled with lustful light. They had been in the apocalypse for a month and had never seen a stunningly beautiful woman. Now that I've seen so many amazing people, how could I possibly resist? Their eyes were red, and they couldn't wait to rush into the room. The D-level ability user raised his hand, ready to give the order. The air seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the order. 3, 2, 1. But in that very instant, the living room was originally bathed in moonlight, its silvery light spilling onto the floor. But for some reason, the moonlight suddenly dimmed. The entire living room was plunged into darkness. What's going on? The burly men were taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts. The next second, an eerie black mist surged out from all directions. It rolled and wriggled in the living room like a living creature. The black mist was cold and viscous, exuding an aura of death. From within the black mist, distorted human faces emerged. A deathly pale face, empty eye sockets, blood-red lips. Those people had their mouths agape, emitting silent screams, like a demon from hell. Yeah, a ghost. There's a ghost. The burly men were terrified, their faces turning deathly pale. No matter how daring people are, most people cannot overcome their fear of ghosts, especially things that are real and tangible. That's terrifying. Although they survived for a month in the apocalypse and witnessed many bloody scenes. Cannibalism, killing one's own kind, humiliating women. He's done all sorts of bloody things. But this bizarre sight still terrified them to the extreme. Everyone believed that it was the person they had humiliated and killed coming back to haunt them. This is something that humans cannot fight against. The D-level ability user turned pale and trembled as he retreated. What is this? He tried to launch a counterattack using his superpowers, but his superpowers were like mud sinking into the sea in the face of the black mist. Like water off a duck's back. The black fog grew thicker and thicker, becoming increasingly eerie. The temperature plummeted as if we had fallen into an ice cellar. Countless pale arms stretched out from the black mist, reaching for the burly men. Those arms were like withered bones, with sharp, black fingernails. Help me. Don't come any closer. Boss, save me. The burly men frantically fled, trying to break out of the living room. But the living room door had been sealed shut by black mist at some point. The windows were also covered by black fog. They're trapped here. There's no escape. Chapter 72 is truly a strange sense of ritual. Yeah, help. Don't come any closer. Inside the living room, the screams of more than 40 burly men echoed throughout the entire apartment building. That was a fear that came from the depths of one's soul. Inside the bedroom, Su Yuyin suddenly opened her eyes. As a female CEO, she woke up immediately. What happens? She quickly got up and rushed out of the room. Almost simultaneously, Lin Ruoshua woke up with a start, followed by Lin Wanru. The mother and daughter helped each other out of the room. Chu Yanran's face was deathly pale, and she pushed open the door with trembling hands. Yi Qingwei rubbed her eyes, still a little dazed. Bai Xingli was the last to wake up and slowly stretched. The women rushed to the living room door, and the scene before them stunned them. Inside the living room, black mist surged. The eerie darkness writhed like a living thing, swallowing the entire space. More than 40 strong men were trapped in the black fog, struggling and screaming frantically. Countless pale arms stretched out from the black mist, like demons from hell. This is Suan's pupils contracted. She had seen Yi Qingshue's supernatural abilities before, but she had never seen such a terrifying scene. It is Yi Qingshue's abyss of death, Chu Yanran said in a trembling voice, just as the women were in shock. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of emerald green vines burst forth from the window. The vines, as if alive, pierced through the black mist in an instant, striking with unparalleled precision in a certain direction outside the apartment. Ah! A woman's scream rang out. The next second, a figure was dragged into the living room by vines. It's Chun Meyer. She was tightly bound by countless vines and could not move. How is this possible? How is this possible? Chun Meyer's face was ashen, her eyes filled with disbelief. She was already being very careful. They've clearly laid a trap. But why? Did this man discover her so early? Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, toying with a glass of red wine in his hand. He never stood up from beginning to end. You think I wouldn't see through your little tricks? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Chun Meyer trembled all over. She severely underestimated this man's strength. They also seriously underestimated this man's caution. She had been discovered by this man from the very beginning. Inside the living room, the screams from within the black mist grew weaker and weaker. 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. The voices of the 40-odd burly men all disappeared. The black fog dissipated. More than 40 corpses lay on the ground, including that D-level superhuman. They remained in a state of terror until their deaths. It was as if I had witnessed some indescribable horror. Su Yuyan gasped. Lin Wanru hugged her daughter tightly and covered her eyes. Chu Yanran's face turned deathly pale, and her legs went weak. Bai Xingli narrowed her eyes, still looking lazy. Only Yi Qingyue's eyes flashed with excitement. She looked at her sister's back with admiration. Yi Qingxue slowly withdrew her supernatural power, and the black mist completely dissipated. She turned around, her cold gaze sweeping over Chun Meyer. In that instant, Chun Meyer felt as if she were being watched by the Grim Reaper. No, don't kill me. Chun Meyer struggled frantically. She knew she had reached a dead end. In dire straits, she unleashed all her supernatural abilities. B-level superpower, the strongest mental attack, charm, an invisible mental fluctuation spread out instantly. This is her last trump card. As long as she can charm Lin Yuan and make him her loyal follower, she still has a glimmer of hope. The mental fluctuations spread like ripples, heading straight for Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan frowned. He felt a pang of fear. This kind of psychological attack is quite interesting, but his mental strength had already exceeded 300, while Chun Meyer's was at most 200. This level of allure had absolutely no effect on him. But Yi Qingxue won't give her a chance. Almost the instant Chun Meyer unleashed her supernatural power, Yi Qingxue's terrifying mental power suddenly erupted. The spiritual power from the abyss of death slammed into Chun Meyer's sea of consciousness like a hammer. Yeah! Chun Meyer let out a shrill scream. Her mental consciousness was shattered in an instant. Blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. His eyes are glazed over. The next second, her body went limp and collapsed. He died. Chun Meyer, the woman who survived in the apocalypse by absorbing the life force of men, died just like that. He died a swift and decisive death. The women were dumbfounded. They knew that Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue were very strong. But I never expected it to be this strong. More than 40 burly men, plus 1 D-level superhuman and 1 B-level superhuman. Before the 2 of them, they were like ants, easily crushed. Lin Yuan stood up and glanced at Chun Meyer's corpse. Go down and check. There should still be survivors. His tone was calm. It was as if he had just dealt with a fly. The women followed Lin Yuan to the apartment basement. The moment the iron gate was pushed open, a stench hit me. Su Yuyin covered her mouth and nose, her brows furrowed. Lin Wanru's face turned pale as she tightly protected her daughter. Chu Yinran immediately started gagging. 10 women were imprisoned in the basement. They were dressed in rags and covered in wounds. Some of the wounds are still bleeding. Some of them were already rotten. Their eyes were empty and numb, as if they had lost their souls. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and the others enter, a flicker of emotion finally appeared in their eyes. That is a desire for death. Kill us. A woman spoke in a hoarse voice. Please kill us. We don't want to live anymore. Please, give us a quick death. 10 women, all pleading for release. They suffered inhuman torture here. Every day is like being in hell. For them, death was the greatest blessing. Su Yuyin was stunned. Lin Wanru's eyes reddened. Chu Yinran covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Bai Xingli's expression also became unusually serious. Lin Ruoxiu bit her lip tightly, her body trembling. Yi Qingwei hid behind her sister, not daring to look. This is the end times. Cruel, desperate, and inhumane. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. Qingxue, he spoke softly. Ye vingu nodit. She raised her hand, and the power of shadow condensed into a sharp blade. Whoosh! 10 black blades slashed across simultaneously. The 10 women's eyes finally calmed down. They had a slight smile on their lips. I'm free. Finally, I'm free. The women watched this scene with heavy hearts. They remembered themselves. If I hadn't met Lin Yuan, if I hadn't followed Lin Yuan, will their fate be the same? In the apocalypse, women are the most vulnerable. Without strength, one can only be slaughtered by others. The way they looked at Lin Yuan changed. Lin Yuan sensed the change. His sea-level danger perception allowed him to see the colors of the lights above the women's heads. Lin Ruoxiu changed from white to blue. They went from neutral to friendly. Su Yuyin, Lin Wanru, Chu Yinran. The original blue has become even deeper. Their dependence on Lin Yuan has become even stronger. Shirahoshi changed from light green to dark green. She remembered the first time she met Lin Yuan. How similar these experiences are. If Lin Yuan hadn't saved her, she will become like those women. The Yi sisters are still the brightest shade of green. His loyalty to Lin Yuan has never wavered. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. The results were good this time. Early morning, Lin Yuan felt a sense of comfort. Warm, humid. He opened his eyes groggily. Then I suddenly woke up. Holy crap. He went to the toilet in his dream. Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately checked the blankets. But strangely, it has no pungent odor. It didn't feel wet either. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. It seems it was a false alarm. He looked up in confusion. He saw Su Yuyin sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at him with a flushed face. Her lips were puffed out. Then, glug, Lin Yuan. He saw a cup on the bedside table. Oh, so it was Su Yuyin who drank a glass of milk. That's all right then. This woman is really strange. She even comes to his bedroom to drink milk. It's such a strange sense of ritual. Although I don't understand, I respect it. Lin Yuan didn't think much of it and got up to get dressed. As for the possibility of a sneak attack or assassination, that's even more unlikely. Blue is the final explanation. Get ready, let's continue. Target: Su Yiyin's villa in Xingyao City. Chapter 73, The Reborn One, Luo, Qing'an. Suburbs of Xingyao City. Su Yiyin's luxury villa complex. This place was once a paradise for the rich, but now it has become a dead zone covered in ice and snow. Most of the villas were abandoned, with broken doors and windows, and the interiors in a mess. Corpses, bloodstains, broken furniture. Everywhere there are traces of the apocalypse. But in this dead zone, there is one villa that is particularly special. From the outside, it looks no different from any other villa. But if someone can get inside, you'll find that this place is practically another world. The interior of the villa. It was warm as springtime. In the huge living room, a crystal chandelier cast a soft glow. Genuine leather sofas, solid wood coffee tables, and expensive decorative paintings. Everything was arranged neatly and orderly, showing no trace of the apocalypse. The most shocking thing is the indoor temperature remained constant at 25 degrees Celsius. Comfortable and pleasant. It's the complete opposite of the icy world outside, where temperatures drop to minus 50 degrees Celsius. A low humming sound came from the basement. That's the sound of a professional generator running. It also has an advanced air purification system and a water circulation system. This villa has been transformed into a top-notch post-apocalyptic shelter. It's as if some apocalyptic enthusiast foresaw the impending disaster. They thoroughly explored the hidden wonders of the place. The long table in the living room was laden with delicious food. Caviar, foie gras, truffles, wagyu beef steak. There's also a bottle of 1982 Lafite red wine. These things were luxuries before the apocalypse. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it becomes priceless. At that moment, a stunningly beautiful figure sat at the dining table, elegantly enjoying the meal. It was a woman whose beauty is breathtaking. She looked to be in her mid-20s, the most mature and charming age for a woman. Her long, jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the strands so smooth they seemed to glow. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed to be God's most prized creation. Willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, delicate nose, and cherry lips. Her skin was as white as jade, and so delicate it seemed to break at a touch. She was wearing a black silk nightgown, the neckline slightly open, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white skin. Beneath the robe were long, straight legs. Her curves are exquisite, and her figure is flawless. Her aura was cold, elegant, and untouchable, like a high and mighty empress, looking down upon all living beings. Her eyes were as deep as an abyss, as if they could see through everything. If Lin Yuan were here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise. She's a stunner, and she is an extremely rare beauty. The woman's name was Luo Qinghan, a woman reborn in the apocalypse. She took a sip of red wine, and memories of her past life flashed through her mind. In a past life, she lived to the 10th year of the apocalypse. With her ruthless personality, she fought her way to the end of the apocalypse, to become one of the strongest humans. She obtained an S-level lightning-type ability and cultivated it to its peak. She witnessed humanity's struggles, depravity, and despair. She witnessed the fall of countless powerful individuals. She thought she would survive to the end. In the 10th year, a great terror has occurred. Luo Qinghan still remembers that scene. She exerted all her strength, and lightning tore the sky apart. But that monster just waved its hand lightly. She died. They didn't even have a chance to resist. Then, she was reborn. Although I don't know why she was reborn, it's a good thing. Reborn 1 month before the apocalypse. Luo Qinghan put down his wine glass, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. After being reborn, she discovered that she possessed abilities she did not have in her previous life. Therefore, according to the memories of the previous life, in her past life, there was a woman who, with this spatial ability, became extremely famous in the later stages of the apocalypse. Luo Qinghan remembered that the woman was obtained by hunting down a special evolved beast on the 10th day after the apocalypse. So, it was her first day after being reborn. She went to that place ahead of time, following her memory. Find that special evolved beast that has not yet fully evolved. Kill. Then, he acquired this incredibly powerful spatial ability. Successfully intercepted. Then, she found the 10 warehouses that had been prepared before the apocalypse. Crazy hoarding. Food, medicine, weapons, equipment. She spent a whole month stockpiling a massive amount of supplies. At the same time, she bought the villa. Built it into a post-apocalyptic fortress. 3 underground levels, generators, purification system, weapons depot. Everything is ready. When the apocalypse came, she was completely safe. Luo Qinghan cut a piece of wagyu beef steak and put it in her mouth. The meat is tender and melts in your mouth. This kind of life. In her past life, she never dared to dream of such a thing. At this time in her past life, she was still fighting desperately for a bite of food. Every day is spent in crisis. And now, she was relaxed and carefree, as if on vacation. In this life, she will change her destiny. We need to become stronger, to survive the Great Terror. Just as Luo Qinghan was about to continue enjoying her meal, she suddenly raised an eyebrow. Her sea-level sensory ability detected the anomaly. Outside the villa, there are 4 bedbugs. Luo Qinghan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. This is not the first time. In a month since the apocalypse began, 10 groups of people have already tried to take advantage of her. The first 9 waves, they're all dead, clean and efficient. And in her past lives, there were countless examples, most of which were due to her beauty. Outside the villa, amidst the ruins. For men hid behind the broken wall, secretly observing the villa. They were wearing heavy protective suits, but the suits weren't actually that thick. Clearly, they only fear the snow poison, not the low temperatures. This shows that they're all people with superpowers. The man in the lead was named Chu Feng. He was in his 30s, with a rugged appearance and a sinister look in his eyes. He possesses a D-level super-enhanced ability. When superpowers erupt, muscles swell and strength increases dramatically. During the month following the apocalypse, he used this ability to gather 3 E-level superhuman subordinates. One is ice type, one is wind type, and one is fire type. The 4-person team was considered a dominant force in this area. But at this moment, Chu Feng's eyes turned red. He looked through the binoculars and saw the scene inside the villa. Bright lights, a warm room, and there's that stunningly beautiful woman enjoying a lavish meal. Boss, this woman is having so much fun. One of his men swallowed hard. She must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. And she has such a great figure. Such an exceptional woman was rare even before the apocalypse. The 3 henchmen's eyes were filled with greed. Greed for resources. Greed for women. Chu Feng was also tempted, but he was more cautious than his subordinates. This woman must be extraordinary to have survived so well in the apocalypse. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, "We've been observing her for 3 days, and she hasn't left the villa, but she has never displayed any special abilities. I wonder how strong she is." "Boss, there are 4 of us with superpowers. Why would we be afraid of a woman like her?" One of his subordinates disagreed. "Chu Feng has da. Really? They have 4 superhumans. Even if that woman is also a superhuman, what kind of trouble can one person cause? Not to mention, how strong can she be, looking so delicate and fragile? Let's do it tomorrow." Chu Feng made up his mind. "Let's test her strength first. If she's not strong, then we'll take her down. If she's really that strong, we'll feign allegiance and wait for her to lower her guard before making our move." The 3 henchmen nodded excitedly. "Tomorrow. I can enjoy it tomorrow." Inside the villa, Luo Qinghan sat on the sofa, elegantly sipping her red wine. Her sensory abilities had already locked onto those 4 bugs. "I've been observing her for 3 days. Wow, you're really patient." Luo Qinghan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. "I've seen too many people like this in my past life. Greedy, foolish, and reckless. She didn't care at all. This kind of person doesn't even deserve her serious attention." Luo Qinghan casually raised her hand. Tiny sparks of lightning danced on his fingertips. Purple arcs of electricity crackled and popped in the air. A-level, lightning-type superpower. He cultivated for 10 years in his previous life before reaching S rank. In this life, she was reborn, and within a month, she had already recovered from C level to A level. As for how to upgrade, I won't tell you. Hey, I'm just having fun. Luo Qinghan put down her wine glass and looked out at the snowy world. She is waiting for that earth-shattering opportunity to appear. According to my memories from my past life, there are 10 days left. In this life, she must intercept him ahead of time. At that time, her strength will increase dramatically again. This is also why she lived a comfortable life for a month and stayed in this villa. Because of that opportunity, it's located near Xingyao City. Luo Qinghan turned her gaze towards the ruins outside the window. There, 4 bedbugs were hiding. A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Cold and bloodthirsty, as if looking at a dead person. Chapter 74, Don't Dirty My Living Room. Late at night, moonlight filtered through the frost and fell on the front of the villa. 4 figures approached silently. Chu Feng led the way, followed closely by his 3 subordinates. They walked quietly, trying not to make a sound. Chu Feng stopped in front of the villa. He took a deep breath, suppressing the greed and desire within him. This woman is no ordinary person. To be able to live so comfortably in the apocalypse, one must definitely have the ability. We must not be careless. Remember, test the waters first, don't act impulsively. Chu Feng warned his 3 subordinates in a low voice. Although the 3 henchmen's eyes were bloodshot, they knew what was important. They nodded. Chu Feng straightened his clothes and adopted a respectful posture. Then, ding-dong, I rang the electronic doorbell. The doorbell rang especially clearly in the quiet night. Chu Feng held his breath, waiting for a response. A few seconds later, click, the electronic door opened. And just like that, it opened. No questions were asked. Without vigilance. There wasn't even any monitoring to check. Chu Feng's heart tightened. Something's not right. Why does this woman just open the door so casually? Either they're an idiot. Either they have absolute confidence. A month after the apocalypse, someone still dares to open the door so casually. He's definitely not stupid. Chu Feng was extremely vigilant. He slowly pushed open the door and walked into the villa. 3 henchmen followed closely behind. The moment I entered the living room, the 4 of them were stunned. The scene before me was like paradise. The huge living room is bathed in the warm glow of a crystal chandelier. Genuine leather sofa, solid wood coffee table, expensive decorative paintings. The indoor temperature was warm and spring-like. It's a completely different world from the icy, snowy landscape outside. What shocked them even more was, in the corner of the living room, a large number of supply boxes were piled up. Food, water, medicine, box after box, piled up like a mountain. The eyes of his 3 henchmen turned red. So many supplies. Enough for them to live for several years. And on the sofa in the center of the living room sat that stunningly beautiful woman, Luo Qinghan. She was dressed in a long, conservative dress, revealing not a glimpse of skin, but she leaned languidly against the sofa. Her long, slender legs crossed gracefully. He was holding a glass of red wine. She looked at the 4 people at the door, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Chu Feng felt a chill run down his spine at that smile. This woman, so composed. She was so composed, as if everything was under her control. This lady. Chu Feng gritted his teeth, bowed, and clasped his hands in a fist salute. His tone was extremely respectful. The end times are tough. The 4 of us brothers are struggling to survive out there. It's been incredibly hard. Sister, you must be very powerful to live so comfortably. We want to acknowledge you as our leader. The 3 henchmen immediately cooperated in the act. They all bowed their heads, making a gesture of submission. Big sister, we're willing to follow you. Big sister, we'll risk our lives for you. I only beg you to take me in, elder sister. The 3 actors performed well and seemed very sincere. A glint of greed flashed in Chu Feng's eyes. Once you enter the villa, just wait until she lowers her guard. Then Luo Qinghan sat on the sofa and took a sip of red wine. She watched the 4 performers without even bothering to say a word. Wasting time. The next second, Luo Qinghan raised her hand. Just like that, a gentle lift. Chu Feng is still waiting for a response. They're still preparing to continue the performance. Still fantasizing about the wonderful things to come. Sudden, an invisible force instantly enveloped the 4 of them. Spatial power activated. Chu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He felt his body fly up uncontrollably. What? He hadn't finished speaking. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. All 4 were simultaneously blasted out of the door by the power of space. It traced a parabola in the air. Bang, 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 bang. It crashed heavily into the ruins outside the door. Chu Feng tried to get up, but the next second, whoosh. The invisible spatial cutting is like the sharpest blade, slicing through silently. Asterisk, puft, 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 asterisk. The sounds of 4 streams of blood gushing out rang out simultaneously. 4 heads. They took off at the same time. It drew a blood-red arc under the moonlight. Then it landed heavily. Glug glug. The head rolled, leaving bloodstains on the ruined ground. 4 headless corpses lay stiffly outside the door. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining the snow-covered ruins red. Chu Feng didn't realize what was happening until he died. His expression remained in a respectful acting state. The same was true for his 3 subordinates. They didn't even know what was happening. He just died like that. He died outside the villa. He died a swift and decisive death. They died without any power to resist. Luo Qinghan looked at the 4 corpses outside the door and spoke calmly. Don't dirty my living room. His tone was so calm, as if he had just thrown away a few trash bags. She got up and walked to the door. Press the button, and the electronic door will slowly close. Luo Qinghan returned to the living room and continued to sit on the sofa. Pick up the red wine and continue savoring it. It was as if nothing had just happened. Even his expression didn't change. This is the 10th wave of people trying to take advantage of her. The ending is the same. They're all dead. Luo Qinghan leaned back on the sofa and close her eyes. Thanks to her rebirth, she saved a lot of time. But she was not satisfied. In her past life, she was an S-class lightning type with other auxiliary abilities, but she still died at the hands of the Great Terror. In this life, she wants to be stronger. Strong enough to face Great Terror. So powerful it can change your destiny. Luo Qinghan opened her eyes and looked out at the snowy world outside the window. She remembered something more important. In this life, she noticed something was wrong. The evolution speed of the evolved beasts is much faster than in their previous lives. The frequency of D-class evolved beasts appearing far exceeds that of the same period in the previous life. This uncertainty made her realize that things were not simple at all. Luo Qinghan frowned. She thought of the snow egg from her past life that had brought despair in the early stages of the apocalypse. Based on the timeline, it will take another month for the snow eggs to revive. She still has plenty of time. When that earth-shattering opportunity appears, she will soar to great heights, lay the most important foundation in the early stages of the apocalypse. I just hope my rebirth won't cause a butterfly effect, Luo Qinghan murmured to herself. She really didn't want to see this happen. If the snow eggs revive prematurely, if the Great Terror occurs ahead of schedule, her current strength is not enough. That's far from enough. Luo Qinghan shook her head, deciding not to think about it anymore. 10 days left. That earth-shattering opportunity is about to appear. She has to be prepared. Chapter 75 Strange Sounds? Lin Yuan sighed. The group left the apartment and continued their journey towards Xingyao City. Lin Yuan walked at the front, activating his sea-level danger perception to scan the surrounding environment. Everything within a kilometer radius was clearly displayed in his mind. Evolved beasts wandering in the ruins. Survivors hiding inside the building. Frozen corpse. Everything is crystal clear. Lin Yuan chose a relatively safe route and led the women forward. Yi Qingxue walked beside him, dark shadows looming around her, ready to strike at any moment. The other women followed behind, closely keeping pace with Lin Yuan. It took about half an hour to walk. Yi Qingxue suddenly spoke, her voice clear and crisp. Brother Lin Yuan, I had a strange dream last night. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at her. What dream? I dreamt that a cat was meowing, and it was meowing very loudly. Yi Qingxue blinked her big eyes and said innocently, Then I was woken up by the noise, but when I woke up, I found that they were still shouting. Strangely, the sound seemed to be coming from Teacher Bai's room. Brother Lin Yuan, why was Teacher Bai's room so noisy last night? These words were spoken. All the women were taken aback. Bai Xingli's face instantly turned bright red. She glared at him fiercely, gritting her teeth. That brat. Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about? Yi Qingxue remained expressionless, with only a slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. Su Yian sneered and looked at Bai Xingli with a playful expression. Lin Wanru turned her head away awkwardly, pretending not to hear. Lin Ruoxua lowered her head, her face slightly flushed, lost in thought. Chu Yanran's eyes were filled with complex emotions, tinged with envy. Lin Yuan coughed lightly. Qingxue, don't talk nonsense. I didn't make things up. Yi Qingxue pouted, looking completely innocent. Teacher Bai's room is indeed very noisy. I can hear it all clearly. And Teacher Bai kept shouting, Cough, cough, cough. Bai Xingli coughed violently, her face turning as red as if it were about to bleed. She wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground. That brat. That's terrible. Yi Qingxue finally spoke, her voice calm. Qingxue, stop fooling around. Oh. Yi Qingxue stuck out her tongue, but her eyes were full of cunning. She's not really naive. She just wanted other women to know. Lin Yuan belongs to her and her sister. Everyone else is an outsider. Bai Xingli was so ashamed and indignant that she could barely walk. She bit her lip, cursing inwardly. This Lin Yuan, that was too much last night. She's now utterly humiliated. Lin Yuan pretended nothing was wrong and continued forward. But I found it somewhat amusing. Qingxue may seem innocent on the surface, but she's actually quite cunning. But that's all right. That way, life won't be too boring. Keep moving forward. The group only encountered a few Durank evolved beasts. Yi Qingxue dealt with it casually, without even Lin Yuan lifting a finger. It was afternoon. They arrived at an abandoned hotel. Although the hotel had no electricity, the building structure was intact, and most of the windows were still there, so it could be used as a temporary shelter. Lin Yuan checked everything and, after confirming it was safe, let the women enter. I'll stay here tonight. The women all went to find rooms to rest. Lin Yuan took out food from the system space and distributed it to everyone. Grade D mineral water, bread, canned goods. In the apocalypse, being able to eat these things for a month is like heaven. The women ate their dinner in silence. Bai Xingli was still blushing and dared not look at Lin Yuan. Lin Ruoxue glanced at Lin Yuan secretly, then quickly lowered her head. Chu Yanran glanced at Lin Yuan from time to time, her eyes flashing with a certain longing. After dinner, the women all went back to their rooms to rest. Lin Yuan sat on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. About an hour later, he opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. Teacher Bai, come here for a moment. Bai Xingli was about to go to sleep when she heard Lin Yuan's voice and her body stiffened. She bit her lip, but still got up and walked towards Lin Yuan's room. Push open the door. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her. Come in and close the door. Bai Xingli blushed, but still did as instructed. She knew. This is part of the transaction. Lin Yuan, are you also going to check on my progress with my superpowers tonight? Bai Xingli yawned lazily, but her voice trembled slightly. Lin Yuan smiled. What do you think? Bai Xingli remained silent for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly walked up to Lin Yuan and bent down. Then, let's get it checked. Her voice carried a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. She was still holding a grudge after being mocked by Yi Qingwei last night. Tonight, she wants to prove herself. Prove that you're not just noisy. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. You took the initiative? Enough with the nonsense. 1 hour later. No more. Bai Xingli lay on the bed, her voice hoarse and her delicate body trembling. Lin Yuan, please, I really can't take it anymore. Lin Yuan looked at the exhausted Bai Xingli and nodded in satisfaction. This woman was definitely much more proactive tonight. Bai Xingli was breathing heavily, her mind a blur. She wanted to prove that she wasn't noisy. Result. It backfired. The sound grew louder. The next room. Chu Yanran lay on the bed, listening to the noise coming from the next wall, her face flushed. She bit her lip tightly, her heart pounding like a drum. Brother Lin Yuan. He and teacher Bai. Chu Yanran felt a burning sensation in her body, and an inexplicable longing welled up inside her. She thought. She wanted it too. Chu Yanran covered her face, overwhelmed with shame. How could I have such a thought? Late at night, a system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your affinity with the goddess Bai Xingli has increased to LV2. Reward. Top grade Dompa pork upgraded to grade D Chilan meat. Grade D Kirin meat. Enhanced by both deliciousness and aroma, it grants 2 hours of fatigue immunity daily after consumption. Does not stack. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Does it have a fatigue-reducing effect? This is an amazing skill for long journeys. Although it's only once a day, the effect is extremely important in certain key scenarios. He immediately checked the system space. There were chunks of meat that emitted a faint golden light. Each piece is carved into an exquisite shape, like a work of art. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This supply arrived just in time. We're heading to Xingyao City tomorrow. With this, we'll be much faster. Bai Xingli drifted off to sleep. Lin Yuan also lay down to rest. Tomorrow, there is still a long way to go. The next morning, the women gradually woke up. Bai Xingli was the last to get up, but unusually, she didn't stay in bed for too long. She slowly washed up and then walked into the living room. But after taking only a few steps, she gasped, her gait becoming somewhat unnatural. Upon arriving in the lobby, the women were already seated, each with a beautifully presented piece of meat in front of them. The meat emitted a faint golden glow and had a rich aroma that made one's mouth water. What kind of meat is this? Yi Qingwei asked curiously. Just eat it. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. The women all started eating. But just as Bai Xingli was about to sit down, Yi Qingwei spoke again. Sister Xingli, what's wrong? Why are you walking with a limp? Was it because you were sleeping in the wrong position last night? Bai Xingli's face instantly turned red. She glared fiercely at Lin Yuan. It's all his fault. Lin Yuan pretended not to see and lowered his head to eat the meat. The women suppressed their laughter, creating an awkward atmosphere. Bai Xingli sat down in shame and indignation and picked up her chopsticks. That brat. You'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. Chapter 76, could it be? He's also a reincarnated person. After Bai Xingli sat down, She picked up her chopsticks and took out the piece of golden meat. The moment of entering the entrance, she was completely stunned. This meat melts in your mouth. The meat is tender and juicy, with a subtle, ethereal quality, as if every fiber is dancing on the tip of your tongue. The aroma is rich but not cloying, and the freshness is so delicious it brings tears to your eyes. Bai Xingli had never eaten such delicious meat before. No, I should say, she had never eaten such magical meat before. The moment she ate it, she felt much lighter, and the fatigue from last night vanished instantly. I'm brimming with power. What kind of meat is this? Bai Xingli looked at Lin Yuan in shock. The other women also ate it. Yi Qingxue chewed elegantly, a hint of admiration flashing in her eyes. This is the best meat I've ever eaten. Yi Qingyue's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "It's so delicious." Brother Lin Yuan, is there any more? I want more. Su Yiyin savored the taste with elegance, but was deeply moved. This kind of meat, as the president of Xingyao Group, she has tasted countless top-quality ingredients. Wagyu beef, Matsusaka beef, Kobe beef. But no other meat can compare to this piece. Lin Wanru smiled gently and ate in small bites. Lin Ruoxue chewed carefully, her face full of surprise. Chu Yanran closed her eyes contentedly, tears even welling up in the corners of her eyes. It's so delicious. She never imagined she could eat such delicious food in the apocalypse. After eating, all the women felt less tired, feeling light and energetic, as if I could run all day without getting tired. Lin Yuan, what kind of meat is this? Su Yiyin couldn't help but ask. Lin Yuan said calmly, Chilan meat, I suppose. Eating this will keep you feeling refreshed for 2 hours. The women gasped. It actually has such a magical effect. Just as the women were in shock, Lin Ruoxue suddenly spoke, her voice clear yet somewhat shy. Brother Lin Yuan, this meat is so delicious. These words were spoken. The entire room fell silent. All the women turned to look at Lin Ruoxue. Lin Wanru stared wide-eyed at her daughter in disbelief. Ruoxue, she actually spoke to Lin Yuan on her own initiative? This was her first time. It's important to know that Lin Ruoxue had always kept her distance from Lin Yuan, and even showed some resistance towards him. But now, she actually spoke up first. Lin Yuan was also somewhat surprised, then smiled. If you like it, that's good. Lin Ruoxue blushed, lowered her head, and dared not look at Lin Yuan again. But the corner of his mouth. But unconsciously, a slight curve appeared in her eyes. Lin Wanru looked at her daughter with mixed feelings. She didn't know whether to be happy or sad. I'm really torn. After breakfast, the group continued their journey. Thanks to the fatigue-free effect of the D-grade Chilan meat, everyone's speed increased significantly. What would normally be a full day's journey was completed by noon, and we arrived in Xingyao City. Star City. It was once one of the most prosperous cities in the region. But now, it has been reduced to ruins covered in ice and snow. Skyscrapers collapsed, streets were buried in ice and snow, and corpses and abandoned vehicles were everywhere. Su Yiyin stood in front of the ruins, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Here, it used to be her business empire. The headquarters of Xingyao Group is located in this city. But now, everything is ruined. Come with me. Su Yiyin led the way, passing through the ruins and arriving at the city's outskirts. There is a high-end villa complex here. Each villa occupies hundreds of square meters and is luxuriously decorated. It was once a paradise for the rich. Su Yiyin stopped in front of one of the villas. This villa is extremely modern. The exterior walls are made of a special material and look incredibly sturdy. The windows are made of high-strength bulletproof glass and are intact. The main gate is a titanium alloy electronic gate, which is thick and sturdy. Because it was uninhabited, the villa was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of damage. Su Yiyin walked to the door and pressed her fingerprint. Drop. The electronic door slowly opened. That's what makes her top-of-the-line electronic door so special. It has an advanced small power supply system that will ensure long-term use. This is mainly to prevent situations where there is no power. The awkward situation of not being able to open the door. The women entered the villa. Although there were no lights, the light coming through the window still allowed us to see the interior clearly. What they saw before them left them in awe. The entrance is a spacious foyer, a full 20 square meters. Walking inside, you'll find a huge living room with a 6-meter high ceiling. The area is at least 200 square meters. The genuine leather sofa is arranged in a U-shape and can seat more than a dozen people. The crystal chandelier, hanging from the ceiling, is over 3 meters in diameter and extremely luxurious. The walls are adorned with valuable oil paintings, each one worth a fortune. The floor is made of imported marble, smooth as a mirror, with exquisite textures. To the left of the living room is an open-plan Western-style kitchen and dining area. The kitchen is equipped with a full set of top-of-the-line kitchenware, and the restaurant solid wood long table can accommodate 20 people at the same time. To the right of the living room is a small bar and lounge area. The entire first floor is at least 500 square meters. You can go up to the second floor via a spiral staircase. The second floor is the bedroom area. The master bedroom occupies 80 square meters and has an en-suite bathroom and walk-in closet. In addition, there are 6 guest rooms. Each room is over 30 square meters, with a different decorating style and a private bathroom. In addition to a study, a media room, and a gym, the entire villa covers an area of over 1,000 square meters. This villa occupies 1,200 square meters. Sujuyan spoke calmly. The walls and windows are made of high-strength, bulletproof material. The electronic door is made of titanium alloy. It's impossible for an ordinary person to break into it. This is just my vacation villa. Apart from the Yi sisters and by Xingli, everyone else gasped in shock. Vacation villa. As expected of the president of Xingyao Group. They really don't understand the world of the rich. Please have a seat. I'll go start the generator. After Su Yiyan finished speaking, she walked towards the basement. The women waited in the living room. A few minutes later, buzz. A deep humming sound came from the basement. The next second, whoosh. The crystal chandelier lit up instantly. Soft light filled the entire living room. The air conditioner is turned on, and warm air flows out of the vents. The indoor temperature rose rapidly. The women were all shocked. There's electricity. There's heating. In this post-apocalyptic world of ice and snow, this is simply paradise. Su Yiyan walked up from the basement and spoke calmly. The basement has a professional generator and a temperature control system. The fuel will last a long time. Lin Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Su Yiyan was quite well prepared. What else is in the basement? Lin Yuan asked. Su Yiyan hesitated for a moment, then led everyone to the basement. Push open a hidden door. It turned out to be a small safe house. Inside the safe house, there's a large quantity of high-end red wine and cigars. There are also some precious collectibles. I use them when I'm bored. So Julian explained. The women remained silent. The boredom of the rich is truly a luxury. Lin Yuan glanced at it and nodded. This villa is really nice. It can serve as a long-term base. Arrange accommodations. Lin Yuan, Yi Qingxue, and Yi Qingyue stayed in the master bedroom. There are 6 guest rooms on the second floor, each exquisitely decorated and equipped with a private bathroom. Su Yiyan chose a room close to the master bedroom. Bai Xingli lazily chose a room with plenty of sunlight. Lin Wanru and her daughter Lin Ruoxue shared a room. Chu Yanran was assigned to a cozy decorated guest room. The room is large, at least 30 square meters, with a private bathroom and a small balcony. Chu Yanran stood in the room, her eyes slightly red. Such a nice room. They actually let her stay. She was just an ordinary-looking woman. She was completely unremarkable among the many beautiful women. Moreover, she offered Lin Yuan no emotional support whatsoever. What did she do to deserve this? Ye Vingyu, Su Yuyan, Bai Yingli, Lin Vanro, Lin Ruo. They are all prettier than her. But brother Lin Yuan, they did not look down on her because of her ordinary appearance. Instead, they gave her the same good treatment as everyone else. Chu Yanran felt a surge of gratitude and dependence. Lin Yuan's strength, protection, resources, and this equal treatment. It made her increasingly dependent on him. Chu Yanran put her luggage away and sat on the edge of the bed. She looked at herself in the mirror and took a deep breath. I need to be more obedient, more sensible. We must repay brother Lin Yuan's kindness. She made up her mind in secret. Suddenly, she thought of something. Before the apocalypse, she was just an ordinary office worker, but she had a hobby. Cook. I learned cooking from my mother when I was young. Although I can't be considered a master chef, I can cook home-style dishes very well. Chu Yanran got up and went to find Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan. She said softly, her face slightly flushed. I I want to cook a meal for everyone. Could you give me some ingredients? Lin Yuan looked at her, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This woman is quite thoughtful. Lin Yuan took out some ingredients from the system space. Fresh vegetables, meat, seasonings. Chu Yanran took the ingredients, her eyes slightly red. Thank you, brother Lin Yuan. I'm sure it will taste delicious. Clutching the ingredients, she excitedly ran towards the kitchen. Afternoon. Lin Yuan went out alone to explore the surrounding environment. He activated his level C danger perception and scanned his surroundings. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, most of the buildings are abandoned villas, with a few survivors hiding occasionally. But none of them are worth paying attention to. Lin Yuan continued forward. Sudden, danger perception ability triggers a frantic warning. Lin Yuan stopped abruptly and looked ahead warily. It was an extremely special villa. From the outside, it looks no different from other villas. But in front of the villa lay several frozen, headless corpses. The bloodstains were shocking. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Headless corpse? He approached to observe. The cuts on these corpses, extremely smooth. It felt as if it had been cut off by some kind of invisible blade. This method, he had never seen it before. Lin Yuan's vigilance increased significantly. To be able to achieve this level of... He's definitely not an ordinary person. Lin Yuan had never encountered this situation before. This means the opponent's strength may far exceed his expectations. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and immediately retreated. We cannot take the risk. The safety of all the women is more important now. Inside the villa, Luo Qinghan sat on the sofa, elegantly sipping her red wine. Her sea-level sensory ability had already alerted her to the man outside. Luo Qinghan put down her wine glass and walked to the window. Through the window, she saw a young man. He was in his 20s and not particularly handsome. But what shocked her the most was, this man exudes an extremely powerful aura. Luo Qinghan's pupils contracted. In the first month of her previous life, she had never seen such a powerful human. This man, she searched through her memories of her past life. There is no such person at all. The butterfly effect? Or was he a hidden powerhouse all along? Luo Qinghan frowned. Suddenly, a possibility occurred to her. Could it be that he's also a reincarnated person? This thought gave her a jolt. If he truly is a reincarnated being, that would explain why he's so strong. But Luo Qinghan immediately rejected the idea. Wrong. If he's a reborn person, he should be even stronger. Moreover, I had never heard of this person in my previous life. Luo Qinghan was calculating in her mind. Just then, their eyes met briefly in midair. Although the distance is far, but they could both sense each other's strength. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. The owner of this villa is extremely dangerous. Rushing into contact could trigger conflict. The safety of all the women must be the priority now. Stay calm and wait until you have a clear understanding of the situation before making any decisions. Luo Qinghan was also thinking. This man, his strength is unfathomable. As long as he doesn't try anything with me, we'll keep to ourselves. But if he really is a reincarnated person, then that's interesting. Both sides are cunning old foxes. They all chose to wait and see. Lin Yuan turned and left. Luo Qinghan returned to the sofa and continued sipping her wine. The two did not meet. The psychological battle is over. But they both listed as an entity requiring close attention. Chapter 77, Chu Yanran, Who Can Cook? Evening. Lin Yuan returned to the villa. The women had finished getting ready and were resting in the living room. Brother Lin Yuan, where did you go? Yi Qingwei ran over and hugged Lin Yuan's arm. Investigate the surrounding environment. Lin Yuan gave a simple answer. He didn't mention the special villa. There's no need to worry the women. Is dinner ready? Lin Yuan looked at the women. Not yet. Su Yin was about to speak. Chu Yanran suddenly ran out of the kitchen, her face showing both nervousness and anticipation. Brother Lin Yuan, I'm done. Please everyone try it. She carried several plates of exquisite dishes to the dining table. The women were somewhat surprised. Chu Yanran actually cooked? And these dishes looked delicious. Lin Yuan walked to the dining table and looked at the dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs, with a bright red color and a fragrant aroma. Stir-fried seasonal vegetables, vibrant green and enticing, cooked to perfection. Tomato and egg soup, sweet and sour, delicious and fragrant. There's also a plate of braised fish. The fish meat was tender and the soup was rich. Although it's a home-style dish, the presentation is exquisite and the dish looks excellent. Lin Yuan could tell that Chu Yanran was not only dedicated, but also had a great talent for cooking. He picked up his chopsticks and took out a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Entrance. The taste is very good. It has a perfect balance of sweet and sour, and the meat is tender and melts in your mouth. While it can't compare to the magical effects of system supplies, this kind of homely warmth is something that system supplies can't provide. It tastes good. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Chu Yanran's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Really, brother Lin Yuan, you think it's delicious? Her voice was trembling with tears, and she almost burst into tears. She was so excited. Lin Yuan actually praised her. The other female characters each had their own reactions. Yi Qingxue watched calmly, without saying a word. But she also picked up her chopsticks and tasted a piece of braised fish. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingxue pouted, a little jealous. But after tasting the sweet and sour pork ribs, his eyes lit up. Wow, it's so delicious. Sister Yanran, you're amazing. Su Yuyin watched coldly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. As a CEO, she has eaten countless dishes prepared by top chefs. But Chu Yanran's home-style dishes, that's definitely impressive. Bai Xingli lazily picked up a piece of vegetables with her chopsticks, chewed it, and then nodded seriously, a rare occurrence for her. Not bad, you have talent. Lin Wanru smiled gently, her eyes filled with appreciation. Yanran, your cooking is amazing. Lin Ruoxue ate in small bites, a satisfied expression on her face. Yes, you guys eat too. Lin Yuan greeted the women. The women took their seats and began to eat. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful. Chu Yanran stood to the side, watching everyone eat happily, her eyes reddening. Her efforts. It has been approved. After dinner, the women all went back to their rooms to rest. Chu Yanran returned to her room, too excited to sleep. She tossed and turned in bed, her face full of a happy smile. Brother Lin Yuan praised her. He said it tasted good. Chu Yanran hugged her pillow, her heart pounding. Just then, Lin Yuan's voice came from outside the door. Yanran, come to my room tonight. Chu Yanran was stunned. Then, his face instantly turned bright red. My heart is pounding like a drum. She was so excited that she couldn't speak coherently. Okay, brother Lin Yuan. I'm coming right away. Chu Yanran jumped off the bed, her hands trembling as she straightened her clothes. Her heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to jump out her chest. Brother Lin Yuan. He summoned her. He finally saw her. Chu Yanran took a deep breath and pushed open the door. In the corridor, the other female characters each had their own reactions. Yi Qingxue watched calmly, without any expression. She knew Lin Yuan was a bit of a womanizer. Chu Yanran's fate was inevitable. Yi Qingxue pouted, looking somewhat unhappy. Su Yuyin watched coldly, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Bai Xingli yawned and turned to go back to her room. Lin Wanru's eyes were complicated, and it was unclear what she was thinking. Lin Ruoxue lowered her head, not daring to look at Chu Yanran. Just as Chu Yanran was about to leave, Yi Qingxue suddenly ran over and hugged Lin Yuan's arm. She said to Chu Yanran in a sweet, cloying voice, "Keep it up, Sister Yanran." Chu Yanran blushed even more. She lowered her head and walked quickly toward Lin Yuan's room. Chu Yanran returned to her room and closed the door. She leaned against the door and took a deep breath. Calm down. She went to the bathroom and began taking a frantic shower. Scrub your body to cleanse every inch of your skin. Then put on your cleanest clothes. Fix your hair. Spray on a light perfume. She looked at herself in the mirror. She has an ordinary appearance, but her figure was exceptional among all the women. A slender waist, a large, fair-skinned bunny, and exaggerated body curves. Her figure is just as good as that of CEO Su Yuyin. However, because of her ordinary appearance, she was completely inconspicuous among many beauties. A hint of inferiority flashed in Chu Yanran's eyes. Am I good enough for him? She knew that she was just one of Lin Yuan's many women, the least noticeable one among them. But she was willing. She longed to be needed, eager to prove their worth. Chu Yanran took a deep breath. Suddenly, she noticed my reflection in the mirror. You look a little better today than usual. My skin is whiter now. His eyes are more bright now. Her overall demeanor has improved. Chu Yanran was taken aback. Is it just my imagination? She shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Late at night, Chu Yanran mustered her courage and knocked on Lin Yuan's door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Yuan's voice came through. Chu Yanran pushed open the door. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her. Chu Yanran was so nervous that she was trembling, but she still went into the room and closed the door. Come over. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Chu Yanran walked up to Lin Yuan, lowered her head, and dared not look at him. Raise your head. Chu Yanran slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with nervousness. Lin Yuan looked at her, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. This woman, it looks a bit better than before. Could it be the effect of degrade cured meat? Take it easy. Lin Yuan reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Chu Yanran trembled, her face turning bright red. Brother Lin Yuan, She wanted to say something, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Lin Yuan didn't speak, but gently pulled her into his arms. Chu Yanran was stiff all over, but she quickly relaxed. She offered herself to him willingly. The movements were clumsy. This is clearly the first time. Lin Yuan gently guided him. He was gentler towards Chu Yanran than towards the other female leads. Because she's the most obedient, most compliant. Chu Yanran was caught between pain and happiness. She felt a sense of fulfillment from being needed. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Brother Lin Yuan. She was crying, yet she was also laughing. Suden Li, Ju Jiandan Huget Lin Yuan Tai Li. She cried and said, Brother Lin Yuan. I like you. These words were spoken. Lin Yuan was taken aback. There was a few seconds of silence. He then gently hugged her, I know. Chu Yanran cried even harder, but his face was full of happy smiles. Late at night, Chu Yanran's face was full of happiness. She drifted off to sleep. Lin Yuan also noticed that her original yellow had turned green. He was quite satisfied with this change. Although Chu Yanran isn't a great beauty, her figure is absolutely top-notch. Of course, if she didn't meet the system's requirements, Lin Yuan would never have taken her in. This was his guiding principle in the end times. Although doing this would leave him with no friends, he doesn't need them. They all have systems now. They're all cheating. I need a bird friend. Just then, a system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully collected the goddess Chu Yanran. Congratulations, host. You have obtained supplies. Chapter 78 Unlocked Supplies. XM7 Rifle. Early morning. Inside Su Yin's luxurious villa, sunlight streamed into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa, looking at the supplies he had unlocked last night. New item unlocked. XM7 rifle with ammo, 1 set per second. XM7 rifle, 6.8mm ammunition, far exceeding the power of traditional 5.56mm ammunition, with extremely high penetration. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Firearms? Although he now possesses powerful superpowers, having another weapon is also a good thing. He took an XM7 rifle out of the system space. It is entirely black, with smooth lines and a cold metallic sheen. The gun is marked with Sig Sauer and features a modular handguard that allows for the installation of various accessories. Lin Yuan weighed it in his hand. The weight was just right, and it felt excellent. He took out several more magazines. The 6.8mm ammunition gleamed metallically in the sunlight. I want to test its power. Lin Yuan got up and walked out of the villa alone. The women were still resting, but only Yi Qingshuan noticed his movements, but did not follow. She knew Lin Yuan wanted to test the new weapon alone. Outside the villa complex, deep within the ruins, Lin Yuan activated his sea-level danger perception and scanned the surroundings. He quickly identified several evolved beasts. 3D-grade mutated dogs, and 1 C-grade mutated tiger. Perfect for testing. Lin Yuan raised his XM7 rifle and aimed at the nearest D-level mutant dog. Pull the trigger. Bang! Gunshots rang out. The bullet pierced the mutant dog's skull instantly. The powerful impact flipped the mutant dog over, its brain splattering out. 1 second. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This power is stronger than I imagined. The penetration power of 6.8 millimeters ammunition far exceeds that of traditional 5.56 millimeters ammunition. He fired continuously, taking down the other two Class D mutant dogs. 3 shots, 3 headshots. Clean and efficient. It works quite well against D-rank evolved beasts. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Next up is the sea-level mutated tiger. It was a giant tiger, 3 meters long, covered in black stripes, with bloodthirsty red eyes. It sensed that its companion had been killed and let out a deafening roar. Roar! The giant tiger pounced wildly, moving at incredible speed. Lin Yuan calmly raised his gun and fired continuously at the giant tiger. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets rained down like a storm. The blow struck the giant tiger, splattering blood everywhere. But the giant tiger only paused briefly, but did not fall. Although the 6.8 millimeters ammunition penetrated its skin, it was no match for the thick-skinned body of a C-rank evolved beast. It's just a minor injury. Lin Yuan emptied 30 magazines in one go. The giant tiger was riddled with bullet holes and covered in blood. But it still didn't die. Instead, it pounced on Lin Yuan even more frantically. It seems that C-rank evolved beasts are becoming increasingly difficult to kill with rifles. Lin Yuan casually waved his hand, and several vines burst forth from the ground, instantly piercing through the giant tiger's body. The giant tiger let out a miserable cry and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Yuan looked at the XM7 rifle in his hand and fell in a deep thought. The power of 6.8 millimeters ammunition far exceeds that of traditional 5.56 millimeters ammunition. However, it can only inflict minor injuries on C-rank evolved beasts, not to mention Class B, Class A, and Class S. As expected, firearms are not very useful for people with superpowers. Lin Yuan shook his head. The flexibility, destructive power, and growth potential of superpowers, they far surpass firearms. His wood-type ability can instantly kill D-level evolved beasts and severely injure C-level evolved beasts. Of course, this has a lot to do with his extraordinary physical condition. Otherwise, with his E-level abilities, he would have a hard time killing even a D-level evolved beast. Yi Qingshue's S-rank shadow ability can crush B-rank and even possibly A-rank evolved beasts. Because the highest level of evolution beast Lin Yuan has ever seen is only C-rank. It is impossible to determine what special abilities B-class, A-class, or even S-class evolved beasts will possess. However, firearms are too bulky and inefficient in comparison. However, this thing is still quite useful for ordinary survivors. Lin Yuan returned the XM7 rifle to his system space. He remembered the pistol supplies he had unlocked earlier. That thing can't even kill a D-rank evolved beast. It can only barely kill an E-rank evolved beast. It's completely useless. Not every resource unlocked by the system is useful. Lin Yuan turned around, preparing to return to the villa. The test is complete, and the conclusion is clear. For someone with superpowers like him, firearms are merely icing on the cake. Superpowers are far more practical. Back at the villa, the women were already up and having breakfast in the living room. Lin Yuan took out food from the system space and distributed it to everyone. Bread, milk, fruit. Lin Yuan's system space is absolutely static, which can completely preserve food. Most of these were collected by Lin Yuan from a sealed warehouse. In the apocalypse, being able to eat this for a month is nothing short of a luxury. The women ate their breakfast in silence, the atmosphere warm and peaceful. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Yanran, Xingli, starting today, you will receive 100 bottles of grade D mineral water every day. These words were spoken. The entire room fell silent. Bai Xingli dropped the bread in her hand to the ground and froze. Chu Yanran was so shocked that she couldn't speak, and her eyes instantly reddened. 100 bottles. 100 bottles of grade D mineral water every day. That means you can increase your constitution by 10 points every day. What a terrifying rate of improvement. Je vingu kaim drank hadmik, had a presombelank. She already had this privilege and was used to it. Yi Qingwei took a bite of bread, pouted, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in her eyes. But her favorability rating reached the brightest green. Although she was jealous, she just acted cute. And the reactions of the other 3 women. That's much more complicated. Su Yiyin put down the milk in her hand and looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. She controlled her emotions and did not question him. But a hint of confusion and grievance flashed in his eyes. Why? She could understand that the Yi sisters had special privileges. Bai Xingli is one thing. After all, she was the third woman Lin Yuan knew. But, Zhu Yandan, what makes that ordinary-looking woman so special? Su Yiyin bit her lip, her heart filled with complex emotions. Her looks, figure, abilities, in every aspect, he is better than Chu Yanran. She provided Lin Yuan with such a nice villa. She tried so hard to please me in bed. But why? She still doesn't have this privilege? Su Yiyin lowered her head, her eyes slightly red. But as a cold and aloof female CEO, she forcibly suppressed her emotions and did not show them. Lin Wanru remained silent, a hint of envy and helplessness flashing in her eyes. She wanted that privilege too. Increase your constitution by 10 points every day. In the end times, this is the greatest guarantee of survival. But she didn't dare to speak. She was just one of Lin Yuan's women and had no right to question him. Lin Ruoxue lowered her head and bit her lip. He felt indignant, but dared not show it. She had just developed a slight liking for Lin Yuan. But seeing this scene, that initial goodwill wavered again. Why? Chu Yanran can do it, but she can't? 3 women, 3 mindsets. But they all restrained themselves and did not question anyone. Because they know, in the apocalypse, Lin Yuan was their everything. He can give it to whomever he wants. They have no right to object. Bai Xingli snapped out of her daze, so excited that tears almost welled up in her eyes. Lin Yuan, is this real? Her voice trembled. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. Really? Bai Xingli instantly threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms and hugged him tightly. Thank you. She cried her heart out. This was the first time this usually lazy woman had shown such excitement. Chu Yanran sat there blankly, tears streaming down her face. She was nervous, scared, and felt unworthy. She has an ordinary appearance. Why should I enjoy the same treatment as those beautiful women? Her looks, figure, abilities, they are all far inferior to Su Yuyin and Yi Qingxue. But brother Lin Yuan, they actually bestowed such a great favor upon her. Chu Yanran lowered her head, not daring to look at anyone else. She could feel the gazes of Su Yuyin, Lin Wanru, and Lin Ruoxue. Those gazes held doubt, envy, and incomprehension. Chu Yanran trembled all over, her heart filled with unease. But Lin Yuan's domineering nature made it impossible for her to refuse. Thank you, brother Lin Yuan. She spoke softly, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Yuan was satisfied with the women's reactions. He did it on purpose. Let those women who are not yet fully loyal. It creates a sense of crisis. Let them know. Loyalty will be rewarded. Without loyalty, you have nothing. This is a method of taming. It is also a kind of incentive mechanism. Yi Qingxue watched this scene with a slight smile on her lips. She knows Lin Yuan too well. This man, I never do anything meaningless. Night. Su Yiyin lay on the bed in the largest guest room, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. She stared at the ceiling, the scenes from today replaying in her mind. Zhu Yandan, that ordinary-looking woman. She actually gained the same privileges as the Yi sisters and Bai Xingli. And she, a cold and aloof female CEO, the helmsman of Xingyao Group. Her looks are beyond question. She has a perfect figure, and she is exceptionally capable. But they still don't have this privilege. Su Yin's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Is she not pretty enough? No, her looks far surpassed Chu Yanran's. Is it because I'm not trying hard enough? No, she had already tried her best to please him in bed. Is it because we haven't contributed enough? No, she provided such a nice villa. Why? Su Yuyan felt wronged. She, the president of Xingyao Group, had never felt so wronged. But in the apocalypse, she was just one of Lin Yuan's many women. A woman without privileges. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Su Yiyin wiped away her tears and forced herself to calm down. There must be something I didn't do well enough. It must be. Chapter 79, a choice only a child would make. I want it all. Late at night, Su Yiyin lay in bed, unable to sleep all night. She stared at the ceiling, constantly analyzing the reasons in her mind. Why was Chu Yanran granted special privileges? Why can't she? Su Yiyin thought calmly. As the president of Xingyao Group, her greatest strength lies in problem analysis. Su Yuyin suddenly thought of a possibility. His performance in bed. Although she catered to Lin Yuan, she always maintained a cold and aloof demeanor. I've never truly let go. We didn't play it too elaborately. And Chu Yanran, perhaps in this respect, he is more open-minded than her. Su Yuyin bit her lip, her face flushed. She, a dignified female CEO, had never done anything so shameful. But now, in order to obtain privileges, to survive better in the apocalypse, she has to give it her all. Su Yuyin made up her mind, got up, and opened the wardrobe. She took out several exquisite boxes from one of the places. That was something she collected before the apocalypse. Various cosplay costumes, bunny girl outfits, maid outfits, nurse uniforms, JK uniforms, Chongsams, etc. She bought all of these secretly by herself before the apocalypse. Never worn, never shown to anyone. Now, she needs it. Su Yuyin took a deep breath and pulled out her boldest move. Bunny girl outfit. It comes with a bunny ear headband and a fluffy bunny tail. There were also black fishnet stockings and high heels. This outfit, sexy, alluring, shameful. Su Yuyin blushed and bit her lip as she changed. My reflection in the mirror. A stunningly beautiful and aloof face paired with a sexy and alluring bunny girl outfit. Her tall, perfect figure was accentuated by the tight-fitting clothes, revealing her curves. Her long, straight legs, encased in black fishnet stockings, were incredibly alluring. Su Yuyin was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. She had never dressed so revealingly before. But for the sake of privileges, she's going all out. Su Yuyin picked up the other outfits, took a deep breath, and pushed open the door. In the corridor, moonlight streamed in through the window. Su Yuyin cautiously walked towards Lin Yuan's room. She was wearing a bunny girl outfit, and her face was flushed. But at that moment, the door to another room opened. Yi Qingxue came out. She was wearing a simple bathrobe and preparing to go to Lin Yuan's room. The two looked at each other in the hallway. The atmosphere froze instantly. Yi Qingxue paused when she saw Su Yuyin's outfit. Black bunny girl outfit. Fishnet stockings, high heels, bunny ears. This aloof female CEO? Why they dressed like that? Yi Qingxue's lips curled up slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in her eyes. She suddenly remembered. I've secretly bought similar clothes myself. A person secretly tried it on in the room. Lin Yuan had discovered it before, but he never showed it to Lin Yuan. Seeing Su Yuyin's boldness, Yi Qingxue's heart stirred. Next time, I'll try it too. She made a decision in her heart. It must be presented perfectly to Lin Yuan. Su Yuyin's face flushed red the moment she saw Yi Qingxue. A wave of shame washed over me. I wish I could just move to another planet and live right now. Yi Qingxue is a woman. She can understand. But if someone saw him like this, it's still too embarrassing. Su Yuyin hurriedly lowered her head and ran quickly towards Lin Yuan's room. Yi Qingxue stood there, watching Su Yuyin's flustered back, and a smile appeared on her face. Lin Yuan's room. Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, reading a book. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Su Yuyin rushed in a panic, and then quickly closed the door. She leaned against the door, panting heavily, her face flushed. Lin Yuan looked up, and his eyes lit up when he saw Su Yuyin's clothes. The bunny girl outfit accentuated her perfect curves. The neckline was extremely low, revealing glimpses of her snow-white skin. Her long, straight legs, encased in black fishnet stockings, gleamed alluringly in the moonlight. The high heels made her look even taller. The bunny ear headband and fluffy bunny tail add a touch of cuteness and sexiness. Her stunningly beautiful face, paired with this shameful outfit. The contrast is striking. Lin Yuan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Oh, so proactive tonight? Upon hearing this, Su Yuyin's beautiful face turned even redder. She kept her head down, not daring to look at Lin Yuan at all. She wanted to say something, but couldn't bring herself to say it. Compared to Yi Qingxue, who is a woman, Lin Yuan is a man. He was also a bad man who often lied to her about how milk is delicious. Su Yuyin thought of the last time she came to wake Lin Yuan up. That morning, seeing Lin Yuan sleeping so soundly, she hatched a wicked plan, but the result, she was inexplicably fascinated. In the end, she actually did sneak a drink of the milk that was in Lin Yuan's room early in the morning. That taste, she thought it tasted terrible. Su Yuyin felt increasingly embarrassed and wished she could disappear into the ground. Lin Yuan stood up and walked up to her. He reached out and lifted her chin, forcing her to look up. Look at me. Su Yin bit her lip and slowly raised her head. His eyes were filled with shame and unease. Lin Yuan sized her up. Her stunningly beautiful face was now flushed with embarrassment. The bunny girl outfit tightly hugged her perfect figure, and her long legs were covered in fishnet stockings, making her extremely alluring. What do you want tonight? Lin Yuan asked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Su Yin bit her lip. I want that too. I want 100 bottles of grade D mineral water every day. She expressed her deepest desire, although I felt ashamed and unwilling. But in order to survive better in the apocalypse, she had to do it. Lin Yuan laughed. So, you dress like this to beg me? Su Yin's face turned even redder. Yes. I will try my best. I will make you satisfied. The aloof female CEO has now abandoned all dignity. Lin Yuan looked at her, feeling satisfied. Then, let me see your sincerity. Lin Yuan let go of his hand and sat back down on the edge of the bed. Su Yin took a deep breath and randomly picked up other clothes. I brought other things too. Which one do you want to see? Her voice grew softer and softer. She was so ashamed she was about to cry. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. This woman. Tonight, I'm really going all out. Only children make choices like that. I want them all. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. Su Yin's delicate body trembled, and she nodded, biting her lip. Good. Early morning. Sunlight streamed into the room through the window. Su Yin sat on the carpet in Lin Yuan's room, wearing a cute JK uniform. Her face was flushed. Last night? That's insane. She had never been so open. Su Yin looked down and saw 500 bottles of grade D mineral water on the ground. That was given to me by Lin Yuan. There are many more than usual. Su Juyan felt distressed. Another transaction. It's always the same. She gave him her body, and Lin Yuan gave her supplies. Although they gave a lot this time. But this feeling, she really doesn't like it. Su Yin's eyes reddened, and she bit her lip. She is a cold and aloof female CEO. I have never felt so humble. But in this apocalypse, this is all she can do. What Su Yin didn't know was, after close contact with Lin Yuan, and this time, she completely let go. She had already developed feelings for Lin Yuan. It's no longer just a simple transaction, but she herself. They just haven't realized it yet. Chapter 80, My Master Lin Yuan's Mission. Early morning. Yi Qingwei woke up very early in the morning. She sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her sleeping sister, a sweet smile playing on her lips. Elder sister. This is the person she cherishes most. But recently, Lin Yuan's brother has been surrounded by more and more women, one after another. Although Yi Qingwei was jealous, she could only accept it. But she still hoped that her brother Lin Yuan could spend more time with her. Yi Qingwei got up quietly, without waking Yi Qingxue. She changed her clothes and left the room. The outside world is still a world of ice and snow. But Yi Qingwei wasn't afraid at all. Her physical condition has reached an astonishing 198 points. Among the survivors who survived a month in the apocalypse, she was definitely one of the top. She can easily handle most dangers. Brother Lin Yuan said we can wander around the neighborhood, but we can't go to that dangerous villa. Ye vingurejalit Lin Yuan's instructions. As Lin Yuan's most beloved and intimate woman, she would naturally obey his orders. She walked out of the villa complex with light steps. The surrounding area was all ruins, covered in ice and snow. Occasionally, you can see a few corpses encased in ice. But Yi Qingwei had already gotten used to it. I've seen this kind of scene many times in the past month since the apocalypse. She hummed a little tune as she wandered through the ruins. On the other side, deep within the ruins, in a dilapidated villa, 3 men dressed in thick cotton-padded coats were hiding inside. They were completely covered up, not an inch of skin was exposed. Because they are ordinary people, these 3 men have survived to this day by eating human flesh. Today, they had just finished eating the last person. Damn it, there's no food left again. The man in the lead cursed, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Boss, let's go out and look for them. Maybe we can catch the others. Another man licked his lips, a cruel glint in his eyes. That's all we can do. The man in the lead nodded. But at that moment, the 3rd man suddenly whispered, Boss, there seems to be someone outside. His voice carried a hint of timidity and fear. This man was timid and hesitant from the beginning, always hiding in the back. The man in the lead and the second man exchanged a glance and immediately leaned over to the window to peek. Then, they were stunned. Outside, a stunningly beautiful young woman was strolling around. She looked to be 18 or 19 years old, sweet and lovely with fair skin. What's most shocking is her figure. The one in front is really big. Her curves were incredibly alluring, thanks to the tight-fitting clothes. And she actually left her skin exposed, completely unafraid of the snow poison. The man in the lead stared wide-eyed. They had been living in the apocalypse for a month and had never seen such an exquisite woman. A sweet and lovely face, an extremely alluring figure. She's simply a goddess. The second man swallowed hard, his eyes filled with lewd light. Boss, this woman, I want her. The man in the lead was also tempted, but reason calmed him down. Wait, how can this woman survive so easily in the apocalypse and still be so clean? There must be a master protecting him. And the fact that her skin is exposed means she's not afraid of the snow poison. This means she might be a superhuman or have a superhuman protecting her. The second man also realized what was happening, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Then the man in the lead hesitated. Reason told him that he couldn't take the risk, but blinded by lust and with no rules in the apocalypse, they've been wanting to have a good time for a long time. Moreover, or a truly exceptional woman like Yi Qingyue. The leading man gritted his teeth. Let's take a gamble. Fortune favors the bold. The second man's eyes lit up, and he nodded excitedly. Only the third man remained timid and hesitant, hiding in the back. Boss, I don't think this is a good idea. Shut up. The man in the lead glared at him fiercely. You stay behind, and the second brother and I will go forward and probe. The third man dare not refute, and could only nod. The three of them walked out of the villa and approached Yi Qingyue. Yi Qingyue was strolling around when she suddenly sensed someone approaching. She turned her head and saw three men wearing thick cotton-padded coats. They were completely covered up, with only their eyes showing. In my eyes, is full of lust and greed. Ye Vingyu Fronet. Disgusting man. She could smell the stench emanating from them. It's obvious that they haven't showered in a long time, and the food they've been eating is unclean. She felt nauseous, but it was boring to begin with. How about teasing them? Yi Qingyue's lips curled into a wicked smile. The three men had already walked to within 3 meters of Yi Qingyue. They secretly sized up the woman. The more I look at it, the more my heart flutters. Yi Qingyue's is really big. Her figure is absolutely perfect. This kind of woman would definitely be a true goddess even before the apocalypse. The leading man and the second man exchanged a glance, their hearts pounding. They carefully observed their surroundings. If there were other people, they would retreat. After looking it over, in the center of the empty villa complex, only Yi Qingyue was there. She really doesn't have any bodyguards. The eyes of the leading man and the second man were both red. They're not even going to act anymore. They stared directly and boldly at Yi Qingyue, their eyes filled with lewd light. Yi Qingyue felt even more nauseous as she was stared at by these foul-smelling men. But her wicked intentions only grew stronger. She deliberately feigned innocence and said sweetly, Uncles, what are you looking at? The three men trembled upon hearing the voice. Is too sweet. It looks so tempting. The leader licked his lips and said with a lewd grin, Little sister, it's dangerous for you to be here alone. Do you want to go back with your uncles? They'll protect you. Yi Qingyue blinked, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Protect me? But my master protected me very well. If it weren't for completing my master Lin Yuan's mission, I won't let you stare at me so boldly. Only my master is the man in the whole world most worthy of my service. These words were spoken. The three men were instantly stunned. They didn't expect. The stunning goddess in front of me is actually just a plaything of a man named Lin Yuan. It's the kind of thing that you have to follow both physically and mentally. The leader was consumed by jealousy. Lin Yuan, what right does that bastard have? Me too. Can you pick me? The second man's eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy. This kind of goddess, even rarer, even more tempting. They were even more eager to conquer Yi Qingyue. The three men had bloodshot eyes, their minds filled with lewd images. But before they could even react, Yi Qingyue suddenly moved. She picked up 3 small pebbles from the ground. Then, just toss it aside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 pebbles flew out like bullets. It pierced through the skulls of 3 men in an instant. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Blood gushed out. The 3 men didn't even have time to react before they collapsed and died. They died without ever knowing what had happened. All I know is this seemingly silly little girl in front of me. It's terrifying. Yi Qingyue put away her wicked sense of humor, looked at the 3 corpses, and pouted. These past few days, women have been trying to steal my Lin Yuan brother. I finally feel better. She clapped her hands, preparing to leave. But at that moment, Yi Qingyue suddenly remembered the phrase, serving the master from earlier. Her face flushed. Why? Why did I say that just now? Could it be that I really want brother Lin Yuan to dominate me? Yi Qingyue imagined the scene of Lin Yuan controlling her. That feeling of being controlled. That feeling of being possessed. Do you have the urge to carry it out? Yi Qingyue's face turned as red as an apple. I can't believe I'm this kind of person. But if it's brother Lin Yuan, it seems acceptable. She muttered to herself, a hint of shyness and anticipation flashing in her eyes. Yi Qingyue shook her head and prepared to leave. But at that moment, she noticed that hiding in the last man's pocket, a colorful snowflake fell out. Yi Qingyue's pretty face instantly lit up with surprise. 7 colored snowflakes. She quickly ran over and picked up the snowflake. The 7-colored light shimmered in her hands. It was extremely beautiful. Yi Qingyue's eyes lit up with excitement. I didn't expect such an unexpected bonus. She started to fill in the blanks in her mind. This man must know the function of the rainbow snowflakes. But they're all ordinary people, and they dare not kill evolved beasts. So this man hid the rainbow snowflakes. I won't wait until I have a chance to use it later. The more Yi Qingyue thought about it, the more intelligent she felt. I'm so smart. I will definitely surpass that proud and vain woman, Su Yuyan. She proudly raised her chin and carefully collected the colorful snowflakes. Then she skipped and hopped back to the villa. Brother Lin Yuan will definitely praise me. Yi Qingyue's face was full of anticipation, and her heart was filled with sweetness. This outing not only allowed me to vent my pent-up emotions, I even found a rainbow snowflake. It was an absolute bumper harvest. The moonlight shone on her, making the girl's figure appear exceptionally graceful amidst the ruins. Behind them, 3 bodies lay silently in the ruins. Blood stained the ice and snow. Chapter 81 Vingu Avakens has supernatural abilities. Inside the luxury villa, sunlight streams into the living room through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa, holding a book about pre-apocalyptic times, casually flipping through it. Yi Qingyue sat beside him, resting with her arms around Lin Yuan's. The other women rested in their respective rooms. Suddenly, the villa gate was pushed open. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingyue skipped and hopped in, her face full of excited smiles. Lin Yuan looked up and saw that Yi Qingyue was holding something in her hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. You went out. Lin Yuan put down his book and looked at her. I just wandered around the neighborhood. I didn't go to that dangerous villa. Yi Qingyue nodded obediently, then handed the item in her hand to Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan, look, I found this. It was a 7-colored snowflake. A dazzling light danced in her hands, beautiful and mysterious. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. Rainbow snowflakes. He immediately asked, where did you find it? Yi Qingyue briefly recounted her experience. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Those 3 people must have been found somewhere. They were lucky. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. 7-colored snowflakes can awaken supernatural abilities in people. In the end times, this is an extremely precious resource. Yi Qingyue blinked her big eyes and said sweetly, Brother Lin Yuan, this is for you. Getting stronger is the most important thing. I just want to be protected by Brother Lin Yuan. Her voice was innocent and pure. Lin Yuan looked at her, and his heart was slightly touched. This girl, she appears naive, but is actually quite clever. She knew that her current strength was already quite good among the women. So she offered this snowflake to Lin Yuan, hoping to make him stronger. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. He then shook his head. No, you use this. Yi Qingyue was stunned, and her eyes instantly reddened. But, Brother Lin Yuan reached out and patted her head gently, saying, Qingxue already possesses supernatural abilities, but you haven't awakened them yet. You two sisters were among the first to follow me. This snowflake is more suitable for you. Besides, you earned this through your own abilities. I have no reason to take it. After Lin Yuan finished speaking, he took out a C-grade demon core from the system space. The pale purple demon core emanated powerful energy fluctuations. Only when the seven-colored snowflake is combined with the demon core can its special ability be awakened. Lin Yuan handed the demon core to Yi Qingyue. Tears streamed down Yi Qingyue's face. She threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms and hugged him tightly. Brother Lin Yuan, you're so kind. You even considered me. She cried like a child, her tears soaking Lin Yuan's clothes. Yi Qingyue felt a surge of intense emotions. Such a wonderful brother, Lin Yuan. I wish it were just me alone. She looked up at Lin Yuan's face. A morbid possessiveness flashed in his eyes. It was just a fleeting moment, quickly covered by tears. Lin Yuan was holding her and didn't notice this detail. In the center of the living room, Yi Qingyue sat on the carpet, holding a seven-colored snowflake and a C-grade demon core in her hand. The women were drawn by the commotion and came out of their rooms to watch the scene unfold. Su Yian stood in front of the second-floor railing, watching coldly. A complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Bai Xingli yawned lazily and leaned against the wall to watch the commotion. Lin Wanru stood gently to the side, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Ruoxue lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Chu Yanran stood at the very back, her eyes filled with envy. Are you ready? Lin Yuan asked. Yi Qingyue took a deep breath and nodded. Following Lin Yuan's instructions, she placed the seven-colored snowflakes and the C-grade demon core together. The two resonate with each other. Seven-colored light and purple energy intertwined and merged into a magnificent energy sphere. The energy sphere hovered in the air, radiating a chilling aura. The women watched this scene in shock. Yi Qingyue reached out and touched the energy ball. Buzz! The energy ball was instantly absorbed into her body. Yi Qingyue let out a painful cry. Intense pain surged from deep within my body, as if every cell was being torn apart and rebuilt. She gritted her teeth, and large beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. But she didn't cry out. She didn't want to appear too weak in front of her brother Lin Yuan. Energy surged wildly within my body. Her physical condition and mental strength improved dramatically. Mental strength skyrocketed to 120 points. Physical fitness increased from 198 points to 230 points. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingyue opened her eyes. A mysterious light flickered deep within her eyes. It's a success. Yi Qingyue stood up and extended her hand. The teacups on the coffee table suddenly floated to the surface. Under her control, the teacup spun slowly in the air and landed steadily in her hand. The women were shocked. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately checked the system panel. Name, Yi Qingyue. Age, 20. Identity, Campus Belle of Jiangxing University, heiress of the Yi Group. Appearance, 92 points, sweet and cute. Body measurements, 90-60-88, teenage girl. Constitution, 230. Spirit, 180. Special ability, C-rank mind control. Affinity, level 2. Special ability effect, controls objects using mental power, can manipulate any item within range. Power depends on the strength of the mental power. After reading it, a complex look flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Mind manipulation. This ability is similar to Yi Qingxue's mental ability. Both sisters are spiritual types. And this superpower, he wanted it too. Lin Yuan sighed. But Yi Qingyue was the first woman to follow him, and he could not take away someone else's love. Never mind. Just as Lin Yuan was about to speak, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your ability D-level shadow copy has successfully upgraded to C-level. Special ability, C-rank shadow puppetry. Upgrade effect. 1. The number of controllable puppets has been increased from 3 to 6. 2. The time limit for death has been extended from 1 hour to 12 hours. 3. Possesses 80% of the puppet's combat power in its previous life. 4. Hosts physical constitution plus 50, mental strength plus 30. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. It's finally upgraded. He immediately felt a powerful surge of energy within his body. His shadow puppet abilities have been greatly enhanced. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and carefully sensed the changes in his new superpower. Through his mental exploration, he discovered that he could perceive and issue puppet control commands that were far more complex than before. The 3 puppets hundreds of meters away appeared clearly in his mind. He attempted to control it remotely. The puppet's reaction speed and combat instincts have both significantly improved, and he realized there were still 3 empty slots in his ability. This means that more puppets can be controlled later. There is simply no suitable target to bind to at the moment. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This superpower, when the opportunity arises, can unleash even greater power. Brother Lin Yuan, what's wrong? Yi Qinghua looked at him curiously. Fine. Lin Yuan shook his head and spoke calmly. Seeing this, Yi Qinghua didn't pay too much attention. Lin Yuan stood up, suddenly remembering something. He walked to the entrance of the villa, and, after confirming that no one was around, took out a huge corpse from the system space. Mother insect. That was the queen insect that we killed earlier. Its corpse has been kept in the system space. Lin Yuan didn't have any empty space before, so it had been sitting there. Now, finally, the opportunity has arrived. He activated the C-rank Shadow Abyss puppet ability, attempting to inject shadow into the corpse of the insect queen. The shadows surged in like a tide. Unfortunately, there was no response. The corpse of the insect mother is still just a corpse. Nothing has changed. Lin Yuan frowned. Has he been dead for too long? He tried several more times, but still failed. Lin Yuan sighed and put the insect queen's corpse back into the system space. What a pity. If the mother insect can be controlled, that's practically cheating. However, the death time limit for C-rank Shadow Abyss golems has been extended from 1 hour to 12 hours. This is already a huge improvement. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he brought up the system panel. Unlimited Resource Blessing System. Host, Lin Yuan. Body Fitness, 740. Normal Male is 10. Spirit, 350. Special Abilities, C-Level Danger Perception, C-Level Shadow Puppetry, E-Level Life Control. Connected Goddesses, Ye Vingu, Lev Iki, Ye Vingu, Lev Iki, Bai Ingli, Lev Iki, Suyuyan, Lev Bir, Lin Vanro, Lev Bir, Lin Ru, Lev Bir, Cheuyanran, Lev Bir. Unlocked items. Frost Curse Antidote, Grade D Energy Mineral Water, Grade D Kirin Meat, Ability Proficiency Booster, Used, Pistol, Deluxe Hot Pot Set Meal, XM7 Rifle. Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Evening. The women each went about their own cultivation or rest. Yi Qinghua excitedly tested her newly awakened C-level mental manipulation ability. She used her mental powers to levitate and control the teacup, knife, and books on the table. At first, I was a little awkward, but I quickly mastered the skills. Qinghua, don't rush. Take your time. Yi Qinghua was instructing her younger sister from the side. My manipulation is different from my shadow techniques. You need more precise control. Start with small objects, and try larger items once you're more skilled. Yi Qinghua nodded obediently and began practicing diligently. Both sisters possess psychic abilities, and they will be even stronger when they work together. Su Yuyan remained aloof, sitting alone in her room on the second floor with a complex expression. Chu Yanran took the initiative to go to the kitchen to prepare dinner, wanting to prove her worth in her own way. Lin Yuan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the icy world outside. He pondered his next steps. The people in that villa are too dangerous. We'll avoid contact with them for now. But we need to continue exploring the surrounding area to find more resources and goddesses. And he had a feeling that something unusual had happened in this area recently. This area may be hiding some secret. Lin Yuan's eyes were deep as he fell into deep thought. Early morning. Lin Yuan sat on the leather sofa in the living room, flipping through a book about the pre-apocalyptic world. The women were still resting. Yi Qinghua was the first to get up and was currently working diligently with her head down. Lin Yuan held the book in one hand and gently stroked Yi Qinghua's hair with the other, enjoying the tranquility of the morning. Sudden, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding, a goddess matching your criteria is approaching. Lin Yuan's body trembled, and he almost dropped the book in his hand. This action made Yi Qingyue raise her head in confusion and look at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately patted her head to indicate that he was all right. Seeing this, Yi Qingyue lowered her head again and began her work. Lin Yuan's eyes turned serious, and he immediately activated his sea-level danger perception ability. Everything within a kilometer radius appeared clearly in his mind. The perimeter of the villa complex. A team is approaching. 5 black modified SUVs, exuding an impressive presence. Lin Yuan's danger perception feedback. 12 breaths. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. I waited so long. I finally met a new woman who meets the system's criteria. However, this time, Lin Yuan did not go to the window to check immediately. Since the villa was connected to backup power, the indoor surveillance system has been fully restored. The TV wall in the living room. It was precisely because of Su Yuyan's foresight as a business queen that she achieved this. The expensive surveillance system boasts extremely high resolution and crystal clear images. Yi Qingxue noticed that Lin Yuan's expression was strange, so she put down what she was holding and pressed the remote control. The large screen instantly switched to surveillance footage from various locations outside the villa. The surveillance camera could just see the entrance to another villa. In the surveillance footage, 5 black modified SUVs slowly drove into the villa complex. 12 powerful individuals appeared. This sparked a gasp and discussion among the women. Su Yuyan's face showed confidence and pride. She spent a lot of money to set up this monitoring system. Lin Yuan stared intently at the screen, a hint of excitement flickering in his eyes. Right in front of the television, all the women gathered around, staring intently at the monitor screen. What's baffling is that Yi Qingyue continued working diligently with her head down, as if nothing had happened. The other girls blushed as they watched this scene. Some even muttered to themselves, feeling both ashamed and indignant, yet also filled with admiration. Outside the villa complex, 5 black modified SUVs slowly drove in. The vehicle is covered with special protective armor, and the wheels are widened off-road tires. These vehicles were clearly modified specifically for the post-apocalyptic world. The convoy patrolled the villa complex, seemingly searching for a suitable place to stop. The convoy stopped in front of a luxury villa that was one building away from Lin Yuan's villa. The car door opened. 10 male guards were the first to get off the vehicle. They wore specially made black combat uniforms with sleek lines and a unique material. The most eye-catching thing is, the combat suit was covered with a thin, transparent energy membrane. It was like an invisible shield, keeping out the falling snowflakes. The guards moved with ease, completely unafraid of the snow poison. They quickly dispersed, clearing out the surrounding evolved beasts and checking the villa security. Lin Yuan looked at this scene through the window, his eyes narrowing. This equipment can directly block snow poison? What kind of cutting-edge technology? He saw one of the guards carefully holding a delicate guqin case. The guqin case is carved with exquisite patterns, clearly indicating that it is some kind of valuable item. Immediately afterwards, the second person got off the bus. She was a short-haired woman with a cool demeanor. She looked to be in her mid-20s, about 1.72 meters tall, and was wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit. His short hair was neat and gave him a dashing look. She is definitely one of the most beautiful women. She held a long black sword in her hand, the scabbard of which was engraved with intricate patterns. She was also covered by a transparent energy shield, making her completely immune to the snow poison. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. Could this woman be the system's perfect match? But soon, the next figure appeared, and Lin Yuan realized that she was not the one the system was looking for. A car door slowly opened. A fair and slender hand reached out from outside the car. Then, a stunningly beautiful figure gracefully stepped off the car. Lin Yuan looked out the window and saw. She was like a fairy who didn't eat the food of this world. She looked to be in her mid-20s, the prime of a woman's life. She was stunningly beautiful, with features so exquisite they seemed like God's most prized creation. Willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, delicate nose, and cherry lips. Her skin was as white as snow, and it shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the strands so smooth they seemed to glow. She wore a custom-made white long dress, the hem of which swayed gently in the wind. The long dress accentuated her perfect figure. She has a full front a slender waist, and rounded hips. Her body proportions are absolutely perfect. What's most shocking is, 1 month into the apocalypse, her clothes were surprisingly clean. They looked like models who just stepped off the runway. Her exposed skin was also covered by an almost invisible, transparent shield. Snowflakes fell onto the protective shield and slid off instantly, never touching her skin. Her temperament, noble, elegant, and inviolable. She seemed like a high-ranking noblewoman, looking down on all living beings. The moment Lin Yuan saw her, a system notification sounded in his mind. Name, Tang Shiyuan. Age, 24. Identity, top female celebrity in China, daughter of the prestigious Tang family. Appearance, 95 points, peerless beauty. Body measurements, 92-69-93, perfect curves. Physical fitness, 180. Mental strength, 220. Special ability, rank A, heavenly sound kill. Trait, unaccustomed to human affairs. A look of surprise flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Tang Po Ji. He recognized him. This is the most popular female celebrity in China before the apocalypse. Tang Shiyuan's fame is extraordinary. She is not only a female celebrity, but also a genius who has achieved great success in various fields. Acting, singing, calligraphy, painting, music. She is at the top level in almost every field. Lin Yuan was just an ordinary person back then, and he had seen her on television. She's incredibly good-looking and has solid acting skills. Lin Yuan even watched 2 of her dramas specifically because of her looks. It can be said that Tang Shiyuan is an all-around goddess actress in the Chinese entertainment industry. But what's even more shocking is, she actually has A-level superpowers. Lin Yuan found the other party's identity information to be reasonable. The power of such a prestigious family was beyond the comprehension of an ordinary person like him. However, in terms of connections and information, these aristocratic families are absolutely extraordinary. Inside the living room, attracted by the commotion of the convoy, the women all went to the windows. When they saw Tang Shiyuan, they were all stunned. That's Tang Si-un. Su Yin was slightly surprised. Sister, who is Tang Shiyuan? Yi Qinghua looked up and asked curiously. Su Yin asked with a complicated expression, a female celebrity. How could she be here? Bai Xingli's lazy gaze turned serious at this moment. Is she that famous actress? I've heard she has powerful connections, but the specifics are unclear to outsiders. But nobody in the entertainment industry dares to mess with her. Lin Wanru said gently. I saw her advertisement at the company before. She is indeed very beautiful. Moreover, it said that she's not only a good actress, but also proficient in various talents. Chu Yinran whispered, I've also seen her dramas. Her acting is really good. The women discussed amongst themselves, their eyes filled with shock. Outside the villa, Tang Shiyuan stood at the entrance of the villa, gracefully surveying her surroundings. Snowflakes fell onto her psionic shield, sliding off instantly without ever touching her skin. The short-haired female bodyguard walked up to her and said respectfully, Miss, this villa is very safe. It's only 5 kilometers from that target. Tang Shiyuan nodded slightly, her voice gentle yet firm. These next few days are crucial. I must get it this time. A hint of worry flashed in the eyes of the short-haired female bodyguard. Miss, you already possess A-level superpowers. Why are you still risking coming here? A determined light flashed in Tang Shiyuan's eyes. Grandpa said the end of the world is an opportunity. This thing might make me stronger. I must get it. The short-haired female bodyguard remained silent. She knew her mistress's personality. Once a decision is made, no one can change it. Xiaohan, you felt it too, didn't you? Tang Si-un suddenly spoke. Xiaohan nodded, her eyes sadus. I sense it. There's a man with a very strong aura in that villa next door. That's not simple at all. Tang Shiyuan's lips curved into an elegant smile. Interesting, the apocalypse really is full of hidden talents. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Lin Yuan's villa. Although the distance was great, she could feel it. There was a pair of eyes watching her. A hint of curiosity flashed in Tang Shiyuan's eyes. Lin Yuan sighed. He observed Tang Shiyuan and her group with great interest, making his own comments in his heart. This team is quite strong. These 10 guards exuded extraordinary auras, and the female bodyguard also possessed a very strong presence. The most impressive one is Tang Shiyuan. Its aura was no less than that of her 10 guards. Lin Yuan decided to observe first, because these people had no ill intentions towards him, and they were all exuding a white aura. Clearly, he wasn't a target. Lin Yuan wanted to win over Tang Shiyun to unlock resources. But the other party was not simple, and Lin Yuan also knew that they had discovered him as well. He doesn't need to get involved at all. There's a very high probability that the other party will come here to test him. Anyway, the other party didn't mean any harm, and we might even get some unexpected gains. Far away, Tang Shiyun seemed to have sensed Lin Yuan's presence as well. She turned her head and looked in the direction of Lin Yuan's villa. An elegant smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Their eyes met briefly in midair, although the distance is far, but they could both sense each other's strength. Lin Yuan shrugged, making no attempt to dodge. He relaxed for a while, then stood up, stood confidently by the window, and made eye contact with the other person. Yi Qingwei also stood up and then stood next to Lin Yuan. She drank the milk from her small mouth and looked curiously in the direction Lin Yuan was looking. But she saw nothing. Yi Qingwei was slightly disappointed. Seeing this, Lin Yuan patted Yi Qingwei's head and smiled knowingly. Chapter 83, B-Rank Superpower. Reality Illusion Conversion. Late at night, inside Tang Shiyun's villa, 10 male guards stood watch on the perimeter, taking turns on duty to ensure safety. The master bedroom is located on the second floor of the villa. Only Tang Shiyun and Xiao Han'er were present. Tang Shiyun sat on the edge of the bed, elegantly tidying her long hair. Xiao Han'er stood to the side, holding a delicate little bag in her hand. "Miss, I brought the things." Xiao Han'er took out 2 items from her small bag. A B-grade demon core, a colorful snowflake. The demon core emitted a rich energy fluctuation, appearing deep purple, like a dazzling gemstone. The colorful snowflakes are even more dazzling, with 7 colors interwoven, beautiful and mysterious. Tang Shiyun took the demon core and the snowflake, a satisfied glint in her eyes. Hunting that B-rank evolved beast on the way here was definitely the right thing to do. These are exactly what I need. It was a Class B mutated giant python, over 30 meters long, with terrifying strength. However, even with the combined efforts of Tang Shiyun and Xiao Han'er, they were still killed. A hint of worry flashed in Xiao Han'er's eyes. "Miss, that man next door makes me feel threatened." Her voice carried a hint of solemnity. As a B-level ability user and a martial artist at the early stage of the Grandmaster realm, her senses are extremely sharp. The man next door? Unfathomable. Tang Shiyun nodded gracefully, her voice firm. "According to information from the family, that thing will appear soon, and there will definitely be many competitors. I need to become stronger to be confident." Xiao Han'er remained silent. She also sensed Lin Yuan's presence. "That man, that's really not simple. Miss, please be careful." Xiao Han'er sighed earnestly. "Dang Si-un, my. That's why I'm using this 7-colored snowflake to awaken my second superpower. Only in this way can we ensure that nothing goes wrong." After she finished speaking, she looked at the 7-colored snowflake and the B-grade demon core in her hand. A determined glint flashed in his eyes. Tang Shiyun placed the 7-colored snowflakes and the B-grade demon core together. Moment. The two resonate with each other. Buzz. A deep humming sound rang out. The colorful snowflakes began to melt, transforming into streams of energy in 7 colors. The B-grade demon core also began to vibrate, releasing a rich purple energy. 2 energies intertwine and merge. It coalesced in the air into an energy sphere radiating brilliant light. The energy sphere, about the size of a fist, floated in the air, its 7-colored light and purple energy perfectly blended, beautiful and powerful. Xiao Han'er watched this scene without surprise. Tang Shiyun took a deep breath, her eyes resolute. She reached out and slowly touched the energy ball. Buzz! The energy ball was instantly absorbed into her body. Up! Tang Shiyun let out a muffled groan. A sharp pain shot through my body. It's as if every cell is tearing, reorganizing, and evolving. She gritted her teeth, without even flinching. As a daughter raised in a prestigious family, her willpower far surpasses that of ordinary people. This little pain, it's nothing at all. Energy surged wildly within my body. Her physical condition and mental strength improved dramatically. Xiao Han'er looked at her young mistress nervously, gripping her long knife and wary of her surroundings. She knew that the process of awakening her superpowers was the most vulnerable time. If someone attacks, the consequences would be unimaginable. Time passed second by second. 10 minutes later, Tang Shiyun opened her eyes. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It's a success. It's actually a Class B ability. Reality conversion. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. Tang Shiyun stood up and extended her hand. The next second, her body became ethereal. It was as if he had turned into a ghost, his entire body becoming translucent. Xiao Hanna watched this scene in shock. She reached out to touch the young lady, but the hand passed right through Tang Shiyun's body. It's as if she doesn't exist at all. This is... Xiao Hanna was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Tang Shiyun smiled, her body solidifying once more. The transformation between the virtual and the real. It allows you to switch between solid and virtual states for 10 seconds. Based on my current strength, I can use it 3 times a day at my maximum. This will enter a virtual state, making it immune to physical attacks. In physical form, normal combat is possible. Xiao Hanna instantly understood the terrifying nature of this superpower. Miss, this superpower, combined with your heavenly sound kill, is simply an invincible combination. Etherealization avoids damage. Solidification allows for piano-playing attacks. A perfect balance of offense and defense. Tang Shiyun nodded in satisfaction. With this ability, I don't have to worry about the vulnerable period when playing the piano. Although the heavenly sound kill is terrifyingly powerful, it has a fatal flaw. When playing the piano, she must concentrate on the music and cannot move, making her vulnerable to surprise attacks. But now, with the ability to switch between reality and illusion, she can enter an ethereal state while playing the piano, completely immune to physical attacks. This is absolutely perfect teamwork. Xiao Hanna's eyes flashed with envy, but she was even happier for her mistress. She thought to herself, Miss now possesses dual superpowers, and her combat strength has at least doubled compared to before. It's a pity I only have a grade B demon core, otherwise I could have broken through. However, she was not greedy. Being able to protect the young lady is her greatest honor. Just as Tang Shiyun was awakening her second superpower, a powerful energy surge spread outwards, although she had tried her best to suppress it. However, the awakening of a Class B superpower still generates astonishing fluctuations. Lin Yuan sighed. He was sitting on the sofa, flipping through a book. Suddenly, the Class C danger perception ability issued a frantic warning. Lin Yuan raised his head and looked in the direction of the villa next door. Powerful energy fluctuations. A playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Hey, is the guy next door breaking through? That's quite a commotion. Looks like that big star comes from a wealthy family. Yi Qingxue also noticed the energy fluctuations. She walked to Lin Yuan's side and calmly said, Very strong, at least a B level or higher energy fluctuation. Lin Yuan shrugged indifferently. They're strong, but there's nothing to worry about. His strength has long surpassed that of ordinary superhumans. Even if the other party is A level, it poses little threat to Lin Yuan. On the other side, inside Luo Qinghan's fortress, Luo Qinghan was elegantly sipping her red wine when she suddenly sensed an energy fluctuation. She frowned. Another one? He doesn't seem like a typical post-apocalyptic survivor. Luo Qinghan put down her wine glass and walked to the window. Looking at Tang Shiyun's villa from afar, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. This energy fluctuation, is it a breakthrough? Or is it the awakening of a new superpower? Luo Qinghan pondered in her heart. She wasn't sure if the newcomer had also discovered that opportunity. As a reborn person, she has extremely vivid memories of her past life. But the events of this life are so different from those of the previous one. This variable, it made her very uncomfortable. A hint of seriousness flashed in Luo Qinghan's eyes. It seems the butterfly effect of rebirth is bigger than I imagined. She decided to speed things up. The crucial moment is in 5 days. She must be the first to get that thing. But she also realized these two newly emerged, formidable individuals may be the biggest obstacles. Luo Qinghan returned to the sofa and continued sipping her red wine. The surface was calm, but in her heart, she had already begun to make plans. How to gain the greatest advantage in the competition 5 days from now. Chapter 84 takes an unexpected turn. The next morning, inside Tang Shiyun's villa, she stood by the window, gazing gracefully into the distance. After thinking it over last night, she has made a decision. She didn't initiate contact with the man next door. Maintaining distance is the safest option. After all, in the apocalypse, beauty becomes the greatest danger. Moreover, that man's strength is unfathomable. If he were to harbor malicious intent, she might not be a match for him. Tang Shiyun turned around and looked at Xiao Han'er, who was organizing her equipment. Xiaoan, that thing will appear in 3 days. Until then, let's focus on preparations and avoid any unexpected problems. Xiao Han'er nodded respectfully. Yes, miss. She understood what the young lady meant. Although the man next door is dangerous, as long as you don't make contact with him, there shouldn't be any problems. The most important thing now is to wait for that thing to appear. Tang Shiyun walked to the bedside and sat down gracefully. She closed her eyes and began to cultivate. Daughters raised in prestigious families must learn from a young age to remain calm in all kinds of situations. Now, all she has to do is wait. Waiting for that thing to appear. Then, we'll take it all in one fell swoop. On the other side, inside Lin Yuan's villa, he sat on a leather sofa in the living room, flipping through a book about pre-apocalyptic themes. Yi Qingxue sat beside him, closed her eyes to rest and cultivate her spiritual power. The other women rested in their respective rooms. Lin Yuan put down his book and looked out the window. The area in the direction of the neighboring villa was quiet. Strangeness. Lin Yuan was puzzled. He had assumed that Tang Shiyun would take the initiative to test him. After all, both sides were aware of each other's presence. Logically, someone should come to make contact. But the first day has passed. Tang poetry rhyme did not appear. Lin Yuan didn't take it to heart. They might be preparing something. The next day passed. Tang Shiyun still hasn't appeared. Lin Yuan began to have doubts. This woman, what's going on? Noon on the third day. Lin Yuan stood by the window, looking at the villa next door. There was still no movement. The charm of Tang poetry seems to have vanished. There is absolutely no intention to make contact. Lin Yuan stroked his chin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Interesting. They're not playing by the rules. He had assumed that, given Tang Shiyun's abilities and background, she would take the initiative to test him. But the other party became even more cautious. No contact whatsoever. A playful smile appeared on Lin Yuan's lips. It seems this heiress from a prominent family is more interesting than I imagined. He turned away and stopped paying attention. Inside the villa, the women were all busy with their own tasks. Yi Qingxue continued her cultivation, and her strength steadily improved. Her S-rank shadow ability grew stronger and stronger through continuous training. Their dependence on Lin Yuan grew deeper and deeper. Yi Qingxue clung to Lin Yuan, almost never leaving his side. She sensed Lin Yuan's attention and felt jealous. But they dare not show it. She could only silently follow Lin Yuan, proving her existence through her actions. Su Yin sat alone in her room on the second floor. She wanted to gain special privileges. 100 bottles of grade D mineral water every day. The temptation is too great. Bai Xingli continues to slack off, enjoying the perk of D-grade mineral water every day. With the help of grade D mineral water, her physical condition steadily improved. Therefore, his dependence on Lin Yuan grew deeper and deeper. Lin Wanru and her daughter Lin Ruoxue are much better now. They began to accept Lin Yuan's existence. Although I still feel some resistance, at least I'm not so afraid anymore. Lin Ruoxue would even occasionally take the initiative to talk to Lin Yuan. Although it was just a simple greeting, it was already a huge step forward. Chu Yinran was the most sensible. She cooks every day on her own initiative, proving her worth through her actions. Although he has an ordinary appearance. But Lin Yuan was very satisfied with her gentleness and understanding. 2.5 days later, Lin Yuan stood by the window, looking into the distance. Sudden, his eyes narrowed. A strong energy fluctuation suddenly appeared in the distant mountains. Buzz! A deep humming sound came from afar. Lin Yuan's danger perception ability is issuing a frantic warning. His pupils contracted. This energy fluctuation. That's incredible. It's almost on par with that previous snow egg mutation. Inside Tang Shiyun's villa, she suddenly opened her eyes. They're here. Tang Shiyun stood up, her eyes flashing with excitement. That thing has appeared. It's ahead of schedule. She immediately prepared to leave. Xiao Honor also sensed the energy fluctuations, her expression turning serious. Miss, this fluctuation is very strong. Tang Si-un not that. I know, but we have to go. It's our only chance. Xiao Honor was silent, then nodded. Yes, miss. Tang Shiyun took a deep breath, her voice firm. Ready to go. This time I'm determined to get it. On the other side, inside Luo Qinghan's fortress, she was elegantly sipping her red wine when she suddenly sensed that intense energy fluctuation. Luo Qinghan frowned, a serious look appearing in his eyes. We've finally arrived. The same time as in my previous life, without any deviation. She slowly put down her wine glass, rose, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant mountains with a deep look in her eyes. It seems that the trajectory of fate is still beyond our complete control. We must race against time and not let anyone get ahead of us. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips as she turned and gave the order to prepare for action immediately. I'm determined to have that thing in this lifetime. In its previous life, this treasure was actually obtained by a lucky person a month later. She is absolutely the only one who knows about this thing's existence. This is her biggest trump card after her rebirth, and the key to changing everything. Inside Lin Yuan's villa, he stood by the window, looking towards the distant mountains. The energy fluctuations are getting stronger. Clearly, something is about to happen. Lin Yuan's eyes were deep as he fell into deep thought. This fluctuation, this is very unusual. There might be some secret hidden inside. He decided to go and take a look. Lin Yuan turned around and looked at the women. Yi Qingxue had already opened her eyes and was looking at him calmly. Are you going? Her voice was calm, but a hint of worry flashed in her eyes. Lin Yuan nodded. This fluctuation is too unusual. I need to go check it out. Yi Qingxue was silent for a few seconds, then said, I'll go with you. Lin Yuan shook his head. It's too dangerous. You stay at the villa to protect the others. Yi Qingxue's eyes were firm. No, I have to go with you. I have the ability to help you. Lin Yuan looked at her and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he nodded. Okay, but the rest of you must stay at the villa. Ye Vingu nodded. I know. Hearing the commotion, the other women came out of the room. Brother Lin Yuan, where are you going? Yi Qingwei asked nervously. Lin Yuan looked at the women, his voice calm. There are energy fluctuations in the distant mountains. I'll go check it out. You all stay in the villa and don't wander off. A hint of worry flashed in the women's eyes, but they knew that Lin Yuan's decision was irreversible. Su Yiyin bit her lip, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Although Lin Yuan was a little annoying to her, she didn't want anything to happen to him. Bai Xingli yawned lazily and didn't say anything. Lin Wanru and her daughter Lin Ruoxue had worry in their eyes. Regardless, Lin Yuan was genuinely good to them. If they fall into the hands of other men, they might become slaves without human rights. Chu Yanran looked at Lin Yuan nervously and whispered, Brother Lin Yuan, be careful. Lin Yuan nodded. Yes, I know. He turned around and looked at Yi Qingxue. Are you ready? Ye Vingu no dit kaimri. All right. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Set off. The two left the villa and headed towards the distant mountains. Behind them, the women stood by the window, watching them leave. His eyes were full of worry, but they knew Lin Yuan's decision cannot be changed. All they could do was pray that Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue will return safely. These two are the strongest among them. The incident was undoubtedly a fatal blow to them. Lin Yuan was not worried about the safety of the other women in the villa at all. First of all, they are quite strong themselves. Secondly, Su Yiyin and Bai Xingli are both very cautious women. Moreover, the place where the incident occurred was not far from here. There's no need to worry. Chapter 85. This battle was truly a nightmare. Distant mountains. Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue moved forward quickly. Both were top-tier experts with extremely high speed. Soon, they entered the depths of the mountains. The surrounding area is a dense forest covered with ice and snow. It was a vast expanse of white, with nothing at all. Lin Yuan activated his level C danger perception and scanned the surroundings. Everything within a kilometer radius appeared clearly in his mind. The source of the energy fluctuations is just ahead. Lin Yuan pointed deep into the mountains. Yi Qingxue nodded without saying a word. Sudden buzz. A strange white mist surged out from the depths of the mountains. The white mist spread rapidly, covering the entire area in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. This white mist. He sensed that this white mist was something special. Clear the snow. Lin Yuan immediately reached out, trying to grab Yi Qingxue. But the white mist instantly engulfed him. The next second, Lin Yuan found himself standing alone in the white mist. Everything around was blurry, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Ye Vingu. They've disappeared. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious, and he immediately activated his danger perception. But the white mist seems to have a special effect, greatly reducing the range of danger perception. It can only sense a range of 10 meters around it. If I'm not mistaken, there's something wrong with this white fog. Lin Yuan was on guard. He tried to find Yi Qingxue, but the fog was too thick and he couldn't find her at all. Lin Yuan had to proceed alone to find the source of the energy fluctuations. Yi Qingxue is very strong, so he wasn't too worried. On the other side, Tang Shiyun, along with Xiao Honor and 10 guards, also entered the mountain range. They too were swallowed by the white mist. Miss! Xiao Honor tried to grab Tang Shiyun, but the white mist instantly engulfed her. The next second, Xiao Honor found herself standing alone in the white mist. Tang Shiyun and her guards. They've all disappeared. Xiao Honor's eyes turned serious, and she immediately looked for Tang Shiyun. But the fog was too thick to find anything. This made her somewhat worried about the young lady's safety. The same applies to the scattered guards. Tang Shiyun is an important figure in the Tang family. If something happens to her, none of them survived. This made them very anxious, and they had no choice but to continue their search. In the white mist, Lin Yuan explored alone, searching for a way out. Everything around was blurry, and I couldn't see anything clearly. He could only rely on his sense of danger to barely perceive a range of 10 meters around him. Sudden, Lin Yuan heard the sounds of battle coming from ahead. Boom strapje! A huge explosion rang out. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately headed towards the direction of the sound. Soon, he saw a ruin. Amidst the ruins, a stunningly beautiful figure is engaged in battle. The charm of Tang poetry. She is engaged in a fierce battle with a B-grade evolved plant. It was a huge, bewitching flower, over 3 meters tall, with petals of an eerie pink color and an alluring fragrance. The flower stalk is as thick as a tree trunk, covered with sharp barbs. The strangest thing is that there is a huge stamen in the center of the flower, which constantly releases pink pollen. Tang Shiyun used the A-level heavenly sound kill, combined with the B-level illusion reality conversion, to fight fiercely against the evolved plants. She played the guqin with elegance, and the sound waves cut through the flowers like sharp blades. Buzz! The sound wave tore through the air and struck the petals. Laugh! The petals were torn apart by the sound waves, and pink sap flowed out. But the evolved plants did not fall. Instead, it lashed out even more frantically at Tang Shiyun with its vines. Tang Shiyun's eyes narrowed, and she moved the guqin to one side to prevent it from being damaged. This was her biggest weakness, but fortunately, this evolved beast was not very intelligent. Otherwise, she would suffer terribly. The next second, Tang Shiyun immediately entered a blurred state. Thick vines pierced right through her body. It's as if she doesn't exist at all. The next second, the charm of Tang poetry has been solidified once more, and the guqin continues to be played. The sound waves poured out like raindrops. Boom! 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 The petals were constantly being torn apart, and pink sap splattered everywhere. Tang Shiyun gritted her teeth and continued fighting. Her face was pale, clearly indicating that she had exhausted herself. But she couldn't give up. Just then, Tang Shiyun suddenly noticed that there was another person in the ruins. This person is Lin Yuan. A hint of surprise and wariness flashed in Tang Shiyun's eyes. Tang Shiyun and Lin Yuan had not met before, but Tang Shiyun had sensed Lin Yuan's powerful aura. But at this moment, because of the battle, she couldn't be distracted. Therefore, he had no energy to focus on Lin Yuan. Naturally, no one noticed whether Lin Yuan was a superhuman. Moreover, she could only sense but not distinguish auras. To distinguish them, one might need a corresponding special ability. Tang Shiyun glanced at Lin Yuan with slight surprise. How could there be other people in such a dangerous place? She only felt that the other person's aura was suppressed very well, and she couldn't tell how deep it was. But he wasn't disheveled at all, and didn't seem like an ordinary survivor. However, the situation is critical now, and there is no time to think too much. She quickly suppressed her doubts and reminded him in a clear, cold voice. Watch out, get out of the way. The most important thing now is to get out of danger. We can deal with the rest later. But at that moment, the evolved plant suddenly changed its target, and several thick vines lashed out at Lin Yuan. Tang Shiyun's pupils contracted. Not good. She acted immediately. Buzz. The sound waves slashed at the vines like sharp blades. Boomstrapje. The vines were severed by the sound waves and sent flying backward. But Tang Shiyun was also injured as a result. Her shoulder was scratched by the barbs of another vine, and blood was flowing freely. Up. Tang Shiyun let out a muffled groan, her face turning pale. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with surprise when he saw this. This woman, she actually got injured on her own initiative to protect him? Seeing this, Lin Yuan devised a plan. He pretended to be scared and hid behind to observe. His main reason was that he wanted to see Tang Shiyun's true abilities. As for the accident, no way. Lin Yuan was confident he could annihilate this evolved beast instantly. Seeing Lin Yuan weakly hide away, Tang Shiyun was certain that this man was definitely not a strong person. Tang Shiyun gritted her teeth and continued fighting. Tang Shiyun steadied herself, her gaze sharper than ever before. As slender fingers plucked the strings of the guqin, sound waves surged forth like a tide. Her understanding of heavenly sound kill reached its peak at this moment. Every note she played was imbued with her profound understanding of music, creating unpredictable variations between reality and illusion. Suddenly, Tang Shiyun gave a cold shout, and all 10 fingers fell down at once. The invisible sound of the zither materialized in the air, transforming into countless sound blades that swept across the void. The enormous flowers and vines of the evolved plant were crushed by the sonic waves at that moment. All the pink petals collapsed completely in the music, and even the stamens were destroyed in one fell swoop. The music stopped, and the strange flower beast's corpse collapsed with a crash. Tang Shiyun's face was pale, but the fingers still trembled with a lingering sound. With her musical talent, she annihilated a grade B mutated plant with a single blow, showing no mercy. Boomstrapje. The enormous flower collapsed with a crash, utterly dead. Tang Shiyun breathed a sigh of relief, her face pale. She turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. Are you all right? Lin Yuan pretended to be scared and nodded. No, it's okay. Thank you for saving me. Tang Shiyun shook her head and smiled. You're welcome. After she finished speaking, she prepared to leave. But at that moment, the already dead evolved plant suddenly trembled violently. The stamen in the center of the flower shimmered with an eerie light. Buzz! A burst of pink pollen gushed out from the flower stamen. It instantly engulfed the entire ruins. Tang Shiyun's pupils contracted. She immediately tried to dodge, but it was too late. Pink pollen instantly engulfed her. Tang Shiyun felt a heat rise in her body, and her consciousness began to blur. No, I can't. She tried to resist, but the aphrodisiac was too strong. She simply couldn't control herself. Lin Yuan was also poisoned by the aphrodisiac. He felt a heat rise in his body, and his consciousness began to blur. What is this? Lin Yuan tried to resist, but the aphrodisiac was too strong. His consciousness gradually blurred, and he lost control of himself. In a state of irrationality, the two began to approach each other. Tang Shiyun looked at Lin Yuan with a dazed expression. Her body moved uncontrollably, drawing closer to Lin Yuan. No, don't. She tried to resist, but her body wouldn't obey her commands. Lin Yuan also looked at Tang Shiyun with a dazed expression. His body was out of control, and he moved closer to Tang Shiyun. I can't control myself anymore. I'm so sorry. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Yuan was the first to wake up. He opened his eyes and saw Tang Shiyun beside him. Tang Shiyun was still asleep. Her face was rosy, and she was obviously very tired. Lin Yuan recalled everything that had happened, speechless. This unexpected. Surprisingly, he got Tang Shiyun. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan stood up and sighed. He sat quietly in a corner of the ruins, half embracing Tang Shiyun in his arms. Tang Shiyun woke up groggily, her eyelashes trembling slightly, and she was stunned at first. She then felt her body pressed tightly against Lin Yuan's chest. Their clothes were disheveled, and an atmosphere of romance and excitement lingered in the air. Lin Yuan's breath was warm and powerful. It brought a moment of ambiguity that made her heart race uncontrollably. She instinctively curled up, but he found himself still encircled by the other person's arms. A complex mix of shame, anger, and indescribable emotions welled up within me. I was actually with him, in his arms. Tang Shiyun's mind went blank as she recalled the madness she had just experienced. My heart trembled. Shame, regret, shock, and grievance all surged up. Did I give him my first time? Or in this way? Should we kill him? A hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. But thinking of Lin Yuan's bewildered and helpless appearance just now, his panic and innocence, and the momentary peace in my heart when I touched his chest, the murderous intent vanished instantly. Women tend to have deep feelings for their first love. This is no one's fault. It's just a matter of things getting out of control. Tang Shiyun let out a long breath, comforting herself in this way. She carefully broke free from Lin Yuan's embrace, still not daring to look him in the eye, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Yuan noticed that she had woken up and quickly pretended to be panicked. He stumbled backward, his eyes darting around nervously as he explained, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Tang Shiyun bit her lower lip tightly. Looking at this seemingly innocent and cowardly ordinary person in front of him, he was immediately furious. It made it seem like he was the one who suffered a loss. She wasn't narcissistic about her appearance. She simply possessed the talent to back it up. He has countless suitors. For a man with Lin Yuan's looks, she must be a goddess in his eyes, right? That scoundrel must be thinking he slept with a stunningly beautiful woman, right? Tang Shiyun thought angrily. He remained silent for a few seconds, but ultimately did not make a move. Never mind, you can go. She spoke in a low voice, concealing the turmoil in her heart, and turned her head away as if facing a formidable enemy. He didn't look at Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. This battle was truly agonizing. What kind of aphrodisiac is this? It's even more potent than aphrodisiacs. Fortunately, he was physically strong. Otherwise, it will lead to kidney failure. He quickly stood up and, with unsteady steps, hurried away from the ruins. She didn't even dare to look at Tang Shiyun for long, as if she were truly terrified and fleeing for her life. Inside the ruins, Tang Shiyun sat with her knees drawn up to her chest. Watching Lin Yuan's departing figure, his expression grew increasingly complicated. The ordinary yet slightly panicked face appeared before my eyes, and my mind was in turmoil. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Tang Shiyun, will never let anyone see my vulnerable side again, she murmured to herself. Slowly, she stood up, gathered her clothes, and disappeared alone into the ruins. All that remained was the violently beating heart in his chest. I couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 86, Encountering Luo Qinghan, the seven-colored fruit. In a white mist, Yi Qingxue explores alone, searching for Lin Yuan and a way out. Everything around was blurry, and I couldn't see anything clearly. She could only barely sense her surroundings by relying on her S-rank shadow abilities. Suddenly, Yi Qingxue's eyes narrowed. Ahead, there's a powerful aura, and there's also a special energy fluctuation. Yi Qingxue immediately headed in that direction. Soon, she saw a strange sight. A strange plant grows in the center of the ruins. At the top of the plant grows a seven-colored fruit. The fruit emanated powerful energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that it was no ordinary object. Yi Qingxue's eyes lit up. She immediately wanted to go forward and pick the fruit. But at that moment, another figure emerged from the white mist. She was an absolutely beautiful woman. She looked to be in her late 20s, the prime of a woman's life. She was stunningly beautiful, with features so exquisite they seemed like God's most prized creation. Willow leaf eyebrows, phoenix eyes, delicate nose, and cherry lips. Her skin was as white as snow, and it shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, the strands so smooth they seemed to glow. She was wearing a black, tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated her perfect figure. She has a full front, a slender waist, and rounded hips. Her body proportions are absolutely perfect. What's most shocking is her temperament. Cold, arrogant, and haughty, like a queen high above, looking down on all living beings. Luo Qinghan. She also saw the seven-colored fruit. The two women's eyes met in midair. Moment. Both of them sensed the other's strength. Luo Qinghan's eyes flashed with surprise when she saw Yi Qingshue's S-rank shadow ability. S-rank ability? There are actually S-rank ability users at this stage. She was deeply shocked. In my previous life, S-class superhumans were extremely rare, and each one was a top-tier powerhouse. But those only appeared in the middle or late stages of the apocalypse. But the apocalypse has only lasted for a little over a month. And she actually ran into one. Yi Qingxue also sensed Luo Qinghan's powerful aura and became wary. This woman is not simple. The two women discovered the seven-colored fruit at the same time. This special fruit emits powerful energy fluctuations. Clearly, it is no ordinary object. Both women wanted this opportunity. This leads to a conflict. I want this fruit. Luo Qinghan spoke coldly, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. She naturally knew what this thing was. This stuff is plentiful in the later stages of the apocalypse. It's practically as common as cabbage. But in the early stages of the apocalypse, this stuff was a miracle drug. Therefore, she was determined to win. Yi Qingxue looked at her calmly, her voice equally cold. On what grounds? Luo Qinghan's eyes narrowed. Based on ability. She made her move immediately after she finished speaking. Boomstrapje. A-rank lightning-type ability erupts. The thunder roared like an angry dragon, instantly tearing through the air and hurtling towards Yi Qingxue. Yi Qingshue's eyes narrowed, and she immediately used her S-rank shadow ability. Buzz. Darkness surged forth like a tide, instantly engulfing the lightning. The terror of the abyss of death is laid bare. Luo Qinghan's pupils contracted. So strong, she immediately used her other superpowers, combined with her lightning-based abilities, to demonstrate her formidable strength. Spatial segmentation, mental impact, physical enhancement, sensory warning. 5 superpowers erupted simultaneously. Yi Qingxue also used an S-level shadow ability, showcasing the terror of the abyss of death. Boom! 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 The two women fought fiercely, and the aftershocks of the battle caused the surrounding ruins to collapse continuously. However, both were testing each other, and there was no deep-seated hatred between them. Therefore, it didn't kill him. Final. Luo Qinghan is fine, and Yi Qingxue has minor injuries. Both women realized the other's strength. You are very strong. Luo Qinghan spoke coldly. Yi Qingxue looked at her calmly. You're not weak either. The two women separated, each on guard. But at that moment, another figure emerged from the white mist. Lin Yuan. He rushed to the scene and saw Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan also saw Lin Yuan, and the two officially met. The moment Lin Yuan saw Luo Qinghan, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! A goddess matching the criteria has been detected. Name, Luo Qinghan. Age, 26. Identity, reborn individual, top expert in the 10th year of the previous apocalypse. Appearance, 96 points, absolutely stunning. Body measurements, 92-61-94, perfect curves. Constitution, 220. Mental strength, 280. Special abilities, A rank, thunder domination, B rank, spatial manipulation, C rank, mental impact, C rank, physical enhancement, C rank, danger perception. Trait, unaccustomed to human affairs. A look of extreme shock flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Luo Qinghan is actually a reincarnated person. Lin Yuan instantly became extremely vigilant. Reborn individuals are the most troublesome characters in the apocalypse, possessing endless methods and omniscience, making them several times more dangerous than ordinary enemies. In a fleeting moment, Lin Yuan then suppressed all his emotions, and his gaze toward Luo Qinghan became exceptionally deep. He absolutely cannot underestimate this woman. When Luo Qinghan saw Lin Yuan, she immediately recognized him as the man she had feared that day. Her C-level sensory ability is giving a frantic warning. The aura emanating from Lin Yuan, unfathomable. And she noticed the colors on Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue. They're all white. This means neither of them showed her any hostility. It is in a completely neutral state. Luo Qinghan's expression turned serious. Two powerful individuals. If it comes down to a direct confrontation, she might not be a match for him. She was making plans in her mind. Moreover, her main purpose was not the seven-colored fruit, but that thing. That enormous opportunity, which would have made her envious in her past life. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath, her voice icy. I don't want this fruit. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. But in her heart, she remembered Lin Yuan and Yi Qingxue. These two people may become the biggest obstacles in the future. Lin Yuan watched Luo Qinghan leave, a hint of surprise and admiration flashing his eyes. As expected of someone who has been reborn. After dying once, as long as things are not completely successful. In her eyes, it was just going to her death. Soon, he turned to look at the seven-colored fruit. After Luo Qinghan backed down, Lin Yuan obtained the seven-colored fruit. This fruit exudes powerful energy fluctuations, clearly indicating that it is no ordinary object. Lin Yuan reached out and picked the fruit. Buzz! The moment I got my hands on the fruit, a powerful energy surged through me. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. This fruit, not simple. This fruit looks like an upgraded version of a rainbow snowflake. He immediately stored the fruit in his system space. Then he turned around and looked at Yi Qingxue. Qingxue, are you all right? Yi Qingxue calmly shook her head. It's nothing, just a minor injury. Lin Yuan nodded, and then said, We continue to search for a way out. Ye Vinggu nodded. Good. The two continued forward, searching for an exit from the white fog. Behind them, the energy fluctuations of the seven-colored fruit gradually dissipated. But Lin Yuan didn't know that this seven-colored fruit would bring him unexpected changes. This fruit. What secret is hidden here? Chapter 87: The Incredible Effects of the Seven-Colored Fruit. The white fog finally dissipated. Lin Yuan led Yi Qingxue back to the villa from the mountains, stepping on vines. Yi Qingxue remained calm, but her eyes kept glancing at Lin Yuan to make sure he was unharmed. As soon as the two entered the villa complex, Yi Qingxue rushed over. Brother Lin Yuan, sister. She threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms and hugged him tightly. I'm so worried about you all. Yi Qingxue's voice was tinged with a sob. Lin Yuan patted her head. It's okay. Everything went smoothly. Yi Qingxue also came over and gently patted her younger sister's shoulder. We'll talk about it when we get back. The three returned to the villa. The other women had already gathered in the living room, and they all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lin Yuan return safely. Su Yin stood in front of the second-floor railing, coldly watching Lin Yuan, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Bai Xingli leaned back lazily on the sofa and yawned. Lin Wanru stood gently to the side, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Ruoxue lowered her head and secretly observed Lin Yuan. Chu Yanran asked softly, Brother Lin Yuan, is there anything I need to prepare? Lin Yuan shook his head. No need. I need to take care of something first. He retrieved the seven-colored fruit from the system space. Moment. The air in the entire living room seemed to freeze. The seven-colored fruit floated in Lin Yuan's hand, radiating a dazzling light. Seven colors flow and intertwine, creating a breathtakingly beautiful effect. More importantly, that powerful, heart-stopping energy fluctuation. Su Yin felt the fluctuation on the second floor, and her body froze instantly. Her E-rank lightning-type ability resonated instantly with this energy. That longing, that flutter, it felt like a cry was being shouted from the depths of one's soul. What is this? Su Yin stared in shock at the seven-colored fruit. His aloof face couldn't hide his thirst for this resource. A quick analysis of her business acumen. If the value of this fruit could cause a superhuman strength to increase dramatically, its strategic value is simply immeasurable. Yi Qingxue stood calmly beside Lin Yuan, a hint of anticipation flashing in her eyes. She possesses supernatural abilities, so she can naturally sense the power of the seven-colored fruit. But she had absolutely no greedy thoughts. Instead, his eyes were filled with pride and anticipation, hoping that Lin Yuan would become even stronger. Yi Qingxue also felt that energy. Her sea-level mental manipulation ability pulsed wildly in front of the fruit. But there was no greed in her eyes either. There is only trust and expectation in Lin Yuan. Chu Yanran's E-level Qi attack ability also resonated with it. She stared at the fruit in awe, but quickly lowered her head. She doesn't deserve it. Only brother Lin Yuan deserves to possess such a treasure. Bai Xingli's usually lazy gaze turned serious for the first time. Lin Wanru secretly observed Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at the women's reactions, and a smile appeared on his lips. Everyone step back. I'm going to take it. His voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The women immediately stepped back, giving Lin Yuan space. Yi Qingxue stood in the closest position, quietly releasing her S-level shadow ability to monitor everything around her, to prevent any accidents from happening. She gazed intently at Lin Yuan. If anyone dares to launch a sneak attack at this time, she will let the other party know the terror of the abyss of death. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Then, put the colorful fruit into your mouth. Buzz. The fruit melts in your mouth. It transformed into 7 dazzling streams of energy, instantly surging into Lin Yuan's body. Lin Yuan let out a muffled groan. Intense pain shot through my body. It's as if every cell is tearing, reorganizing, and evolving. His physical condition skyrocketed. 740, 800, 900, 1,000. Breaking through 1,000. But it hasn't stopped yet. 1,100, 1,200, 1,234. The final score was 1,234. His mental strength is also increasing rapidly. 350, 400, 450, 500. Breaking 500. The final score was 520. Yi Qinghua looked at Lin Yuan nervously. His eyes would occasionally glance at his older sister. Seeing her sister so focused on protecting Lin Yuan, Yi Qinghua clenched her small hands tightly. They don't even realize their fingernails are digging into their palms. An indescribable emotion welled up inside her. My sister is always like this. He always monopolizes Lin Yuan's brother. Why? Chu Yinren gently prepared hot water and towels. She moved gently, not daring to disturb them. But his eyes were full of concern. She knew there was nothing she could do. This is the only way I can silently support brother Lin Yuan. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. That's the body's instinctive energy leakage after a breakthrough in physical constitution. Call. Lin Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. He felt the surging power within him. Physique exceeding mille? What a terrifying concept this is. He clenched his fist. The air was compressed and exploded, making a crisp pop sound. So strong. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. He felt that he could blow up a building with his bare hands right now. Not only that, a system notification sounded in my mind. Ding. Host detected consuming grade B 7-colored fruit. Level C, danger perception. Level B, crisis insight. Honk C shadow, puppet technique. Honk B shadow, demon evenlinet. Level E, life control. Level D, force control. Lin Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted. 3 superpowers. They've all been upgraded by 1 level. He immediately checked the details of his superpower. Level B, crisis insight. Perception range expanded to 5 kilometers. The level of danger can be predicted, and even murderous intent and hostility can be sensed. Rank B, shadow demon heavenly net. Can control 12 puppets. Death time limit extended to 72 hours. Possesses 90% of the combat power before death. Level D, control of the forest realm. Can manipulate all plants within range to create a small forest domain. Lin Yuan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The effects of these 7-colored fruits. This is absolutely incredible. Not only did his physical condition and mental strength increase dramatically, even his superpowers have been comprehensively enhanced. This is so much better than rainbow snowflakes. Lin Yuan. Yi Qingxue walked to his side and calmly asked, "How are you feeling?" Lin Yuan turned to look at her, a smile playing on his lips, better than ever before. He reached out and pulled Yi Qingxue into his arms. Yi Qingxue's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly relaxed. She leaned gently on Lin Yuan's shoulder. Su Yiyin watched this scene from the 2nd floor. She was shocked by the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yuan. Just a moment ago, Lin Yuan's aura has at least doubled. As an E-level ability user, she could clearly sense it. Su Yiyin bit her lip. A complex mix of emotions welled up inside her. Just then, the system notification sounded in Lin Yuan's mind again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have collected the goddess Tang, Yun. Leviticus 1. New supplies unlocked. Rocket launcher, with ammunition, 1 set per second. Lin Yuan was stunned. Dang po ji zime. He recalled the loss of control under the influence of aphrodisiacs in the mountains. Lin Yuan thought he had failed. I didn't expect the system to only realize this now. Yi Qingxue keenly noticed the change in Lin Yuan's expression. Her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. What's wrong? His tone carried a hint of concern, but his eyes were sharp. Lin Yuan snapped out of his daze and mumbled, "It's nothing." Yi Qingxue stared at him for a few seconds. No further questions were asked, but I've already memorized this detail. A barely perceptible glint of possessiveness flashed in his eyes. Yi Qingxue snuggled closer and said sweetly, "Brother Lin Yuan has gotten even stronger. He's so amazing." She appears innocent and naive. But deep down, she had already sensed something was wrong with her sister. "What is my sister suspecting?" Chu Yanran said considerately, "Brother Lin Yuan, you must be tired. I'll go prepare some food." She took the initiative to do housework, proving her worth through her actions. Lin Wanru said gently, "I'll go help too." The two headed towards the kitchen. Lin Ruoxue stood to the side, carefully keeping her distance from Lin Yuan. But her eyes were secretly observing him. This man, it seems to be getting stronger and stronger. Her misogyny is slowly fading. Afternoon. Lin Yuan ventured alone into the depths of the ruins. He wanted to test the newly unlocked rocket launcher. Take a rocket launcher from a system space. It is entirely military green, about 1 meter long and of moderate weight. An improved version of the RPG-7 with great power. Lin Yuan shouldered the rocket launcher and activated the B-level crisis awareness. Everything within a 5-kilometer radius appeared clearly in his mind. This feeling, that was awesome. The sensing range has been expanded from 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers. Moreover, he can clearly sense the level of danger. He quickly identified a sea-level mutated bear. It was a giant bear, 5 meters long, covered in black scales. It is searching for food in the ruins. Lin Yuan aimed and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket, trailing a plume of flame, roared out. Boom strapje! The violent explosion instantly engulfed the mutated bear. Flame shot into the sky. Gravel flew everywhere. The shockwave from the explosion collapsed the surrounding ruins. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. After the smoke and dust cleared, the mutated bear has been blown to pieces. Even the corpse wasn't intact. 1 second. This power, it's terrifying. Lin Yuan was so shocked that he couldn't speak. C-rank evolved beasts have extremely strong defense. But in the face of rockets, they were instantly killed. Lin Yuan took out several more rocket launchers and continued testing. He found the only problem was accuracy. The flight trajectory of rockets is not very stable, and it takes some experience to hit them accurately. But Lin Yuan is not afraid of the cost of trial and error at all. Because it's 1 per second, he can practice indefinitely until you master perfect shooting skills. Lin Yuan excitedly imagined the future scenarios. If a large-scale beast tide occurs, he can use a rocket launcher to launch a barrage of attacks. 1 per second, that's 60 per minute. It's practically mobile artillery barrage. Any evolved beast below rank C will be blown to smithereens. This is a true weapon of mass destruction. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to return to the villa. Night. Su Yuyin was alone in the room. She sat on the edge of the bed, a complex emotion flashing in her phoenix eyes. Moonlight streamed into the room through the window. Su Yuyin bit her lip, recalling the bits and pieces of the past few days. She found that her heart would race just from a single glance from Lin Yuan. What's wrong with me? Su Yuan murmured to herself. She refused to admit it. But she did have feelings for someone strong. As an independent and strong woman, her man must be stronger than her for her to willingly submit. And Lin Yuan is getting stronger and stronger. He was so powerful that she could only look up to him. But she was a business tycoon. Now, however, he can't even utilize his own abilities. Lin Yuan had no intention of building a shelter. Her strategic planning ability, resource allocation ability, personnel management ability, none of them are needed. She was just one of Lin Yuan's women. A woman who pleases him in bed. This made her very upset. Su Yuyin looked at herself in the mirror. A stunningly beautiful and aloof face, a perfect figure. But in the apocalypse, how much are these worth? She remembered the night she wore the bunny girl outfit. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. That was the night she abandoned all her dignity. But they still did not receive any special privileges. Chapter 88, The Snow Eggs Mutation. What was it actually? On the other side, in the area where Shirahoshi originally lived, that once luxurious villa is now covered in snow and ice, reduced to ruins. And deep within the ruins, that snow egg that everyone has forgotten, a terrifying anomaly is taking place. Thump, thump, thump. A deep, throbbing sound echoed through the ruins. Strange, blood-red patterns began to appear on the surface of the snow eggs. Those lines, like blood vessels, wriggled on the eggshell. The frequency of the beating increased from once per minute initially. Speed up to once every 10 seconds. Speed it up to once per second. Thump, 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 thump. The dense, pulsating sound was like war drums. It could be heard clearly within a radius of 100 meters. If someone is here, they would definitely be terrified by this eerie sound. The snow eggs began to swell. From the initial size of a basketball, a crazy surge, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Eventually, the snow egg swelled to a height of 3 meters. It turned into a giant, fleshy cocoon. The surface of the cocoon is covered with dense, ice crystal scales. The scales reflected an eerie luster under the moonlight. The blood-red lines became increasingly dense. It looked like countless blood vessels wriggling wildly beneath the scales. The throbbing of the fleshy cocoon became increasingly violent. Thump, thump, thump. With each thud, the fleshy callus expands by 1 ring. It was as if something inside was about to hatch. The surrounding air began to distort. Strange changes began to appear on the walls of the ruins. A layer of white substance, like a fungal carpet, spreads outward from the center of the fleshy cocoon. Where the fungal carpet covered, all the plants withered. The walls of the building were also corroded and pitted. It was as if some force had swallowed up its vitality. Day 1. Suddenly, a crack appeared at the bottom of the fleshy cocoon. Laugh! A thick, white liquid gushed out of the mouth. The liquid fell to the ground and solidified rapidly. Then, it begins to wriggle. Click, click, click. A strange sound rang out. The solidified liquid began to crack. A snow-white creature crawled out of the liquid. It was a monster that looked like an ant. It is 2 meters long and entirely white. It has 6 thick legs covered with barbs. The massive jaw teeth gleamed with a metallic sheen. Its compound eyes gleamed with a ghostly blue light, eerie and cold. Snon best vorkerant. This is the first creature to hatch from the snow egg. But this is not the only one. The opening at the bottom of the cocoon is getting bigger and bigger. More white liquid gushed out. The second one, the third one, the 10th one. The numbers are growing like crazy. In just 1 hour, 50 snow beast worker ants hatched from the fleshy cocoon. Once they emerge from their cocoons, they immediately begin to move. Without any hesitation, it's as if they were born knowing their mission. The worker ants frantically devoured everything around them. The concrete of the ruins, withered plants, frozen corpse, even the soil on the ground. All matter was crushed and devoured by their enormous jaws. Snap, snap, snap. The sound of gnawing echoed through the ruins. The worker ants carried the crushed material back to the cocoon. It piled up around the fleshy cocoon. Then the blood-red patterns on the surface of the cocoon suddenly lit up. Those substances were absorbed by the fleshy cocoon. Gurgle, gurgle. The fleshy cocoon emitted eerie sounds. The volume expands again. It expanded from 3 meters tall to 4 meters. 5 meters. 6 meters. The worker ants began to eat and carry even more frantically. Like a machine that never tires. A white fungal carpet spreads wildly from the center of the fleshy cocoon. Within a radius of 50 meters, the entire area was covered by a fungal carpet. This area has become a bizarre lair. The third day, the fleshy cocoon has swelled to a height of 10 meters. Like a small mountain. The number of worker ants has reached 200. But that's not all. The callus split open again, revealing a new opening. This time, the gushing liquid was a darker color. It is light red in color. New life emerged from the liquid. Snow beast soldier ants. They are 4 meters long and thicker than worker ants. The barbs on its 6 legs are longer and sharper. The jaw teeth were like saw teeth, gleaming with a cold light. The scariest thing is Their compound eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty red light. This is a combat-type snow beast. 20 snow beast soldier ants hatched. They did not go to transport supplies. Instead, they patrol and guard the area around the nest. It was as if soldiers were guarding a castle. The white fungal carpet has already covered an area of 200 meters. The entire ruins area was dyed an eerie white. The throbbing of the fleshy cocoon became even more intense. Thump, thump, thump. Like the beating of war drums, it was awe-inspiring. Day 5. The fleshy cocoon has swelled to a height of 20 meters. Like a real mountain of flesh. The surface is covered with dense, icy scales that gleam with a cold light. Blood-red patterns, like a spider web, covered the entire fleshy cocoon. The number of worker ants has exceeded 500. The number of soldier ants has reached 100. But this is not the end. A huge crack appeared at the top of the cocoon. The dark red liquid cascaded down like a waterfall. New life emerged from the liquid. Snow beast guardians. It is 10 meters long. Its entire body was covered in thick ice crystal scales. 6 legs as thick as tree trunks. Each step made the ground tremble. A chilling aura swirled around the enormous jaws. Its compound eyes gleamed with a deep blue light, exuding an aura of murderous intent. This is an elite-type snow beast. 5 snow beasts emerged as guardians. They stand in 5 positions around the nest, like guardian deities. Any living thing that dares to approach. They will tear everything to pieces. The white fungal carpet has already covered an area of 500 meters. Most of the villa complex was swallowed up by the fungal carpet. The original buildings, roads, gardens, everything was covered in white, making it look eerie and terrifying. And on the edge of this area, several survivors huddled in the ruins, shivering. They heard that eerie sound. I saw those terrifying snow beasts. But they dared not approach. They dared not flee. All they could do was pray. Pray that those monsters don't find them. Day 7. The fleshy cocoon has swelled to a height of 30 meters, like a real mountain of flesh. From a distance, it looks like an eerie white temple. The number of worker ants has exceeded 700. The number of soldier ants has exceeded 200. The number of guards has reached 10. The total number of snow beasts has exceeded 1,000. The entire villa complex has been completely covered by a white fungal carpet. It turned into a huge nest. Any creature that sets foot in this area, they would all be torn to shreds in an instant by the horde of snow beasts. Those survivors who once hid on the fringes. They have all been preyed upon. Not even a corpse was left. And inside the fleshy cocoon, a gigantic figure is slowly taking shape. Through the translucent walls of the fleshy cocoon, a terrifying outline could be vaguely seen. That was a colossal beast that would reach 50 meters in length. Its body resembles a giant spider, but is even more bloated. 8 legs as thick as tree trunks. The back is a huge fleshy sac. The fleshy sac was filled with eggs. This is the snow beast queen. She is still incubating, but she had already regained consciousness. She can sense everything outside. It can command all the snow beasts. Worker ants are responsible for collecting. Soldier ants are responsible for fighting. The guards are responsible for defense. With clear division of labor and excellent teamwork. This is actually a complete Zerg swarm system. Chapter 89 Time Pet, Little 7. At the same time, deep in the mountains, Luo Qinghan walked alone through the ruins. She wore a black, tight-fitting combat suit that accentuated her perfect curves. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, dancing lightly in the wind. His stunningly beautiful face wore an expression of extreme coldness. All 5 of her special abilities were activated. Having died once in her previous life, she knew all too well the price of carelessness. Luo Qinghan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. Using her memories from her past life, she accurately located the hidden entrance. A seemingly ordinary mountain wall. However, she could detect faint energy fluctuations. Luo Qinghan's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. In your past life, after you obtained it, you became arrogant and called yourself the Queen of Time. In this life, it belongs to me. She reached out and pressed her hand against the mountain wall. The power of space surged. Buzz! The mountain wall rippled like water, revealing an entrance. Without hesitation, Luo Qinghan stepped inside. A secret realm. This is a separate space. The sky was pale purple, with silvery clouds floating in it. The air was filled with a rich sense of time. Luo Qinghan could sense that the flow of time here was different from that outside. It seems to be changing all the time. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. She proceeded cautiously. The secret realm is small, only about 100 meters in diameter. In the center is a stone platform. On the stone platform, a small creature lay. Luo Qinghan's breathing became rapid instantly. That's a rabbit. Its snow-white fur gleamed faintly against the purple sky. It was about the size of a palm, curled up on the stone platform. There are silver clock patterns on both ears. Her ruby-like eyes were weakly half open at that moment. The little rabbit had a deep wound on its abdomen. The blood had already congealed, but the injury was still serious. It was breathing weakly, on the verge of death. Time-space rabbit. A rare complex emotion flickered in Luo Qinghan's cold eyes. A mix of emotions. In her past life, that woman reached SS rank in the 5th year of the apocalypse thanks to you. To become one of the strongest in the apocalypse. Luo Qinghan muttered to himself, a ruthless glint in his eyes. In this life, I will be stronger than her. She slowly approached the stone platform. Time Rabbit sensed someone approaching and weakly raised its head. Her ruby-like eyes looked at Luo Qinghan. His eyes were full of vigilance. Luo Qinghan stopped at her tracks. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner excitement. Her past life experience told her, you only have one chance to contract a time-space beast. If it fails, the time-space beast will self-destruct, resulting in mutual destruction. She has to be careful. Luo Qinghan took out an exquisite jade bottle from her spatial storage. Source Lu. These are the top-tier healing medicines she collected after the apocalypse, relying on her memories. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Luo Qinghan opened the jade bottle, and a delicate fragrance wafted out. She handed the jade bottle to the time-space rabbit. For once, he put away his coldness. The voice said gently, "Little one, this is healing medicine. Drink it, and your wound will heal." Time Rabbit looked at her weakly. A sense of vigilance remained in those ruby-like eyes. But its injuries were too severe. Time Rabbit hesitated for a few seconds. In the end, he lowered his head and licked the essence from the jade bottle. The pale golden liquid exudes the breath of life. It melts in your mouth and merges into the time-space rabbit's body. Buzz! A faint light appeared on the time-space rabbit. The abdominal wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its weak breath began to return. The time-space rabbit's ruby-like eyes lit up. It looked at Luo Qinghan, and the wariness in its eyes lessened somewhat. Taking the opportunity, Luo Qinghan reached out and gently stroked the time-space rabbit's snow-white fur. It's fluffy and feels great to the touch. Little one, come with me, and I'll make you stronger. Her voice was unusually gentle. The cold-blooded empress revealed a softer side at this moment. The time rabbit did not resist. It could sense that the woman meant it no harm. A hint of joy flashed in Luo Qinghan's eyes. The opportunity has arrived. She quickly retrieved an ancient scroll from her spatial storage. The Eternal Contract Scroll. This is a forbidden contract technique that she learned at a great cost in the 8th year of the apocalypse in her previous life. It can establish a soul contract with any living being. She had prepared this scroll before her rebirth. Luo Qinghan unfurled the scroll. The scroll is covered with intricate contract patterns. It radiates a silvery light. Luo Qinghan shouted in a low voice. The scroll instantly transformed into countless silver specks of light. The light surged toward Time Rabbit and Luo Qinghan. Buzz! A powerful energy surge erupted. The time-traveling rabbit was terrified and tried to run away. But it was too late. Silver light condensed on its body, forming intricate contract patterns. The same pattern also appeared on Luo Qinghan's forehead. Luo Qinghan endured the excruciating pain. This is a soul contract, and it's incredibly painful. But she gritted her teeth and didn't give up. The time-space rabbit let out a sharp cry. It is also suffering, but the power of contracts is irresistible. 1 minute later, the light faded. The contract was successful. Silver clock patterns appeared on the time-space rabbit's body. It complements the patterns on its ears. The hourglass mark on his forehead also shone. It established a soul connection with Luo Qinghan. Luo Qinghan could clearly sense the time rabbit's emotions. Confused, scared, but also a little acceptable. A rare, excited smile appeared on Luo Qinghan's usually cold face. She held the fluffy rabbit in her arms. The regrets of my past life have finally been made up for. This is what it's been like since my rebirth a month ago. This was the only time she lost control of her emotions. The time-space rabbit nestled in her arms, sensing its owner's emotions. He looked at her with ruby-like eyes. It seems to be saying, "I will help you." Luo Qinghan stroked the time rabbit, a hint of tenderness flashing in her eyes. "Little one, from today onwards, your name will be Xiaoqi." Time rabbit rubbed against her palm. "I guess I've accepted this name." At the same time, on the other side of the mountain, Tang Shiyun, along with Xiao Honor and 5 guards, searched through the ruins. Their team originally consisted of 12 people, but during the exploration of the mountains, the other 5 guards were attacked by evolved beasts, all sacrificed. Those who come here to explore include ordinary people and people with superpowers, but most of them ended up in trouble. Deep in the mountains, danger lurks everywhere. Tang Shiyun stood in front of some ruins, her eyes resolute. Grandpa said that 7 colored fruits would appear here. I must get it. Her B-level ability allows her to sense residual energy. Soon, she discovered something unusual in a pile of ruins. "Miss, over here." Tang Shiyun immediately went over. Xiao Honor pointed to the ground. "There's residual energy from the 7 colored fruit here." But her voice trailed off. Tang Shiyun frowned. "But what?" Xiao Honor's expression was grave. "But it's already been taken." It must have been a day or 2 ago. Tang Shiyun's pupils suddenly contracted. They snatched it away. Disappointment and anger flashed in her eyes. Rainbow fruit. That was her goal for this trip. Grandpa went to great lengths to figure out its location. She led her team, risking their lives to get here. They even lost 5 guards. Result. But someone else snatched it away. Who else could have found this place? Tang Shiyun bit her lip, her stunningly beautiful face filled with resentment. She looked around, trying to find clues. But there was nothing there. Only residual energy remains. This proves that the 7 colored fruit did indeed appear here. Tang Shiyun took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Retreat. Her voice was icy. The 5 guards immediately took cover of the surroundings and prepared to evacuate. But at that moment, Tang Shiyun suddenly sensed a terrifying aura approaching. Her pupils contracted sharply. Someone's there. Xiao Honor and her 5 guards immediately went into battle mode. Xiao Honor drew her long sword, her eyes serious. The 5 guards also raised their weapons and stood ready for battle. Tang Shiyun took out the guqin and placed it in front of her. Her slender fingers lightly caressed the strings, ready to unleash the heavenly sound kill at any moment. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. A moment later, a stunningly beautiful figure emerged from the depths of the ruins. It was a woman. She looked to be in her late 20s, and her beauty was breathtaking. She has a curvy figure with a slender waist. Her body proportions are absolutely perfect. What's most shocking is her temperament. Cold, noble, and arrogant, like a high and mighty empress, looking down upon all living beings. She was holding a snow-white little rabbit in her arms. Luo Qinghan. Tang Shiyun's pupils suddenly contracted. She could sense this woman has a very strong presence. Xiao Honor's expression was extremely solemn. She gripped the long knife, cold sweat pouring down her face. "Miss, this woman is dangerous." The 5 guards also felt that terrifying sense of oppression. They were extremely nervous. As long as Luo Qinghan makes a move, they could be killed in an instant. Luo Qinghan gave Tang Shiyun a cold look. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. She recognized the woman. In her past life, Tang Shiyun was also a top expert during the 10 years of the apocalypse. "I never imagined we'd meet here in this lifetime." Tang Shiyun forced herself to remain calm, asking with an elegant yet wary air, "Who are you?" Although I was deeply shocked, but as a daughter of a prominent family, she couldn't show weakness. Luo Qinghan said indifferently, "It's irrelevant." Her voice was cold, as if she disdained to explain. "The 7 colored fruit you're looking for has already been taken. Perhaps we should leave now." A hint of resentment flashed in Tang Shuyun's eyes. Do you know about the 7-colored fruit? Did you take it? Luo Qinghan shook her head. It wasn't me. It's someone else. She did not reveal Lin Yuan's name. Tang Shuyun remained silent for a few seconds. She could sense Luo Qinghan's power. If they really take action, she may not be a match for him. Moreover, she has already lost 5 guards. There can be no more sacrifices. Tang Shuyun took a deep breath and said elegantly, "In that case, I won't bother you any longer." She turned around, ready to leave. Xiao Han'er and her 5 guards also breathed a sigh of relief. If we can avoid fighting, that would be the best outcome. Luo Qinghan watched Tang Shuyun's retreating figure, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She stroked the time rabbit in her arms. There was no obstruction. Night. Luo Qinghan returned to her underground fortress. She sat on the sofa. The time rabbit in her arms had regained its vitality. The little rabbit rubbed against her. It was incredibly cute. Luo Qinghan stroked its snow-white fur, lost in memories of her past life. In a past life, Tang Shuyun is also a strong woman who survived 10 years into the apocalypse. He possesses exceptional talent and cultivates at an astonishing speed. She never depended on any man. He worked alone, single-handedly overcoming countless crises. In a late apocalypse, she was one of the few people who could help Luo Qinghan. The two once fought side by side against those terrifying beings. Although we're not friends, but we can also be considered comrades in arms. In this life, I still need her help. Luo Qinghan murmured to herself. She looked at the time rabbit in her arms. The little rabbit looked at her with its ruby-like eyes. It seems to be asking, what is the master thinking? Luo Qinghan sighed. Unfortunately, there are too many variables in this life. The timeline is severely off. Tang poetry appeared here ahead of time. And that man named Lin Yuan, in my past life memories, he didn't exist at all. Who exactly are you? Luo Qinghan's eyes were deep. A reborn person? Or a time traveler? The time rabbit sensed its owner's complex emotions. It nuzzled Luo Qinghan's palm with its little head. He tried to comfort the cold-hearted empress. Luo Qinghan looked down at the time-space rabbit. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. No matter what, I have you now. In my past life, it took me 10 years to reach S rank. In this life, I will be even faster. She hugged the time rabbit tightly. A ruthless glint and ambition flashed in his eyes. Time rabbit nuzzled against her. It's as if it's saying, I'll help you. Chapter 90 Qin Zian comes knocking. Official news. 3 o'clock in the morning. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the ruins. Help! Help me, The sound stopped abruptly. Bai Xingli's original villa area has been completely turned into a living hell. Within a radius of 500 meters, everything was covered by a strange white fungal carpet. The fungal carpets writhed like living creatures, devouring all life in their path. The buildings, roads, and gardens that once stood there were all stained a deathly pale white. In the center of the nest, the enormous cocoon of flesh had swelled to a height of 30 meters, standing like a mountain of flesh amidst the ruins. The ice crystal scales gleamed with a chilling luster under the moonlight. The dense, blood-red lines covered the entire fleshy cocoon like a spider web. Thump, thump, thump. The deep, resonant heartbeat was as powerful as a war drum. 700 snow beast worker ants frantically carried away everything around them. Concrete, corpses, metal, soil, all of which were crushed by their huge mandibles and piled up around the fleshy cocoon. 200 snow beast soldier ants patrolled the perimeter, their compound eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty red light. 10 snow beasts, each 10 meters long, stood guard at 10 locations around the nest, like guardian deities. Their presence made this area an absolute forbidden zone. On the edge of the ruins, a few survivors huddled in a crack in the rubble, shivering. They had been hiding for 3 days. 3 days ago, this place was just ordinary ruins. But in just 3 days, this place turned into hell. Old Zhang, should we run away? A middle-aged man spoke softly, his voice trembling. Where can we escape to? The outside is teeming with monsters. Another man said in despair. Just then, hiss. Several snow beast worker ants noticed their presence. The compound, I instantly locked onto the location of the crack. No, don't. The screams rang out again, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of chewing. Su Yuyan's Biya. Lin Yuan was in the living room, discussing the upcoming itinerary with Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei. Suddenly, there was a rapid knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yuan was not surprised at all. He already knew who the person was. Outside the door stood Qin Zian and her special forces team. Moreover, they carried an air of anxiety about them. What's up? Lin Yuan opened the door. When Qin Zian saw Lin Yuan, her eyes were filled with complex emotions, but more than anything, they showed her urgency. At their first meeting, she was awestruck by his strength. The second time, she offered herself to him but was rejected, leaving her extremely embarrassed. The third time, he saved her life, and she was filled with gratitude. And now, this is the fourth time. Lin Yuan, something terrible has happened. Qin Zian said urgently. A huge anomaly has occurred in the Jiangsheng Villa area. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed. Snow eggs? Qin Zian was stunned for a moment, then said in shock. You know there are snow eggs there? Lin Yuan nodded. What's wrong? What happened? Qin Zian took a deep breath and said quickly. The official monitoring station in Jiangsheng detected abnormal energy fluctuations early yesterday morning. This morning, footage from the drone showed that the snow egg had mutated into a giant nest. She took out a tablet and pulled up the official videos and photos. Look, the area within a 500-meter radius is covered with a white fungal carpet. There are fleshy cocoons 30 meters high and herds of snow beasts. Official detection equipment used remote detection systems reveal this level energy fluctuations at the center of the nest. Lin Yuan took the tablet and stared at the terrifying scene on the screen. His pupils contracted sharply. S-Class? Is it that serious? He only knew that there was a snow egg in Jiangsheng, but he never expected it to mutate into such a terrifying thing. And the speed of the mutation is so fast. Several soldiers recognized Lin Yuan and immediately began to whisper among themselves. Is it him? That ruthless guy who refused the captain's offer of himself. Wow, that's awesome. They don't even want a captain who's so beautiful. Shut up. Qin Zian glared at them fiercely, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, but Qin Zian quickly composed herself and said seriously, Lin Yuan, the situation is urgent. The threat level of this nest has exceeded everyone's expectations. Lin Yuan frowned as he looked at the terrifying lair in the video. This scale is far more serious than he anticipated. Do you know the current situation with the authorities? Lin Yuan suddenly asked. Qin Zian hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. China has established super-large bases in major cities, with Shanghai and Beijing being the two main ones. 2 new super bases are under construction. All heavy combined arms brigades are protecting the base and maintaining order. She paused, then continued. This is the only way the government can do to protect the Chinese people to the greatest extent possible. Lin Yuan nodded and fell into deep thought. Qin Zian looked at the nest, her expression grave. According to official intelligence, snow eggs have been found throughout the country. But none of them are very large, except this place, which is unusually huge, and it mutated prematurely. Officials suspect it was caused by some special reason. Lin Yuan frowned. This snow egg might be more troublesome than he imagined. In the video, the 30-meter-tall fleshy cocoon exudes a terrifying aura that sends chills down your spine. Yi Qingxue stood beside Lin Yuan, looking at the screen on the tablet with a serious expression. Even her S-rank shadow ability. Even with a threat of this scale, there is no guarantee of absolute victory. Yi Qingwei held Lin Yuan's hand tightly and whispered, Brother Lin Yuan, this thing, it's terrifying. Qin Zian looked at Lin Yuan, her expression grave. Based on the official assessment, what kind of force do you think would be needed to breach a nest of this size? Lin Yuan was silent for a few seconds, then said, Let's use nuclear weapons. Moreover, there's no guarantee of successfully eliminating them. Qin Zian's face turned even paler. She bit her lip. The decision regarding the nuclear strike was made by the top leadership of China. She turned to look at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. How does your official plan to handle this? Lin Yuan asked. Qin Zian smiled wryly. In the short term, there's no way to handle it. We can only seal off the area and prevent survivors from approaching. She looked at Lin Yuan and suddenly said, Lin Yuan, if you're willing to join the official team, you can obtain a large amount of resources and quickly improve your strength. Perhaps we can join forces to resolve this threat then. Lin Yuan remained silent for a few seconds. Then he shook his head. My reason remains the same. You don't need to contact me. Disappointment flashed in Qin Xian's eyes, but she quickly recovered. She knew that this man wouldn't change his mind easily. But what if the snow eggs really get out of control? Lin Yuan suddenly said, I will make a move. After all, if this thing isn't dealt with, it will only get stronger. Qin Xian was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Lin Yuan to make such a promise. There was a hint of trust and reliance in his eyes. Thanks. She said it seriously. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Don't thank me. I'm doing this for myself too. Qin Xian smiled, a genuine smile from the bottom of her heart. This man, although he says he only cares about himself, he is not actually cold-blooded. Her attitude towards Lin Yuan changed from initially being a recruitment target to seeing him as a reliable ally. Lin Yuan returned the tablet to Qin Xian, but his mind was already racing. Snow Egg Queen, this is a ticking time bomb. It is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Xingyao City, but the threat is nationwide. Once hatched, the Snow Beast army will sweep across the surrounding area and even threaten the entire China. He must improve his strength as soon as possible in order to cope with future crises. Yi Qingxue stayed by Lin Yuan's side the whole time, her eyes filled with worry. But she didn't say anything. She believed that Lin Yuan would find a solution. Yi Qingwei held Lin Yuan's hand tightly and whispered, Brother Lin Yuan, I will protect you. Lin Yuan patted her head, a smile playing on his lips. Silly girl. Qin Xian looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. She took a deep breath and said seriously, Lin Yuan, I will report your assessment to the authorities. If I need your help in the future, I hope you will consider it. She turned and led the special forces away. But a shadow of gloom hung over everyone's hearts. This nest will be everyone's nightmare. Chapter 91 Luo Qinghan is helpless. The plan changes again. Afternoon. Qin Xian led her special forces team, driving deep into the ruins. She has just received a new assignment from the authorities. Recruit powerful individuals in this region and invite them to join the official base. It's been a little over a month since the apocalypse began. The authorities have realized that the powerful individuals scattered throughout the land are a vital force in the fight against the evolved beasts. Captain, a strong energy fluctuation has been detected 3 kilometers ahead. The soldier looked at the detector and said earnestly. Qin Xian's eyes lit up. Let's go take a look. The convoy headed toward the source of the energy fluctuations. Soon, they arrived at what appeared to be an ordinary villa. However, the detectors revealed a vast underground space. Has someone built a fortress? Qin Xian was slightly surprised. The person who can build a fortress in just over a month in the apocalypse must possess considerable strength and resources. She led a few soldiers to the entrance of the villa. It was a heavy electronic door covered with high-tech devices. Qin Xian took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A dull knock echoed through the villa. Inside the fortress, Luo Qinghan was sitting elegantly on the sofa, sipping red wine. The time rabbit in her arms was curled up, its ruby-like eyes half open. Her sea-level sensory ability had already detected Qin Xian's arrival. The officials arrived pretty quickly. Luo Qinghan gave a cold laugh and put down her wine glass. She stood up, straightened her black silk nightgown, and gracefully walked towards the electronic door. Tap the control panel a few times with your finger. Laugh! The heavy electronic door slowly opened. Qin Xian was stunned when she saw the woman behind the door. She was a woman breathtakingly beautiful. She looked to be in her late 20s, and her beauty was so stunning it was as if she were God's most prized creation. Qin Xian subconsciously straightened up, feeling an invisible sense of pressure. This woman is very strong. What's up? Luo Qinghan asked indifferently, her voice cold. Qin Xian snapped out of her daze and said seriously, Hello, I am Qin Xian, the Special Operations Captain of the Jiangxing Military Region. On behalf of the authorities, I would like to invite you to join our official base. A hint of mockery flashed in Luo Qinghan's eyes. Join the official team? Not interested. Luo Qinghan said coldly. I prefer freedom. Qin Xian was taken aback and quickly said, The government can provide a lot of resources and high-level positions. You can... Unnecessary. Luo Qinghan interrupted her, his voice even colder. Qin Zian sighed in disappointment. She knew that it was difficult to persuade someone of this level of strength. Then I'm sorry to bother you. She turned to leave. But at that moment, etc., Luo Qinghan suddenly spoke. Qin Zian turned around and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Luo Qinghan's eyes were deep as he slowly asked, "How much do you, the official authorities, know about the situation regarding frozen eggs?" Qin Zian's pupils contracted. Snow eggs? This is official internal intelligence. How would she know? How did you know about snow eggs? Qin Zian asked in shock. Luo Qinghan smiled faintly. I have special intelligence channels. Qin Zian hesitated for a few seconds, but still decided to share some of the information. After all, if this woman knew about the threat posed by the snow eggs, she might become an ally. Snow eggs have been found throughout the country, but on a small scale. This place, however, is unusually large, and it has undergone a premature mutation. It has now reached the S-level threat level, and the authorities are unable to handle it in the short term. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghan's expression instantly turned serious. Premature mutation? This is completely different from the changes in my previous life. In its previous life, the snow eggs only began to mutate on a large scale 3 months after the apocalypse, and the scale was far less exaggerated than it is now. This means most of her past life experiences may have become invalid. Understand, thank you. Luo Qinghan said coldly, then closed the electronic door. Qin Zian was stunned for a moment, somewhat confused, but she didn't think much of it and left with the soldiers. Inside the underground fortress, Luo Qinghan sat back on the sofa, stroking the time rabbit in her arms. His face was terribly gloomy. The snow eggs mutated prematurely, and on such a massive scale. This is the butterfly effect. She muttered to herself, a look of shock and fear flashing in her eyes. But in this life, there are too many variables. The premature mutation of snow eggs is just one example. Countless thoughts flashed through Luo Qinghan's mind. She originally planned to use her past life memories to gather several key opportunities within the next month. But now, the premature mutation of the snow egg has disrupted all her plans. The timing of those opportunities may also change. It might not even happen at all. Luo Qinghan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. Don't panic. The primary goal has shifted from gathering opportunities to rapidly increasing strength. She looked at the time rabbit in her arms and murmured to herself, Little 7, it seems the changes in this life are far greater than I imagined. We must speed things up. Time rabbit rubbed against her hand, its ruby-like eyes shining with determination. It's as if it's saying, I'll help you. Luo Qinghan's lips curled into a cold smile. Lin Yuan, that mysterious man. Perhaps we can collaborate with him in the future. She decided to observe Lin Yuan secretly and cooperate with him if necessary. After all, in this unpredictable post-apocalyptic world, allies are more important than enemies. Su Yuyan's Biya. Lin Yuan had just returned from the Shuahuang acupoint, his expression grave. The women noticed his mood and gathered around him. Yi Qingxue was the first to walk to Lin Yuan's side and calmly asked, What happens? Her phoenix eyes were full of concern and worry. That Shuahuang acupoint is more dangerous than I imagined. Lin Yuan said in a deep voice. Yi Qingxue's eyes were resolute. No matter what danger there is, I will stay by your side. Her voice was calm, but the love and loyalty in her eyes were so deep it was suffocating. Lin Yuan looked at her, and his heart was slightly touched. Yi Qingwei immediately clung to him, saying in a coquettish tone, Brother Lin Yuan, don't worry with my sister and me here. We're not afraid of anything. She appears innocent and naive, but a hint of possessiveness and jealousy flashes deep in her eyes. My older sister beat me to it again, showing concern for Brother Lin Yuan. Why? Yi Qingyue's possessive and obsessive emotions became increasingly apparent. Bai Xingli leaned back lazily on the sofa and yawned. Although lazy, his dependence on Lin Yuan has gradually deepened as he slacks off. After all, only Lin Yuan could provide D-grade mineral water. Lin Yuan looked at the 3 women, a smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, I'll handle it. He turned and walked towards the room, but his mind was racing. Snow Egg Queen. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. The key to increasing strength is to collect more goddesses. Unlock more resources. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It's time for a change. Chapter 92, setting off to rescue the Yi sisters' mother. The next morning, Lin Yuan made a decision. Before the Snow Egg Queen fully hatches, he was going to take Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue to the nearest official base to find their mother. After all, this was Lin Yuan's initial promise. He has also recently learned about the situation in the neighborhood. If it weren't for the previous anomaly in the mountains, he would have already taken his sisters to rescue their mother. This trip may take a long time. He had to make proper arrangements for the other women in the villa. Qingxue, Qingyue, come here. Lin Yuan called out to the two sisters. Yi Qingxue walked over calmly, while Yi Qingyue skipped and jumped into Lin Yuan's arms. I plan to take you to the official base to find your mother, Lin Yuan said earnestly. Excitement flashed in Yi Qingxue's eyes. She hadn't expected that Lin Yuan would still remember his mother even in this crisis. Her eyes were slightly red, but she held back her tears. Thanks. She spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly. Yi Qingyue's eyes lit up with joy. Great. I can finally go out with brother Lin Yuan and sister. She was secretly delighted. On this trip, it's just the two sisters, so they can have Lin Yuan all to themselves for several days. No need to share with those women. Lin Yuan patted her head and then said, however, I need to make arrangements before I leave. He turned around and summoned Su Yiyin, Bai Xingli, Lin Wanru, Lin Ruoxue, and Xu Yinran. Come with me. Lin Yuan led the 5 women toward the underground storage room. The women followed behind, puzzled, wondering what Lin Yuan was up to. When the storage room door opened, everyone was so shocked they were speechless. The entire storage room was piled high with supplies. More than 10,000 bottles of grade D mineral water were neatly stacked on one side. Large quantities of grade D Kirin meat, vacuum-sealed and piled up like a small mountain. Hundreds of pistols, equipped with countless rounds of ammunition. Hundreds of XM7 rifles. Each one of them is military grade. Hundreds of rocket launchers, with rocket shells piled up next to them. There are also countless luxury hot pot sets, with all kinds of ingredients available. Su Yuyan stared in shock. She considered herself well-informed, but the scene before her still shattered her expectations. How much supplies would that require? Even before the apocalypse, it would be difficult to produce so many weapons and food at once. Bai Xingli's lazy gaze turned serious. So many grade D mineral water. That's enough for her to drink for a long time. Lin Wanru and her daughter Lin Ruoxue stared in shock at the supplies. They finally understood just how wealthy Lin Yuan really was. Xu Yinran's eyes reddened, and she was too moved to speak. Brother Lin Yuan is so good to them. I'll leave these supplies to you. Lin Yuan said calmly. You all need to take good care of yourselves while I'm away. The women nodded, but they were still deeply shocked. Lin Yuan turned to look at Su Yuyin. Yuyin, come to my room tonight. I need to talk to you alone. Su Yuyin was stunned for a moment, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Is it that kind of thing again? But she nodded nonetheless. Late at night, Su Yuyin changed into a black lace nightgown and went to Lin Yuan's room. She took a deep breath and pushed open the door. In the room, Lin Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, looking at her. Su Yuyin sighed inwardly, walked over, and prepared to lie down. But Lin Yuan reached out and stopped her. Etc. Su Yuyin looked at him with a puzzled expression. Lin Yuan said earnestly, I didn't call you here for that kind of thing. I have an important task for you. Su Yuyin was stunned. Task. Lin Yuan's eyes were firm as he slowly spoke. While I'm away, I want you to use these resources to gather women and build a power entirely composed of women. No men whatsoever. The goal is to build a powerful all-female army. Su Yuyin stared in shock, completely stunned. She didn't expect. Just the day before, she was lamenting that she couldn't use her abilities. Today, Lin Yuan gave her such an important task. Why did you choose me? She asked in a trembling voice. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Because you have business acumen and management skills. Only you can complete this task. He paused, then continued. I need a large number of women to join us. Looks, ability, and potential must all be considered. In return, I will provide unlimited weapons, food, water, and other resources. You can go ahead and do it. Don't worry about supplies. After listening, Su Yuyin remained silent for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly laughed. That was a genuine, heartfelt smile. It wasn't forced, and it wasn't hypocritical. It's a smile of genuine appreciation and recognition. I see. She stood up and slowly walked towards Lin Yuan. But this time, her eyes were different. It is no longer a forced humiliation, but an active desire. Su Yiyan reached out and gently pushed Lin Yuan down. This time, she whispered, her voice carrying a hint of allure. Let me. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, then smiled. That night, Su Yiyan completely let go. She released all the emotions she had suppressed over the past few days, her recognition of Lin Yuan, and her expectations for the future. She realized that Lin Yuan wasn't the kind of man who only knew how to enjoy himself. Rather, it is the man who is truly willing to provide her with a platform to showcase her talents. She gave it her all, acting proactively and frantically. Even Lin Yuan was somewhat overwhelmed. You slow down. Lin Yuan spoke, which was unusual for him. Su Yuyan smiled charmingly. No, that won't work. My dear little brother. A few hours later, Lin Yuan lay on the bed, panting heavily. Su Yuyan lay in his arms, showing a relaxed expression for the first time. She said softly, I will complete the mission. I'll create a shelter that satisfies you in my own way. Lin Yuan patted her head and smiled with satisfaction. The next morning, Lin Yuan prepared to depart. The women saw him off at the villa entrance. Su Yuyan stood in front of the second-floor railing and waved to Lin Yuan for the first time. His eyes showed determination and confidence. She will complete the task. Lin Wanru gently prepared some dry food for Lin Yuan and packed it in his backpack. But there was still a sense of distance in her eyes. Her inherent tendency to admire strength prevented her from fully trusting Lin Yuan. However, vigilance has been significantly reduced. Lin Ruoxue stood cautiously behind her mother, secretly watching Lin Yuan. A hint of expectation appeared in his eyes. Hopefully, Lin Yuan will pay more attention to her after he returns. Chu Yanran took the initiative to step forward and considerately straightened Lin Yuan's clothes. Brother Lin Yuan, please be careful on the road. Her eyes were full of concern and reluctance. This ordinary-looking but most sensible girl has truly fallen for Lin Yuan. Bai Xingli waved lazily. Go and come back soon. I will cooperate with Yu Yan's actions. Although Bai Xingli said this, she was actually thinking about what posture to rest in. Lie flat. Lin Yuan smiled and turned to look at Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei. Yi Qingxue stayed by his side the whole time, as calm as a deep pool. But the love in his eyes was so deep, it was suffocating. Yi Qingwei skipped and jumped, excitedly pulling Lin Yuan's hand. Brother Lin Yuan, let's go quickly. She was secretly delighted. Finally, I can go out with Brother Lin Yuan and sister. The three turned and left. Su Yiyan watched their retreating figures with a determined look in her eyes. She took a deep breath and turned to look at the other women. Starting today, we must take action. Bai Xingli yawned. Tell me how to do it, and I'll do it. Lin Wanren nodded gently. I will cooperate. Chu Yanran said earnestly. I'll help too. Su Yuyan smiled confidently. She turned and walked back to the villa, her eyes gleaming with ambition. Lin Yuan provided her with a platform to showcase her talents. She will prove her worth through her actions. Chapter 93. An all-women shelter? This day, Lin Yuan, along with Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei, embarked on a journey to find their mother. The three followed the official map toward the nearest survivor base. Evolved beasts appeared from time to time along the way. But these evolved beasts were no match for the three of them. Yi Qingxue's shadow ability was like a death scythe, easily reaping the lives of evolved beasts. Yi Qingyue's mental manipulation ability is also quite strong. She directly controlled the steel-plated building to kill the evolved beast, easily resolving the battle. Lin Yuan strolled leisurely in the middle, occasionally offering pointers on the sisters' fighting techniques. Brother Lin Yuan, do you think I'm amazing? After killing a sea-level evolved beast, Yi Qingwei excitedly ran to Lin Yuan's side. She clung tightly to Lin Yuan's arm, her eyes filled with a plea for praise. Lin Yuan smiled and patted her head. Very impressive. Yi Qingyue's eyes immediately curved into crescent moons as she smiled. He was secretly delighted. Yi Qingxue's eyes flickered slightly when she saw her younger sister's little actions. She walked to the other side of Lin Yuan and naturally took his arm. Watch your step. She spoke softly and calmly, but her actions were intimate. Yi Qingwei pouted when she saw her sister's actions. Her older sister started competing with her for it too. Her older sister used to give in to her, but now she's even jealous of her older sister. Lin Yuan felt the soft touch from both sides, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. He was well aware of the sister's little scheme. But it feels pretty good to be fought over by two stunning beauties. 3 hours later, the three of them finally arrived at their destination. From a distance, you can see a huge complex of buildings. High walls, fortified defenses, and patrolling guards. Is that the survivor base? Yi Qingwei asked curiously. Lin Yuan squinted and observed carefully. Something's not right. The base is much smaller than officially described. And the guards were all women. Let's go take a look. Lin Yuan led the two sisters toward the base gate. The closer you get, the more you can sense the unusual nature of this base. The guards at the entrance were all female superhumans. Each one exudes a powerful aura. The lowest grade is C. Among the survivors queuing at the entrance, there were very few men, and they all had their heads down, looking humble. The female survivors, on the other hand, held their heads high and walked with an air of arrogance. Stop! A female guard stopped the three of them. She was tall and slender, dressed in a black combat suit, with a long sword hanging at her waist. His gaze first swept over Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei, revealing an expression of appreciation. Then, when his gaze fell on Lin Yuan, it instantly turned contemptuous. Registration is required to enter the shelter. Female ability users can directly enter the core area. Male. She paused, a mocking smile playing on her lips. They can only work as laborers, doing the lowest level jobs. Moving, cleaning, digging, got it? Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. This base actually operates under a system that prioritizes women. What if I refuse? Lin Yuan asked casually. The female guard sneered. Refuse? Then get lost. Our shelter doesn't house useless people. Either be a laborer or get out. Her attitude was extremely bad, and she didn't take Lin Yuan seriously at all. In her view, men should honestly do hard labor. You still dare to haggle? Yi Qingxue's eyes turned cold, and her shadow abilities subtly surged. Yi Qingwei immediately exploded. What did you say? How dare you speak to brother Lin Yuan like that? Are you tired of living? The female guard was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha ha! You two little girls, you don't actually take this man seriously, do you? In our shelter, men are the lowest of the low. Even if he's your man, he still has to follow the rules. The female guards around them also laughed. It was as if I had heard the biggest joke in the world. Lin Yuan remained silent. He simply watched the guards quietly. Then, a terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. Boomstrapje! An invisible force swept out like a tsunami. The smiles of all the female guards froze instantly. They felt as if they were being targeted by an ancient, ferocious beast. That fear, which came from the depths of their souls, made them tremble all over. This is... The female guard at the head of the guards turned pale, and cold sweat instantly soaked her back. Her special abilities were completely rendered useless under this oppressive force. What level of powerhouse is this? I'll say it again. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. I want to see your supreme leader. Now, immediately, right away. The female guard swallowed hard, her voice trembling. Yes. I'll go report it right away. She turned and ran, tumbling and crawling as she rushed into the base. The other guards dared not say anything more, and all lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Lin Yuan. His arrogant and domineering attitude from just now has completely vanished. Yi Qingwei excitedly hugged Lin Yuan's arm. Brother Lin Yuan is so handsome. That woman's expression just now was hilarious. Serves her right. Who told her to be disrespectful to brother Lin Yuan? Yi Qingxue also revealed a slight smile. She knew that Lin Yuan wouldn't let anyone bully him. Soon, a woman who looked like she was in management walked over quickly. She wore an exquisite combat suit, exuded a capable demeanor, and her strength had reached rank B. My apologies, distinguished guests. The guard just now was blind to your greatness and offended you. Please follow me. We have prepared a VIP area for you. Her attitude was extremely respectful, completely unlike the arrogance of the guard just now. Lin Yuan nodded and followed with the two sisters. Along the way, he observed the layout of the shelter. Just as he expected, men here have an extremely low social status. He saw men carrying heavy objects, sweating profusely, but being casually scolded by female superhumans. Men were cleaning the streets, their heads bowed humbly, afraid of offending any woman. There are even male superhumans who possess considerable strength. However, they could only engage in the most basic manual labor. Women, especially female superpower individuals, are arrogant and enjoy various privileges. Chapter 90 for the mother of the Yi sisters, Wang Yakin. This shelter is quite special, Lin Yuan said calmly. The female manager gave an awkward laugh. That's a rule set by Her Majesty the Queen. She believes that women suffered too much before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, women should take the lead in everything. Men are only fit for hard labor. She said this with a tone that carried a sense of entitlement. It's as if this is something that should be taken for granted. Lin Yuan didn't say much. Soon, the three were led to a luxurious VIP room. Please wait a moment. Your Majesty will summon you shortly. In the meantime, please feel free to ask if you need anything. After the female manager finished speaking respectfully, she withdrew. Only 3 people remained in the room. Yi Qingwei immediately pounced on the sofa. This shelter is so strange. Men have such a low status. If Brother Lin Yuan is forced into hard labor, I'll definitely tear this place down. Yi Qingxue sat down next to Lin Yuan and said softly, the women here seem to have a deep prejudice against men. I don't know if Mom is here. Her voice carried a hint of anticipation and nervousness. Lin Yuan patted her hand. Don't worry, we'll find Auntie. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. A receptionist walked in, holding a document in her hand. The 3 of you, I have checked the list of people at the shelter. Excuse me, what's the name of the person you're looking for? Yi Qingxue immediately stood up. Wang Yakin. My mother's name is Wang Yakin. Yi Qingwei excitedly ran over. Yes. Wang Yakin. Is she here? The receptionist looked through the documents, then nodded. Found it. Wang Yakin, a sea-level ability user, serves under the Queen. She is indeed in the shelter. Bon strapia. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei were instantly stunned. Mom is really here. They've been found. Yi Qingwei was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. That's wonderful. Mom is still alive. Yi Qingxue's eyes also reddened, and she held Lin Yuan's hand tightly. Thank you, Lin Yuan. Her voice trembled, filled with gratitude. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, they would never have been able to find their mother. Lin Yuan smiled and patted her head. Don't worry, we'll see Annie soon. The receptionist continued. However, Ms. Wang Yakin is Her Majesty the Queen's direct subordinate. To see her, we need Her Majesty's permission. Please wait a moment. The Queen will be here shortly. After saying that, she respectfully withdrew. Inside the room, the 2 sisters were too excited to speak. I'm finally going to see my mom. Looking at the sisters' excited expressions, Lin Yuan felt a pang of emotion. But this so-called Queen of the Cold Moon seems to be difficult to talk to. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. If the other party doesn't appreciate it, then don't blame him for being impolite. 10 minutes later, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Then, the door was pushed open. An elegant woman rushed in, her eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. Clear snow. Clear moon. Is it really you guys? Lin Yuan's gaze fell on this woman. Instantly, a system notification sounded. Ding. Collectible goddess detected. Successfully collecting her will unlock resources. Name, Wang Yakin. Age, 42. Identity, former wife of the chairman of the Yi Group, mother of the Yi sisters. Appearance, 96 points, top-notch wife. Body measurements, 91-63-93, mature and voluptuous. Physical fitness, 80. Mental strength, 51. Special ability, C-rank water condensation technique. Characteristics, mature married woman, with little experience. Lin Yuan's eyes widened slightly. This system is causing trouble again. Left with no other choice, he carefully examined Wang Yakin. She looks to be in her early 40s, but she is very well-maintained and looks only about 30. Her long, jet black hair was styled into an elegant bun. A few strands of hair fell beside her ears, adding a touch of gentleness. Her delicate features exude the unique charm of a mature woman, and her eyes and brows convey gentleness and kindness. Her skin was fair and delicate, and time seemed to have left few traces on her face. She wore a well-fitting combat suit that accentuated her mature and voluptuous figure. She has an absolutely stunning figure. Although she is over 40 years old, she still maintains an excellent figure. That mature woman's unique charm is something that young girls can't match. Mother! The two sisters rushed over immediately and hugged Wang Yakin tightly. The three of them hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces. Mom, we finally found you, Yi Qingxue said, her voice choked with emotion. Mom, I miss you so much. Yi Qingwei cried her heart out. Wang Yakin was also in tears, tightly hugging her two daughters. My precious daughters, you're still alive? That's wonderful. Mom thought she would never see you again. The reunion of the mother and her two daughters was heartwarming and touching. Lin Yuan stood aside, not disturbing them. It took a while for the three of them to calm down a bit. Only then did Wang Yakin notice Lin Yuan. She looked at the young, ordinary-looking man, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Qingwei, who is this? Yi Qingxue wiped away her tears and said earnestly, Mom, he is brother Lin Yuan. He's the one who's been protecting us, and he even brought us here to find you. Yi Qingwen nodded in agreement. Yes. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be alive today. Upon hearing this, Wang Yakin's eyes showed gratitude. She walked up to Lin Yuan and bowed deeply. Thank you. Thank you for protecting my daughters. I, Wang Yakin, will never forget this kindness. Lin Yuan helped her up. Auntie, you're too kind. Qingxue and Qingwei also helped me a lot. Wang Yakin looked at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. She could sense her daughter's dependence on and trust in this man, especially snow removal. That look in his eyes was clearly. Wang Yakin sighed inwardly. In the apocalypse, just surviving is a miracle. The daughters are lucky to have such a strong man protecting them. But Wang Yakin's expression turned serious. You've come at the wrong time. The queen of this sanctuary, Chen Hanyue, has a very strong personality. Her initial intention in establishing this shelter was to prevent men from stepping on women's heads again. So, she was extremely averse to men. She especially sees powerful male superhumans as a threat. Wang Yakin looked at Lin Yuan with concern. I can sense that you are very strong. But Chen Hanyue is also an A-level ice-type ability user with terrifying strength. Furthermore, she has the Frost Council, composed of 5 B-level ability users under her command. If she knew you existed, she probably wouldn't let you leave so easily. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue's expressions changed. What should we do then? Yi Qingwei asked nervously. Lin Yuan smiled and said, It's nothing. I'd like to see just how powerful this queen is. His tone was calm, yet it exuded a powerful confidence. Wang Yakin looked at Lin Yuan, her heart filled with shock. This young man, just how strong is it? Just then, a woman with a cold demeanor and stunning beauty. He walked in slowly, accompanied by several female superhumans. Chapter 95, The Proud Chen Hanyue. Chen Hanyue's appearance was accompanied by a chilling aura. She's about 1.75 meters tall, with a tall and perfect figure. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, gleaming with a cold sheen under the light. Her exquisite features seemed to have been meticulously sculpted by the heavens, and her icy blue eyes exuded arrogance and indifference. She wore a silver-white combat suit that accentuated her perfect curves. A long sword made of ice crystals hung at his waist, radiating a chilling aura. She was like a snow lotus blooming on the summit of an iceberg, beautiful yet dangerous. Behind her followed 5 female superhumans. Each of them possesses a powerful aura. The lowest level is B. Chen Hanyue's icy gaze swept across the room, finally landing on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's gaze also fell on the silver-haired woman. Instantly, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Collectible goddess detected. Successfully collecting her will unlock resources. Name, Chen Hanyue. Age, 28. Identity, Supreme Ruler of the Cold Moon Sanctuary. Appearance, 96 points, peerless ice beauty. Body measurements, 92-61-94, perfect curves. Body weight, 188. Mental strength, 234. Special abilities, A-level mental suppression, B-level speed enhancement. Trait, unaccustomed to human affairs. Lin Yuan's eyes flickered slightly. 96 points? A-level mental ability? There's also a B-level speed enhancement. This woman is indeed quite capable. No wonder they were able to build such a large shelter. But that's all. Lin Yuan looked at her calmly and said indifferently, "You're the leader here?" Chen Hanyue raised an eyebrow slightly. "This man, how dare you speak to her in such an equal tone? You should know that in this shelter, every man who sees her must bow down and kneel in worship." "How dare you?" A Class B ability user roared angrily. "You've come to see Her Majesty the Queen. Why aren't you kneeling?" Yi Qingwei instantly bristled. "What did you say? Make Brother Lin Yuan kneel down? Are you out of your mind?" Yi Qingxue coldly replied, "Take back your words or die." Her shadow powers were subtly surging, radiating a chilling, killing intent. The 5B level ability, users' expressions changed. They could sense the strength of these two girls. They're both very strong. Chen Hanyue raised her hand to stop her subordinates. She looked at Lin Yuan with interest. Interesting. Two superhumans, actually submitting to one man. Who exactly are you? Lin Yuan didn't answer her question, but said directly, "I'm here to take Aunt Wang away. She is Qing Xue and Qing Yue's mother. Now, I want to reunite them as a family." Upon hearing this, Chen Hanyue's lips curled into a cold smile. "Take Wang Yakin away? What do you think his place is? Come and go as you please?" Her tone was full of disdain. "Wang Yakin is my subordinate, a member of my shelter. She can't go anywhere without my permission." Wang Yakin's expression changed, and she quickly said, "Your Majesty." Chen Hanyue gave her a cold look. "Shut up. I haven't given you permission to speak yet." Wang Yakin immediately dared not say anything more and lowered her head. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue's eyes flashed with anger when they saw their mother being treated this way. But they knew that now was not the time to act impulsively. Lin Yuan's eyes turned slightly cold. "So, you're refusing?" Chen Hanyue said coldly. "Either you get out of my shelter right now. Either stay and do hard labor. Pick one." Her attitude was extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. The 5B level ability users also released their auras, creating pressure on Lin Yuan. In their view, no matter how strong this man was, he couldn't possibly stand against the entire shelter. "If you know what's good for you, you should obediently get lost." Lin Yuan smiled. His smile was cold. "If I say, I'm not just taking Wang Yakin with me. And what about your submission to me? Boom strapje." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire room froze. Chen Hanyue's face turned completely cold. The 5B level ability, users looked on incredulously. "This man, are you crazy? How dare they demand Her Majesty the Queen's submission? What did you say?" Chen Hanyue's voice was as cold as ice. A fire of anger ignited in her eyes. "You want me to submit to you?" She could hardly believe her ears. She founded this shelter so that men would no longer trample on women. She vowed that she would never bow down to any man in her life. And now this man has actually made her submit. This is the greatest insult to her. "That's right," Lin Yuan said calmly. "I said, I will make you submit to me. Hand over Wang Yakin, then kneel down and acknowledge my rule. In that case, I can spare your life." His tone was flat, as if he were talking about something trivial. But this indifference only fueled Chen Hanyue's anger. Arrogant, ignorance, court death. Chen Hanyue was completely enraged. In her whole life, the thing she hated most was an arrogant and conceited man. "Very good," Chen Hanyue sneered. "Since you're courting death, then I'll grant your wish." She raised her hand, and a terrifying mental suppression instantly erupted. The air in the whole room became heavy. Everyone felt an immense pressure pressing down on them. Her Majesty the Queen is about to make her move. This man is dead. He dares to anger Her Majesty the Queen? He doesn't know the meaning of death. The 5B level ability users retreated, making room for Chen Hanyue. Their eyes were full of excitement and anticipation. They had witnessed the Queen's power countless times. A-level mental ability, terrifying beyond measure. This arrogant man is about to pay the price for his ignorance. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei nervously grabbed Lin Yuan's hand. Yi Qingxue was also ready to make a move at any time. Wang Yakin's face turned deathly pale. She wanted to dissuade him, but dared not speak. Chen Hanyue looked coldly at Lin Yuan. "This is your last chance. Kneel down, apologize, and get out of my shelter. Or else die. Her murderous intent was undisguised. In her sanctuary, anyone who dares to provoke her will only meet one end: death. Lin Yuan smiled. You really think you can kill me? His voice was calm, yet it exuded a powerful confidence. Chen Hanyue's eyes turned cold. You're courting death. Boom strapya. Countless sharp cones formed from spiritual energy appeared out of thin air, densely packed, shooting towards Lin Yuan like a torrential rain. Each mental shock is enough to destroy a person's consciousness. She had used this move to kill countless powerful enemies. Even those with similar superpowers couldn't withstand this attack. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei were about to make their move. But Lin Yuan raised his hand to stop him. He stood there, calm and collected. The dense barrage of mental attacks shot towards Lin Yuan. Then, like a clay ox sinking into the sea, it vanished without a trace. Lin Yuan's mental strength is too strong. Chen Hanyue's mental attacks were like tickling him. They couldn't cause him any harm at all. Chen Hanyue's pupils suddenly contracted. How was that possible? Her psychic abilities were neutralized so easily. This man, just what kind of strength do they possess? Chapter 96. I have the backbone, but I must save my life. The 5B level ability users were also dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone break through the queen's attack so easily. Impossible. Chen Hanyue didn't believe in superstition. An even more terrifying burst of mental power. The entire room was instantly enveloped by a spiritual realm. Countless mental shocks, like a violent storm, came from all directions towards Lin Yuan. This is one of her strongest attacks. Even against an A-level ability user of the same level, we must fight with all our might. But Lin Yuan, he remained standing there, calm and collected. Those mental shocks hit him like a gentle breeze, having no effect whatsoever. How is this possible? Chen Hanyue's face turned deathly pale. Her strongest attack couldn't even make her opponent move. It seems you've given it your all, Lin Yuan said calmly. Well then, it's my turn. He raised his right hand and waved it gently. Boom strapya. The ground cracked instantly. Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground. These vines, as if they were alive, coiled around Chen Hanyue at an astonishing speed. What? Chen Hanyue was shocked and tried to dodge. But even though she was fast, she couldn't keep up with the speed of these vines. Swish, swish. The vines instantly wrapped around her legs, waist, and arms. Then, pull hard. Chen Hanyue was pulled into the air. Ah! She gasped and tried to break free. But those vines were too powerful, and the more you struggle, the tighter it wraps around you. The vines bound her hands behind her back, and her legs were also tightly bound. The person was in an extremely shameful position, hanging in mid-air. Her body was sculpted into perfect curves by the vines, and her combat suit clung tightly to her body. Her long, silvery white hair hung down, and her face was full of humiliation and resentment. Let me go, Chen Hanyue said through gritted teeth. She had never been so disheveled. As the queen of the sanctuary, she always remained high above. And now, but a man bound her with vines and hung her in midair. This is an absolute disgrace. The 5B level ability users were all stunned by what they saw. They wanted to save Her Majesty the Queen, but found themselves completely unable to move. That terrifying pressure still weighed on them. Yi Qingyue's eyes lit up when she saw this. Yi Qingxue smiled slightly and remained silent. Wang Yakin felt somewhat reluctant. But we also know that Chen Hanyue brought this upon herself. Lin Yuan walked up to Chen Hanyue and looked at her calmly. Now, do you still think you can kill me? His eyes were calm, yet held a hint of amusement. I didn't really want to cause any more trouble, but I've changed my mind. Submit to me. Otherwise, he paused, his voice turning cold. Chen Hanyue was suspended in midair, trembling all over. She wanted to rebel. She wanted to break free. But those vines were too strong. They couldn't break free at all. And this posture, so embarrassing. Her body was bound by vines, creating perfect curves that were displayed before everyone. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. As the queen of the cold moon, she had never been so disheveled. Let me go, Chen Hanyue roared. Go ahead and kill me if you dare. Kill me if you want. Her unyielding attitude, even at the cost of her life, surprised Lin Yuan. He has backbone, Lin Yuan said calmly. Unfortunately, he had the backbone, but he had to save his life. He raised his hand and aimed it at Chen Hanyue. A terrifying, killing intent emanated from him. This is not a bluff. This man, they really want to kill her. Chen Hanyue instantly felt the threat of death. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She finally awakened her superpowers in the apocalypse. It was so hard to build such a large shelter. He finally received a stroke of good fortune, which greatly increased his strength. If I die like this, everything will vanish like smoke. She was unwilling to accept it. She absolutely refused to accept this. Wait a minute. Chen Hanyue finally broke down. Yi said, I am willing to submit to you. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. But her survival instinct led her to say those words. Dead. Then there really is nothing left. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. Lin Yuan's hand froze in midair. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Really? This woman still chose to live. Actually, he never intended to really kill her. After all, she met the system's collection criteria. If the collection is successful, what resources will be unlocked? We don't know yet. If it's a good thing, then keep it in captivity. If it's just a regular thing, then let's enjoy it first, and then it won't be too late to kill it. But if she truly would rather die than submit, Lin Yuan wouldn't mind raping her first and then killing her. Anyway, the result is the same. However, it seems that this woman is quite sensible now. Very good. Lin Yuan lowered his hand. From today onwards, you and your shelter are under my jurisdiction. Do you understand? Chen Hanyue lowered her head, her voice trembling. I understand. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with humiliation. But she knew she had no other choice. Lin Yuan looked at her, his eyes calm. He knew that this woman was definitely not convinced. But it's okay. With her abilities, she'll never be able to make any waves. Aunt. Lin Yuan looked at Wang Yakin. Go with your daughters. Wang Yakin was so moved that tears streamed down her face. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei immediately rushed into their mother's arms. Mom, we can finally be together. Very good. The mother and her two daughters embraced tightly, tears streaming down their faces. They had waited far too long for this moment. Lin Yuan watched this heartwarming scene, a slight smile playing on his lips. It was worth it. Chen Hanyue watched this scene with a complicated expression. She lost. We've lost completely. She lost to a man. This is the greatest humiliation of her life. But she had to admit it. This man is indeed terrifyingly strong. Perhaps following him isn't necessarily a bad thing. The thought flashed through Chen Hanyue's mind, and she immediately shook her head. No, she would never truly submit to any man. No way. But on the surface, she could only give in temporarily, waiting for an opportunity. One day, she will take back everything that belongs to her. Lin Yuan seemed to see through her thoughts and smiled faintly. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, she'll never be able to make any waves. Chapter 97A System with a slight obsession with cleanliness. Lin Yuan was dreaming again. In his dream, he rushed into the toilet, the urge to urinate so strong it was unbearable. The same thing happened last time. I was going to the toilet in my dream, and it almost resulted in an accident. This time, the urge to urinate was even stronger, the kind that you just can't hold back. Lin Yuan found the toilet in his dream, aimed it, and released. A feeling of exhilaration welled up inside me. Cool. That was awesome. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a wet touch. Wrong. This feeling, Lin Yuan inwardly cried out in alarm. Broken. Did I wet the bed? This is so embarrassing. He suddenly opened his eyes. What came into view were Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue's mischievous grins. The two girls' eyes were full of mischief and smugness. Yi Qingyue, in particular, had a mischievous grin practically overflowing from her face. Lin Yuan paused for a second, then sensed a strange smell in the air. It was a taste that was hard to describe. Etc. Lin Yuan looked down at the blanket. Dry. It's not wet. What was that wet feeling I just felt? Brother Lin Yuan, you're awake? Yi Qingyue blinked and smiled like a kitten that had just stolen some cream. Yi Qingxue wiped her mouth with an air of aloofness, but there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. Lin Yuan instantly understood. Turned out to be, he was woken up early in the morning by the sisters arguing. These sisters came to his room and made a racket first thing in the morning. Goodness. Thank goodness. It wasn't bedwetting. Otherwise, we'd lose face big time. You too. Lin Yuan looked at them, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. My sister, said she'd wake up brother Lin Yuan this way. Yi Qingyue said proudly. How about it? Isn't brother Lin Yuan very surprised? And we even had a competition. Yi Qingxue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she glared at Yi Qingyue. Shut up. But the tenderness and contentment in her eyes betrayed her true feelings. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. These two girls, they're getting better and better at having fun. All right, get up. Lin Yuan ruffled Yi Qingyue's hair. If you don't get up soon, the sun will be high in the sky. Yi Qingyue smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Lin, it's me, Chen Hanyue. A slightly respectful voice came from outside the door. This voice was completely different from the haughty Queen Hanyue from yesterday. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Come in. The door opened, and Chen Hanyue walked in. Today she changed into a white long dress. Her long silver hair was draped over her shoulders, and her delicate features looked even more charming in the sunlight. Only, at this moment, her eyes held a complex mix of emotions. Humiliation, resentment, but more than anything, a sense of pragmatism. Mr. Lin, I have something to offer you. Chen Hanyue bit her lip and took out an exquisite jade box from her bosom. The jade box was crystal clear and emitted a faint seven-colored light. This is... Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. 7 colored snowflakes. Chen Hanyue took a deep breath and slowly said, I just obtained this yesterday. I found it in an ice cave on the outskirts of the base. You know its uses. She paused, then continued. Therefore, I am willing to offer it to you as a token of my loyalty. We said this. Chen Hanyue's heart was bleeding. This is a treasure she finally found. I originally intended to use it to gain new superpowers. But now, she had no choice but to give it up. After all, what is a treasure compared to one's life? Moreover, she was well aware of her current situation. Only by being sufficiently submissive can one thrive under this man. Lin Yuan took the jade box, opened it, and took a look. A colorful snowflake lay quietly inside, radiating a dreamlike glow. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. He looked at Chen Hanyue, a slight smile playing on his lips. Good, you know how to read the situation. Chen Hanyue's ability to build such a large force clearly wasn't solely due to force. Hearing Lin Yuan's praise, Chen Hanyue breathed a sigh of relief. She made the right bet. Mr. Lin, you flatter me. Chen Hanyue said respectfully. I just know what it means to assess the situation and act accordingly. Lin Yuan nodded, then a thought struck him. The system space suddenly became much larger with supplies. Since you're being so sincere, I can't be stingy. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan immediately produced a large amount of supplies on the bed. 50 bottles of grade D energy mineral water. 20 caddies of grade D Chilean meat. They also have deluxe hot pot set meals. When Chen Hanyue saw the supplies, her eyes widened instantly. These... Her voice trembled. In the post-apocalyptic world, food and water will be the most precious resources. And this mineral water... Chen Hanyue felt a slight flutter in her heart, even though Wang Yakin could generate water resources. But it's not unlimited, it's finite each day. But these are all rewards for you. Lin Yuan said casually, too lazy to explain, feeling was much more effective than explanation. Perform well, and you'll reap the rewards later. Let's try it now. Lin Yuan picked up a bottle of grade D mineral water and handed it to Chen Hanyue. Chen Hanyue took the bottle of mineral water with a puzzled look and unscrewed the cap. She took a deep breath, then tilted her head back and took a big gulp. The next second, Chen Hanyue let out a soft gasp. A warm energy flowed into my body from my throat, instantly spreading to every part of my body. She could clearly feel that her physical condition was improving. This feeling, so comfortable. This isn't ordinary mineral water. Chen Hanyue stared in shock at the mineral water bottle in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just one sip, and my physical condition improved significantly. If we drink all 50 bottles, Chen Hanyue couldn't imagine how strong she would become. Previously, Wang Yakin's special ability could only produce ordinary water resources. While it's precious even in the apocalypse, it shouldn't be this shocking. But with this strange mineral water, these are completely different concepts. This is a treasure that can directly improve one's physical condition. Mr. Lin, this. Chen Hanyue was so excited that she didn't know what to say. At this moment, her heart was filled with turbulent emotions. This man, just who is he? They actually managed to produce so many rare and amazing post-apocalyptic resources. And judging from his appearance, these things mean nothing to him. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Chen Hanyue's voice changed with excitement. She realized that they really managed to latch onto a powerful backer. All right, take me on a tour of your base. Lin Yuan stood up and said calmly. Yes. Chen Hanyue nodded quickly. Half an hour later, Chen Hanyue led Lin Yuan, the Yi sisters, and Wang Yakin on a tour of the base. The entire Frost Moon Sanctuary covers a vast area and is home to thousands of female survivors. The base is well organized, with residential areas, training areas, supply areas, and so on. Mr. Lin, this is our shelter, Chen Hanyue introduced. Currently, there are over 3,000 female survivors, including more than 100 with superpowers, and 5 of them are Class B superpowered individuals. Why build a shelter for only women? Lin Yuan asked casually. Upon hearing this question, Chen Hanyue's eyes darkened. Because I've witnessed far too many scenes of women being violated by men, she said through gritted teeth. After the apocalypse, the ugliness of human nature was laid bare. Those men, under the guise of protection, treated women as playthings. I once witnessed a girl being repeatedly violated by more than a dozen men, ultimately tortured to death. So I vowed to build a shelter exclusively for women, a safe home for those suffering women. At this point, a hint of anger and sadness flashed in Chen Hanyue's eyes. Lin Yuan nodded. I see. No wonder this woman is so resistant to men. Lin Yuan walked along, while secretly scanning the women within the base using the system. Unfortunately, after scanning the data, most of the women's looks were between 50 and 70 points, with only a few reaching 80 points. However, none of them meet the system's collection criteria. Just then, Lin Yuan's gaze fell on a girl on the training field. It was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s, practicing her superpowers on the training field. She has long, jet black hair tied in a ponytail, delicate features with a touch of heroism, fair skin, and a slender, well-proportioned figure. Her eyes were bright and clear, yet they held a hint of melancholy. She wore a simple black combat uniform that accentuated her perfect curves. Lin Yuan couldn't help but take a few more glances. This girl, at least a 90 out of 100 in looks. The system notification sounded. Target, Su Qing, appearance, 90 points. Status, does not meet collection criteria. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Does not meet the collection criteria? This was the first time he had encountered a woman who met the appearance criteria but did not meet the system's requirements. Interesting. It seemed to sense Lin Yuan's gaze. Su Qing raised her head and looked this way. When her gaze fell on Lin Yuan, her eyes widened slightly. This man, such a strong aura. And he was completely different from the disgusting men she had ever met. His eyes were calm. There was no sordid desire, only a gentle scrutiny. Su Qing couldn't help but take a few more glances, a strange curiosity welling up in her heart. Who is that girl? Lin Yuan asked. Her name is Su Qing. She is one of the strongest ability users under my command, a B-level fire ability user. Chen Hanyue paused, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. She has had a rather difficult life. Oh, Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. I'll explain it to you in detail after we get back to the room, Chen Hanyue said in a low voice. Lin Yuan nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Night. Chen Hanyue arrived at Lin Yuan's room. He recounted Su Qing's story in detail. In the early days of the apocalypse, Su Qing was humiliated by a perverted man for several hours. Chen Hanyue said through gritted teeth. I was passing by when I heard her cries for help. In a fit of rage, I killed the man and saved her. From then on, she followed me and became a core member of the shelter. After listening, Lin Yuan nodded thoughtfully. No wonder the system indicated that the conditions were not met. I see. This system really has high requirements. But why choose married women like Wang Yakin and Lin Wanru? Has the system discovered that he has a hint of Cao Cao's traitorous tendencies? Mr. Lin, are you going to tonight? Chun Hanyue's voice became tense, and a blush appeared on her face. Lin Yuan looked at her, a slight smile playing on his lips. What, you don't want to? No, no. Chun Hanyue bit her lip and whispered. I'm just a little nervous. She took a deep breath and slowly took off her coat. Her snow-white skin gleamed alluringly under the light. Lin Yuan stepped forward and pulled her into his arms. Relax, he whispered. This is your first time, isn't it? Chun Hanyue's body stiffened, and her cheeks turned even redder. Intimate sounds filled the room. Chun Hanyue finally understood. Some things, once started, can never be turned back. Chapter 98 unlocks the soul, strengthening pill. Gains superpowers, mind control. The next morning, Chun Hanyue is no longer here. Lin Yuan activated his danger perception. According to the perception, Chun Hanyue's threat level is displayed as value missing. White. Yesterday's black has turned into white. Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly. It seems that the combination of bribing with supplies and conquering the enemy overnight has yielded remarkable results. Just then, a system notification suddenly sounded in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have collected goddess Chun Hanyue and unlocked the resource. Soul Strengthening Pill. Soul Strengthening Pill. Elixirs in the cultivation world. Effect. Increases mental strength by 0.01 per pill. Output. 1 per second. Lin Yuan gasped. A soul strengthening pill. Something from the cultivation world. The system can actually unlock items from the cultivation world. That's way too exaggerated. Although each one only increases mental strength by 0.01. The sheer quantity makes up for it. 1 per second. That's 3,600 per hour. Lin Yuan immediately had an idea and began to unlock the soul strengthening pill. The next second, a crystal clear pill appeared in his hand. The pills are pale gold in color, emit a faint fragrance, and have a warm, smooth feel when held in the hand. Lin Yuan swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted instantly upon entering the mouth, sending a refreshing sensation straight to the mind. My mental strength increased by 0.01 instantly. Although the improvement is small, it feels very comfortable. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately began taking the medication continuously. 1, 2, 3, 100, 200, 300. Time passed by second. About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan had eaten 600 pills. Mental strength increased by 6 points. Half an hour later, 800. Mental strength increased by 8 points. 40 minutes later, 1,000. My mental strength has increased by 10 points. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly felt a sense of discomfort coming from the depths of his soul. It's like being overeaten. The soul seems unable to hold any more energy. He immediately stopped taking it and frowned as he tried to feel the sensation. I see. Lin Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that while the soul-strengthening pill is useful, it also has a daily limit. 1,000 a day is the limit that the soul can bear. If you force yourself to continue taking it, it may damage your very soul. But a 10-point increase in mental strength in a day is already terrifying. He opened the system panel to check his mental strength value. Spirit, 530. It increased from 520 to 530. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although it only increased by 10 points, this is only the first day. If you take 1,000 pills every day, before long, his mental power will be able to break through the heavens. Morning. Lin Yuan decided to stay at Chun Hanyue's base for the time being. Firstly, it's to select goddesses who meet the system's criteria. Secondly, it also allows the Yi sisters and Wang Yakin more time to spend together. Chun Hanyue very considerately arranged the best accommodations. A detached 3-story building. It is fully equipped and has a separate training ground. Mr. Lin, this was my previous residence, and I'm returning it to you now. Chun Hanyue said respectfully. I've already moved to the room next door. Lin Yuan nodded. Good. Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingyue toured their new residence, their eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Yakin followed Lin Yuan, her gratitude gradually turning into awe and dependence. The strength Lin Yuan displayed yesterday. This made her fully realize the strength of this young man. And he can still produce so many amazing supplies. This kind of man, a subtle emotion welled up in Wang Yakin's heart. Qingxue and Qingwei are truly lucky to have him by their side. Brother Lin Yuan. Yi Qingwei suddenly rushed over and hugged Lin Yuan's arm tightly. She rubbed her face against him, her eyes filled with a possessive, almost obsessive desire. This room is for me and my brother Lin Yuan. My sister and mom live upstairs. Seeing her younger sister like this, Yi Qingxue shook her head helplessly. But she also stepped forward and took Lin Yuan's other arm. I want to live here too, she said it in a cool and aloof manner. Wang Yakin smiled with satisfaction as she watched her two daughters fawn over Lin Yuan. After resting briefly at his residence, Lin Yuan, start testing your mental strength. After mental strength is enhanced, the range of perception also increases. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and carefully sensed his surroundings. Inside the base, the life force of over 3,000 female survivors. Scattered evolved beasts are active outside the base. Huh? Lin Yuan suddenly sensed it. About 30 kilometers outside the base, there was an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. That is, A-rank evolved beast. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Good heavens, just when we were short of A-grade evolution cores, an A-grade evolution beast delivered right to our doorstep. Qingxue, Qingwei, come with me. Lin Yuan turned to the Yi sisters and said, Where to? Ye Vingyu Bidinkit. Hunting down A-rank evolved beasts. Lin Yuan said calmly. Chen Hanyue's expression changed upon hearing this. A-rank evolved beast, she said in shock. Mr. Lin, A-rank evolved beasts are extremely dangerous. Even if I go all out, I might not be able to kill them. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Yuan waved his hand, then looked at Chen Hanyue. You come along too. Chen Hanyue bit her lip and finally nodded. 30 kilometers away. Amidst the ruins, a gigantic evolved beast roars. It was a giant bear-like evolved beast. It is over 10 meters tall, covered in jet-black scales, and its eyes glow with a scarlet light. Its aura was extremely terrifying, and the surrounding air was distorted. A-rank evolved beast. Chen Hanyue's expression turned serious when she saw the evolved beast. Her A-level superpower was purely due to luck, acquired by chance. They never killed any A-level beasts. The highest level is B, and it was only when she and her subordinates ganged up on her that she was killed. A-rank evolved beasts are not to be underestimated by B-rank beasts. This is an A-rank evolved beast. Chen Hanyue had never seen such a terrifying creature. The mere sight of her breath made her feel suffocated. Yi Qingxue looked relaxed. An A-level evolved beast wasn't a significant threat to her. But Yi Qingxue's expression was also solemn. She knew that her brother Lin Yuan was very strong. But facing such a monster, I can't help but feel a little worried. You all step back, Lin Yuan said calmly. He slowly walked towards the A-level evolved beast. Sensing Lin Yuan's presence, the giant bear immediately turned around and let out a deafening roar. Roar! A terrifying sonic wave swept in. However, Lin Yuan simply raised his right hand and waved it lightly. Boomstrapia! Countless thick vines burst forth from the ground and instantly wrapped around the giant bear's limbs. The giant bear struggled frantically, but those vines were as tough as steel, and they tightened their grip even more. The next second, the vines suddenly contracted. Click! The giant bear's limbs were instantly severed. Fresh blood gushed out. The giant bear let out a piercing scream, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. From the moment the shot was made to the moment it was finished, it took less than 3 seconds. Chen Hanyue was completely stunned. Is this all the power he has? A-level evolved beasts are as fragile as toys in front of him. She finally understood just how vast the gap was between herself and Lin Yuan. Brother Lin Yuan is so handsome. Ye Vingyu cheated excitedly. Lin Yuan walked to the giant bear's corpse and took out the A-grade evolution core. This is a crystal core the size of a fist, emitting a dark red light. Just then, Lin Yuan took out the 7-colored snowflake from the system space. With a thought, he placed the 7-colored snowflake and the A-grade evolution core together. The next second, something amazing happened. The colorful snowflakes and the evolution core began to fuse automatically. 7-colored light and dark red light intertwined. Form a cool and beautiful energy ball. The energy ball floated in the air, radiating a dreamlike light that was breathtakingly beautiful. This is... Chen Hanyue watched this scene with a flutter in her heart. How similar this is to the scene when she first awakened. Lin Yuan reached out and touched the energy ball. Boom strapia. The energy ball instantly merged into Lin Yuan's body. A terrifying power erupted from his body. Congratulations, host. You have awakened an A-level superpower. Mind control. Effect. Allows the user to manipulate objects using mental power. The strength of the manipulation is directly proportional to the intensity of the mental power. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them. He raised his right hand and pointed it at a huge rock in the distance. The next second, the boulder slowly floated up. No vines, no physical contact whatsoever. Pure telekinesis. Is this mind control? Lin Yuan felt this power, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. This superpower is terrifyingly strong. Moreover, and most importantly, he found a way to enhance his mental strength. And all of this is related to Chen Hanyue. Although this woman had a bad attitude, the supplies she unlocked for Lin Yuan were just as important as those for Yi Qingwei. Chapter 99, Building a House on the Spot. It was already evening when we returned to the base. Chen Hanyue was still in shock the whole way. A-rank evolution beast. That was a terrifying being capable of easily destroying her sanctuary. As a result, he couldn't even last 3 seconds against Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan also acquired a new A-level superpower. Mind control. Just thinking about the terror of that kind of telekinesis made Chen Hanyue shudder. This man, just how powerful is it? Moreover, he possesses more than one A-level superpower. Even more. The next morning, Base Plaza. Chen Hanyue summoned all the core members of the base, as well as most of the ordinary survivors. Thousands of women gathered in the square, unaware of what was happening. Why did Her Majesty summon us? I don't know. Could it be something important? I heard that Her Majesty went out with that man yesterday. The crowd whispered among themselves. Just then, Lin Yuan, the Yi sisters, Wang Yakin, and Chen Hanyue came out. The moment they saw Lin Yuan, everyone fell silent. Because Lin Yuan's aura was so strong that people dared not look directly at him. Dear sisters, Chen Hanyue stepped forward and said loudly, I've gathered you all here today to introduce an important person. She paused, then continued. This is Mr. Lin Yuan. From today onwards, he is our shelter's master. These words caused an uproar in the audience. What? Her Majesty the Queen has actually chosen a master? How is that possible? Everyone could hardly believe their ears. That aloof and arrogant Queen Hanyue would actually acknowledge a man as her master. This is too surreal. Just as everyone was discussing this, Lin Yuan slowly raised his right hand. The next second, a miraculous scene unfolded. Dozens of tons of building materials were piled up next to the square. Steel bars, cement, boulders, and everything else slowly floated up. There was absolutely no physical contact. Pure telekinesis. Holy crap, what kind of ability is this? Telekinesis? That's way too sci-fi. Everyone stared in shock at the scene, their eyes practically popping out of their sockets. Although there are people with superpowers, most of them are ordinary people. Moreover, even superhumans could never achieve such a magical level. Lin Yuan twitched his finger slightly. The building materials began to recombine in the air. Twisted steel bars, hardened cement, and sculpted boulders. In just a few minutes, a brand new 3-story building took shape before everyone's eyes. There was absolutely no human intervention throughout the entire process. It's entirely controlled by telekinesis. Holy crap, is this some kind of superpower? This is a human-shaped crane. Everyone was utterly shocked. They had never seen such terrifying superpowers. Even those B-level ability users were dumbfounded. Su Qing stood in the crowd, looking at Lin Yuan from afar, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. This man, that's really impressive. And he was completely different from the disgusting men she had encountered before. His eyes were calm. There were no evil thoughts, only absolute confidence and strength. A subtle curiosity welled up in Su Qing's heart. Yi Qingxue stood beside Lin Yuan, a gentle smile appearing on her usually aloof face. She took the initiative to approach Lin Yuan and reached out to take his arm. This small gesture immediately attracted the attention of those around them. That aloof beauty actually took the initiative to approach him. And that girl seemed really aloof. I never expected. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wang Yakin stood to the side. Watching Lin Yuan demonstrate his superpowers, the gratitude in their eyes gradually turned into awe. A subtle emotion welled up in Wang Yakin's heart. She quickly suppressed it. Lin Yuan withdrew his telekinetic power, turned to Chen Hanyue and said, "So, how effective was this in establishing authority?" Chen Hanyue took a deep breath and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin's divine power is unparalleled. Your subordinates are in awe." She truly admired him. They have that kind of strength. Let alone ruling a shelter. Ruling an entire city would be no problem. Lin Yuan nodded. Then, he secretly activated the system's scanning function and scanned all the women in the square. However, after scanning around, not a single one met the system's collection criteria. Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless. She appears to be a goddess with high looks and who meets the system's requirements. It's really not that easy to encounter one. After the presentation, Lin Yuan and Chen Hanyue had a private conversation. "Mr. Lin," Chen Hanyue volunteered, "I have a suggestion." "Explain." Lin Yuan said calmly, "Your supplies are so plentiful. I suggest using them to expand the base and attract more female survivors." Chen Hanyue said earnestly, "This will not only expand our influence, but also allow you to filter out more people you want." Her tone was somewhat subtle when she said, "the person you want." She had already realized that Lin Yuan, despite his great strength, but this man has one very prominent characteristic. He's extremely lecherous. Although I don't know what the specific standards are. But she didn't need to guess. She was definitely a woman with a high level of attractiveness and a good figure. It's just human nature. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. No wonder she's a woman who can build such a powerful force. She's got a sharp mind. "Can?" Lin Yuan nodded. "I will provide sufficient supplies. You will be responsible for expansion and recruitment." "Yes," Chen Hanyue said excitedly. She knew that she had completely latched onto a powerful figure. Moreover, if she performs well, she might be able to get even more benefits from Lin Yuan. For example, treasures like the soul-strengthening pill. Chen Hanyue started to make her own plans. Night. After Yi Qingwei pestered Lin Yuan to return to the room, her little face was puffed up. "Brother Lin Yuan," she said in a spoiled tone, "Mommy looked at you so strangely today." Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Strange?" Yi Qingwen nodded, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. "The way Mom looks at you is different from how she looks at Brother Lin Yuan." Yi Qingwei tilted her head, then suddenly hugged Lin Yuan. She appears to be a well-behaved girl. But in her heart she was thinking, no matter what, Brother Lin Yuan is mine. No one can take it. Lin Yuan was also surprised. Yi Qingyue's insight was quite high. However, it should be related to her psychic abilities. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "How could your mother?" Snort. "Ye Vingyu potud. I want Lin Yuan all to myself. No one is allowed to disturb me tonight." After saying that, she threw herself into Lin Yuan's arms. Just as Lin Yuan was enjoying Yi Qingyue's service, there was a soft knock on the door. Yi Qingwei immediately looked up alertly. "Who?" "It's me." Chen Hanyue's somewhat embarrassed voice came from outside the door. Yi Qingyue's face darkened. "Brother Lin Yuan is busy. He won't see me. I have something important to do." Chen Hanyue's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. After she realized Lin Yuan's value, she also had her own thoughts, wanted to offer herself up in exchange for more benefits. "But I never expected Yi Qingyue to be so possessive of her food. I simply won't see you," Yi Qingyue said domineeringly. Hearing this, Chen Hanyue, who was outside the door, blushed and could only leave dejectedly. Lin Yuan looked at Yi Qingyue's sickly, possessive demeanor. "I couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal. He, ye Vingyu similit sumugli." Tonight, she's going to have Lin Yuan all to herself. Chapter 100 shocks everyone. A pill to enhance mental power. The morning of the third day, Lin Yuan was in the conference room at the base. She gathered the Yi sisters, Wang Yakin, Chen Hanyue, Su Qing, and several other core female subordinates with superpowers. In the conference room, a dozen or so people sat in a circle. Su Qing sat in the corner, watching Lin Yuan from afar, her eyes still filled with complex emotions. The other B-level ability users sat respectfully. "I didn't dare to say much. I called you here today to show you something good," Lin Yuan said calmly. With a thought, A crystal-clear golden pill appeared in his hand. Soul-strengthening pill. What's this? Someone asked out of curiosity. Soul-strengthening pill. Lin Yuan said calmly, a kind of pill that can enhance mental strength. Enhance mental strength. Everyone's eyes lit up. Mental strength is one of the most important attributes for superhumans. The stronger one's mental strength, the greater the power of their superpowers. One for each person. Try it and see the effect. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a soul-strengthening pill appeared in the hands of everyone. The group looked at the pills in their hands, somewhat hesitant. Mr. Lin gave it to me, eat it. Chen Hanyue was the first to swallow it. Seeing this, the others also swallowed it. The next second, everyone gasped in shock. A refreshing sensation rushed into my mind, and my mental strength was subtly enhanced. Although the improvement is small, the feeling is very obvious. It really improved. My mental strength has increased. This elixir is truly amazing. Everyone was shocked. Su Qing's eyes lit up, and her gaze towards Lin Yuan became even more complicated. This man, how many secrets are there? However, there's an upper limit to the amount of this elixir that can be taken. Lin Yuan said calmly, a maximum of 1,000 pills per day, which only increases mental strength by 10 points. Exceeding this number will overwhelm the soul, causing discomfort. 1,000 pills a day. Everyone was shocked. Although each one only increases by 0.01, 1,000 of them add up to 10 points. And it can be taken every day. This is terrifying. Where did this man get so many miraculous pills? Mr. Lin, a Class B ability user, asked cautiously, can you sell us this elixir? The others were also watching Lin Yuan with longing eyes. They want this kind of good stuff too. Lin Yuan looked at Chen Hanyue, a slight smile playing on his lips. You tell me. Chen Hanyue took a deep breath, stood up, and said, ladies, Mr. Lin has one condition. As long as you are absolutely loyal to Mr. Lin, have no thoughts of betrayal, and help find women who meet Mr. Lin's requirements. Mr. Lin will provide a corresponding number of soul-strengthening pills based on your performance. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Really? Ido. I liked it too. Everyone expressed their opinions. Joke. Who wouldn't want such a benefit? Chen Hanyue's heart was filled with turbulent waves. She stared at Lin Yuan in shock. This man, not only does it contain grade D mineral water that improves physical fitness, but also grade D Qilin meat. There's also the soul-strengthening pill, which enhances mental strength. And judging from his appearance, these things mean nothing to him. It's practically a walking treasure trove. A boy who's a treasure in the apocalypse. As Chen Hanyue thought this to herself, her gaze toward Lin Yuan grew increasingly fervent. This kind of man, we have to cling to their coattails. Lin Yuan noticed the change in Chen Hanyue's eyes and, on a whim, checked her loyalty. It changed from white to blue. Lin Yuan's lips curled up slightly. It seems the allure of the soul-strengthening pill is indeed quite strong. After the meeting, the others left one after another. Several benevolent ability users gathered together and discussed in hushed tones. Have you noticed that Her Majesty is a completely different person in front of Mr. Lin? That's right. Usually, Her Majesty the Queen is so aloof and arrogant, always keeping everyone at arm's length. But in front of Mr. Lin, she was like a little woman, completely without any queenly airs. The contrast is too great. I suspect Her Majesty may have been switched at birth. The crowd whispered among themselves, their faces filled with shock. Su Qing stood aside, listening to their discussion, her expression becoming even more complicated. That aloof and unapproachable queen of the cold moon. How could she become a little woman in front of a man? This man, what exactly is its magic? Su Qing's curiosity grew stronger. Night. Chen Hanyue took a shower. She changed into a sexy nightgown and came to Lin Yuan's room. She took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Mr. Lin. Her voice carried a hint of allure. Today I witnessed the effects of the soul-strengthening pill. She became even more certain that she had to cling to Lin Yuan's coattails. And the best way to latch onto a powerful figure. It means using your body. Since I've already given it to them the first time, it doesn't matter if I do it a few more times. And, to be honest, Lin Yuan's skills are quite good. The door opened. However, it was not Lin Yuan who appeared at the door, but Yi Qingxue and Yi Qingwei. The two sisters were both wearing pajamas, clearly ready to rest. When Yi Qingyue saw Chen Hanyue, her face immediately darkened. "What are you doing here?" Her tone was clearly hostile. Yi Qingyue also frowned slightly, looking at Chen Hanyue with a cold expression. Although he didn't speak, the rejection in his eyes was obvious. I need to speak with Mr. Lin," Chen Hanyue said somewhat awkwardly. "Brother Lin Yuan is busy," Yi Qingyue said coldly. "Besides, tonight is our time with Lin Yuan and my sister. No one is allowed to disturb us." Yi Qingyue nodded and added, "Let's do it another day." The two sisters closed the door as they talked. Bang! Chen Hanyue stood outside the door, a hint of embarrassment on her face. In the room, Lin Yuan sat on the bed. Yi Qingyue was on his left, and Yi Qingyue was on his right. The two sisters clung tightly to him. Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh as he watched the two sisters guarding their food. "Why are you two so averse to her?" Snort. Yi Qingyue pouted. "I just don't like her." Yi Qingyue didn't say anything, but her eyes told Lin Yuan that she didn't like it. Lin Yuan was both amused and exasperated, but he knew it very well. In his heart, the Yi sisters were indeed more important than Chen Hanyue. They're green loyalists. Chen Hanyue's friendship level is only blue. The relative importance of each is obvious at a glance. All right, I'm yours." Lin Yuan affectionately ruffled the heads of the two sisters. The next morning, Lin Yuan summoned Yi Qingyue and Yi Qingyue and solemnly said, "Starting today, I will allocate 1,000 soul strengthening pills to each of you every day. By increasing your mental strength by 10 points every day, your strength will improve by leaps and bounds in no time." Upon hearing this, a gentle smile appeared on Yi Qingyue's aloof face. She stepped forward and gently hugged Lin Yuan. "Thank you, Lin Yuan." Her voice was very soft, but the gratitude and love in his eyes were so intense that they couldn't be concealed. Yi Qingyue cheered excitedly. "Brother Lin Yuan is the best." She hugged Lin Yuan tightly, her little face full of a happy smile. Wang Yakin stood to the side. Seeing this scene, a complex mix of emotions welled up inside me. This young man, they are so kind to Qingyue and Qingyue. Instantly, she couldn't help but compare Lin Yuan to her husband. Even if it's not the end of the world yet, her husband would never treat her well either, and their marriage was based on a blind date where they felt it was a good match. In addition, there's the factor of matching social status. Therefore, there was no deep affection involved at all. Their lives became even more rigid, with nothing particularly surprising or delightful for her. Wang Yakin looked at Lin Yuan, her eyes filled with growing awe and a hint of something unusual. She discovered her feelings for Lin Yuan had gone beyond mere gratitude. It was more of an emotion that was hard to define or explain. Even Wang Yakin was startled and immediately shook her head.